Chapter 1. By a certain beach, a handsome youth found himself embroiled in an unexpected incident one morning, his soul inadvertently traversing into this body. To his astonishment, he realized he had entered the world of One Piece, a realm he had previously encountered in stories. With a bewildered expression, he exclaimed, "This world is perilous, filled with a myriad of devil fruit abilities, the unpredictable power of hockey, and the formidable skills of sword masters. It is a realm where strength reigns supreme." Despair washed over him as he thought, "How shall I survive in this daunting place?" The very notion of this world, with its myriad dangers, caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. The original occupant of this body also bore the name Garen, but was distinguished by the surname Kate. Garen, the original Garen, resided on a small island named Gatorn in the South Sea, accompanying his father on fishing excursions when disaster struck. A violent storm and tsunami engulfed their small fishing vessel, claiming the lives of over a dozen souls. When Garen's spirit entered this body, he had already been adrift at sea for several hours, contemplating imminent demise. Just then, he spotted a faint silhouette of an island to his left, and, filled with excitement, he swam fervently towards it. After half an hour in the water, he finally reached the shore, collapsing onto the sand, gasping for breath, looking utterly disheveled. With a wry smile, he lamented, "Others commenced their journeys with indomitable bloodlines, or at least noble lineage, yet here I am, on the brink of death from the very start. What a stroke of misfortune." Taking in his surroundings, he observed that the island was quite expansive, a deserted land adorned with rolling hills and a vast forest exhausted and parched. Garen mused, "Where there is a forest, there must be fruit and fresh water." After resting on the beach for a brief spell, he regained some strength and ventured into the woods, his curiosity piqued by the picturesque environment, where trees grew in orderly fashion. Not far into his exploration, he stumbled upon a small apple tree bearing a few fruits. With a stick in hand, he managed to knock down several apples, which he eagerly consumed despite their tartness, relishing the moment. As he delved into the memories of the original Garen, he realized that it was the year 1496 of the Sea Circle, and he remarked, "Next year, Pirate King Roger shall ascend to his title, and the following year shall herald the Grand Line's age of exploration." A sense of trepidation overwhelmed him as he reflected on his own lack of power while stranded on this deserted island. An unexpected demise could occur as easily as the death of a mere chicken. Sighing deeply, he expressed his discontent. "Why couldn't I have started my journey in Wano? There, I could have truly flourished, for there are mythical zoan-type devil fruits. Should I consume one, my fortunes would surely rise." Recalling the principles of survival in the wilderness, he resolved to first assess the island's environment, marking the cardinal directions with trees to map his exploration. Given the island's vastness, he estimated it would take several days to traverse. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I shall first seek out other fruit-bearing trees nearby. It would be best to gather some fruit to satiate my hunger." After a brief rest, Galen set forth towards the heart of the island. Observing his surroundings, he expressed his confusion, stating, "The deeper I venture into the island, the scarcer the trees become. What could be the reason for this?" After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to press onward. As Galen journeyed toward the center of the island for half a day, he stumbled upon a vast swamp, estimating it to be over 2,000 meters wide and nearly 3,000 meters long. Taking on a semicircular shape in the midst of the swamp, he noticed a small tree, standing over 2 meters tall, adorned with an oval-shaped fruit reminiscent of a pineapple, its size comparable to that of a pineapple. As well, its hue was a peculiar gray, strikingly similar to the infamous devil fruits. Elated, Galen exclaimed with delight. With a hint of disdain, Galen remarked, "Given my temperament, I might resort to violence against them. However, after some reflection, I realized that working for others holds little promise. I must strive to build my own empire and achieve greatness. I shall become the captain, establish my own company, and for now, aspire to be a formidable pirate much like the valiant heroes of Liangshan. I shall soon venture to the sky island and subdue Enel, the diminutive tyrant, thereby establishing myself as the deity of this airborne realm. With my own domain secured, I need not fear stagnation in my development. Once I flourish, wealth, renown, and beauty shall undoubtedly gravitate towards me." Garen, lost in reverie for a moment, then spoke aloud. Acknowledging that he had yet to reach that pinnacle, he resolved to muster his resolve, for he could not indulge in complacency. Recognizing his inadequacies, Garen promptly commenced a regimen to strengthen his physical prowess. His first undertaking was running. To enhance his stamina next, he endeavored to unlock the potential of his fruit powers, and thirdly, he practiced the boxing techniques he had learned in his previous life to refine his combat skills. Without hesitation, Garen began to tap into his fruit abilities within the swampy terrain. He discovered that activating elementalization while sprinting through the mire indeed expedited his development. To his astonishment, his hands could morph into mud, shaping into any form he desired: a mud sword, a mud spear, or a mud lance. After dedicating an afternoon to training, Garen's stomach began to rumble, prompting him to leave the swamp in search of sustenance. He first approached a fruit tree, transforming his hands into mud dragons that gnawed at the fruits above. Apples, pineapples, and grapes adorned the island, and after feasting on copious amounts of fruit, Garen moved to other trees, relishing the delightful flavors. Despite consuming dozens of apples, he found himself still unsated with a serious demeanor. Garen remarked that his enhanced physique had also increased his appetite. Yet he pondered that subsisting solely on fruits was insufficient. True physical cultivation required a balanced diet. He hastened to the seaside, hoping to discover something to catch. The island had yet to reveal any land animals, but as he arrived at the sandy shore, he noticed that many terrestrial marine creatures were emerging from the water. Not far off, he spotted a crab towering over 3 meters, swaggering along the beach. Likely seeking fruit in the forest without hesitation, Garen dashed toward the colossal crab, raising his middle finger and exclaiming, "Your ugly self has met your match." Activating his fruit abilities, he transformed his hands into 2 mud blades and plunged them into the crab's soft underbelly. Within 2 minutes, the creature succumbed, bubbles escaping its mouth as it fell, and Garen erupted in laughter, declaring, "Truly, the nature type is a remarkable boon." Transforming his hands into mud ropes, he gradually dragged the giant crab into the forest. Preparing to cook it over a fire once again, he fashioned his hands into mud ropes to grasp dry branches, creating sparks to ignite a fire, and seized the crab's formidable pincers for roasting. Reflecting on the strength bestowed by the devil fruit, he marveled at the ease with which he handled a 1-ton beast. After satiating his hunger, Garen took a nap, only to awaken in the evening to practice his boxing techniques. He activated his swamp fruit abilities, enveloping his hands in mud boxing gloves, and unleashed a series of jabs, hooks, and uppercuts against a 15-meter-tall tree. The tree swayed under the impact, producing a resonating thud. Contemplating whether to bestow a name upon his techniques. After all, great masters often died mused over the likes of Karp's fist of the galaxy, capable of annihilating islands. When I eventually fell this mighty tree with a single strike, I shall name it Dragon Fist. Million-ton impact, he chuckled to himself, relishing the thought, and concluded that this indeed possessed a certain flair. Garland discerned that the myriad of petty pirates in the realm of One Piece exhibited a striking lack of intelligence. Easily swayed by the domineering presence of others, with a mischievous grin, he declared, "Once I make a name for myself, I shall recruit a multitude to serve my ambitions. Just look at the 4 emperors, like the clown Buggy. Truly a feeble figure. It is laughable to think that merely being a 4 emperor equates to possessing supreme power. Even a vice admiral could easily overpower Buggy. It is evident that a title does not necessarily confer strength." Garland, with a fierce determination etched upon his face, proclaimed, "I must forge my own reputation and establish my own dominion first. I shall subdue Inaru of Skypiea. Am I not destined to be the god of Skypiea?" He envisioned a future where all his desires would be fulfilled, including the allure of the winged beauties of the sky. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King, and in 1498, he surrendered to the world government, heralding the onset of the Grand Line. Ere yet, presently, it remains the year 1496. Garland contemplated a visit to the execution platform, reflecting on Roger's audacious betrayal of the world government, as he boldly proclaimed, "Do you seek my treasure? It lies upon the final island. Go forth and seek it. I shall bestow it upon you." This audacious act incited a frenzy among those who set sail, while the wealth of the celestial dragons diminished as common folk ventured out to sea. Meanwhile, Roger himself was but a penniless rogue. The following morning, Garen commenced his training regimen on the deserted island. His first objective was to enhance his strength, opting to run with heavy bags of earth. The second step involved improving his speed. As the saying goes, in 36 stratagems, retreat is the best plan if one cannot win. It is better to flee. For instance, there was a certain individual named Ima, despite being unable to defeat Akainu, stubbornly engaged him, only to suffer a blow. Although Akainu insulted Whitebeard, seeking revenge later would be futile. Garen remarked, "What a foolish bird with a serious demeanor." He asserted, when faced with indecision, retreat is the best strategy. Blackbeard is a prime example. Upon sensing danger, he fled without a second thought. Preserving one's life takes precedence over pride. Resolutely, Garen hoisted the bags of earth and began his run, proclaiming, "I am the king of escape in the pirate world. I shall survive until the very end. Not even Jesus can hold me back." By noon, Garen paused. Panting heavily, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and sat down to rest, exclaiming, "I am on the verge of starvation." He retrieved the leftover giant crab from the previous day. Beginning to eat after a few bites, he found it bland and remarked, "It tasted better yesterday's seafood, should not be left overnight." After taking a nap, he resumed developing his fruit abilities in the afternoon, and by evening, he practiced boxing. Garen recalled Karp's training, where he struck sandbags with bare fists, devoid of any hockey or devil fruit powers. Eventually, he progressed to striking steel warships, producing a resounding thud with each blow. Garen refrained from using his devil fruit powers, opting instead to strike trees and sandbags with his fists. Initially, the recoil from the trees caused him discomfort, making his lips twitch in pain. However, he reminded himself that if he couldn't even conquer this initial step, he would be relegated to a life akin to Chopper's. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I cannot become like Chopper, I must realize my dreams." He persevered, relentlessly punching the massive tree, undeterred by the pain or recoil. A month later, Garen ventured to the beach to hunt for food. With the tide receding, he felt a marked increase in his strength and speed after a week of rigorous training. Satisfied with his progress, he resolved to continue his arduous training for a while longer. Observing several large crabs foraging on the beach, he wasted no time activating his swamp fruit abilities. He transformed into a massive mud bag and launched himself at a crab, swiftly dispatching it. The remaining crabs attempted to attack, but Garen shouted, "Mud machine gun." Forming his hands into a gun shape, he unleashed a barrage of mud bullets, swiftly eliminating several crabs. With a smile, he said, "This will provide me with ample training material." He returned to his mud hut with the crabs and exclaimed, "Let's cook and enjoy this delightful seafood, which tastes splendid even without salt." After satisfying his hunger, he prepared to develop his fruit abilities further, heading to the swamp in the island's center to manipulate the mud into his desired forms. With a smile, he stated, "My swamp fruit is akin to an earth fruit. I can control all soil. I am the strongest king of mud." He transformed his right hand into a colossal mud dragon, measuring 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, soaring through the air. "Mud dragon, giant soldier," he announced as the mud dragon attacked the trees, effortlessly toppling a 5-meter thick trunk. Delighted, Garen remarked, "Impressive power. This is inspired by Magellan's poison dragon giant soldier, which is an excellent skill for long-range attacks. As long as I have enough mud dragons, I can exhaust my foes." 2 months later, Garen expressed his frustration. "I have been here for 3 months, yet no pirates or navy have crossed this path. This is truly unfortunate." He lamented, "With my mud fruit abilities, I might be destined to die alone on this deserted island. Such a genius, as I cannot blend into the world of the sea." He pondered, why has no one come? Whether pirate, navy, bounty hunter, or reckless adventurer, I welcome them all. Garen hesitated. "I lack a compass and have no idea where to sail. I could drift to an unknown place and meet my demise. I still have not married, and my father wishes for me to carry on the family name." After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that pirates are often drawn to treasure, while the navy seeks pirates. He climbed to the highest peak of the island and inscribed a message in black mud, declaring that treasure lay on the island. After examining his handiwork, he said, "Now, I await visitors." He summoned the mud dragon giant soldier, as 2 massive mud dragons emerged behind him. Leaping from the mountaintop to the ground, he landed with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater and sending dust flying. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "I have truly mastered the mud dragon giant soldier." While Magellan's poison dragon giant soldier boasts great attack power, he suffers from the side effect of frequent bowel movements, whereas my mud dragon is free from such drawbacks. That evening, after a hearty meal, he resumed his training in boxing, steadfast in his resolve, "As long as I train diligently, I shall not feel lonely." Thus, Garen intensified his practice. After 3 months of training, his fists had grown remarkably strong, capable of striking trees without any recoil, producing a satisfying thud with each impact. The following morning, Garen returned to the beach to survey the ocean. Gazing at the tumultuous waves with hopeful anticipation, "I would gladly trade 500 years of my life for a pirate ship or a navy vessel. If that is insufficient, I would offer an additional 500 years. As he watched the silhouette of a ship gradually approach, his excitement grew. "This is incredible. I must have uncovered the secret of this world." Yet, serious contemplation followed. "I must assess the situation carefully. I cannot afford to encounter an adversary too formidable." Adopting a strategy of either defeating or recruiting potential foes, he observed the approaching vessel. It was a pirate ship, with a crew of over a dozen pirates, led by a lewd captain with a bearded visage, appearing to be in his 30s, who regarded Garen with a fierce glare. "Kid, this island has treasure." Garen feigned admiration, inquiring, "What is your bounty, esteemed captain?" The captain laughed heartily, declaring, "Listen well, I'm a notorious bounty of 500,000. I'm the strongest pirate of the South Sea. Garen chuckled, perplexed. You, a mere 500,000 bounty, dare to call yourself a great pirate? I thought you were one of the 4 emperors. He smirked. You have no shame. Furious, the captain retorted, you insolent brat. I will slay you. He leapt from the ship, brandishing his sword, and shouted, Swift wind blade technique. Quick cut. Aiming directly for Garen's head, Garen chuckled, activating his elemental transformation, causing his head to shatter into pieces. A devil fruit user. The captain gasped in horror. Garen's mud head reformed, and with a swift transformation, his right hand morphed into a colossal mud dragon, which promptly bit off the captain's head. The crew, who had been cheering for their captain moments ago, now wore expressions of sheer terror. Garen ascended the deck, activating the mud dragon giant soldier mode, as 3 gigantic mud dragons circled ominously behind him, exuding an air of intimidation. With a fierce glare, Garen challenged, who wishes to join him in death? Anyone seeking revenge may step forward. Scanning the crew, none dared approach. A middle-aged man, appearing desperate, pleaded, please spare us. We were forced into piracy by that scoundrel. Knight up. Garen replied earnestly, I do not condone senseless slaughter. I only seek to punish the guilty. The crew members, now terrified, begged, please spare our lives. We will never pirate again. Seeing that his display of power had achieved the desired effect, Garen retracted the mud dragon giant soldier, smiling as he asked, if you're not to be pirates, what do you wish to become? A scruffy man replied, anything. We would even become dogs if it meant survival. Garen mused inwardly. They're even more cowardly than Tanjiro. They are utterly useless, he stated seriously. I intend to form my own pirate crew. Any who betray me will receive a bounty of 500,000 berries, while those who remain loyal shall earn at least 1 billion in the future. The remaining members of the Quick Blade pirate crew looked on in awe, asking, is that true, great captain? Loyalty will earn us 1 billion? Garen grinned. Money is mere paper to me. What I seek is unwavering loyalty. The crew erupted with excitement, clamoring, we wish to join your pirate crew. Grant us a chance. Curiously, Garen inquired about the previous officers of their crew. The scruffy man replied, we are all that remains. We were pursued by the Navy and lost 3 ships. This is the last one left. With a curious expression, Galen inquired, how many of you have survived? A small henchman, wearing a look of despair, replied, we have only a little over 50 left. Another henchman interjected, we are all eager to join your pirate crew, my lord. Observing the group of approximately 50 to 60 individuals before him, Galen mused silently. No wonder they lack vigor. They have been thoroughly intimidated by the Navy. Moreover, a portion of them has been coerced into this life, unwilling to embrace the role of a pirate, merely a gathering of ordinary folk. With a serious demeanor, Galen asked, who among you is the strongest? From the crowd emerged a rather unremarkable figure, his face resembling that of a bitter melon, who shouted, it's Azir and Aki from the Galen family. Those 2 brothers are the mightiest. Subsequently, 2 robust young men stepped forward. Galen scrutinized Azir and Aki, reflecting inwardly, at last. I've stumbled upon something of value, like finding a dime amidst the rubble. Both appeared to be honest folk. Azir stood at an imposing 2 meters tall, around 20 years of age, with an utterly ordinary appearance characterized by a square face and a buzz cut. Aki, on the other hand, sported natural curls, with thick brows and large eyes. Their demeanor was not at all disreputable. Galen, adorned with a warm smile, queried, are you 2 brothers? Azir nodded earnestly, responding, indeed. We are orphans, striving to make a living with the Swift Blade pirate crew. Galen found this reasonable, considering the Swift Blade pirate crew's reputation within the pirate realm, where the members varied widely in stature and appearance, some as slender as monkeys, others as short as landmines, and a few as corpulent as pigs. Azir and Aki appeared to starkly contrast this motley crew. Galen, still smiling, remarked, your name, Azir, hardly suits your aura. How about we rename you George? Upon hearing this cultured name, Azir beamed and said, thank you, my lord, I shall be called George. Galen then turned to Aki, saying, given that your brother's name has been altered, I shall bestow upon you a name as well. How does Pecky sound? Aki chuckled heartily and responded, what a splendid name. It truly resonates well. Thank you, my lord. Galen patted the shoulders of the 2 brothers and announced to the assembly, I hereby declare the establishment of the Mud Dragon pirate crew. I appoint you, George, as the captain of the 1st division, and Pecky as the captain of the 2nd division. George, filled with gratitude, said, thank you, my lord. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Pecky echoed his sentiments, expressing, thank you, my lord. With a serious countenance, Galen inquired, are there any sharpshooters? ship doctors, navigators, or chefs among you? George mentioned several names in response. Suddenly, 6 individuals emerged, the first being a young man with golden hair who spoke up, "My lord, we are snipers." The second young man interjected, "My lord, I serve as the ship's doctor." A middle-aged man then declared, "I am the chef." As Garen surveyed the 3 snipers before him, he noticed they were equipped with a flintlock pistol and 2 bows. Garen mused to himself, indeed, they are the remnants of a defeated pirate crew. Having discarded both the essential and the trivial, leaving only their wits, he turned to the golden-haired youth and inquired, "What is your name?" The sniper replied, "I am Hachinorio." Garen stated, "From this moment forth, you shall be the captain of the sniper squad." Garen's choice of Hachinorio as captain was not arbitrary. The young man bore the legendary hairstyle of a middle part and sported pirate-like suspenders that bespoke his prowess in basketball as well as marksmanship. Hachinorio was strikingly handsome, a visage that was pleasing to behold. Garen contemplated the future, envisioning a suitable devil fruit for him, perhaps a zoan type. The bird fruit in its ordinary dove form would complement him perfectly. Among the 2 chefs, one was in his 30s and the other in his 40s. Both of rather unremarkable appearance yet possessing commendable culinary skills. The ship's doctor, Harvey Ross, was notably youthful, having been captured and brought aboard by the swift-bladed captain. The crew now numbered 58, including 1 navigator and 3 shipwrights. After organizing the 48 crew members without designated roles into 2 teams, Garen renamed the vessel the Mud Dragon and instructed Hachinorio to take the team members ashore to replenish their stocks of fruit and provisions. Garen then proceeded into the former captain's lavishly adorned quarters with George and Peggy. Upon entering the room, he found it to span over 200 square meters. Adorned with opulent decorations, a 10-meter-long sofa, wooden furnishings, a dedicated writing desk, and a colossal safe measuring approximately 2 meters high and over 4 meters long. With a smile, Garen inquired, "Do you have the key?" George shook his head and replied, "The swift-bladed captain kept it for himself. We do not possess the key." Garen activated his elemental abilities, deftly manipulating his fingers to unlock the safe. Inside, he discovered bundles of berries and gold coins, alongside a mysterious devil fruit resembling a blue banana, its type unknown. Reflecting on his past life's memories, Garen surmised it was likely a zoan-type fruit. He turned to George and said, "George, I wish to offer you an opportunity, a chance to become immensely powerful. However, there is one condition. You must pledge your unwavering loyalty to our Mud Dragon pirate crew and never betray us." George, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I am willing to remain eternally loyal to the captain. My life is of no consequence if it serves this purpose. However, I hope, Captain, that you could bestow this fruit upon my younger brother. I desire for him to become even stronger than I, enabling him to thrive upon the sea." Peggy expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Captain, I do not wish for this fruit. It should be given to my brother, for he is far more deserving of this power. He has protected me since our childhood." Galen observed the sincerity shared between the 2 brothers and remarked, "Do not be so concerned. It is merely a devil fruit. In the future, we shall acquire more devil fruits and treasures aplenty." Galen quickly encouraged the brothers, stating, "George, you should consume this devil fruit first. The next one will be reserved for Peggy. Take it, George." Upon finishing his words, Galen handed the devil fruit to George, who glanced at it before accepting it with both hands and taking a decisive bite. Galen silently wished, "I am willing to exchange 20 years of my life for the power of this formidable fruit." Once George had consumed it, Galen eagerly inquired, "What ability have you gained?" In an instant, George transformed into a colossal bear, measuring 17 meters in length and towering over 7 meters at the shoulder. It was evident that this was no ordinary zoan-type devil fruit. The bear's 2 enormous fangs were half a meter long, and its massive claws matched its formidable stature. Galen deduced, "George, this devil fruit is an ancient zoan type, specifically the dog fruit, ancient type, giant tooth bear form. It is significantly more powerful than the typical zoan fruit by at least several dozens of times. You must diligently train to develop its capabilities. Do not squander this opportunity." George, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Captain, I will strive earnestly. I shall use this devil fruit to protect our pirate crew." With a grateful bow, Garen expressed his appreciation, silently reflecting on how effortlessly he had gained an idol. With a serious demeanor, he addressed his companions, "You 2 brothers are my right and left arms. With your assistance, I feel as if I am swimming in the ocean of opportunity, akin to acquiring a fleet of elite naval forces." George and Peggy were deeply moved, embodying the sentiment of loyalty unto death. Garen then suggested, "You 2 may attend to your tasks. I must familiarize myself with the responsibilities of a captain. George and Peggy respectfully bid farewell, exiting the captain's quarters. Garen mused to himself about how such a simple phrase from the Three Kingdoms had profoundly touched the hearts of these brothers. He promptly reclined on his bed, exclaiming, "Ah, the comfort of this bed is truly sublime," and soon drifted into a deep slumber. As evening approached, Garen summoned all the crew to the deck. Standing at the ship's prow, he announced, "Today marks the inaugural day of our Mud Dragon pirate crew. I have obtained over 10 million berry and gold coins worth more than 2 million berry from that little scoundrel, Quick Blade." He then retrieved the vast sum of berry from the earthy space within him, creating a mound of currency on the deck. Garen continued with enthusiasm. "Everyone who joins the Mud Dragon pirate crew today will receive 50,000 berry, and the officers will receive 500,000 berry." The crew erupted in cheers, chanting, "Long live the captain." George remarked, "This is far too generous. It is simply too much to spend." Observing the jubilant crowd, Garen raised his hand for silence and declared, "For the Mud Dragon pirate crew to thrive, we must adhere to certain rules. The 4 commandments of the crew. First, never betray the captain or the fleet. Those who do will face dire consequences. Second, all actions must heed the captain's commands, for the captain's authority reigns supreme. Third, you must closely follow the captain's lead, without wavering in allegiance. Those who falter shall face punishment. Fourth, we shall not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Our targets will be kings, nobles, slave traders, and the wealthy, while the common folk, who have been oppressed to the brink of poverty, shall be spared. In fact, we may even need to offer them aid." The crew echoed in agreement, acknowledging the plight of the impoverished. Garen, surveying his crew on the deck, proclaimed, "Many of you hail from humble beginnings and are aware of the struggles faced by the common people." The crew members lowered their heads and began to whisper among themselves, expressing their agreement with the captain's words. They remarked, "Indeed, the captain is right. I used to be a commoner, suffering greatly and living in poverty, constantly bullied by the nobles." Observing the murmurs around him, Galen promptly interjected the 4 great ship rules. The second being our Mud Dragon pirate crew's training, 3 honors and 3 disgraces. First, to take pride in cherishing our captain, and to feel shame in disloyalty and injustice. Second, to take pride in unity and mutual assistance, and to feel shame in forgetting loyalty for profit. Third, to take pride in loyalty and trustworthiness, and to feel shame in forgetting gratitude for desire. Everyone must remember, there will be an examination on the 1st of every month. Those who pass will receive a reward of 2 million berries each month, while those who fail will be confined to the ship's cabin for 5 days. After speaking, Galen felt an immense sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, "If this continues, these workers will have to toil tirelessly for me." This is undoubtedly the most powerful brainwashing rhetoric in this pirate world. The Navy's phrase for justice has brainwashed countless individuals. In reality, the Navy serves the celestial dragons. Only nations allied with the world government receive its protection, while those unable to pay the heavenly tribute are ignored entirely. A mere glance reveals a scene of purging and ethnic slaughter, where the Navy remains indifferent to the plight of those not affiliated with the world government. Otherwise, the Green Bull would not have proclaimed that the celestial dragons are deities of this world, asserting that those outside the realm of the world government have no right to exist. In his heart, Galen mused that his maritime regulations and training transcend the language of this world. Observing the crowd still engaged in discussion, he bellowed, "Brothers, today marks the inaugural day of our Mud Dragon pirate crew. Come forth to claim your bounty." All were astounded by Galen's grand gesture, erupting in cheers of "Long live Captain," and "Long live the Mud Dragon pirate crew." Galen, witnessing the jubilance of those around him, felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, winning hearts was a simple endeavor. Once everyone had received their share, Galen harnessed the power of the earth fruit to absorb the remaining funds into his earthly domain, totaling over 8 million berries. Gazing into the excited faces of his crew, he declared, "Those who perform well shall be rewarded handsomely, while those who falter shall face penalties." The crowd responded in unison, "We shall heed the captain's commands." Galen reflected that incentives and consequences are essential for enhancing the quality of work. It would be foolish to expect a horse to run well without properly feeding it. That evening, Galen returned to the island and summoned George, instructing him to commence skill training. The strength of the bear was a formidable asset, necessitating further enhancement of physical conditioning, as the activation of any fruit ability requires stamina. George, being a robust individual, coupled with his fruit ability, possesses significant potential for the future. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Galen rose and made his way to the ship's galley. He discovered that this vessel was indeed impressive. The swift swordsman Yodop had spared no expense in its construction. Measuring over 120 meters in length and more than 70 meters in width, with a 50-meter-long deck and a 60-meter hull. It features 3 levels: the captain's quarters on the top floor, officers and elite crew on the second, and ordinary crew members on the first, comprising around 100 cabins. Adjacent to the captain's quarters were a training room, a game room, and a dedicated treasure chamber. Galen remarked, "What a splendid vessel. But now it is mine." In the morning, he led all his subordinates to the island to extract all available resources, taking the opportunity to enhance their training for several days before setting sail to plunder. From the sailors, Galen learned that the island belonged to the South Sea. It is well known that the Red Line and the Calm Belt separate the 4 seas into distinct quadrants: the East, South, West, and North Seas. The South Sea, where Galen resided, remains relatively stable, while the North Sea is the most tumultuous, and the East Sea, the weakest, is the homeland of the naval hero Carp. In 1480 of the Sea Era, the Battle of God Valley erupted, wherein the naval hero Carp and the pirate king Roger united to defeat the then most formidable pirate, Rocks. Consequently, Carp earned the title of naval hero, frequently returning to his East Sea homeland, where he often dealt with minor pirates with ease. Over time, the East Sea became renowned as the weakest maritime region. Captain Guerin, accompanied by George, Peppa, and a host of crew members, engaged in training on the island. The crew learned that Captain Guerin had bestowed upon First Officer George a devil fruit, enabling him to transform into a colossal toothy bear. This revelation sparked envy among the crew, who aspired to enhance their abilities and ultimately join the ranks of the Mud Dragon Pirates as officers. Suddenly, Guerin was informed by a sailor that a massive ship was approaching from downstream. Without hesitation, Guerin exclaimed, "Quickly, let us go and take a look." Garland assembled his crew. Buoyed by the payment they had received, which had uplifted their spirits, they stood in 2 neat rows, the Mud Dragon Pirates appearing quite formidable. After all, who could resist the allure of a man adept in the art of success? Garland, his face alight with excitement, proclaimed, "Today, a pirate ship has ventured onto our waters. We shall show no mercy. This marks the inaugural battle of the Mud Dragon Pirates, and your captain will lead the charge. I intend to decisively overpower our opponents." George and Peggy, both wearing expressions of deep respect, echoed, "All hail the captain." Unmatched in battle, Leo, gripping his flintlock pistol, stood among the ranks. "Everyone, charge with me," Garland commanded, leading over 40 men with an indomitable spirit toward the sandy beach downstream of the island. The opposing pirate ship was also preparing to land on this very shore. George, his demeanor grave, said, "Captain, this pirate crew is known as the Wild Boar Pirates, led by a formidable user of the Wild Boar Devil Fruit. They are quite powerful." Garland, with a dismissive scoff, retorted, "I am a user of the natural devil fruit. I shall devour them whole. Let me have the women first." As the opposing crew of over 100 began to disembark, Garland surged forward, leading the attack. The captain of the Wild Boar Pirates, Talgari, arrogantly sneered, "Do you wish for death? How dare you assault the Wild Boar Pirates?" Garland merely smiled and did not respond. Instead, he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into the Mud Dragon Giant mode. 3 colossal mud dragons soared from his back, launching a direct assault on Talgari's form. With a cry of pain, Talgari lamented, "Shouldn't there be introductions before we engage in battle? How uncouth to attack without ceremony. I haven't even transformed yet." The 3 dragons swiftly dispatched Talgari, who fell lifelessly. As the cadre and crew of the Wild Boar Pirates prepared to retaliate, Garland unleashed his maximum power, summoning towering earth spikes that surged toward the enemy ranks. In an instant, a blood mist enveloped the scene as the 100-strong pirate crew suffered grievously, cries of despair echoing. Garland, his expression fierce, commanded, "Everyone, commence the assault. Slay those who refuse to surrender." Hearing Garland's orders, George immediately sprang into action, transforming into his great tooth bear form, charging forth with ferocity, striking down anyone who dared to resist. With a mere slap, one could meet their demise. Moments later, the opposing pirate crew had succumbed, some surrendering, others perishing. Lin, addressing the captives, bellowed, "Listen well. I am Lin of the Mud Dragon, captain of the Mud Dragon Pirates. Surrender, and your lives shall be spared." The Wild Boar Pirates, once numbering over 100, now dwindled to merely 40, with several more sustaining injuries. The leaders and elites of the wild boar pirates had fallen to Galen's earthspike assault, leading to a complete rout. The beach was shrouded in a crimson mist, and Galen utilized his fruit abilities to cover the bloodied sand. He turned to George and commanded, "You shall recruit them all." George replied, "Understood, Captain." With a smile, Galen instructed, "Peck, take a team to search upstream for the reincarnation of Garamu's devil fruit on this island." Peck nodded in acknowledgement. "Got it." Galen then made his way aboard the wild boar ship with 2 companions. Turning to George with another smile, he added, "Gather some of the apple, melon, and orange trees from the island and plant them on the ship." George responded respectfully, "Aye, Captain." Galen mused to himself that a prolonged lack of fruit at sea could lead to night blindness. Thus, preparing these provisions would alleviate future concerns. Upon boarding the wild boar, Galen began to scour for treasures. Entering the treasure chamber, he remarked, "This vault is dreadfully impoverished, merely 2 million berries and a few navigational charts. The ship itself is a mere 70 meters long, a dilapidated sailing vessel." Galen absorbed the berries into his earthen space, a skill he had developed, allowing his body to transform into a storage realm for vast quantities of items. Similar to caribou, he could contain possessions within himself. He also discovered another remarkable capability of the swamp fruit, the ability to devour, decompose, and develop substances. In the marshlands, he found a nitrous soil capable of explosion. Utilizing his fruit abilities, he decomposed this nitrous soil and stored it within himself, thus creating explosive clay. The swamp fruit equated to the mud fruit and the earth fruit, composed of mud and water. Developing a devil fruit is a venture that reflects one's audacity. Galen could transform into moist, absorbent earth, rich in devouring and adhesion properties, primarily focusing on control. He also decomposed a portion of mineral soil atop an iron mine, yielding black mineral mud that significantly enhanced his defenses. The mud fruit possessed a remarkable trait. Any earth he contacted could be stored within his body, allowing for continual enhancement of this ability. By engaging with various types of soil, Galen could cultivate even more diverse powers. In the coming days, he planned to develop additional abilities, preparing for grand undertakings. The South Sea was merely overseen by a rear admiral, while the vice admirals remained at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Vice Admiral Garp was still on a worldwide pursuit of Roger, leaving only 2 admirals, Blackarm Zephyr and Sengoku the Buddha, with Steelbone Kong still serving as fleet admiral. Galen, at the nascent stage of his enterprise, opted not to provoke the Navy recklessly. However, this does not imply that Galen was devoid of ideas. The South Sea Navy branch employed a training method reminiscent of the Navy's 6 style. With thoughts of a stealthy approach, Galen contemplated activating the elemental transformation of the earth fruit, allowing him to launch a surprise attack from beneath the ground and escape with the spoils. After all, he could freely navigate underground. Galen could only recall the training regimen for the Navy's shave technique, which, admittedly, was not sufficiently refined, a mere version 0.5. As noon approached, Galen spotted George returning and inquired, "Have the fruit trees been transplanted?" George replied, "The captain has unearthed several trees, and we have harvested a considerable amount of fruit, along with over 20 wild goats." Observing the 20-odd goats, Galen suggested, "Let us host a feast tonight and roast these goats." George acknowledged, "Understood, Captain. You should take some men to transplant those fruit trees onto the ship." Shortly thereafter, Peggy returned, exclaiming, "Captain, I discovered a derelict ship beneath the cliff, along with several bags of gold coins weighing over 200 kilograms. Peggy continued, "We also found this devil fruit in the orchard." She produced a devil fruit, and Galen, filled with joy, remarked, "Your luck is indeed commendable." Lacking a devil fruit compendium, Galen couldn't identify it and simply encouraged Peggy, "You should partake of it." In his mind, he mused that it appeared to be nothing extraordinary, resembling a gray apple adorned with a few patterns, certainly not the form of a commoner-s fruit. After Peggy consumed the fruit, Galen inquired, "What have you gained?" Peggy, bewildered, gazed at Galen as she transformed into a black wild boar, 6 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Galen exclaimed, "Indeed. It is the ordinary type of the animal system, the Inu Inu no Mi model black wild boar." It had evidently been reborn nearby. Galen patted Peggy on the shoulder, saying, "This devil fruit is perfect for you. Your name is Peggy, and so is the fruit. It has chosen you. One day, you shall become a formidable force." Peggy, speaking to herself, questioned, "Isn't this just the wild boar form? Why is it called the Peggy form?" Galen replied, "That is of little consequence. The important part is that it has chosen you. Peggy nodded with a beaming smile, saying, "I am also a devil fruit user." How delightful. Galen thought to himself that indeed, the souls of devil fruits seemed to seek out their nearest hosts. In the afternoon, Galen commenced training the crew. With everyone running while bearing a weight of 50 kilograms of earth, Galen shouted, "You weaklings. If you encounter an unbeatable foe, at the very least, you should be able to outrun them." Both captains of the pirate crew had consumed the devil fruit, each burdened with 500 kilograms of soil. Garen spoke, "Today, whoever lasts the longest will receive 500,000 berries. This afternoon, George will collect the money." The next day, the mud dragon set sail, guided by the navigator's records to seek the nearest island. This particular island had been thoroughly depleted. In the realm of pirates, 99% is ocean. The red line and the calm belt divide the world into 4 vast seas, with the remainder consisting of islands. The red line is the dwelling place of the celestial dragons, protected by the Navy headquarters and the CP organization, along with the Knights of God serving the celestial dragons. The world government, with its 800 years of heritage, poses a formidable challenge even to the alliance of the 4 emperors. The most fearsome of all is M, about whom Garen possesses no information, a being that has lived for 8 centuries, granting the Gorosei centuries of life as well. Garen continued, "The most repugnant is Saturn Satan. Wicked to the core. The other Gorosei, from the first episode to over 1,000, merely posed in their office. When Akainu served as fleet admiral, his routine consisted of berating Akainu, which was the extent of their endeavors, with their true strength remaining unknown. After 5 days of sailing, Garen realized the ocean's perils, colossal waves, tsunamis, storms, and torrential rain. He encountered them all. Fortunately, on such a grand vessel, ordinary storms and downpours posed little threat. Witnessing the waves surge towards them left Garen's heart racing, a truly awe-inspiring sight. No wonder the navigator is the captain's eyes. Without a skilled navigator, one could easily lose their way in the vast sea. After all, islands are exceedingly scarce. Garen aspired to visit the homeland of the original owner, but the navigator informed him that without a lodestar, they could not reach it, akin to being blind. Garen promptly sent a substantial sum to the navigator to prepare the lodestar for the next island, particularly the permanent lodestar leading to the Grand Line. The navigator, named Garud, was a diligent and honest employee. He once confided in Garen, "My dream is to explore the Grand Line and witness every island and nation." Garen reassured him, "Fear not. I shall assist you in realizing your dream." While in the captain's quarters, Garen contemplated his intentions to gather devil fruits from various countries affiliated with the world government and establish his own army of devil fruit users. For this world is teeming with formidable individuals. In the New World, those pirates who dared to venture forth were mercilessly subdued by formidable figures such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and the Golden Lion. The era of great maritime exploration had yet to commence, and titles such as the 4 Emperors and the 7 Warlords were non-existent. However, the prospect of such designations intrigued Galen, who envisioned establishing a 7 Warlords or even a 4 Emperors status. Seizing a nation to facilitate the recruitment of talent for his crew, the Mud Dragon Pirates, Galen mused upon the significance of reputation upon the vast seas. Fame equated to an abundance of admirers. He contemplated which fruits from his previous world would be most advantageous in this realm. With a particular yearning for the legendary Sleepy Ancient Town, home to a divine mythical zoan-type devil fruit, the vampire fruit. This extraordinary fruit possessed the remarkable ability to siphon the lifespan of others to enhance its wielder's own longevity or to expend lifespan to augment combat prowess. Additionally, it allowed the user to transform into darkness, conjuring bats to assail adversaries, akin to a weaker version of the dark fruit. The fruit's previous user, the aloof Red Count, had been imprisoned and impelled down, only to consume it over 2 decades later. With ample time at his disposal, Galen resolved to seek out the sleepy ancient town upon entering the Grand Line, intent on claiming the vampire fruit for himself. As for the Red Count, he belonged to a bygone era. The new age would not accommodate relics of the past. Galen's fervor for this fruit stemmed from the possibility of consuming another devil fruit. Having traversed into this body, he distinctly sensed remnants of a foreign soul within, suggesting a dual soul phenomenon. While he could absorb this lingering soul, he chose to retain it, as it had lost its consciousness. He drew inspiration from Blackbeard, who could wield both the dark and quake fruits due to the existence of 2 souls within him. Rather than solely relying on the capabilities of the dark fruit, Galen contemplated that, as a fellow soul transmigrator, he too might be able to consume an additional devil fruit. If that proved unfeasible, he considered seeking the artificial devil fruit created in Punk Hazard, fashioned from Kaido's blood and flesh, which transformed into a mythical Zoan-type dragon fruit. Although this fruit was manufactured and lacked a true devil fruit consciousness, it possessed the powers of Kaido's dragon form. Given that the remnants of his original soul were already intertwined, he reasoned that consuming an artificial devil fruit should not result in catastrophic consequences. Regardless, Galen intended to claim that fruit for himself, dismissing any notion of leaving it for the insipid Momonosuke. He deemed the latter unworthy of such power. Envisioning a future for him on Okama Island, far removed from his aspirations of returning to Wano as a general, he developed his own plans for Wano, contemplating the possibility of usurping it should Kaido fall to Luffy, either transforming it into a colony or pursuing no alternative path. The legendary swordsmanship texts of the samurai also piqued Galen's interest. In recent days, Galen has spent his time aboard the ship, observing the newly initiated workers with a sense of exhilaration. Life on the vessel is quite agreeable. The crew attends to him with fine tobacco and exquisite liquor. Galen reflects inwardly, acknowledging the advantages of being a captain. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. And Galen often dedicates himself to rigorous training in the exercise room. His regimen is meticulously structured, focusing on physical techniques and the development of his fruit abilities. Utilizing his earth fruit powers, he crafted an exceptionally heavy earthweight suit to enhance his physical training. Though the process of training is arduous, it bears fruit, as Galen experiences significant enhancements in both strength and speed. In private moments, he frequently engages in casual conversations with the crew, discussing dreams and aspirations, while imparting core values of unity and friendship. Furthermore, Galen takes it upon himself to guide the crew and the squad captains in their training, encouraging them to practice a rudimentary version of the technique known as Shave 05 version. While none have succeeded, not even squad leaders George and Peggy, Galen himself has also faced challenges. Nonetheless, he perceives a noticeable improvement in speed and feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Although it is not the authentic technique, it serves to condition the body, and he is optimistic that once they acquire the genuine Marine 6 styles, their training will accelerate. At long last, the Mud Dragon has reached its next destination, the island of Elusigal, a vast expanse of over 30,000 square kilometers. This island, under the joint rule of kings and nobles, boasts a population of approximately 800,000, making it a truly monumental place. Galen instructs the crew to stow away the Mud Dragon pirate flag, an eye-catching yellow emblem featuring the head of an eastern dragon, crafted during their voyage. He prepares to disembark at the expansive harbor, where numerous vessels are docked, with hundreds of ships anchored, a significant number of which display pirate flags. Galen formulates a plan to gather intelligence once ashore, intending to seize a few ships to bolster his strength. He assigns a portion of the crew to go ashore, while retaining the strongest among them, George, to safeguard the ship. Presently, George possesses strength equivalent to that of a Marine lieutenant colonel, complemented by the formidable power of the ancient devil fruit, the giant tooth bear. Had it not been for Garen's elemental transformation, George might not have stood a chance against him. George has also developed several formidable skills, such as the million-ton slam, capable of delivering over 10 tons of force with a single strike. Additionally, he has mastered a beast-human form, transforming from a 17-meter-long giant bear into a towering 9-meter-tall bear man. Complete with forearms measuring over 5 meters and claws nearly half a meter in length, all cloaked in a thick gray fur that boasts formidable defensive capabilities. Few could withstand his powerful strikes, and even his crew members who attempted to learn a more unorthodox method of the slam found themselves unable to walk due to strained muscles. The technique involved jumping off the ground repeatedly to create a forceful reaction against the air, resulting in explosive acceleration. Garen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, encouraged his elite crew to continue practicing, albeit with a hint of frustration. He remarked, "You all should stay on the ship to recuperate." The injured crew members replied respectfully, "Thank you, Captain." Once the Mud Dragon was docked, Garen stood on the deck and commanded the crew, "George, you stay behind to guard the ship. We only have this vessel. If it gets stolen, we're finished." With a serious expression, George assured, "Captain, you can trust me. I will protect the ship. Not even a mosquito will get past." Garen nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Once I gather information, I'll let you all go ashore to enjoy yourselves." He then patted George on the shoulder and disembarked with Peggy, Garud, and the ship's doctor, Ross. The crew instinctively followed Garen, who mused to himself, with more people. The aura of authority amplifies. Though these sailors might not be the most aesthetically pleasing, they only serve to enhance my commanding presence. Leading the way, Garen admired the splendid scenery before him, a broad road leading to the city, bustling with the silhouettes of people and the cacophony of urban life. Excitedly, he urged, "Brothers, let us move faster." The crew hastened to keep pace with Garen as they approached the city. Observing the throngs of ordinary citizens, mothers with children, workers in uniforms, elderly men with canes, and chattering children, the crew was met with appreciative glances. One onlooker remarked, "That young man is strikingly handsome." The crew member known as Monkey, the least attractive among them, with his unremarkable features and shifty eyes, felt insulted and exclaimed, "Captain, can we rob these people?" Garen, with a look of disdain, replied, "What's wrong? Can't you handle their opinions of you?" "Do not be so sensitive," the monkey exclaimed with a scowl. "Their insults are exceedingly potent. Calling me less than human." Galen chuckled softly and replied, "It is merely the will of the people. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities." Peichi, reveling in the moment, remarked, "Captain, I find this city exceedingly comfortable." Galen too gazed upon the city's streets, adorned with a dazzling array of goods. Vendors offered ice cream, lollipops, cotton candy, and a plethora of snacks, while many beautiful women sauntered along the thoroughfare. Turning to his crew, Galen instructed, "Peichi, please accompany Garud to procure the recording device. The rest of you should gather the necessary supplies. Let us reconvene around 5 in the afternoon." He added a cautionary note, "We are principled high-ranking pirates. Let us not resort to looting." Everyone nodded in agreement, and the monkey, with a frown, replied, "Understood, Captain." Galen then resolved to explore the city for treasures and perhaps purchase some new attire, as his current clothes were remnants from his predecessor's fishing days, lacking in sophistication. As he entered a clothing store, reminiscent of those from his past life, he was greeted by an array of splendid garments. Approaching a strikingly beautiful saleswoman at the front desk, he inquired, "Do you have any cloaks?" The enthusiastic saleswoman responded, "Indeed, we do have cloaks. What style are you seeking?" Galen replied, "Could you show me? I would like to select one for myself." Together, they ascended to the second floor, where a selection of over 10 styles of cloaks awaited him. The most stylish of them all was a pink cloak, reminiscent of Doflamingo's signature look. This brought to Galen's mind the adage, "The pinker the attire, the steadier the stance." However, considering the timeline, Doflamingo was still a mere 15-year-old youth. The thought of him elicited a chuckle from Galen. He pondered the various devil fruits that had passed through Doflamingo's hands, the paramecia-type gold fruit, the surgery fruit, and the logia-type flame fruit. Each had been traded for meager profits in arms dealing, yet acquiring a single paramecia-type gold fruit seemed far more substantial. Galen's thoughts drifted to the golden bell of Skypea, contemplating that it could likely purchase 10 surgery fruits. The golden arc is indeed remarkable. With this thought, Galen eagerly anticipated embarking on the Grand Line, charting a course towards Gaia Island, awaiting the soaring currents, ascending to Sky Island, defeating Enel, and ideally seizing the Rumble fruit, then vanquishing Godfall to assume the role of CEO. The enchanting women of Sky Island, adorned with wings, awaited his arrival. Once he secured the permanent pointer in the Grand Line, he could set sail towards his destiny. After some contemplation, Galen donned a striking yellow cloak. Upon glancing in the mirror, he remarked, "This indeed looks splendid." He assessed his own reflection, jet black hair, a handsome, refined face, and a robust physique. Turning to the female attendant, he inquired, "What do you think?" She responded, "You look exceptionally dashing." After paying a sum of 100,000 berries, he took his leave, prompting the attendant to comment, "What a remarkably generous and handsome young man." Cloaked, Galen wandered the streets until he found a grand restaurant, where he inquired with the owner about the king's castle and the local noble territories. Inwardly, he mused, "Tonight, I shall play the role of the cunning strategist." He procured an abundance of ingredients and spices, activating the powers of his earth fruit to store them within his earthen space. This ability allowed him to conceal various items within his body, although human beings would lose their breath if placed inside. Noticing the time, Galen proceeded to the designated meeting point with his crew, where all the crew members had already gathered. Upon seeing Galen, Peggy beamed and exclaimed, "Captain, you look incredibly handsome in that cloak." Galen casually replied, "For 100,000 berries, I shall ensure each member of our Mud Dragon Pirates receives one." Gratefully, Peggy responded, "Thank you, Captain." Instantly transforming into a motivational speaker, Galen smiled and declared, "Brothers, for anyone wishing to retire early from our mud dragon pirates. I will grant them 1,000,000 berries. The crew gasped in astonishment. Is that true, Captain? Continuing with his motivational rhetoric, Gallon added, for those who leave our crew, I shall bestow 1,000,000 berries upon them. But for my loyal brothers who remain, I will reward them with 10 billion. He further proclaimed, in the future, once we conquer territories, we will have both wealth and followers. Understanding the implications, Peggy and the crew erupted into applause, chanting, Captain is magnificent. Captain is grand. Peggy continued. The captain is a man of great honor upon the seas. A crew member inquired, Captain, if someone were to tragically perish in battle, how much would you offer? Gallon retorted sharply, if they fall in battle, I shall burn 1 billion in paper money. You little rascals ought to train diligently. Countless weaklings perish at sea each year. When the time comes, even wealth cannot be spent in death. The crowd expressed their resolve to diligently cultivate and enhance their strength. Gallon, along with his companions, shared laughter as they made their way back to the ship. Once aboard, Gallon retreated to his cabin to rest. As night descended, he activated the powers of the nature-type devil fruit, the earth fruit, transforming into a small mass of mud. Swiftly, he navigated the island. Bouncing like a bullet from the ground, Gallon entered the castle of this kingdom, pondering the palpable scent of corruption. Observing the gold embedded in the walls, he mused that it would take someone like him to liberate them. Morphing into mud, he traversed underground, weaving through the palatial corridors until he swiftly located the treasure chamber. Emerging from the ground, he beheld a trove of riches, golden coins and silver pieces. Utilizing his earth fruit abilities, he swiftly gathered everything in one breath. To his delight, he discovered 2 treasure chests. Opening the first revealed a devil fruit, and the second contained yet another. Not recognizing either, Gallon smiled and remarked, as per tradition, I shall take them first and study them later. He continued to rummage through the treasure room, uncovering several volumes. Flipping through one resembling an album, he was astonished to find a compendium of devil fruits. His excitement surged as he exclaimed, just what I needed. Marvelous. Content. Gallon departed the castle, intending to raid the territories of several avaricious nobles. He targeted them precisely because of their greed. The first to visit was a portly count, his visage reminiscent of a bloated pig, residing in a grand castle. Gallon seized whatever he could find, sparing even the smallest trinkets. In the depths, he stumbled upon a dark dungeon housing young women and numerous young men, their tones indicating they were slaves, likely sold to this gluttonous count by other slave traders, presumably to be tortured into obedient tools. Observing them confined in iron cages sparked an idea in Gallon's mind. He chuckled, if I rescue them, surely they would willingly work for me. He envisioned rewarding them with wages, compelling them to labor fervently on his behalf. Without hesitation, Gallon appeared before several guards, unleashing mud projectiles that struck them down instantly. The enslaved souls regarded him with expressions of terror or numbness. Gallon surveyed the imprisoned individuals and remarked, this is truly outrageous. How could so many be held captive? Among them, he noticed a frail man tied to a wooden post, a stark testament to their inhumanity. The aristocrats of this nation were indeed parasitic, far exceeding the darkness of Wano, where Luffy had merely been shackled with sea stone for mining. I am Gallon, captain of the Justice Mud Dragon Pirates, he declared. I have come to proclaim justice and liberate you, my fellow captives. He lamented internally, alas. If only I had the sound of liberation's drum, this act would resonate with greater fervor. I must secure a sound system for future endeavors. At the appointed time, when the battle commences, he plans to play music to uplift morale and simultaneously weaken the opponent's fighting spirit. Gallon mused that Luffy's Gear 5th has an advantage over Kaido due to the presence of a liberation drum sound. Had Kaido possessed a sound as powerful as Luffy's liberation drum, which could overshadow the beating of his own heart, he would not find himself lying in molten lava. Gallon also intended to mimic the sound of the liberation drum, believing a mere band could suffice. He would utilize the sound shells from Sky Island to capture the essence of the liberation drum and subsequently sell it to Kaido. Drawing blood should pose no challenge. In that scenario, Kaido could proudly declare himself Joy Boy, and Luffy's Gear 5th Awakening would grant access to the liberation drum, merely requiring a sound shell from Sky Island to enjoy its resonance daily. Joy Boy would become a common name, and he could even sell the sound system to the world government, boasting that he, Gallon, had replicated the power of the liberation drum, seeking just 2 devil fruits in return. Meanwhile, the captives gazed at Gallon in bewilderment and shock, observing the group of slaves before him. Gallon spoke, Do you all desire freedom? Will you embrace the light or continue to live as slaves, subjected to cruelty? Follow my lead and live with dignity. I shall aid you." With that, Galen activated the powers of the mud fruit, extending over 20 mud arms from his back to unlock the iron cages. He declared, "Those willing to follow me, step forward. Those unwilling may remain as livestock." After asserting this, Galen strode out confidently, glancing back to ensure someone would follow him. He feared that if no one did, his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, 2 girls courageously took the lead, followed by the rest, who ambled along. Galen noticed the boldness of these girls. One with yellow hair was smeared in mud, appearing rather filthy, while the girl with pink hair was undeniably beautiful. Despite her face also being covered in mud, she exuded a distinct charm, with her striking pink hair being the most enchanting feature. Garland felt as if he had confirmed a connection through their gaze, encountering the right individuals. In an instant, he was invigorated, his energy surging as he unleashed the full potential of his earth fruit abilities. The Earth Dragon, a magnificent creature of Eastern lore, surged forth for black mud dragons. Each 25 meters long and over 5 meters wide, charged madly toward the exit of the dungeon. With a resounding crash, the exit door splintered into pieces. At that moment, the Count's guards rushed in, and the captain of the guard exclaimed, "Who dares to assault the territory of our Lord the Count? Do you wish for death?" Garland, observing the guards in silence, decided to take action. After all, those who indulged in excessive chatter were often villains or fools. Garland activated his earth fruit abilities and declared, "Mud Dragon Giant Warrior." A colossal mud dragon, over 50 meters in length, began to thrash against the leading guard captain, rendering him unconscious in an instant. All the guards, terrified, fled. Witnessing their retreat, Garland approached the 2 women and immediately channeled the spirit of a master of success, saying, "Come aboard my ship. I shall ensure your safety. I will provide you with ample berries each month. Should you desire gold, that too can be arranged. I will take you to sail freely upon the vast ocean. My dream is to become one of the strongest individuals in this world." The pink-haired girl timidly responded, "As long as you can protect us, that's enough." "We don't need the berries or gold," Garland replied. "I am the most chivalrous and just captain of the Mud Dragon pirate crew. Distributing berries each month is a proud tradition of our crew." He further persuaded, "Protecting you is the fundamental duty of a captain of the Mud Dragon pirates. Anyone who boards my ship and becomes my crew will garner respect from all who see us upon the sea." Noticing the admiration in their eyes, Garland felt a surge of joy. He proclaimed, "Come with me," and led the way. As he glanced back at the long line of followers, he mused, "There must be at least 200 of them. This Count truly is unscrupulous." However, Garland had no intention of confronting the Count just yet. First, he would bring these people aboard his ship. Once on board, escape would be impossible. As they approached the dock where the ship was to be anchored, George emerged with a commanding presence, reminiscent of a regal figure, eliciting admiration from Garen, who remarked on the palpable aura of strength. Pacey was the first to speak. Noting George's unfortunate encounter with the refugees, Garen, shaking his head, clarified, "These are the liberated slaves I've rescued. My dear brother, how can you not comprehend this?" Garen then instructed, "Bring them aboard," to which George responded affirmatively. Garen stepped forward to address the line of former slaves, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall no longer be slaves, but my crew, members of the Mud Dragon pirate crew. I vow to protect each and every one of you. No one shall dare to bully us. Come now, let us board the ship." Observing the ragged and emaciated figures, some evidently having endured prolonged captivity, Garen arranged for the chef to provide them with a hearty meal. He noted that among them were over 60 women, including more than 10 young girls, while the number of men exceeded 170, alongside over 30 children aged between 7 and 13. Garen instructed George to organize the crew to gather information regarding their backgrounds, skills, and talents. Approaching a red-haired girl, he inquired with sincerity, "What is your name, dear sister? And how did you come to be captured?" The young woman replied, "My name is Bina, a resident of Caribou Island. Just yesterday, our town was attacked by a band of pirates. My family resisted and was slain. Our home was set ablaze." With a quiver in her voice, she continued, "We were sold into slavery at that castle like animals. Thank you for rescuing us. Otherwise, I would have been condemned to a life of servitude." Overcome with emotion, Bina began to weep. Garen, exuding understanding, took her hands and said, "I empathize with your sorrow, dear sister. Let your tears flow freely. Now that you are part of my pirate crew, I shall ensure your protection. Our crew stands for justice, combating the unjust and embodying the spirit of noble heroes upon the sea. We will avenge your suffering. Bina embraced Garen, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I can sense the goodness in you all. Witnessing her tears, the others felt a pang of sympathy, moved by her tragic tale. Moments later, an array of dishes, accompanied by rice and bread, was brought forth. The group, famished from their long ordeal, devoured the meal with fervor, including Bina and the other young girls who had not tasted food in ages. As the once downtrodden throng grew, Garen realized he would need George, Peichi, and Rio to help manage them. He retreated to the captain's quarters to assess his 2 devil fruits. Upon inspecting them alongside the devil fruit encyclopedia, he recognized their formidable potential. One was a zoan type, the bird fruit of the ordinary falcon form, while the other was a paramecia type, the magnet fruit. Garen recalled that the magnet fruit was the same as Kid S from the original narrative, possessing the magnetic powers akin to Magneto, promising immense combat prowess. However, when it fell into Kid's hands, it transformed into worthless scrap metal. Galen remarked, "Little Buggy, it is precisely because of this cursed fruit that you became overambitious, daring to challenge one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates, only to be defeated by Beckman and lose an arm. Now that your hand is preserved, without this fruit, you cannot venture out to sea and indulge in recklessness. It would be wiser to remain a good child in the South Sea. After all, the New World is fraught with peril. You could end up being dragged into a mine by Kaido, laboring as a miner, shackled in chains and enduring daily beatings from Queen. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to enjoy your life as a wealthy heir in the South Sea? Kid. In the future, when you see me, you must treat me to a late-night snack first." Galen then opened the safe and placed the magu fruit inside. He called for Leo, the captain of the sharpshooter division, to enter the room. Galen handed the Hawkeye fruit to Leo, saying, "Leo, this is a fruit that grants the ability to fly. You must strive to develop its powers. It is indeed a formidable fruit." Leo, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you for this second chance, Captain." After consuming the devil fruit, he remarked, "It tastes absolutely dreadful." Galen replied, "Hurry and transform so I can see." Leo activated the powers of the devil fruit, transforming into a towering 4-meter-tall giant eagle with a sleek black body, claws over a meter long, and legs as robust as barrels, each claw sharp as a blade. Galen gazed at Leo and said, "Remarkable. How do you feel?" Leo responded, "It's incredibly impressive, Captain." At that moment, a monkey knocked on Galen's door and announced, "Captain, the roster is ready." Galen replied, "Come in." He took the list compiled by the monkey and noticed an intriguing individual, an accomplished swordsman. Galen proceeded with Leo to the deck and inquired, "Who is Sir Darson Burt?" He spotted a slender man, approximately 2 meters tall but a head shorter than Galen, around 20 years of age, with a pale and sallow complexion. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Burt slowly approached Galen and said, "Respected Captain, I am Sir Darson Burt. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I have nothing to repay you with, but I humbly request to join your crew to express my gratitude." After a slight bow, he stood upright, his expression resolute as he looked at Galen. Galen felt a surge of joy within, thinking, "Ah, a worker has arrived." Yet, he maintained an air of sophistication, concealing his delight. He responded earnestly, "So you are a swordsman, Sir Darson? I wholeheartedly welcome you to our ranks. My family will also embrace a member like you with open arms. However, one must become acquainted with our 4 fundamental maritime regulations and 3 guiding principles. Our pirate crew is a realm imbued with love and peace, a family to which one can entrust their life." Simbart began, "From the moment I boarded, I aspired to become a member of the Mud Dragon pirate crew." Galen interjected, "First, you must recuperate and tend to your injuries." After speaking, Galen gently patted Simbart's shoulder. Deeply moved, Simbart replied, "I shall remember the regulations and principles. Thank you, Captain. I am profoundly grateful." Galen then called upon Ross to attend to Simbart's wounds inflicted during his ordeal. Galen intended to have Simbart instruct the crew in swordsmanship. Previously, Galen had defeated the captain of the Quick Blade Pirates and obtained the manual of the Quick Blade Sword Technique, Gale Flow Swordsmanship, from the captain's quarters. However, neither Galen nor George understood swordsmanship, leaving it untouched. The large blade of the Quick Blade captain, Naipu, also lay dormant in the warehouse. Eventually, these could all be entrusted to Simbart. Galen remarked, "Naipu is indeed a generous soul, providing me with exactly what I desire." In time, he could procure even finer blades for Simbart, enhancing his prowess further. Reflecting on the pirate world, Galen considered the supreme swords, the great blade of the 12 crafts, the great blade of the 21 crafts, the fine blade of 50 crafts, and ultimately, the swift blade of 80 crafts. The 3 generations of Onigiri could be found at the tool shop in Rogue Town, alongside the fine blade grade of Hanajo. The Golden Lion possessed 2 great blades. The withered cherry blossom, which could be seized, and Galen was well aware of the location of the black blade, Autumn Water, wielded by the Dragon Slayer Samurai. He thought to himself, once I attain formidable strength, I shall venture into the Grand Line. I shall not overlook the devil fruit users and the skilled swordsmen. I will recruit them all, offering food, lodging, triple wages, and even pairing them with partners, advocating for free love. Galen mused, to expand and strengthen the company. One must attract talent. In the realm of piracy, what constitutes talent? Certainly, it is immense strength, extraordinary business acumen, or learned scholars. Should they refuse to join? Galen mused. As pirates, we would have no choice but to seize them, such is the code of our profession. Galen sighed. I truly am a breath of fresh air in the world of piracy. He continued, tonight, let us all take our rest. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we shall gather on the deck to prepare for a ship heist. Galen had received intelligence regarding a particularly intriguing pirate crew at the nearby dock, the White Wolf Pirates, led by Captain Dorace and Vice Captain Field Pierre. Their ambition was to become renowned across the seas, specifically targeting the nations allied with the world government. They had already attacked 4 of these allied nations and had recently faced bombardment from the South Sea Navy branch, which had unleashed a torrent of naval fire upon them. Remarkably, they had managed to escape. Galen contemplated, it would be best to acquire this pirate crew. If the 2 leaders remain obstinate, they shall be destined for hell. In the vast ocean, the Navy's adversaries are solely pirates. Yet pirates face a multitude of foes. The Navy, rival pirate crews, the guard forces of allied nations, and bounty hunters, all eager to eradicate every pirate in sight. Particularly, the Marine G5 branch surrounding Fishman Island is notorious for its maltreatment of pirates. Galen remarked, lacking the ability. I shall remain a low-ranking individual. I dare not engage in those peak tournaments. Being sent to impel down would spell my doom. Garland instructed George and Leo to make arrangements for the other slaves. A sorrowful Bina prepared to take matters into her own hands. Garland remarked, she has lost her loved ones, and I must compensate for that. The girls were assigned to the 2nd floor, which included over a dozen young girls, while the men would temporarily squeeze in. Tomorrow morning, Garland also planned to raid a pirate ship. After all, this world is predominantly oceanic, comprising 99% of it. Ships are the lifeblood of pirates. Garland first called Bina to the 3rd floor, saying, you may rest in that bedroom, gesturing towards an opulent room. Bina quickly replied, is that really all right? Her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Garland reassured her, it's no trouble. Leaving these rooms vacant would be wasteful. Reluctantly, Bina entered the lavish bedroom, which spanned over 200 square meters and included a kitchen, bathroom, sofa, and bookshelf. Garland then proceeded to the captain's treasure storage room, where he released the gold, berries, and pearls he had hoarded, instantly filling half the storage space. Upon estimating, he realized the total amounted to approximately 12 billion, all included. Garland mused to himself, indeed, it is a lucrative endeavor. Today S-Hall is extraordinarily profitable. My berries will be inexhaustible. Laughing heartily, he thought, if I continue like this, my company will become an affluent enterprise. There are so many world government member nations waiting for me. I am on the path to wealth. Garland promptly summoned Leo, stating, these are the weapons I acquired during the raid. Have the crew move them to the warehouse for storage. Tomorrow, we shall provide the brothers with new armaments. With that, Garland instructed Leo to call for assistance in moving the items. The inventory included over 300 knights' lances, more than 700 swords and daggers, over 200 flintlock guns, 53 bows, and over 5,000 arrows, along with 4 cannons, all well stocked with ammunition. Leo remarked, we are now well equipped with weapons and ammunition. Garland, filled with nostalgia, reflected, when I first took command of this pirate crew, we were lacking in firearms and crew members, not to mention berries and gold. Until I found those royal nobles, I now possessed the audacity to confront Kazuki Momonosuke, that little wretch. Leo remarked, are you a remnant of the Kazuki clan? Garen retorted, Kazuki Momonosuke, that little scoundrel, at 3 years old watched his maidens bathe. At 4, he forced them to watch him bathe. By the age of 8, he was already indulging in lewd behavior, and at 28, he pretended to be an 8-year-old simpleton, roaming about to steal and deceive women. It is utterly disgraceful. Garen thought to himself. The most nauseating aspect is that little rascal clinging to his Uncle Luffy's sturdy leg, while Luffy himself defeated Kaido for him. That little wretch has since become a general, surrounded by the many beautiful courtesans of Wano, and will indulge himself daily in his debauchery. After moving the weapons, Leo departed, and Garen returned to his chamber, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Garen cursed, "Damn that little rascal. Just the thought of you keeps me awake." He swore to the heavens, "Whoever slays the remnants of the Kazuki family, I shall honor them for a lifetime." Garen recalled the Wano arc and scoffed. "Those revolting little bastards. I truly cannot endure it." He added, "Tomorrow morning, I need to seize a ship, so I must retire early tonight." Garen then thought of Bina and hurried to her door. He knocked on Bina's bedroom door, saying, "Sister, my heart is in disarray. It is so difficult to be alone." Bina, blushing profusely, opened the door and replied, "All right." The following morning, Garen felt invigorated and glanced at Bina beside him, saying, "My dear, I shall return shortly." At 8 o'clock, George, Peppa, Leo, and the ship's doctor, Ross, along with others who had boarded the previous night, lined up on the deck. Garen, with an imposing demeanor, declared, "All of you who just boarded yesterday, stay behind. Garud and all support personnel, remain here. Those with weaker combat abilities will be placed in the second line, primarily comprising the logistics department, while the first line will consist of elite combatants." Garen commanded, "Bring forth the rifles and distribute them to everyone." The first squad consisted of 20 individuals, and the second squad also had 20, while the sharpshooter team comprised only 3. Garen added 10 second-line personnel to Leo's team, assembling a total of 13. Leo equipped these members with flintlock rifles, and Garen thought to himself, "These logistics personnel are mere novices. They might as well fire at some targets. Brothers, let us set forth. Our objective is the White Wolf Pirates, located 1 kilometer from the Mud Dragon Pirates. Why have we chosen them? Because they are one of the highest bounty pirates in this area, with a bounty of 15 million. The captain of the White Wolf Pirates possesses the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, transforming into a white wolf, and wields a katana with remarkable swordsmanship. On the first day of our arrival on the island, I had sent someone to gather intelligence, and coincidentally, the White Wolf Pirates had docked at this island just days prior. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? They have robbed 4 member nations of the world government. Despite experiencing 3 failures, at least 1 triumph was achieved. Garen, desiring to savor the richness of victory, led George and Pechilio towards the White Wolf Pirates. At that moment, the crew of the White Wolf Pirates was in slumber after a revelrous banquet the previous night, leaving only a few substandard crew members on watch. Upon spotting the members of the Mud Dragon Pirates at the dock, these subpar crew members were filled with panic, exclaiming loudly, "Captain, we are under attack." Captain White Wolf promptly emerged, demanding, "Who dares to ambush the White Wolf Pirates? Everyone gather. Let us vanquish these scoundrels." Without a moment's hesitation, Garen reached the mooring of the White Wolf Pirates and activated his earth fruit abilities, transforming into a colossal mud dragon. The earthy elements enveloped and coiled around him, shaping Garen into a towering figure over 50 meters high, reminiscent of Kaido's dragon form, yet cloaked in the color of black soil. The reason behind Garen's imitation of Kaido's beastly appearance was clear. Among pirates, Kaido exuded the most formidable presence, and Garen believed in seizing every opportunity for advantage. With a commanding demeanor, Garen addressed the members of the White Wolf Pirates. "Do you wish to live or die? Those who refuse to surrender shall meet their demise." The crew of the White Wolf Pirates gazed in astonishment at the mud dragon form of Garen, then glanced at their captain, White Wolf Allison. Allison retorted, "What devil's fruit power do you possess? Cease your theatrics. I shall sever your head." He then activated his devil fruit abilities, transforming into a white wolf beast man, and charged forth wielding a katana. Garen seized the leaping Allison with his right hand, observing the wolfman, who stood over 4 meters tall, held in his grasp. "Surrender, and I shall spare your life," Garen declared. Allison defiantly replied, "Strike me if you dare. The white wolf shall never yield." Garen, with a piercing gaze, responded, "It is only natural for you to lose to me. Surrender, and I will spare your life and that of all your brethren. Do you wish them to perish alongside you? Once life is extinguished, nothing remains. Are you resolute in your path to a glorious death? Look at this beautiful world. Behold the grand line. Strive for the pinnacle of piracy, rather than perish in obscurity at this nameless port. One should always look forward, not deceive oneself." Allison hesitated, uttering, "Strike me if you must, I fear you not. Garen, filled with fury, retorted, do you believe I lack the courage to slay you? With a swift motion of his left hand, Garen unleashed the Earth Fruit technique Earth Explosion Stars. The soil on the right side of the dock surged skyward, transforming into massive earthen orbs over 200 meters high at an altitude of 600 meters, before descending rapidly. A thunderous crash echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the small Kalami crew members of the White Wolf pirates, who were left trembling in fear. They pondered in disbelief. Is this the power possessed by humanity? It is utterly terrifying. Of course, this region was the South Sea. Overall, the display of strength was rather unremarkable. I witnessed not grand spectacles, but rather a vast expanse transformed into a colossal pit over 1,000 meters wide, shrouded in dust. Garen addressed Allison, stating, if you do not surrender, that pit shall become the grave of your White Wolf pirate crew. Upon uttering these words, he cast a knowing glance at Allison, who, with a twitch of his lip, replied, I am willing to surrender. Thank you, Captain Nidragon, for sparing my life. Accepting the outcome, Allison capitulated, bringing along the members of the White Wolf pirate crew and offering his accumulated wealth. Garen surveyed the newly acquired White Wolf pirate crew, numbering over 200 individuals, including 4 squad leaders and a significant number of elite personnel. He warmly welcomed the surrendered crew, proclaiming, from this day forth, you are all part of my pirate family. Let bygones be bygones. In a manner reminiscent of a seasoned captain, he continued, with my brother Allison's assistance, it is as if I possess 1,000,000 elite Navy soldiers. With such capable leaders, how can we fail to achieve greatness? Allison smiled in appreciation, saying, thank you for your kind words, Captain. Garen then informed them of the rules of his pirate crew. Allison interjected, I have just learned of them. Garen declared, Allison, you shall become the 3rd squad leader of the Nidragon pirates. Vice Captain Pierre, you will temporarily serve as the logistics commander. You may gradually assemble your squad. Pierre nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Garen considered the sailor Garud, who had been overwhelmed managing both sailors and logistics, often running about tirelessly. Now, with a dedicated logistics commander, things would improve. Garen decided to disperse the members of the White Wolf crew to prevent any potential betrayal, demoting the 4 squad leaders to team leaders and assigning them to George's 1st squad and Peggy's 2nd squad, while those assigned to the sharpshooters were generally older or less formidable. This change caused some discomfort for Leo as the numbers in Allison's squad dwindled. Garen assured him that reinforcements would be provided upon boarding the Nidragon. Allison generously offered his savings of over 80 million berries, which Garen accepted, recognizing it as a token of allegiance, for Allison had been defeated and was not merely seeking to join of his own accord. There lies a distinction. Allison possessed 5 ships, all seized, with the largest, the White Wolf, comparable in design to the Nidragon. Garen filled the enormous pit with earth, for the land is innocent. Witnessing Garen's formidable power, the crew felt fortunate to have surrendered to the Nidragon pirates, believing it to be the right choice. Once Garen finalized the personnel appointments, he issued the command to set sail and rendezvous with the Nidragon. Garen, along with Allison and Pierre, boarded the same vessel. Allison, a spirited and remarkably handsome young man, sat alongside the ever-smiling Pierre, who was equally attractive. Garen inquired, what dreams do you hold? Allison responded, Captain, our dream is to become strong, to challenge formidable foes, to conquer the seas, and to earn renown across the oceans. Garen remarked, a grand aspiration indeed, yet the seas are filled with powerful beings. To challenge them without strength is to court death. However, I shall impart to everyone the methods to become stronger. Garen continued to scrutinize Allison, saying, White Wolf, your devil fruit, combined with your swordsmanship, is indeed formidable. You must earnestly cultivate your physical strength. Allison sincerely nodded and replied, thank you for your guidance, Captain. Garen then mentioned, our captain has another swordsman named Sombird, whose swordsmanship far surpasses yours. You should learn diligently from him. The devil fruit is secondary, while swordsmanship and strength take precedence. Allison responded, understood. Garen then inquired, Pierre, how is your swordsmanship? Pierre awkwardly replied, I am rather average. When the 5 ships converged with the Mud Dragon, Garen summoned all the officers. Before everyone, he declared, today marks the joining of our brother, White Wolf Allison, into the Mud Dragon pirate crew, our family. I hereby appoint Allison as the captain of the 3rd Division. George brought forth Sombird, who was still nursing his injuries, and Garen introduced him, saying, this is the swordsmanship master, Mr. Sombird, now the captain of the 4th Division of our Mud Dragon pirate crew. Garin intended to integrate all the enslaved crew members into various divisions to swiftly enhance the fleet's combat prowess. Sombert, perplexed, wondered how a day of recuperation had elevated him to the rank of 4th Division captain. Garin inquired of Pierre, "Did you encounter any devil fruits while plundering the 4 nations affiliated with the world government?" Pierre responded, "We just stormed the king's island. The noble ministers resisted with their guards, and then the king fled with most of the wealth and the devil fruit. When the navy arrived, we could not withstand them and fled." Garin mused inwardly. No wonder they have plundered several nations affiliated with the world government. Pierre has yet to obtain a devil fruit. He contemplated, rather than brazenly invading other kingdoms, it would be more prudent to stealthily clean out the treasure chambers of those kings. Garland successfully incorporated 5 pirate ships from the White Wolf pirate crew, bringing his total to 6 vessels. He devised a plan to allocate each ship to a different squad leader, with Garland himself taking command of the Mud Dragon. He appointed Allison to oversee the White Wolf, while George, Pecky, Rio, and Pierre were each allowed to select a ship and rename it to their liking. George chose the Giant Bear, Pecky named his the Wild Boar. Rio opted for the Flying Eagle, and Pierre designated his vessel as the Black Wolf. Garland organized the new crew members alongside the rescued slaves, assigning them to George's 1st squad, Pecky's 2nd squad, Allison's 3rd squad, the 4th squad, and the Sharpshooters division. He instructed George and the other squad leaders to assess their crew members' capabilities and categorize them accordingly. The weakest would be termed apprentice pirates, the next tier is ordinary pirates, followed by advanced pirates, and finally elite pirates. The remuneration was structured such that apprentice pirates earned 10,000 berries per month, ordinary pirates 50,000, advanced pirates 100,000, and elite pirates 200,000, while the officers received 1,000 berries. Garland promised that any individual who surpassed the rank of elite pirate would have the opportunity to form their own small crew. Garland assigned the older, weaker, or less enthusiastic individuals, as well as those who preferred not to engage in piracy, to Pierre, entrusting him with logistical support. Having previously served as the first mate of the White Wolf, Pierre was known for his exceptional administrative skills, and Garland had complete confidence in him. He turned to Pierre and said, "I am counting on you." Pierre responded, "Captain, rest assured, I shall not let you down." The ship's doctor, Ross, found himself encircled by female crew members, as Garland had allocated most of the female sailors to him, tasking Ross with instructing those interested in medical knowledge. Garland also promised every ship's doctor a monthly salary of 10,000 berries, which astonished many of the female crew members, prompting numerous requests to become either doctors or nurses. Ross quickly became a sought-after figure, eagerly anticipating the next month. Garland directed that the ship's regulations and training manuals be compiled by the female crew members and distributed to the various squad leaders and sailors, mandating that everyone memorize the contents. Those who failed to do so would face 5 days of confinement in the ship's hold. Garland chuckled to himself, thinking that these elite crew members would eventually be conditioned through repetition, becoming his steadfast supporters and loyal fans. The ship's doctor, Ross, was stationed aboard the Mud Dragon, and Garland was quite pleased to have the lovely nurses remain on board. At that moment, the Mud Dragon was no longer overcrowded, as each squad leader had taken their respective positions aboard their ships. With 6 vessels now in operation, Garland had initially intended to assign Sunbird to the Black Wolf. However, given that Sunbird had not yet fully recovered, and his squad was the smallest with only a handful of members, Garland decided to keep him aboard his own ship for the time being, planning to reinforce his crew later. The logistical chief, Pierre, commanded the Black Wolf, which boasted a crew of over 200, partly due to Rio's efforts to ensure his squad was not comprised of weaklings, having eliminated a significant number. The other squad leaders also purged their ranks, and many of the slaves who had not yet regained their strength felt hesitant to join other squads. Therefore, it was beneficial for them to recuperate in the logistics department. Thus, Pierre assigned them all to the logistics department. Gallon approached Sembert and inquired, "Brother, how is your wound? Is it healing?" Sembert replied, "Indeed, it has improved significantly. In a couple of days, it will be completely healed." Gallon smiled and said, "I have a splendid gift for you. Do you understand this manual on the gale flow swordsmanship?" Sembert examined the swordsmanship manual and replied, "I comprehend it. This technique emphasizes rapid strikes, known as the gale flow swordsmanship, which is a formidable style. Observing the eager expression on Simbert's face, Galen chuckled, realizing the situation. "This is my gift to you," he declared, "and I have a katana for you as well." With that, Galen handed Simbert the katana. Indeed, the very sword of the hapless Naipu, who had been a novice in swordsmanship aboard the ship. The blade had languished in the storage, gathering dust. Simbert expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." Later that afternoon, Galen took Bina to the town on the island to shop. As they strolled, Galen held Bina's small hand. Engaging her in conversation, he asked, "How do you feel aboard our ship?" Bina responded, "I have made many friends on the ship and have enjoyed my time with everyone." Galen beamed with a smile and eagerly painted a picture of the future, saying, "Rest assured, once I have gained strength, I will take you to witness the most breathtaking landscapes in the world and present you with the most precious gifts, making you the happiest woman." Bina's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Thank you, Galen." Before long, they entered the town, where numerous announcements were posted at the entrance. The king's palace had been looted of its gold and jewels, and the portly count's territory had been attacked. The king had issued a bounty for the thieves. Galen, upon seeing these notices, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Do not worry. Tonight I shall ensure that all your noble territories are thoroughly searched. I shall treat all equally. None of you nobles will be overlooked." With that, Galen and Bina began to explore the streets. Galen asked, "Is there anything you fancy?" Bina shook her head, replying, "No, not really." Garland, accompanied by Bina, entered an expansive shopping mall. Upon reaching the merchandise section, he spotted the elusive phone worms. "At last, I have found the phone worms," Garland exclaimed. Bina responded, "These are sold by many allied nations, but only the nobility can afford them." With a grin, Garland retorted, "I am precisely targeting the nobility." He then turned to a female attendant and inquired, "What is the price for a single phone worm?" The attendant replied, 2 million belly each. Observing approximately 20 phone worms before him, Garland declared, "I will take them all." The attendant smiled and said, "That will amount to 58 million belly, handsome sir." Without hesitation, Garland produced the payment. The attendant, impressed by his generosity, respectfully handed over the items, saying, "These are now yours, sir. Please take care of them." "Thank you," Garland replied. Continuing onward with Bina, Bina remarked, "I'll gift you one of these." To which Garland responded, "We see each other daily. There is no need for that." Secretly, he pondered that this mall must be owned by the island's aristocracy, with dedicated guards maintaining order across multiple floors. Thus, Garland entered a phase of extravagant spending, purchasing hundreds of garments and thousands of pairs of shoes, along with a multitude of daily necessities, toiletries, and tableware. After settling the payments, he stored the items in his earthen space before venturing to other shops. Bina asked, "Garland, why are you buying so much?" Garland chuckled, "I intend to distribute clothing to the brothers aboard. Many of the newly arrived crew members are in tatters, and with the unpredictable sea temperatures, it's wise to prepare additional warm clothing." Having concluded his shopping spree, Garland found a medicinal herb store and bought out its entire stock. He planned to pilfer the treasures of the nobility that evening before moving on to the next island, with intentions to steal the Navy's sixth-style training methods from the Southern Sea Naval Base. After amassing over 300 million in goods, he returned to the ship with Bina. Garland summoned all the squad leaders to the main ship, distributing a phone worm to each leader and crew member. He laid out the clothing and essentials purchased earlier on the deck, allowing the squad leaders to select items for their members. With the phone worms now in hand, communication had become much more convenient. Garland addressed the squad leaders, "You may all enjoy some shopping in town, but everyone must return to the ship by 9 o'clock tonight." He then retrieved 50 million belly from his earthen space, offering 10 million to each squad leader. "Take this and spend it freely. Today's expenses are on me," Garland declared. "But do not venture into the brothels." The squad leaders, displaying a sense of integrity, responded, "Thank you, Captain. We are respectable individuals and would not entertain such places." George interjected, "Captain, you've given us far too much. It's simply impossible to spend it all." In a moment of inspiration, Galen assumed the role of a master of success, proclaiming, "One must learn to spend money to earn it in the future. Wealth is merely a transient entity. We should prioritize loyalty and camaraderie." The captains of the subordinate crews gazed at Galen with admiration. Pachy chimed in, "Captain, you are a paragon of virtue upon the vast ocean, treating riches as mere refuse, selflessly aiding others, and embodying bravery." Galen affirmed, "Indeed, loyalty is worth its weight in gold." The captains echoed in unison, "Long live the captain." Allison exclaimed, "Oh, Captain, I have fallen deeply in love with you." Galen, Satisfied with his performance, encouraged, let us all venture into the city for shopping. One must spend generously. He then cautioned, Pierre, keep a close watch on the monkey. Do not let other subjective judgments about his appearance lead to conflict. Pierre assured, rest easy, Captain. I will keep an eye on him. The members of the Nylon pirate crew rushed toward the town, and while Gallon was unconcerned about potential trouble from his crew, he preferred to avoid complications. At that moment, a flock of newsbirds flew by and, upon spotting Gallon on the deck, inquired if he desired a newspaper. Gallon scrutinized the newsbirds and recalled the 6 emperors of the pirate underworld, with Morgan's the king of news. Wielding the power of public opinion and commanding a multitude of newsbirds, Gallon requested, please provide me with a newspaper. The newsbird promptly delivered it to him, and Gallon placed some berries into the basket on the bird's chest. As he perused the paper, he noted the headline, Naval Hero Carp in Pursuit of Roger in the New World, outwitted by Roger. The second page displayed Roger's bounty. Gallon remarked, Redbeard and Carp united to defeat the Rocks pirates, the only crew audacious enough to challenge the celestial dragons at God Valley. He chuckled, what a foolish bird Morgan's is, daring to publish such slander against the naval hero Carp. Does he not fear Carp's iron fist? In Garen's mind, he mused that next year would mark the year 1497 in the sea calendar, when Roger would ascend to the title of Pirate King. He calculated that there were approximately 11 months remaining until that fateful moment, when Roger's renown would echo across the seas. Subsequently, the Roger pirates would disband, and Kazuki Odin would be returned to Wano. At that time, the naive Odin would return home to a shocking revelation. Kaido and Orochi had conspired to seize power in Wano. The heroic Odin, believing the words of Kaido and Orochi, would perform a 5-year strip dance, relinquishing Wano back to himself. After 5 years of this dance, the master of the art would realize he had been deceived. Odin, the valiant hero, would rally the 9 red scabbards to confront Kaido. Garen thought to himself that one of the most cunning schemes of the Pirate King was orchestrated by Kinemon, who had thoroughly sold out Odin. Having been an undercover agent beside Odin since childhood, Kinemon reported every detail, even the color of Odin's undergarments, to Orochi. Garen remarked that Odin had once traveled with the Roger pirates to Wano in search of historical relics. If Odin had enlisted Roger and Rayleigh's help to confront Kaido, the 30-something Kaido could have been subdued by Roger, leading him to question his very existence. Odin was indeed a foolish king. Upon returning to Kuri, he discovered the invasion of pirates, yet his retainers insisted he stay, citing the dire circumstances of Wano, which faced a pirate incursion and the establishment of a chemical factory. Nevertheless, the naive king declared his intention to assist Captain Roger in realizing his dreams, immediately setting off with Roger to seek cultural relics. Rayleigh, sensing trouble in Wano, inquired if Odin required assistance, to which the foolish king responded, Wano's matters are of the Kazuki clan. We can manage it ourselves. The outcome of this would see the foolish king transformed into a master of strip dance. Garen already harbored a plan in his heart. When the time came for Odin and the 9 red scabbards to wage war against Kaido, he envisioned himself pilfering from Wano's abundant devil fruits, several of which were of the mythical Zoan type. Why not take advantage of such opportunities? Garen further quipped that he might even steal the Inu no Mi model, Kyubi no Kitsune, belonging to the illustrious Yamato, a mythical beast that ordinary folk would never encounter in their lifetimes. The thought of witnessing the live execution of the foolish King Odin, perhaps even slaying the young brat Momonosuke on the spot, filled him with delight. As it presented a chance to infiltrate Kaido's lair, 3 victories in 1, Garen concluded that he must hasten his pursuit of strength, for with his current abilities, he could only contend with a mid-ranking officer at best. Should he encounter a master adept in hockey, he would be easily subdued and beaten to the ground. Garen resolved to further develop his skills in the art of tunneling. If he could not match Akainu, he would at least master the art of burrowing. There is no shame in navigating through challenges, just as Akainu demonstrated his mastery of the ground fisher technique during the Marineford War, a remarkable enhancement indeed. Akainu could also utilize this ability to attack his foes on the surface, including the fleeing Jinbei and Luffy, while launching magma assaults from below, which left Jinbei quite startled. Gallon remarked, in the world of pirates, there are no copyrights. My inspiration stems from Akainu. He reflected on his own shortcomings, acknowledging that physical combat remains one of his current weaknesses, requiring considerable time and effort to cultivate. He felt an acute fear of those who could move with such swiftness, capable of striking him down before he even realized it. Gallon pondered that he had spent over 4 to 5 months in this world and had made notable progress. amassing a crew of over 600, yet the number of skilled individuals was scarce. He genuinely felt that his crew was lacking. The captains under his command were not formidable enough, predominantly possessing Zoan-type devil fruits, with only George standing out due to his ancient-type abilities. Galen also encouraged Allison and Pierre to study swordsmanship at Simberdes, believing that acquiring diverse sword techniques would be advantageous in battle. The second Zoan-type devil fruit inherently granted great strength, and it would be a significant loss for Allison not to practice various sword styles. Upon reflecting on his remaining Paramecia-type magnetic fruit, Galen contemplated bestowing it upon Bina, who was the love of his life, second only to Empress Hancock. He mused that the magnetic fruit was indeed a potent devil fruit with a plethora of capabilities. However, at 17, Bina might not have much potential for further growth. It would be akin to a wild boar consuming ginseng. Galen decided it would be better suited for the logistics officer Pierre, who managed the department with great efficiency and was also a skilled swordsman at just 20 years of age, showing promise for considerable strength. If developed properly, he could reach the level of a quasi-admiral. Most importantly, the magnetic fruit could manipulate steel objects, allowing for reconstruction or deconstruction of their forms. Galen thought to himself that perhaps Pierre could emerge as a formidable force in the future. He took out the din mushy and called Pierre. On the other end, Pierre answered, "Hello, Galen." Galen said, "Brother Pierre, come to my quarters. I have something valuable to share with you." A few minutes later, Pierre arrived at the captain's quarters and knocked on the door, saying, "Captain, you called for me? What is it?" Galen opened the door and replied, "Pierre, I have some good news for you." With a smile, he patted Pierre on the shoulder. Pierre responded, "What good news do you have for me, Captain? Are you going to give me some money?" "My finances are more than sufficient," Garen began. "I possess a remarkably potent devil fruit ability, which I am prepared to bestow upon you. This gift will enhance your strength, enabling you to serve our mud dragon pirates more effectively and continue to shine brightly. Are you willing to accept it?" With a sincere expression, Pierre responded, "Thank you, Captain. I truly desire it, and I assure you, I will not betray your trust. I will elevate our mud dragon pirates to new heights." Garen handed the devil fruit to Pierre, stating, "This fruit is the magnet fruit, granting the power to control electromagnetic forces. Consume it first, and I shall instruct you on how to harness its potential." After Pierre consumed the fruit, Garen elucidated the concept of its development. Electromagnetic force allows you to manipulate steel. The pinnacle of this power is akin to that of Magneto, enabling vast area attacks with remarkable prowess. Garen continued, "You can transform scrap metal into multiple flying swords and even ride upon these steel blades, soaring through the skies." Pierre, perplexed, inquired, "Is it truly that simple?" Garen provided an example. "Pierre, do not underestimate those flying swords. According to the legends of our homeland, upon becoming a sword saint, one surpasses even the greatest swordsman by hundreds of times. Imagine standing upon a flying sword and declaring, 'Sword, come.' You would be the first in the pirate world to soar on a sword." "Thank you, Captain. I will practice diligently," Pierre vowed. Garen added, "There are also the techniques of boundless heaven and earth and the edge of the sword across 14 prefectures, as well as the return of 10,000 swords, all of which are essential incantations for sword flight." Pierre remarked, "The names sword, come, boundless heaven and earth, and the return of 10,000 swords are indeed formidable. I shall remember them." Garen continued, "And do not forget the edge of the sword across 14 prefectures. I have committed that to memory," Pierre affirmed. Garen encouraged, "You shall undoubtedly become the first sword saint in the pirate world, perhaps even a sword god in the future." "Thank you, Captain. I will strive to grow stronger." Pierre replied, "Keep up the good work, Pierre. I have great faith in you. I have always believed you to be exceptionally gifted, a true rarity among men." Pierre, deeply moved, thought to himself, "I shall not disappoint you. I will make my name known across the seas as the strongest sword saint, and I will be the pride of my captain." Galen shouted, "Behold, all kneel and surrender, or face the wrath of my earthen club." With that, he pointed his enormous earthen mace towards the opposing soldiers, who, upon witnessing his imposing stance, immediately laid down their arms, some fleeing in sheer panic. Yet, one individual clad in resplendent armor stood firm, declaring, "No surrender. For the kingdom, let us vanquish these pirates." Galen discerned that this man was likely the commander of the royal coalition. Galen bellowed, "Mighty earth dragon strike," and swung his mace, sending the commander sprawling several meters away. Assessing the damage, Galen surmised that the injury would not prove fatal. Observing the hundreds of kneeling soldiers, he remarked, You may all leave now." And the surrendering soldiers hastily retreated, scattering in all directions. Galen quipped, "Even fleeing seems beyond their capabilities, with some running straight towards me. How foolish." George interjected, "Captain, what is our next course of action?" Galen replied, "Surround those nobles." He led his crew to the territories of the aristocracy, many of whom had already fled. Galen, however, paid little mind to the nobles' escape, stating, "Gold and jewels are my foremost priorities." His immediate target was the nearest Count Dogai. Upon arriving at Count Dogai's castle, Galen forcefully entered the dungeon, discovering a multitude of slaves. He promptly assigned roles, instructing, Team 1, rescue the slaves. Team 2, search the castle for any remaining individuals. Do not harm anyone you encounter. Bring them all to the lawn at the entrance. He added, as for the nobles' kin, strip them of their garments and display them at the entrance, for Galen harbored no desire for indiscriminate slaughter. Such senseless violence would only lead his crew to emulate butchers, distorting their humanity. These nobles had not wronged Galen. Seizing their wealth was merely an extension of pirate enterprise. As for the actions of other pirates, Galen cared not. He then ventured into the castle's treasure chamber, marveling at the vast troves of belly, gold, and coins, alongside a short flintlock pistol. Without hesitation, he gathered all into his earthen space. While ensuring nothing was overlooked, he discovered a hidden chamber filled solely with weapons, swords, and spears, which he also collected. However, within the box lay a blade measuring 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width. Upon opening it, Galen discovered a katana with a black scabbard. As he drew the sword, he was astonished by its remarkable sharpness. Testing its hardness, he found it to be exceptionally sturdy. The blade was adorned with intricate black patterns resembling tattoos, densely wrapping around its surface. As Galen began to wield it, he noted its surprising lightness, accompanied by the sound of the blade slicing through the air, an impressive display indeed. He decided to present it to Simbert, who practiced the dual sword style. A single blade could not fully showcase his prowess. Exiting the castle, Galen noticed a throng of servants and maids, all belonging to the Count's household. He instructed Pierre to ensure everything was accounted for and loaded onto the ship. Ultimately, 3 teams ventured to the remaining noble estates, totaling 9 in all, including this one. Galen, along with his logistical entourage, set forth from various directions, intent on cataloging gold, silver, jewels, weapons, and ammunition without overlooking a single item. King Ilya sat upon his throne, observing the returning troops with a furrowed brow. "I shall first seek aid from the naval base in the South Sea to vanquish this band of pirates," he declared. One of his guards promptly utilized a telephone bug to summon assistance. Moments later, a voice emerged from the device. "Greetings, Your Majesty. This is the South Sea Naval Base. How may we assist you?" King Gacula replied, "My kingdom has been besieged by pirates, and my subjects have been robbed." The voice on the other end responded, "Please hold. Our navy will mobilize at once." At that moment, a major general at the South Sea Naval Base was assembling his troops. This robust figure, named Jilmy, would later rise to the rank of vice admiral stationed at the G2 branch. Standing over 2 meters tall, with 2 katana at his waist, he led his men onto the naval vessels, setting course for the kingdom of Aluxi. Meanwhile, Galen was meticulously inventorying the spoils of war, which included over 2 billion in gold, jewels, and coins, alongside an array of weapons and ammunition. He also counted thousands of guard swords, flintlock guns, spears, noble garments, fine fabrics, foodstuffs, fruits, and meats. Truly, these nobles are parasitic, feasting upon the lifeblood of the local populace, Galen mused, observing the assembled group of over 600 individuals. He noted that the majority were young, with the youngest not yet 12 and the eldest in their 40s. Many were slaves, oppressed by these nobles. The older ones had either perished under the strain or had been transformed into the retainers of the nobility. Galen summoned all the members of the pirate crew. Addressing the older slaves, "I shall provide you with a settlement fee of 10,000 belly each. Take this sum and seek a new life in another city." Turning to his crew, he proclaimed, "Those whom I have rescued will also receive 10,000 belly. For those who accompany me in our endeavors, the reward shall be 10 billion belly." Transforming into a motivational figure, he continued, "For the retiring members of the crew, I shall grant 100 belly, while those who achieve great deeds will receive 10 billion. The crew erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Captain, you are noble and just. Your leadership is awe-inspiring." Galen dismissed over 1,000 of the weaker slaves, distributing 10,000 belly to each. He then addressed the younger slaves. You shall now be members of my Nylon pirate crew. From this day forth, you are no longer slaves. Your lives belong to you. Those who board my ship must obey my commands." Galen instructed Pierre to escort them aboard, placing the youths in various teams for rigorous training to become capable pirates. While the women were directed to the ship's medic, either become a chef in the kitchen or take on the role of a logistics officer. Regardless, Pierre will manage everything efficiently. Meanwhile, Galen spotted 2 treasure maps and decided to stow them away for further examination aboard the ship. The treasures had already been secured within the earthy confines of Galen's body. That evening, they would distribute the spoils once on board. Galen, accompanied by a large group, strolled leisurely back to the ship. Upon boarding, he summoned the captains of the various teams for a meeting. First, he assessed the casualties and found that there were no fatalities, only a handful of lightly wounded individuals from gunfire. In the captain's quarters, all 5 officers were present. Galen produced 500 million berries and declared, "Distribute the wealth amongst yourselves and share it with your crew members." Galen's enterprise has flourished. We are no longer the fledgling pirates we once were. However, he insisted that the ship's rules and training remain steadfast. On the first of each month, examinations would be conducted, and all new crew members must learn. A crew devoid of spirit will never honor their captain. It is essential to cultivate their faith. For as long as Galen maintains a firm grasp on these captains, the threat of betrayal from lesser pirates is negligible. These are the true high-end combat forces. What Garen aims to establish is a fleet of pyramid-like structure. How could it lack a solid foundation? Several officers grasped their share of Bailey as George spoke first. "Thank you, Captain." After observing all the division leaders distribute their Baileys, Garen continued. "Today marks the inaugural battle of our Mud Dragon pirate crew. In this encounter, we have forged the reputation of the Mud Dragon pirate crew and taken the first step towards becoming the mightiest pirate crew." The officers declared, "It is through your leadership, Captain, that we have achieved victory." Garen proclaimed loudly, "Brothers of the PL, prepare yourselves. We are about to commence the banquet." He and several senior officers proceeded to the deck. Those aboard Garen's ship were the elite crew of the Mud Dragon pirate crew, while the other novice and ordinary pirates remained on their respective division leaders' vessels. The newly acquired young slaves had already been distributed among the various divisions. Garen had also restructured Leo's sharpshooter team into the 5th Division. 6 vessels were proving insufficient, so Garen seized 6 of the largest merchant ships from this port, which offered ample space due to their size. The largest merchant ship measured 220 meters in length and 120 meters in width, presumably the exclusive vessel of King Cacula. Garen immediately set his sights on it, naming it the Mud Dragon. He designated it as his flagship. While the previous Mud Dragon was assigned to Simpert as the division leader's ship, this royal vessel was indeed luxurious, to a degree that dazzled Garen. The ship boasted 4 decks. The first level served as the quarters for the guards, housing over 300 rooms. The second level was for the king's retainers and other professionals, containing more than 50 rooms, along with a medical room, kitchen, and game room, as well as exclusive private restrooms. The third and fourth levels comprised the king's private chambers, with the third floor featuring the king's throne, a specialized bath, dining area, and several enormous rooms. The fourth level encompassed a lawn exceeding 5,000 square meters, adorned with various flowers and trees, as well as an array of musical instruments, truly perfection. Garen remarked, "This fellow really knows how to enjoy life." However, the only drawback was the dual-masted design. It was not yet the steamship of the future Seven-Water City. Garen felt it was of little concern, as it could be modified later. He reminisced about the skyship named Sky Proverb Ark, which he had already claimed as his own. It was a pirate ship capable of flight, powered by the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, enabling it to soar through the skies. Garen ascended the platform and called out to his subordinates below, "Brothers, the banquet has commenced. Come, everyone, eat and drink. Today, we shall indulge until intoxication claims us." As the feast began, seating consisted of small benches arranged around tables, with over 500 people aboard the Mud Dragon flagship. Naturally, other ships were also hosting their own celebrations, though some ordinary crew members remained behind to guard the vessels. The division leaders and elite crew members gathered on Garen's flagship. Additionally, 5 merchant ships housed the newly captured prisoners and slaves who had just boarded that very night. Pial arranged for some elite team members to secure the various merchant ships, while Garen ensured that the women were accommodated on the flagship. At that time, they could serve as ship's doctors, chefs, or other skilled professionals. Galen remarked, somewhat overwhelmed by the sight before him. over 500 stunning women aboard the ship. A truly breathtaking scene. He also advocated for the freedom of love, declaring that any forced marriages would be a violation of ship regulations, punishable by severe consequences. However, once they disembarked, Gallon would no longer be concerned, and the other captains were equally supportive, as they were primarily martial enthusiasts, rather clueless when it came to women. These female crew members worked aboard Gallon's flagship, and those fortunate enough to be there were generally high-ranking pirates. The ordinary apprentices and lower-ranked pirates remained on their respective captains' vessels, spending most of their time in training. The other captains were free to join, and Gallon, along with the other leaders, the ship's doctor, and logistics officers, took their seats. Gallon surveyed the delectable array of dishes before him: curry beef, braised ribs, roasted lamb, grilled fish, over a dozen dishes in total, accompanied by various desserts and exquisite local wine. He raised a glass with the others, reflecting that in his previous life as a corporate worker, he seldom indulged in alcohol. Yet now, as a pirate, he embraced local customs, finding his tolerance for drink improving significantly. After all, should he become inebriated, he would merely be carried back. Bina sat to Gallon's left, pouring him wine, and he mused to himself, so this is the life of the affluent. Behind each officer were maids attending to them, a thoughtful arrangement by Pierre, which pleased Gallon immensely. He encouraged his fellow officers, "Pursue whoever you desire." George interjected, expressing his aspiration to grow stronger and explore more formidable seas and the Grand Line. Eager to challenge the world's mightiest, he continued, stating his intention to confront Wano country and eradicate the remnants of the Kazuki family. Spitting in disdain as he cursed the wretched Momonosuke, lamenting that such a young boy had inherited his father's lecherous traits, causing untold misery without consequence. He concluded that Gallon was indeed most suited to lead as a general against Wano. Gallon responded, urging his comrades not to dwell on such nuisances that taint the atmosphere. At that moment, we all united to launch an assault on Wano, determined to eradicate the remnants of the Kazuki clan. Garen, exuding an air of bravado, proclaimed, "Brothers, let us feast heartily and drink deeply." Laughter resonated around the table as Garen turned to Sombert and said, "My friend, today I have procured an exceptionally sharp blade. Once we finish our drinks, I shall present it to you. As you assume the role of the 4th Division captain, it is imperative that you nurture a cadre of swordsmanship experts within our ranks. The physical prowess of pirates is indeed remarkable. Merely 3 days aboard the ship, Sombert was nearly fully recovered, his wounds healed. Thank you, Captain," Sombert replied earnestly. "I shall dedicate myself to training our comrades in gratitude for your kindness." He bowed respectfully to Garen, who immediately rose with the demeanor of a motivational master. Addressing Sombert and the others, he declared, "We are brothers, comrades sharing the same vessel. For those who have departed my crew, I have bestowed upon them 1,000,000 berries. For those who stand by me, Mud Dragon Garen, the reward shall be a staggering 2 billion. All the division leaders gazed at Garen with admiration and reverence. Garen lamented, "Indeed, in the world of pirates, the depth of knowledge is so shallow, it easily stirs the hearts of others." Glancing to his left, he noticed Bina was similarly moved by his words, her face alight with excitement. Inwardly, Garen mused, "Am I not consuming the earth fruit? When did it acquire the power to evoke such emotions?" Recognizing their emotional susceptibility, Garen felt compelled to amplify his efforts. He raised his cup and stood, addressing the assembly, "I wish to express my gratitude to the sea, which has brought us brothers together upon these waves." George bellowed, "Brothers, let us thank the sea for uniting me with our noble captain. I shall drink this toast in tribute." All the crew members rose, exclaiming, "Thank you, sea, for our encounter." Garen felt a swell of satisfaction as he noted George's profound realization. After finishing his first cup, he continued, "My brothers, you are all members of our pirate crew. I, Mud Dragon Garen, was but a mere fisherman until I met you. It is through our brotherhood that I have discovered the true purpose of our existence, to forge bonds of camaraderie. For the sake of this brotherly love, I would gladly sacrifice myself. I will never betray your trust. My aspiration is to become the noble Mud Dragon Garen. Let us raise our glasses to our brotherhood." With that, Garen lifted his cup once more and drank deeply, prompting the others to shout, "To our brothers." With those words, excitement surged through the crowd, and many division leaders were visibly moved. Tears flowed as some crew members cried out, "I was once a slave, believing I would endure a lifetime of torment until death. It was only upon meeting Captain Mud Dragon that I glimpsed my first ray of hope." In that moment, Garen became a deity in their hearts. He reflected quietly, I must temper my praises, lest they backfire, and continued to drink alongside his crew. Regardless of who raises a toast with Galen, he welcomes all with open arms. As the clock approached midnight, Galen addressed his brothers, saying, Gentlemen, we have ample time ahead of us. Let us conclude tonight's festivities here, and next time, we shall indulge in revelry until we are thoroughly intoxicated. With that, he escorted the captains of the various brigades off the ship. A display of exuberance graced Galen's countenance, brimming with confidence in the future of his enterprise. He then returned to the third deck with Bina, where the king's chamber had now been transformed into Galen's own sanctum. As he reclined, he and Bina began to ponder the intricacies of life, and Galen felt a surge of joy as he held the gentle creature in his embrace. He mused to himself, becoming the king of the sea is my ultimate aspiration. Awakened by Bina around 8 in the morning, Galen made his way to the second floor alone. He first inquired with the other brigade captains about any updates. Holding the phone, he addressed the sailors, Garud and the brigade leaders, declaring, the Mud Dragon pirates are setting sail. He instructed the crew to navigate towards the nearest allied nation of the world government. Preparing to continue his endeavors in plunder, Galen contemplated seizing these allied nations along the way, particularly those of a more substantial size. He dismissed the thought of targeting non-allied kingdoms, either due to their poverty or because the affluent non-allied nations had long since become hunting grounds for the celestial dragons. Every 3 years, a massacre of the indigenous peoples occurred, eliminating the original island inhabitants while enslaving others to enhance the thrill of the hunting competition for the celestial dragons, who even offered devil fruits as prizes. Galen planned to set sail from the South Sea towards Reverse Mountain, aiming to reach the Grand Line, while also intending to train his crew to bolster their abilities. Sailor Garud noted that there were at least dozens of uninhabited islands along the route to Reverse Mountain, which would require considerable time to traverse. Galen reassured him, saying, there is no need for haste. We shall sail at a leisurely pace. Thus, Galen's fleet of 12 ships set forth majestically towards the next kingdom. However, the journey to Reverse Mountain was indeed a considerable distance away, and Galen's location lay in the heart of the South Sea. Examining the map's small dot, he realized that it would take at least 4 to 5 months to reach Reverse Mountain. Although Galen's fleet comprised large merchant vessels and pirate sailing ships, the absence of fresh water during their voyage would spell disaster. Thus, it is imperative for the navigator to meticulously select the optimal maritime route, as well as the countries and islands to traverse. This responsibility falls solely upon the navigator Garud, while Galen remains largely uninformed regarding the intricacies of navigation. The fundamental knowledge of seafaring is something that Galen has gleaned from Garud's discourse. 6 warships lead the way, followed by 5 grand merchant vessels, and Galen's royal flagship, now named the Mud Dragon, gracefully sails at the center of this magnificent procession. The scene is truly awe-inspiring. Observing the vast, undulating ocean brings Galen immense joy. And as he watches flocks of seagulls soaring overhead, he experiences a genuine sense of unbounded freedom. Galen ascends to the 4th deck, an open-air cabin, where he commences his physical training. He practices straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts alongside the techniques of the Kuan boxing style, utilizing the powers of the mud fruit. He conjures a heavy suit from the soil to enhance his weight during training. As he diligently practices, the sounds of his movements resonate through the ship. He exclaims, Mud Dragon invincible heavy Kuan punch, and the deck creaks under the pressure of his exertions. In his mind, Galen muses that if he were to equip the other crew members with similar mud-laden weighted suits for a month of training, their progress would surpass that of 3 months of arduous practice. This would undoubtedly enable them to overtake other formidable factions. Currently, Whitebeard, at just over 50 years of age, is already hailed as the world's strongest man, with a staggering bounty of 5.2 billion berries. Galen holds a deep admiration for this man's charisma, as he famously declared, "Call me father," leading to a pirate version of a parental adventure. However, due to the tragic events of the Marineford War, where he was betrayed by his own protege Blackbeard, Whitebeard met his demise. Blackbeard, wielding the powers of 2 devil fruits, has since prospered, thriving on Hakanosu Island and rising to prominence as one of the 4 emperors. His strength is indeed formidable, having left 3 scars on the red-haired Shanks during his youth, a fact that Shanks himself acknowledged when he implored Whitebeard to prevent Ace from pursuing Blackbeard, thus embellishing Blackbeard's prowess to persuade Whitebeard to call Ace back. Galen reflects that a son should ideally be one's own flesh and blood, With his profound understanding of the mud fruit's capabilities, combined with the natural attributes of the paramecia type, he has been diligently developing his powers. Over the past few days, Galen discovered that the mud fruit could also enrich the soil, leading him to enhance the earth in the open-air cabin of the fourth deck, resulting in bountiful fruit from the trees. Observing the vibrant health of the trees brings a smile to Galen's face, as he realizes this will help prevent scurvy in the future. Life aboard the ship is far from dull, especially with hundreds of female nurses on the second deck. From his position on the fourth deck, Galen can hear the lively chatter of the nurses below. Bina is also there, studying medicine alongside the ship's doctor, Ross. While several young women aspire to join the crew, including those aboard Leo's Falcon ship, who are learning marksmanship, Galen is aware of their intentions, suspecting that they have already set their sights on Leo. After all, who could possibly resist a dashing young archer with a middle part? Leo, blissfully unaware of this, continued to offer guidance on shooting. White Wolf Allison and logistics officer Pierre followed closely, learning the swordsmanship of Simbert, particularly the Gale style, which emphasizes swiftness. Galen was highly encouraging of this endeavor. George and Peggy were allowed to develop their own paths, training in whatever they desired. Galen planned to first hone his strength, envisioning a future where he could learn the giant race's combat techniques, the Elbaf spear, and the small garden. These two giants, known as Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Bragi, had been battling in the small garden for a century. With their exceptionally long lifespans, the giants could live for hundreds of years. Even Big Mom, Lin, was intrigued by the giants. Galen knew of their fondness for alcohol and intended to use it to cultivate a rapport with them, even if he could not recruit them into the crew. Acquiring their combat techniques should prove feasible. If he could entice them into the pirate crew, it would be a tremendous boon. Upon hearing voices from the second floor, Galen immediately recognized that it was Bina and her compatriot, Ireland Alice, engaged in conversation. This instant recollection transported him back to the day they first met, a girl with golden hair, covered in dust, her hair and face a complete mess. In the dungeons of the corpulent Count Pig, it was Alice and Bina who had initially followed closely behind him. Both young women hailed from the same island, which had fallen victim to a pirate invasion. Alice, a skilled healer, had also honed her physical and sword-fighting abilities, excelling in boxing. She had single-handedly defeated several pirate officers, but was ultimately vanquished by the captain of the Sea Dragon pirate crew, who, using the powers of a devil fruit, subjected her to torment by relegating her to the ranks of slaves, selling her to that rotund nobleman in hopes of forcing her to live in humiliation. At the time, when he and Bina boarded the ship, Galen had been too preoccupied with Bina to notice Alice, who had appeared exceedingly filthy. It was only 2 days prior that he had begun to take note of her. To his astonishment, after Alice had bathed, changed her clothes, and applied a light touch of makeup, she transformed remarkably. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, she towered half a head above Bina, possessing both beauty and an enviable physique. Her features bore a resemblance to Nami, with a delicate oval face and a figure that was undeniably striking, her bosom rivaling that of a basketball. Alice's hair cascaded down her shoulders in golden waves, exuding an undeniable allure, complemented by a perpetual smile that hinted at her amiable disposition. Galen mused. In the world of pirates, the abundance of beauty is unparalleled. There is no shortage of stunning women. He continued, this is not mere boastfulness. I could easily gather a multitude of beauties from my ship alone. I spend hours daily surrounded by such captivating company, though I have developed a certain immunity to their charm and find little interest in their allure. His admiration for Alice stemmed from her unmistakably generous nature, her sparkling eyes captivating him, although he had initially overlooked her disheveled appearance, focusing instead on the pristine Bina. In his heart, he thought, a person named Alice surely cannot be lacking in beauty. Currently, Alice was training in swordsmanship under Simbert, aspiring to enhance her skills to avenge her people against the pirates. Galen, believing in her potential, decided to refrain from interference, despite pondering whether directing her towards sword fighting was a misallocation of her talents, given her lineage as a healer. On board, only Ross possessed medical expertise, albeit of a mediocre standard, often earning Galen's scorn as he called Ross a quack. Simbert, unable to resist Alice's persistence, agreed to teach her swordsmanship but urged her not to abandon her healing practice. Frequently, Alice would accompany Bina to the Mud Dragon No, one ship to seek Simbert's instruction in swordplay. The crew's elite members were well aware that the captain's wife was likely Bina, which resulted in the crew treating her with utmost respect, with many often presenting gifts to curry her favor. However, Bina graciously declined all offers, and the captains of the various divisions, motivated by their affection and loyalty to their commander, treated Bina with utmost courtesy, eager to share any delightful treats or amusements with her. Naturally, Bina, embodying her gentle nature, politely refused, expressing that they were all family and such formalities were unnecessary. The captains held a deep fondness for Bina's character, which fostered a harmonious relationship among them. This camaraderie was further enhanced by Pierre's magnetic fruit abilities. With a mere utterance of his desire to board a particular ship, a steel plate would soar to him, allowing him to traverse to other vessels with ease. The two young ladies had just returned from the ship of Sunbert to the Mud Dragon, and Garin, witnessing their arrival, couldn't help but commend Pierre for his remarkable transformation into a courier through the powers of the magnetic fruit. Indeed, he lived up to his title as the logistics officer. Garin placed no demands upon the captains, as he viewed the distribution of ships as a trivial matter. However, the captains perceived Garin's allocation of vessels as a testament to the captain's trust in them. In this world, ships serve as a means of transportation, and not everyone possesses the resources to construct a grand vessel, nor the prowess to navigate the vast seas. Thus, the captains fulfilled their duties diligently, conducting morning checks on their respective crews before allowing Pierre to assist in ferrying them to the Mud Dragon for training in swordsmanship with the master, Sunbert, or engaging in friendly duels. Without a doubt, Sunbert was the strongest among them, consistently inflicting severe wounds upon George's rugged giant-toothed bear form. Following a recent incident, Sunbert's sword intent had become even more formidable, earning him recognition as the foremost swordsman, wielding a dual-wielding technique that left others overwhelmed. Especially notable was his mastery of the Gale sword technique, which enabled him to strike with astonishing speed, capable of cutting through iron. The second strongest was George, who had mastered the ancient canine fruit, transforming into the giant-toothed bear. His abilities were exceptionally developed, complemented by his formidable martial skills, delivering powerful strikes such as the bear paw smash and the savage might fist, which dealt significant damage. The giant-toothed bear form inherently possessed high attack and defense, with George towering at 2.8 meters, surpassing Garin by over 50 centimeters. His relentless training had sculpted his physique to rival that of Barrett, brimming with sinewy muscle. Following closely was Pierre, whose devil fruit powers were indeed impressive, allowing aerial combat and steel-based assaults, as well as enabling individuals to fly upon steel. His ability to transform scrap metal into swords akin to flying blades, commanded with the phrase 10,000 swords return to the source, showcased his versatile combat style, albeit at a considerable physical cost. However, the physical exertion is considerable. White Wolf Allison finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Despite being a pirate worth 10 million, he has been knocked unconscious by George's bear paw, sent flying by Peggy, and rendered senseless by a knife strike from Sembert. He has even been toyed with by Leo's aerial abilities. His fellow townsman, Pierre, has outmatched Allison with his powers, and Allison has also been overwhelmed by other captains of the crew. In private, he has consulted Gallon for methods to become stronger. Gallon shared his own unconventional version of the shave technique with Allison, along with a second method that involves exchanging the life of the little brat Momonosuke for a boost in strength. Gallon assured him that he would soon pilfer the Navy's 6 styles from the South Sea base to provide the crew with the means to enhance their abilities swiftly. Although Allison is learning the unconventional version of the shave, he possesses considerable talent, and his speed is improving rapidly. Many elite crew members are also attempting Gallon's bootleg version of the shave, but they often find themselves suffering from cramps or accelerating without the ability to turn, resulting in them crashing into obstacles, essentially using their faces as brakes. Gallon finds this amusing and remarks on their extraordinary prowess in such a comical manner. He retains a faint recollection of the other Navy techniques, yet he does not fully comprehend them, particularly the legendary iron block, of which he only remembers the name. He advises the other captains to temporarily practice a downgraded version of the shave, version 0.5, encouraging them to learn whatever they can, including himself, who is also studying the simplified technique. His speed has doubled compared to before, and he is preparing to become a well-rounded warrior with high attack, defense, and speed. In due course, Gallon is also contemplating consuming a devil fruit, specifically the artificial sea dragon fruit, and he has aspirations for other devil fruits as well, willing to risk his life if necessary, having died once already. Although only a fragment of his original soul remains, a collection of unconscious memories. Merging that fragment would merely add to his recollection, offering little utility. It might be wiser to keep it intact, as a fortunate gamble might yield another devil fruit. Even consuming a 0.5 version of the sea dragon fruit would enhance his stamina and combat capabilities, with its formidable defense being particularly appealing. While it may not rival Kaido's Azure Dragon form, this fruit allows for flight and the manipulation of various elemental forces such as lightning, storms, and fire breath. He certainly would not allow that little brat Momonosuke to have it, and it appears that this artificial devil fruit lacks any consciousness of its own. As for the other devil fruits, Galen remains uncertain, but he is undeterred by the prospect of death. He muses that he will take it one step at a time. As he possesses a natural-type devil fruit and is not reckless, so what is there to fear? Just as Galen is lost in thought, Bina brings Alice to the open deck on the 4th level, calling out, "Galen, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Galen approaches from the training area, where the two women observe his bare torso, showcasing his muscular physique and the abundant male vitality emanating from him. Bina and Alice both flushed slightly. Bina said, "Garen, did you not once express a desire to continue your father's lineage by having more children? To expand the Kate family tree? I, alone, lack the strength to assist you in this endeavor. So allow me to introduce you to my dear sister, who harbors deep affection for you and is willing to help you realize your dreams." Garen glanced at the somewhat bashful Alice and smiled. He replied, "I merely spoke in jest. I am someone who values commitment. Is this not rather improper?" Suddenly, his expression shifted as he added, "However, in accordance with my father's wishes, it would not be amiss for me to take another wife. I merely fear it may cause you both distress." Bina reassured him, "How could that be? The nobility and kings of our kingdom often have 7 or 8 wives." Garen thought to himself, how unexpectedly blissful this feels. Could it be related to that previous jest I made to Bina? Earlier, Garen had inquired about her dreams, to which Bina had responded, "I simply wish to be by your side, to sail and venture with you, quietly cherishing my feelings." Bina then asked, "And what of your dreams, Garen?" He replied earnestly, "For me, my aspiration is to become one of the strongest in the world, so I may protect you." He continued, "My second dream is to fulfill my father's dying wish. He led our village's fishermen out to sea, where we were struck by a tsunami. Before his passing, he instructed me to carry on our surname, to take multiple wives, and to have many sons. Yet, since meeting you, my dream has shifted to making you my wife, ensuring your happiness, and having several children together." Bina, blushing, responded, "I possess little ability to grant you many children. We must adhere to my father's wishes. My dear sister is also quite fond of you, and I shall introduce her to you next time to assist you in fulfilling your father's legacy." Garen gazed at Bina, amused internally by how a simple online jest had been taken to heart by this young lady. He continued his playful banter, "My father's wishes are of little consequence. The two of us are sufficient. Since the moment I first laid eyes upon you, your image has entirely consumed my thoughts. The other women fade into insignificance, mere dust compared to your brilliance." Bina covered Galen's mouth with her hand and gently urged, "Galen, please refrain from such talk. I shall forever stand by your side. For I understand your intentions. Do not forget our late father's wishes. I wholeheartedly support his testament, and you must carry on the family name. My efforts alone are insufficient. There are countless women in this world far more remarkable than I. Please, do not speak in such a manner, my dear sister. He holds deep affection for you and aspires to be your wife. It is a tremendous blessing for me to accompany you in this life. Next time, I shall bring my sister along." Galen felt a wave of confusion, realizing perhaps he had overstated his feelings, leaving Bina bewildered. Looking into Bina's sincere eyes, he embraced her and kissed her tenderly. With heartfelt gratitude, he murmured, "Thank you, Bina." She replied, "We shall always be together." A smile illuminated Galen's face as he declared, "You are the kindest soul upon the vast ocean, your goodness shining like the stars in the night sky." Bina, beaming, responded, "Galen, you are truly too generous with your praise." Now understanding the situation, Galen turned to the two women before him and asked, "Alice, do you two wish to become my wife?" Alice, with unwavering resolve, replied, "From the very first moment I beheld you, I was captivated. Knowing your fondness for Bina, I have continually wished you well. Now, upon learning of your father's wishes, I too wish to assist you." With that, Alice opened her arms and embraced Galen, who reciprocated her affection, then embraced Bina as well. As the pirate version of Li Xuanhuan was being screened, Galen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you both. We shall create our own happy little family. I, Galen, will always protect you, and I shall avenge your kin by vanquishing the sea dragon pirates, allowing your ancestors to rest in peace." Upon hearing Galen's words, both women were deeply moved. Galen continued to converse with them about the scenic views across the four seas, encouraging Bina to pursue the art of healing and Alice to master swordsmanship, proclaiming, "You both shall become the mightiest swordswomen and the greatest healers. I have the utmost faith in you." At this moment, Galen's smile was radiant, and he mused inwardly. Indeed, the intellect in the world of pirates seems rather lacking. Yet they place immense value on promises. How can that grotesque Blackbeard embrace multiple partners on Fengchao Island when I, too, am a handsome fellow with a stylish parting? Why should I not? Alice then inquired, "Galen, how old are you?" He counted briefly and replied, "I am nearly 17. Alice, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, "I am over 3 years your senior. You do not mind, do you?" Galen assured her, "Not at all. A woman 3 years older may bestow riches, while one 30 years older grants kingdoms." Bina nodded in agreement, adding, "I am also half a year older than you." Galen thought to himself, "It seems my age is not so young after all. However, in my previous life, I have accumulated 25 years, totaling nearly 40. Where can I express this?" Galen spoke up, "It is of no consequence, none at all." As Galen's vessel sailed forth, a formidable fleet of pirates emerged from the opposite direction, comprising 12 ships, all disorganized in formation. Galen commanded, "All crew members, prepare for battle. We are ready to engage." The captains of the various divisions assumed their combat stances, and Galen declared, "Open fire first." He then addressed Pierre, saying, "Send me over there." A steel flying sword soared toward Galen's mud dragon ship. Galen shouted, "All personnel, fire at will." With that, he leaped onto the flying sword, exclaiming, "Pierre, take me to them. I intend to vanquish them." Upon sighting the pirate flag of their adversaries, a lookout on one of the 12 colossal ships reported, "Captain, our opponent is the immensely powerful mud dragon pirate crew, led by Galen, who possesses the powers of the earth elemental fruit. What shall we do?" Captain Peidu replied, "We must retreat. An elemental fruit user is a particularly troublesome foe." Galen, observing the opposing fleet beginning to turn away, remarked, "Are they preparing to flee?" Pierre's flying sword could not travel that far, rendering any pursuit impossible. Garen halted his ship over 500 meters in the air, observing as the pirate crew across from him began their retreat. He shouted to his crew behind him, "They are fleeing. We have triumphed. The Mud Dragon pirate crew is victorious." Garen inwardly relished the exhilarating satisfaction of scoring points in such a manner. Utilizing the powers of the magnetism fruit, Pierre transported Garen back to the Mud Dragon. In a short while, several squad leaders arrived on flying swords atop Garen's ship. Pierre remarked, "Captain, they have fled." Garen replied, "Indeed, they took flight. Had they not, they would have met their demise at my hands. I have conquered them through sheer strength. They are destined to bow before our pirate crew." George interjected, "Our captain is the most formidable of all. A mere glance from him sends our foes fleeing." Garen affirmed, "Certainly." Some senior crew members chimed in, "Our captain is truly extraordinary, having single-handedly frightened away 12 pirate ships." Pierre added, "Captain, their flag belongs to a group known as the Roaring Giant Pirates, led by a captain named Peidu, who wields the powers of the sound fruit, capable of launching sonic attacks with his voice." Garen replied, "Let them flee. It is for the best." Allison remarked, "That was wise of them. Had they delayed, our captain could have obliterated them in an instant." Garen stated, "How dare they approach my ship? I would have undoubtedly strung them up." Pierre cautioned, "Captain, his roar possesses a shockwave attack that can strike targets a kilometer away." A chill ran down Garen's spine as he thought, "Indeed, I am fortunate not to have flown over on my sword." He then addressed Sambert, "Everyone, continue your training. The seas are rife with powerful pirates and navies." Sambert responded, "Understood, Captain." At that moment, Garen's pocket telephone bug rang. "Moshi Moshi," he answered, retrieving the device. "What is the matter?" Ross's voice came through the telephone bug. "Captain, the slave we rescued earlier has awakened." Garen recalled the slave tied to a post. He had thought the individual would not survive and had instructed the other slaves to bring him aboard. To his surprise, the man had recovered. Initially, Garen had considered arranging a grand burial for him, intending to bolster his reputation among the crew, even preparing a eulogy. However, the fact that the man had survived, enduring such torment, indicated he was likely a skilled individual with a noteworthy story, which piqued Garen's interest. Of course, his awakening was also due to Alice's efforts, as Ross's skills alone were insufficient. Typically, Ross was still learning medicine alongside Alice. Garen descended from the 4th floor to the 2nd, arriving at the medical bay, where he found the slave awake, sitting on the bed and chatting with Ross and several nurses. Upon noticing the captain's arrival, everyone slightly bowed in respect, greeting him, "Captain." Garen, addressing them directly, said, "We are all family here. No need for such formalities." The crew gazed at him with admiration, their hearts warmed by his words, thinking, "Our captain regards us as family." Garen approached the awakened slave and asked, "Brother, have you recovered? Do you feel any discomfort? Do not be afraid. You have been rescued. You shall no longer serve as a slave." Garen offered a warm smile to the individual, who was profoundly moved and replied, "Thank you. You are truly remarkable people. My name is Bababiro, a senior guard responsible for protecting merchant vessels at sea." With a melancholic expression, he continued, "Recently, my ship was attacked by pirates, and all my crew perished. They saw my strength and sold me to slave traders." Garen recognized the man's formidable abilities. Deciding to assess his true potential, Garen began to engage Bababiro in conversation, offering comfort. Life is unpredictable, and fortune can shift in an instant. He noted that Bababiro seemed reluctant to become a pirate. Assuming the role of a motivational mentor, Garen proclaimed, "If we become the strongest pirates, we could eliminate the nefarious ones. That would be a genuine transformation of the seas." He elucidated his ship's rules and training, asserting that to oppose brutal pirates, one must possess their own armed forces. The path to peace upon the ocean required such strength. Garen further explained that unity could empower them to overturn the tyranny of the seas, and expressed his aspiration to establish a nation free from oppression and exploitation, founded on mutual support among individuals. Through his persuasive rhetoric, Bababiro was gradually swayed and agreed to serve Garen. Garen continued to cultivate Bababiro's admiration, leaving him deeply touched by the existence of such noble individuals. Inquiring about Bababiro's health, Garen learned that while his physical injuries were severe, the psychological scars were even more profound. However, during his days of unconsciousness, he had received adequate care and expressed his desire to join Garen's elite pirate crew, aspiring to become a hero of the seas. Garen reassured him, "Rest well for now." As Garen stepped outside, he noticed a flurry of news birds overhead, dropping several newspapers. The bounty notices read, "Captain Mud Dragon of the Mud Dragon Pirates. 100 million berries for the Natural System Devil Fruit, Swamp Fruit. 1st Division Captain. Giant Bear George. 50 million berries for the Animal System Devil Fruit, Giant Bear. 2nd Division. Wild Boar Peichi. 40 million berries for the Animal System Devil Fruit. Wild Boar. 3rd Division. White Wolf Allison. 40 million berries for the Animal System Devil Fruit, White Wolf, formerly of the White Wolf Pirates. Now a member of the Mud Dragon Pirates as the 3rd Division Captain, Mud Dragon Pirates Chief Logistics Officer, Pierre, Devil Fruit Ability Unknown. User of Aerial Swordsmanship, 50 million berries. Garen was rendered speechless. His first bounty was an astonishing 100 million. What baffled him further were the accompanying photographs, one depicting his original appearance and the other showcasing his imitation of Kaido's dragon form, wielding an oversized mud wolf fang staff. Additionally, it included images of the formidable techniques of the Great Mud Dragon. Meanwhile, Kaido, on Onigashima, held a bounty notice, his mouth agape in anger as he exclaimed, "This brat is using my techniques? Does he wish for death?" Utilizing the formidable technique of the Great Wade, he, with such meager strength, cannot even execute a single move, yet dares to bear the name of Great Wade. At this moment, a rotund figure beside Kaido, the hefty queen, remarked, "Boss Kaido, should we capture him? To dare imitate your image, he must be seeking death." Indeed, it was Queen, a towering figure at 4 meters, whose appearance was rather indescribable. He was the notorious overseer of the rabbit well quarry in Wano and a user of the ancient dragon fruit, embodying the form of a colossal dragon. With a visage filled with indignation, he defended Kaido's honor. Kaido erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "This brat must think I am the strongest pirate on the seas to mimic me. Bring him to me when you see him. I shall personally educate him." With another burst of laughter, he resumed his drinking. Nearby, a masked man of similar stature, a survivor of the Lunaria tribe known as Ember, or Abel, posed a query. "Boss Kaido, if we secretly seize Wano and Kazuki Oden returns to confront us, considering he is the brother of Whitebeard, shall we not be subjected to a severe beating by him?" Kaido retorted, "What is there to fear from Whitebeard? I am the strongest creature on the seas. Once we establish our foothold, Kazuki Oden will be no match for me. The task of ruling Wano will be entrusted to Kaido, while we shall merely collect protection fees." Ember nodded in agreement. "And what of Whitebeard?" Kaido, with a hearty laugh, declared, "Merely Whitebeard. I am the Beast King Kaido." At this moment, Garen was also exceedingly pleased. Having acquired another capable worker, notably an elite guard captain, which indicated commendable swordsmanship, Garen was in dire need of high-end combat power. With only 5 squad leaders and 1 logistics officer, he contemplated appointing Babiro as the logistics minister and adding another squad, confident in his management abilities. Furthermore, with Pierre persistently managing logistics, his training time would inevitably diminish. He needed to be freed from such duties. 6 squads, each composed of 150 individuals, with the remainder assigned to logistics. Garen's vessel housed approximately 1,680 souls, comprising 527 female crew members and just over 1,000 male crew members. Excluding the elderly, weak, and infirm, there remained around 800 able-bodied men. Garen envisioned structuring each squad with 3 team leaders and 15 squad leaders, contemplating the distribution of salaries to these individuals. Internally, he mused about his aspirations to become a warlord, not merely a pirate king. When the time came to ascend to Skypiea, he would possess the confidence to do so. Acknowledging his cleverness, once Babiro regained his strength, they could implement their plans. Unbeknownst to him, Garen had been sailing for 5 days, arriving at a nation not affiliated with the world government, known as the Kingdom of Lastra. Observing the commendable construction of the kingdom on the island, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Though the city is home to merely over 50,000 inhabitants, the island remains free from the burdensome taxes imposed by the celestial dragons, allowing its people to live quite well. Garen expressed his hope that they might remain out of the celestial dragon's sight. He also replenished some provisions on the island and took a night's rest. The following day, Garen encouraged all the crew members to spend on the island, thereby aiding the prosperity of its citizens. Afterward, he set sail once more, inquiring of the sailors how much longer it would take to reach the next island. Life aboard the vessel was indeed pleasant, yet Garen yearned to continue practicing his trumpet and sought to explore the South Sea region for nations allied with the world government. He aimed to provide his crew ample time for their own training. With the prospect of entering the Grand Line looming, Garen harbored concerns about his own strength, fearing it might undermine his fleet's vitality. He eagerly anticipated reaching the next island in search of opportunities. Each day, apart from his training, he engaged in light-hearted conversations with the other captains and frequently hosted communal meals aboard the ship. Garen introduced Babiro to the crew, stating, "This is Babiro, formerly a high-ranking guard captain, now joining our pirate crew. We shall henceforth be brothers." Following this, Garen initiated applause, and several captains joined in. He continued, "Pierre, you shall no longer serve as a logistics officer. You are a natural-born warrior, and assigning you to logistics would be a waste of talent. I intend for Babiro to take on that role while you shall lead our 6th division, known as the Magnetic Sword." Pierre replied, "Understood, Captain." Galen addressed several captains of the subordinate crews, stating that henceforth, the 6 principal officers of the Mud Dragon pirate crew would receive a monthly salary of 1 million berries. Each subordinate crew would consist of 3 captains and 15 lieutenants, who would be appointed by the respective crews themselves. The captains would earn 50,000 berries monthly, while the lieutenants would receive 20,000. It was mandated that captains must be elite pirate members, ensuring that each crew maintained a force of 150 individuals. Should they lack sufficient personnel, they could draw stronger individuals from the logistics department. Galen's ship already boasted over a dozen elite pirate members, alongside dozens of senior pirates, with the majority being ordinary crew members. Even with a monthly expenditure exceeding 30 million berries, Galen, possessing over 2 billion berries, remained unperturbed. After all, they would plunder wherever they sailed, adhering to the principle that one must seize every opportunity, akin to the saying that a thief does not leave empty-handed. The ship was well equipped with weapons, providing each crew member with a flintlock pistol and a cutlass, an arsenal unmatched by other pirates. Additionally, they were enhancing their marksmanship and swordsmanship skills, with the sharpshooter Leo instructing on shooting and Simbert teaching swordsmanship. Once Galen finished speaking, all the captains proceeded to the logistics department to select personnel. However, the logistics team consisted mostly of less formidable individuals, primarily tasked with cleaning, cooking, and sailing. As the combatants had all joined the crews, Galen chuckled at his own progress. When he first took command of the pirates, the crew lacked combat capability, food, and ammunition. and most critically, they had no sailors. Yet, within less than half a year, he had acquired everything: sailors, captains, and a ship's doctor, which gave him the confidence to confront the Sky Island folks head-on. Galen lamented, "The only drawback is the distance of our route. It will take nearly half a year to reach the Grand Line, essentially a journey around half the globe. We are slowly navigating from the center of the South Sea to Reverse Mountain." Galen had no choice, as the ship was a sailing vessel, entirely reliant on the wind. Without wind, their speed was slower than a person's walking pace. After finishing his training in the afternoon, Galen took a freshwater bath. Lying in the pool, he found Alice and Bina, who were there to guard him. Observing Galen's languid state, they expressed their concern. "Galen, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" they inquired. Galen responded, "As a devil fruit user, I fear seawater. Freshwater cannot exceed my chest level." Alice replied, "Is the devil fruit so perilous?" Garland spoke up, "Indeed. Those who possess the powers of the devil fruit succumb to impotence upon contact with even a trace of seawater." Emerging from the pool, he engaged Alice and Bina in a profound discussion about the meaning of life, causing both young women to blush deeply. Garland inquired, "Alice, how goes your training in swordsmanship?" Alice replied, "I am making rapid progress." Garland responded, "Alice, you possess a remarkable aptitude for swordsmanship. If you diligently hone your skills, you will undoubtedly become extraordinarily formidable." Following this, Garland led the two ladies to the open deck on the 4th floor. He stated, "Merely training is insufficient. Practical combat exercises are essential for substantial advancement. Come, strike at me. I shall counter with a few blows." Alice declared, "I am coming for you." In an instant, she drew her blade, executing the gale flow sword technique towards Garland. Observing the descending katana, Garland transformed his right hand into a black earthen shield, poised to deflect the impending strike. The clash of metal and earth resounded with a sharp clang. Alice, with her second strike, initiated the three blossoms converging, aimed directly at Garland's head. He retreated, continuing, "Your speed is still lacking. Elevate it, and come at me again." As Alice launched another swift attack, Garland agilely evaded with lateral hops. He remarked, "Your movements are indeed quick. The gale flow sword technique you are mastering is truly a rapid style of combat. However, you must intensify your practice of speed to truly unleash the swiftness of the gale flow swordsmanship." Galen exclaimed again, "Alice, just envision me as that lecherous character, Peach Boy." Alice retorted, "I am merely an 8-year-old child. Galen, are you not being excessively malicious?" Bina nodded in agreement, saying he is simply a child yet to mature. Galen immediately countered, "If Peach Boy were to behold the two of you stunning beauties with your exquisite curves, he would undoubtedly employ his charmingly innocent persona to entice you both." He continued to provoke, "He would even weep over your delicate forms, shedding sinful tears and using his roguish hands to fumble about." Observing the growing ire of the two women, Galen escalated his teasings. "That foolish Peach Boy would recklessly charge towards you like a headless chicken, targeting your innocent selves." Bina, now visibly annoyed, remarked, "This is utterly disgusting. I cannot bear to listen any longer." Alice chimed in, "I truly cannot tolerate you. I must be out of my mind to entertain your tales of that little lecher, Peach Boy." Galen chuckled and mimicked Peach Boy's behavior, adopting a rather mischievous demeanor. "Sister, I am so frightened. I too shall charge at Alice's delicate form." Alice promptly retaliated, brandishing her sword towards Galen. In response, Galen activated his devil fruit ability, transforming his hands into fearsome dragon heads, resembling Kaido's Azure Dragon form, and unleashed his move, Super Adorable Multi-Punch, enhancing Alice's combat prowess. Alice's swordsmanship was remarkably fierce. In her fury, her strikes could summon whirlwinds. She unleashed a flurry of attacks directed at Galen's lower body. Galen mused inwardly, "This improvement in her swordsmanship is astonishing." Alice's innate talent for swordplay shone through. With each battle honing her skill and increasing her strength, her techniques grew increasingly intricate and aggressive. Galen wore a paternal smile and announced, "Alice, be cautious. I am about to strike." With that, he executed a swift hook punch, knocking Alice to the ground. As she fell, her animosity towards Peach Boy dissipated. Rising from the ground, Alice paused and remarked, "It seems I have made a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, and I believe I have grasped something extraordinary." Galen responded, "Congratulations. You, like me, aspire to be a vanquisher of Peach Boy." Bina smiled and added, "Congratulations, Alice." Alice replied with a grin, "Galen, you have truly revolted me." Galen chuckled and said, "Alice, that fellow named Peach Boy is indeed quite repulsive. I have merely scratched the surface of his antics." if you were to behold him. Unaware of the circumstances, your beloved white rabbit would have been consumed completely. Bina gazed enviously at Alice's pronounced bosom and remarked, "How enviable." Alice retorted, "Enough already. I'm about to be sick. From now on, anyone who calls themselves, I shall slay on sight, ridding the world of their menace." In his heart, Garen mused, "Your deeds have incited the ire of our mud dragon pirate crew. Should I ever lay eyes upon you, I shall strike you down repeatedly." The ship's doctor, Ross, smiled at Garen with a respectful demeanor and inquired, "Captain, is this truly that formidable?" Garen, with a look of disdain, replied, "Formidable? I wouldn't say so. However, if we're speaking of depravity, I would need a century or two to even approach his level." Ross declared, "Captain, unleash your full strength. I too wish to challenge you and prove my worth. I shall not be outdone by the remnants of the Kazuki clan." Garen, visibly perturbed, responded, "If you wish to try, so be it, but what does challenging me have to do with proving you are superior to?" Ross, with a tone of defiance, retorted, "Captain, you just claimed that swordsmanship surpasses yours. I intend to demonstrate that my sword is superior." Garen, still disdainful, elaborated, "At 3 years old sent his nursing maid flying. At 6 roamed the brothels through the night. At 8 began playing cruel pranks on his peers. At 15 maintained a harem behind the temple. At 16 stole his friends' girlfriends and wives, and at 17 cooked and feasted upon the ashes of a deceased friend. How can I, a normal person, compare? Even if I drained every drop of soy milk, I could never match his depravity." Ross, undeterred, asserted, "Captain, I refuse to believe that my sword is inferior to S." Garen activated the powers of his mud fruit. His hands transformed into black sludge, resembling the color of mineral-rich soil, enhanced by a hardened iron effect. Ross felt a wave of dread wash over him. Was he truly this formidable? Would he be struck down in a single blow? Garen, with a look of disdain, warned, "Be cautious. A punch to the face will be quite painful." With that, Garen unleashed a mud leap, accelerating in an instant, shouting, "Super heavy quake." Ross, drenched in cold sweat, thought, "This is too fast." Garen's fist collided with Ross's katana with a resounding crash, shattering the sword into 2 pieces. Ross was sent flying over 10 meters, though Garen had tempered his strength. Otherwise, today we would have to prepare a eulogy and a memorial service for Ross. Ross possesses a rather mediocre combat ability, and the sword he carries at his waist serves merely for appearances. He is entirely unversed in swordsmanship. However, he possesses a profound understanding of herbs and plants. Garen smiled at Ross and encouraged him, "Rise now, do not be disheartened. With more practice, you too shall attain such prowess." Garen continued, weaving dreams of grandeur. "In due time, I shall procure a devil fruit for you, ensuring you surpass that little wretch, Momonosuke." Ross shook his head and slowly stood up from the deck. Once upright, he gazed at Garen with a beaming expression and inquired, "Captain, will you truly grant me a devil fruit?" Garen sighed, saying, "I do not possess one at the moment, but I shall find one for you in the future." Ross glanced sorrowfully at his broken sword, lamenting, "My Zuki chopper is shattered." Garen, with an air of disdain, replied, "Do not dwell on it. Head to the logistics department and fetch a sturdy blade. We are not lacking in weapons. Wielding 2 would pose no issue." Garen then addressed Ross in a fatherly manner, "Fool, stop daydreaming and go about your business." Ross, with a furrowed brow, responded, "Understood. I shall take my leave now. My apologies, thank you." Garen, equally vexed, remarked, "Have you begun speaking the language of Wano?" Ross smiled and replied, "Sukun." Garen retorted, "Off with you, you scamp." Garen then led the 2 women to the deck to admire the azure sea and engage in light-hearted conversation. Alice, adopting a serious demeanor, asked, "Garen, why do you speak harshly to Ross? He is quite a good person." Garen chuckled and replied, "I did not speak harshly. That was merely my way of showing concern. After all, one who speaks the tongue of Wano warrants scrutiny of their lineage. For I do not wish for my mud dragon pirates to be tainted by the filth of Wano." Alice frowned, reminding him, "Ross is from the South Blue." Bina then shifted the topic, saying, "It seems we have been sailing for 5 days now. The weather has been splendid during this time." Garen smiled and remarked, "Indeed. The weather is delightful, perfect for swimming." He turned his gaze to the waves crashing around Alice and suggested, "Shall we swim together later?" Noticing Garen's lingering gaze upon her chest, Alice quickly adjusted her collar. Garen, somewhat exasperated, said, "We are all respectable individuals here. Let us not be overly formal. I could show you as well." With that, he began to tug at his own collar, prompting Alice to exclaim, "Enough already." Bina then sought to change the subject again, asking, "In a few days, we will arrive at the next island. What is its name again?" Garen smiled and replied, "It is called Carey Island. Legends say that there are monsters and many enormous creatures residing there. So you too must be cautious and stay close to me, understood?" Alice responded with a smile, "Understood, Brother Garen." Bina, with curiosity sparkling in her eyes, said, "I am eager to see what those gigantic creatures are like." Alice, grinning, added, "If there are unique plants on the island, I can prepare medicinal herbs for you." Garen, intrigued, asked, "What sort of plants do you require, and for what purpose?" Bina replied, "My father imparted to me a wealth of knowledge regarding medicinal substances. For instance, there are potions for fortifying the body, enhancing stamina, or strengthening bones. However, all of these require specific plants." Alice lamented, "My father never found those peculiar plants. He spent his entire life as a doctor on the island. Yet he perused numerous ancient texts and pharmacopoeias." Galen chuckled and reassured her, "Fear not, I shall keep an eye out for you." Deep within, Galen hoped that Alice would discover some rare and valuable flora. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, 5 naval warships were advancing towards Iruxigal Island, proudly displaying the naval ensign. A rear admiral commanded the fleet, standing out prominently on the foremost vessel. A naval communications officer reported to Rear Admiral Gilmy, "Sir, we are nearing Gal Island." With a grave expression, Rear Admiral Gilmy replied, "The pirates plundering this kingdom belong to the Mud Dragon Pirates, and they are indeed formidable. Their leader possesses the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, specifically the immensely potent mud fruit. His capabilities are comparable to those of a vice admiral in the Navy. If I cannot overcome him, our forces may suffer significant losses." Another brigadier general interjected, "Should we still pursue the Mud Dragon Pirates, Galen?" Gilmy nodded. Drawing forth 2 of his swords, he continued, "To confront a Logia-type devil fruit user, one must wield Haki. My mastery of Haki is still quite unstable." The brigadier general, visibly concerned, asked, "Rear Admiral Gilmy, do you possess Haki?" Gilmy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "I have yet to successfully cultivate it. Nonetheless, I believe that our sense of justice will not waver in the face of evil." Just then, Gilmy's transponder snail rang, and he answered with seriousness, "Hello. This is Rear Admiral Gilmy. What is the matter?" The communications officer reported, "General Gilmy, the Mud Dragon pirate crew has departed from Iruxigal Island. Their probable course leads to Cali Island." General Gilmy, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I understand. I shall apprehend the entire crew of these pirates and deliver them to Impel Down." Upon concluding the call, Gilmy dismissed the communication device, adjusted his justice cloak, and proclaimed loudly, "Set sail for Cali Island to pursue the Mud Dragon pirate crew. For the sake of justice." For 10 days, Garen and his companions had been navigating the seas. Every evening, he requested Alice to don her nurse's attire. Bina, lacking Alice's curvaceous figure, found little use in it. Yet, whenever Alice adorned the nurse's outfit, Garen felt as if he were on the cusp of greatness. Observing Alice's magnificent form, he exclaimed, "It's like the soy milk has spilled." The crew aboard the Mud Dragon maintained a routine of training and daily activities with unwavering consistency. Garen also trained diligently during the day, explored his abilities in the evening, and enjoyed the comforts of companionship at night. The longer he resided in this world, the more he perceived his previous life as that of a mere cog in the machine. He mused inwardly, "The pirate crew may be somewhat weaker, but that's of no concern. I shall develop steadily without recklessness." In terms of stability, Garen was far ahead of the curve. As afternoon arrived, Garen strolled with Bina and Alice on the ship's deck, savoring the gentle sea breeze and the delightful sunlit ocean. He reflected, "To sail without a care in the world is a true blessing." Observing the sunrise and sunset over the water, the surface shimmered with golden brilliance. Garen thought to himself, "No wonder so many long to set sail. The freedom of the open sea is indeed a comforting experience." Gazing at the magnificent sun above the waves, he took the hands of both women and gently inquired, "Have you grown accustomed to the life of a pirate? Is it not liberating?" Bina smiled and replied, "As long as you wish to go wherever your heart desires, I shall follow." Alice wholeheartedly supported this sentiment, saying, "Indeed, Garen, from the moment I chose to join your family, I yearned to sail freely with you." Embracing both women, embodying the spirit of a pirate hero, Garen declared, "Let us go. It's time for a meal." He led them to the 3rd floor, where 2 maidservants approached with a small cart, announcing, "Captain, the meal is ready." They then set the dishes upon the dining table. Garen looked at the two women and inquired, "Lily and McGrady, have you both eaten?" Two young maidens smiled and said, "Captain, we have both eaten." These two were the first female crew members that Garen had rescued. The elder sister was 16 and the younger sister 14. Noticing their cleverness, Pierre arranged for them to assist Garen as caretakers. Both were rare beauties. The elder, Lilia, stood at a graceful height of 1.70 meters. Her petite face resembling a delicate melon seed, adorned with lustrous black hair, embodying the allure of blossoming youth. The younger sister, Lilian, also possessed a charmingly small face, radiating beauty at such a tender age. However, Garen bore no ulterior motives, appreciating merely the additional help in maintaining cleanliness. With a broad smile, he remarked, "This test for the captain is rather underestimating me." He then encouraged Bina and Alice, "Come, eat more vegetables to grow strong." Alice smiled brightly and responded, "Let us eat together." Bina nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, everyone should eat together." Garen smiled at Lillian and said, "You two should go rest. You have worked hard." After waving goodbye, the two caretakers smiled gently and said, "Goodbye, Captain." With a mischievous grin, Garen added, "Alice, let us swim together tonight. You two can support me. I, a devil fruit user, have a fear of water. Yet, I truly enjoy swimming." The two girls remained silent, recalling their experiences swimming with Garen, including the playful moments that were better left unspoken. They nodded slowly, and Garen, adopting a serious tone, said, "You both must hold on tightly to me." Later that evening, seeing Barbero diligently at work, Garen smiled and asked, "Do you enjoy this kind of work, Barbero?" Barbero replied, "I am very grateful to you, Captain, for this opportunity. These tasks are not difficult. They merely involve numbers and accounts." Garen, still beaming, said, "Then I leave this to you." Barbero nodded, assuring, "It's a minor matter. I will assist you in managing this." Garen expressed his gratitude. "I entrust everything to you." Barbero remarked, "Compared to you, Captain, what I do is but a drop in the ocean." The Mud Dragon pirate crew, with 12 grand ships, sailed in unison across the sea. After 15 days, they arrived at the vicinity of Phuket Island, where navigator Gurud had selected a landing spot. Garen perceived Gurud's professionalism in choosing a vast sandy beach as the landing site. With a spirit of boldness, Garen commanded, "Let us go directly to the island." All the officers dutifully followed in line behind Garen. Any outsider witnessing this would surely exclaim, "What an orderly procession." Garland stepped off the ship and onto the island. A vast expanse of over 20,000 square kilometers, roughly half the size of WN. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "The trees on this island are truly astounding. How can they be so tall?" All the crew members gazed towards the forest, where towering giants, over 100 meters high, surrounded the island's center, enveloped in a primeval wilderness. As Garland and the members of his pirate crew strolled, they observed the crescent-shaped island, with a large sandy beach at its core. Garland issued a command, "Barbero, have the logistics crew prepare to make a fire and cook. The remaining captains should take their crews to explore the island. Let us separate and maintain communication via the transponder snail." After speaking, Garland led the way, with 6 captains following suit, guiding their crews toward the island's heart. Accompanied by Alice and Bina, Garland ventured deeper into the island, pondering to himself, "This deserted island must harbor a devil fruit. It has yet to be developed." He marveled at the enormous flora surrounding him, where even a single clump of grass stood half his height, alongside other towering 4-leaf clovers. Garland felt certain that something peculiar was afoot on this island. After all, how could the vegetation be so colossal? He activated his fruit powers to sense the environment and realized that the soil here was extraordinarily dense and red. As he absorbed the elemental essence of the earth, he noted its remarkable weight and density. Curiously, he mused aloud, "It seems as if the very soil is heavy. Could it be gravity-infused earth?" With that thought, Garland stored some of the soil within his body, planning to develop his abilities in other fields later. A smile graced his face as he remarked, "This soil could be invaluable for cultivating gravity-based powers." Feeling a sense of fulfillment from this discovery, Garland clenched his fists and activated his powers, causing the ground to tremble and create a path leading to the island's center. He forged ahead, followed closely by his crew, all moving towards the heart of the island. At that moment, Garland's transponder snail chimed with a voice saying, "Moshi Moshi." Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Peichi. With a serious expression, Peichi reported, "Captain, we have encountered an animal ambush." While exploring the island, a massive tiger surged from the underbrush, injuring 2 members of our 2nd Division. Ultimately, we managed to slay the beast together. Garland's expression turned grave as he instructed, "Send the injured back to the ship for treatment. The tiger will be taken aboard for dinner tonight." He pondered the nature of tiger meat in this world, suspecting it to be quite potent, likely a source of great nourishment. Other divisions had faced similar animal attacks. George had encountered a swarm of pythons. However, George's crew was strong and capable. He transformed into a giant tooth bear and swiftly dispatched a multitude of snakes. White Wolf Allison had faced a mountain lion, which posed little threat and was easily subdued. Meanwhile, Leo had dealt with a pack of wolves, who fled at the sight of his firearm. Pierre had encountered a large flock of vultures attacking them. However, when Pierre brandished his weapon, the vultures took flight, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He remarked, "These creatures are remarkably colossal, exceeding the size of ordinary animals by at least 5-fold. How peculiar." All team members were equipped with flintlock pistols and long knives, and the squad leaders were formidable in their abilities. After driving away or eliminating these beasts, they reported to Gallon. Upon learning this, Gallon resolved to continue exploring the vast island and declared, "Let us advance further and investigate this deserted isle." Upon receiving Gallon's command, all squad leaders resumed their exploration. Gallon soon discovered a vast grove teeming with carnivorous plants. Without hesitation, he activated the abilities of the earth fruit, unleashing dozens of 20-meter spikes to obliterate the man-eating flowers. These spikes were exceedingly sharp, effectively vanquishing the threatening flora. Gallon's expression turned wary as he cautioned, "These plants are rather enormous. Everyone, please exercise caution." Alice, equally apprehensive, added, "These plants are indeed colossal, at least 7 or 8 times larger than typical flora, and these carnivorous plants are particularly perilous." Gallon, his demeanor serious, instructed, "Stay here. I will scout ahead." Alice urged, "Please be careful." Gallon nodded, saying, "Wait for my signal," before leaving the team behind to venture forth alone. The size of each carnivorous flower reached an astonishing 15 meters. If a human inadvertently strays too close, they may find themselves ensnared by the tendrils of a carnivorous plant, perilously drawn into its maw. Garen, upon spotting one such plant, swiftly eliminated it with a colossal sword, questioning whether these monstrous flora harbored any fear. He observed that the trees in this vicinity had become sparse and diminutive, indicating he was nearing the central region. Activating his elemental perception, Garen began to sense the earthy terrain beneath him, a testament to his continuous development of fruit-based abilities. The soil fruit was akin to the earth fruit, allowing him to glean fundamental information about the creatures and people within a few hundred meters. Garen felt immense joy as he realized this skill resembled the ability of observation hockey, contemplating how easily he could awaken such powers with this foundation. As he explored the area, he discerned a significant heaviness to the soil, still red but increasingly dense as he approached the central island. He began to store this rich red soil within himself, aspiring to cultivate a new ability he named gravity soil. Should it strike an opponent, they would find their limbs immobilized, a vital technique for stealthy attacks. With a playful jab, Garen remarked on Carib's absurdity for transforming a calamity-level fruit ability into a Gatling gun within his body. He mused that if Carib adored the Gatling gun so much, he should simply consume a devil fruit that granted it directly. Garen declared that the earth fruit's abilities were meant for him alone, as he had already developed numerous skills: volatile nitrate soil that detonated upon contact, consuming swampy earth, and black mineral-rich soil. Now, he added the red gravity soil to his repertoire. With confidence, Garen proclaimed, "Let us see who dares to say I am unworthy." He manipulated the earth to envelop him, transforming into a towering, 60-meter black dragon humanoid form, reminiscent of Kaido's visage. He mused that Kaido would surely scold him for wielding such a form while piloting a mecha. Garen directed his earthen dragon towards the island's heart, sensing an underlying force that had caused the trees and creatures to grow to an enormous scale. He traversed the landscape, effortlessly stepping over colossal trees until he arrived at the center, where he discovered a small tree standing approximately 20 meters tall, laden with fruit resembling pears. "At last, I have found a fruit-bearing tree," he exclaimed, dispelling his mecha form as he approached, plucking several of the oversized fruits to taste. To his delight, these fruits were nearly 10 times larger than ordinary pears, akin in size to watermelons. "These fruits are exceptionally sweet," he noted, planning to transplant the tree aboard his ship. Envisioning a future where he feasted on such bountiful fruits, rejecting the mundane in favor of the extraordinary, Gallon continued his journey towards the heart of the island. where a continuous range of mountains lay beneath him, stretching for several kilometers. He remarked, truly magnificent, as he activated his elemental transformation and employed the mud projectile skill. Ascending towards the towering peak. After a brief climb of several minutes, he reached the summit and discovered a vast canyon below, extending for miles. With the opposite shore obscured from view, I must descend to explore. I wonder what lies beneath the canyon, he declared, transforming into the mud dragon giant warrior mode. He instantly assumed a colossal height of over 60 meters and leapt down the slope into the canyon. The impact stirred a cloud of dust as he landed. And he exclaimed, I am indeed the fruit-bearer of the Earth Guardian. I have created a massive pit in the ground. Observing his surroundings, he noted the dampness at the canyon's base and remarked, why is the air so chilly? Suddenly, he spotted several pythons slithering towards him, the largest among them nearly sporting horns. Recalling the original narrative, he exclaimed, goodness, does this world truly harbor such scenarios? It resembles a serpent calamity. As he watched the horde of serpents advancing, he estimated the largest to be over 80 meters long, adorned with 2 fleshy growths atop its head. This one is almost a giant python. With further evolution, it may very well become a dragon, he mused. The number of snakes was approaching several hundred, and Galen, feeling claustrophobic, remarked, my anxiety is rising. However, he contemplated that the snake gallbladders might be a potent source of nourishment, and such enormous serpents could not be ordinary. Let's see what I can acquire, he resolved. With that, he activated his fruit ability, the Super Mud Dragon Cliff Blade, launching hundreds of hardened earthen blades, each 50 meters long, towards the advancing serpents. The canyon was instantly stained red, with the oncoming snakes reduced to mere fragments. Why are they so thoroughly severed? Quite unsightly. He grumbled. How am I supposed to consume this? Moving towards the remains, he began collecting the gallbladders of the colossal snakes, the largest weighing over 100 kilograms, while even the smaller ones exceeded 30. Observing the substantial pile of gallbladders, he utilized his earth fruit ability to neatly package them within himself. I'll save these for the ship's doctor to create potions, he stated. He further pondered. Let's first activate my fruit ability and try digesting one to see what effects it might yield. Such a large gallbladder must possess significant properties. Galen also considered that treasures or peculiar items were likely hidden beneath the canyon. Otherwise, the snakes and vegetation could not have grown to such proportions. He began his search. Recalling the treasures of the pirate world, such as the Beast King's horn from Beast Island, the 7-star demon sword sealed in the Aska Kingdom, and the bat fruit of the vampire form from Sugu Town, rare treasures indeed. Galen thought to himself, after all, Luffy and his crew's adventures began in the East Blue, leading them to the Grand Line. With the dawn of the Great Age of Pirates, all 4 seas have become novice zones, while skilled individuals venture forth to conquer the Grand Line and charge into the New World in pursuit of Roger's great treasure. Galen also yearned to journey to the Grand Line before heading into the New World to seek out the scattered devil fruits. In a fit of anger, he declared, most importantly, I must take that little brat Momonosuke to the island of men and women, or perhaps cruelly eliminate him. After some contemplation, he concluded, for now, the New World is too perilous. I shall lead my crew towards Skypiea. Once we see Skypiea, I will prepare for an elite path. Having many companions in the New World is futile, as it is rife with the territories of legendary pirates. Galen reflected. In the seas of the New World, the stakes are high. Sheer numbers are of little use without strength. Either one faces the peril of being eliminated by others, or becomes a mere pawn in someone else's game. It is exceedingly challenging to seize territory. Galen remarked, I cannot afford to become a mere casualty. First, I must secure the Sky Island and then cultivate my own power to establish my kingdom. Perhaps I can aspire to become a legitimate pirate akin to the 7 warlords of the sea, or, like Doflamingo, threaten the world government. Initially, I shall strive to become a member state of the world government and then deceitfully acquire their devil fruits. This strategy will expedite the establishment of my dominion, allowing me to gain a voice in the presence of the world government. As Galen contemplated, he traversed the depths of a valley where delicate purple flowers bloomed, resembling serpents' kisses. Curiously, he mused aloud. What are these peculiar blooms? The enormous vines enshrouding the valley floor piqued his interest, yet their identity eluded him. Promptly, Galen contacted the ship's doctor, Ross, via snail phone. Hello, Ross, he greeted as the call connected. Gather the medical team and come here. I have discovered numerous intriguing items. Understood, Captain. We shall arrive shortly, Ross replied. Galen continued, I will share the coordinates with you. Ross acknowledged, affirmative, Captain. Next, Galen employed his earth-sensing ability to survey the surrounding environment, pondering the nature of the terrain. He discerned that the red soil here was significantly denser, approximately thrice as heavy as the red soil he had encountered earlier. Could this be land cast forth from the Great Battle 8 centuries ago, or some unique soil formed by natural phenomena? He speculated. Activating his devil fruit powers, Galen stored a portion of the red soil within his body. Then he unleashed his earth manipulation ability, exclaiming, "Earth explosion stars," with his hands raised. He began to control the soil, sending clumps soaring into the sky. This technique was inspired by Pain from Naruto, a unique earth version of the earth explosion stars. Soon, a colossal soil sphere, measuring 200 meters in diameter, formed in the heavens. Galen guided the massive earthen orb to descend slowly in another area, preparing to clear nearby obstructions. As the immense soil ball landed with a thud, Galen, panting from exertion, remarked, "That was indeed taxing. Such widespread attacks require considerable effort." Observing the enormous earthen mound he had created, he chuckled, "In the future, should anyone dare to challenge me, I shall crush them with earth explosion stars." After tidying the terrain, the serpent's kiss vines revealed their roots. Galen, reflecting on his rapid advancement in strength, mused, "My formidable mental prowess and solid foundational knowledge have indeed empowered my devil fruit abilities. This earth fruit is beyond my expectations." Inwardly, he resolved to seek out Rayleigh, the Dark King in the Sabaody archipelago, to learn the dual hockey techniques, ensuring that his martial skills would not become his Achilles heel. Otherwise, encountering other nature-type devil fruit users would be quite troublesome. He pondered the rivalry for the position of Fleet Admiral within the Navy, recalling the epic confrontation between Akiji and Akainu that lasted 10 days and nights. Although briefly mentioned, the battle during the Marineford War between Akiji and the severely weakened Ace was quite intense. Akiji, utilizing his ice powers, found himself unable to subdue Ace, who remained resilient despite their confrontations. It is evident that the ice fruit stands no chance against the magma fruit. Akiji, having studied the martial prowess of Garp, resorted to close combat, while Akainu employed underground tactics to assault Akiji from below, turning Punk Hazard into a landscape riddled with dog holes and fissures, ultimately leading to a formidable river. Both combatants faced defeat. Akiji emerged resembling a wandering beggar, while Akainu bore the scars of battle and a disfigured visage. In the end, Akainu ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral by a narrow margin. However, his tenure was marked by constant reprimands from the Gorosei and harsh critiques from Admiral Fujitora, to which he often found himself unable to retort. The old faction of the Navy disregarded Akainu's commands, while Kizaru maintained a casual demeanor and Green Bull proved to be quite obedient. However, an incident in Wano, where he engaged in a public dance and initiated a substantial greening project, ultimately tarnished the Navy's reputation. The Gorosei had two primary responsibilities: posing impressively in their office and regularly chastising Akainu. Among them, the most vexatious was the scientific defense expert, Saint Satan, whose intellect was unparalleled, while the remaining four Gorosei were notorious for their harsh remarks. Particularly, Saint Nasu Sh wielded the Black Blade, Enma, and Saint Woki Ri was known for their caustic insults. Yet, the Gorosei exhibited puzzling decisions. When CP0 member Fusif sought to retrieve the Nika fruit, they opted not to confront the red-haired Shanks, who had seized it, but rather to approach Fusif, a mere novice, leading to his eventual imprisonment and impel down and subsequent allegiance to Kaido. After all, Fusif was an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit user, and Kaido would likely value him. The outcome was that the world government lost its operative, the Nika fruit slipped through their fingers, Kaido gained a new subordinate, and Shanks acquired the Nika fruit. In another curious turn of events, Luffy, during his maritime adventures, continually undermined the world government, while the Gorosei remained ensconced in their office, oblivious to the brewing storm. Meanwhile, Admiral Akainu was cautioned by Garling, who advised against opposing the world government, suggesting that he too might profit from providing the government with misleading intelligence. He mused that the downfall of the world government was a matter for the Revolutionary Army and Nika. If Nika and the world government were to engage in a mutually destructive conflict, the prospect of the world government's extensive resources was undeniably tempting. Garling licked his lips and proclaimed, "Should they go to war, I shall seize the treasures of the world government. All of it shall be mine." Galen prepared to consume a snake's gallbladder to discern its effects. Utilizing the earthen space within his body, he absorbed and digested the gallbladder, instantly feeling beads of sweat form on his skin as his blood surged with newfound vigor. He remarked, "Indeed, The gallbladders of colossal serpents are treasures. Yongwa did not deceive me. Sensing the warmth radiating from his body, Galen promptly commenced his physical training, for growth is not achieved overnight but requires unwavering dedication. Especially upon receiving such an opportunity, he began his rigorous regimen. After approximately 2 hours, the ship's doctor, Ross, along with Bina, Alice, and a contingent of nurses, descended into the valley. Upon encountering the bloodied remains of the gargantuan serpent, they were seized by a paralyzing fear. Galen paused his training and addressed the group. "Come and observe these flowers below. Does anyone recognize them?" He inquired of Alice. "Can you comprehend these plants? They must have contributed to the immense size of the serpents." Alice, her brows furrowed in thought, examined the flora and replied, "I have indeed encountered these colossal plants before. They are documented in ancient texts." She elaborated. "These plants are known as snake-kiss orchids. They thrive in damp, shaded valleys and possess remarkable properties that alleviate fatigue and enhance physical attributes. However, I'm uncertain about their other effects. Perhaps we should cultivate some aboard the ship." "These are indeed splendid plants," Galen acknowledged. "We could concoct potions from them to enhance the physical capabilities of the other squad leaders." He then asked Alice, "Is there a correlation between the serpent's immense size and these flowers?" Alice responded, "There is a potential connection. The serpents may have been influenced by the island's unique environment." Ross chimed in, "It appears these serpents have lived for quite some time." Galen inquired, "What species are these?" Alice replied, "They could possibly be ancient giant python varieties." "It seems the danger ahead has diminished," Galen declared. "Let us continue our exploration. We can collect these flowers on our return." Alice added, "These plants are also aesthetically pleasing. They would make for a delightful bath or could be prepared as sustenance." Having concluded their discussion, Galen activated his fruit ability, summoning a towering mud dragon. The 60-meter-tall elemental construct emerged, and Galen called out, "Everyone, climb aboard. Walking is too slow. We must hasten our exploration." Resolved to abandon the leisurely pace of exploration that wasted time, Galen recalled his modern origins and how imitating pirates was inefficient. He transformed into the towering mud dragon, which boasted 2 massive earthen wings crafted from his fruit ability, lightweight yet effective for acceleration in running and leaping. While he did not possess the ability to fly, he could maneuver the mecha, though it demanded significant physical exertion. In a bid to save time, Garen, accompanied by a team, embarked on a swift exploration of the island. Below the valley lay a pond of approximately 200 meters, which Garen surmised to be freshwater. Surrounding the pond were numerous colossal creatures, wild buffalo, wild horses, wild sheep, and wild boars gathered in abundance to quench their thirst. Garen chuckled, exclaiming, "What a bountiful find! One of those wild buffalo is nearly the size of an elephant. We must secure a few on our way back." He then continued his trek towards the far end of the island. After more than 2 hours, Garen reached the opposite side of the isle. The number of carnivorous creatures was sparse, likely having been decimated by the gigantic pythons. Having completed his exploratory route, Garen sat down to rest and recuperate his strength. Utilizing his fruit abilities and executing grand skills was an exhausting endeavor, and stamina was indeed Garen's minor shortcoming. Observing the protracted battles that lasted 3 to 10 days, he dared not contemplate such endurance, recognizing that his youth limited his physical capacity. As he gazed at the rocky outcrops and ocean currents, he found nothing particularly remarkable. As afternoon waned, Garen announced, "It's time for dinner. We must return." Alice responded affirmatively, and Garen prepared to lead the group back. He retrieved his communication device to notify the other squad leaders, inquiring about their explorations and any significant discoveries. The remaining squad leaders had not yet reached the island's center, given the immense trees and numerous carnivorous beasts. Holding the communication device, Garen addressed the squad leaders. "Let us conclude our endeavors for the day. Nightfall poses dangers. Let us return to the camp and rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue our exploration." All squad leaders replied in unison, "Understood, Captain." After concluding the communication, Garen activated his earth fruit abilities, enveloping himself in soil and transforming into a colossal mud dragon over 80 meters long, complete with 2 pairs of colossal wings. As he led the team back to the camp, upon returning to the camp, the clock approached 6 in the evening. Although the transformation was energy-intensive, it significantly accelerated the development of his fruit abilities. Garen mused to himself, the earth fruit truly lives up to its reputation. Its potential to amalgamate with other soils or to encapsulate unique characteristics of the earth is remarkably sophisticated. Today, he had developed a notably dense red clay, which he dubbed gravity clay. As he awaited the return of the other squads on the beach, Peichi brought back a massive tiger, comparable in size to a domestic cow. One by one, the squad leaders gradually returned. Garen summoned them all and declared, "Brothers, I have a splendid gift for you." He then proceeded to let fall ancient serpent gallbladders from his hands, adding, "These are the gallbladders of the primordial Titan serpent, capable of enhancing physical prowess. Each of you shall have one. Consume it promptly." The remaining captains gazed in bewilderment at the enormous serpent gallbladder, which was larger than their faces. What could they possibly do? Garen said, "Do not panic. Use a knife to pierce the gallbladder. George, you may directly transform into your bear form to consume it." Observing the gallbladder stored within his own body, Garen summoned all the crew members, instructing them to bring forth large basins. He extracted the gallbladder and punctured it, allowing the viscous liquid to flow into the basins. George remarked, "This is the gallbladder of the Titan serpent. Consuming it can enhance our physical prowess and is a rare find. Everyone should drink as much as they can. These are gifts from our esteemed captain." The elite crew members each took a bowl and poured the gallbladder's essence into their mouths, grimacing at the bitterness yet persevering to swallow. Garen's action stemmed from goodwill. After all, navigating the seas entails unpredictable weather, and ordinary folk are prone to illness, fever, and other ailments, which could be fatal. He wished to spare his crew from falling ill, as it would be a tragic waste of resources for treatment. Garen was not inclined to engage in the grim business of losing crew members. He observed Bina and Alice as they drank the gallbladder juice, both lovely ladies wearing troubled expressions. However, its effects were undeniably potent. They felt warmth coursing through their bodies, their blood racing, and their resilience heightened. George proclaimed, "Captain, after consuming this, I am brimming with strength. I could easily dispatch that little rascal Peach Boy with a single slap." Peggy added, "It is indeed quite unpleasant. Yet after consuming it, there is an indescribable sense of comfort." Sunbert remarked, "This gallbladder of the giant serpent is extraordinary. It accelerates blood circulation and incites an irresistible urge to practice swordsmanship." White Wolf Allison chimed in, "Captain, I fear not the bitterness. I could consume 2 more. Garen, in response, presented 20 more massive gallbladders, saying, "These are all for you." That evening, the crew gathered on the beach for a bonfire party. Logistics Officer Babiro serenaded them with songs from their world, accompanied by the sweet wines of their homeland, while several female crew members contributed their own melodies. Garen nearly sang the beauty of mud, for, being a user of the mud fruit ability, it seemed fitting. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. And Garen sat among the captains and elite crew, engaging in conversations about dreams, aspirations, and sharing amusing anecdotes from daily life. He understood that leaders who frequently berate their subordinates are unlikely to earn their loyalty. Thus, the atmosphere is primarily one of encouragement, fostering confidence among the crew, a sentiment that is widely cherished, akin to the joys of a picnic or an outdoor excursion. Garen does not deter others from pursuing romantic relationships, as many of the squad leaders find themselves surrounded by admirers. Garen, too, is in the company of young ladies, notably Bina and Alice, while George and Peggy, other squad leaders, bask in similar affection. George then interjects, addressing the assembled ladies, "Dear friends, I am not currently seeking a partner. We can discuss it another time." As midnight approaches, Garen announces, "Gentlemen, this shall be our conclusion for today. We must resume our exploration of this island tomorrow. Let us all rest, for we shall continue our festivities in the evening." He then raises his glass, declaring, "To my brothers, let us toast to the growth and glory of our mud dragon pirate crew." At this moment, George remarks, "The captain's spirit has once again grown magnificent." And he too lifts his cup. All the crew members raise their glasses in unison, proclaiming, "Cheers." After drinking, Garen bursts into laughter and exclaims, "Our mud dragon pirate crew is invincible." The crew collectively shouts, "Long live the captain." The captain is unmatched. Garen chuckles inwardly, recognizing the burgeoning team spirit among these workers. A few female crew members declare, "I wish to bear the captain's child." Observing the increasingly bold banter, Garen responds, "Brothers, sisters, and family, let us retire early this evening. Tomorrow we shall resume our festivities. You may disperse now." The group then breaks up, returning to their respective ships. Garen advises the other squad leaders, "Brothers, we must remain vigilant tonight. We cannot afford to be complacent. The safety of our comrades rests in our hands." The other squad leaders nod solemnly in agreement. George assures him, "Captain, rest easy. We will ensure adequate personnel are assigned for patrol duties tonight." Garen gazes at the squad leaders before saying, "You have all worked hard today. Make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, let us convene on the beach around 8 o'clock." The squad leaders respond in unison, "Understood, Captain." Garen smiles at them and says, "Until tomorrow then." He proceeds back to his ship, returning to his quarters on the 3rd floor. That evening, he consumes a Titan python gallbladder he had stored within himself and then presents 2 snake eggs to Bina and Alice. Both women inspect the gallbladder, their expressions turning serious as they remark, "This gallbladder is indeed excellent, albeit quite bitter. If it were smaller, I could swallow it whole." Garen chuckles and replies, "When presented with such a fine treasure, one should not be picky. Come, let us share." He then inquires, "Can this gallbladder be used to infuse liquor? Would that enhance its effects?" Alice replies, "Simply digesting it to improve physical conditioning is quite sufficient." Observing the dwindling supply of gallbladders within his inner storage, Garen notes that the 2 women have already consumed a significant portion and declare they can eat no more, leaving behind a considerable remainder. Not wishing to waste it, Garen swiftly consumes the remaining portion in one gulp. As soon as he consumed it, his face contorted in a grimace, almost rivaling the notorious devil fruits. After finishing, Galen, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Indeed, it possesses a certain bitterness. However, my physique has been significantly enhanced, and the potency of this elixir surged straight to my head." Observing the 2 women before him, their cheeks slightly flushed, he entertained a notion and commenced training them in the Away 18 styles. They did not rest until the early hours of the night, by which time the women were panting heavily. Galen commented, "This snake gall is indeed formidable." By 8 o'clock the following morning, Galen awoke, refreshed and ready, and made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. He consumed 20 eggs, 10 large loaves of bread, 13 meat dishes, and 4 vegetable dishes. On the 4th floor deck, he instructed the logistical crew to cultivate an extensive vegetable garden. Fresh produce is notably scarce at sea, while meat is relatively easy to procure, as the ocean teems with marine life. At 2 o'clock the previous night, a thick fog enveloped the island, accompanied by the unsettling calls and roars of wild beasts. Galen had previously contemplated camping on the beach, but the formidable wildlife in this realm posed a significant risk. A surprise attack by a colossal creature could spell disaster for many crew members. Thus, he opted for the safety of the ship. This was not a windless zone, nor the territory of sea kings, where even a single marine creature could measure 400 to 500 meters in length, reducing Galen's grand vessel to the size of a mere skiff. The South Sea also harbors numerous sea kings, but not as many as in the windless areas. The only island residing in such a zone is Nine Snake Island. In the future, the Navy may also traverse these windless zones, as they employ sea stones embedded in the hulls of their ships, misleading sea kings into believing the vessels are mere parts of the ocean. Only then can they safely navigate through these regions. Galen remarked, "Sea stones are produced in Wano country. Scarcely any other region has been known to possess such stones. Even the 5 elders primarily procure theirs from Kaido." By 8 o'clock that morning, Galen gathered all the crew members on the beach, where all the squad leaders and their men stood in 6 rows, gazing at him with admiration. With a serious demeanor, Galen addressed them, "Today, we shall continue our exploration of Bougie Island. Our second mission is to hunt the massive wild buffalo and sheep to replenish our supplies." The squad leaders responded in unison. "Understood." Galen elaborated, "We must thoroughly explore this desolate island, leaving no corner unexamined." The squad leaders replied, "Understood, Captain." Galen commanded, "All crew members, proceed as per your squads. Full force." The squad leaders rallied, "Brothers, follow my lead." Galen watched as 6 teams surge towards the heart of the island, momentarily feeling akin to a general commanding a vast army. Yet, he quickly felt a twinge of foolishness, running a hand through his hair while muttering to himself, "Here I am, getting all fired up." He activated the ability of the mud fruit, transforming into an enormous mud dragon over 80 meters long. This time, he intended to utilize his fruit's powers to swiftly explore the island and extract valuable resources, adhering to a policy of opportunistic advantage. It was not yet the age of great maritime exploration. These uncharted islands had seen little development, and there might be a devil fruit hidden amongst them. This was Galen's true aspiration. If he were to discover one, he would gain another individual with supernatural abilities, and that thought brought a smile to his face. Upon Garen's arrival at the heart of the island, he initiated communication with the other squad leaders, holding the transponder in his hand. "Will you continue to explore resources along the original route? I shall venture from the islands upstream towards its downstream." he stated. The squad leaders responded in unison, "Understood, Captain." Garen then activated the powers of the mud fruit, adopting the form of the mud dragon Colossus to commence his exploration. Eagerly, he anticipated the emergence of a devil fruit on the island. He declared, "Little lecherous Momonosuke, foolish King Kazuki Odin, I shall not be courteous." With fervor, Garen expressed his wish. "I offer the 500 years of life of that little beast Momonosuke in exchange for a devil fruit. If that is insufficient, I shall add the 500 years of Kazuki Odin's life as well. I beseech the divine, Amen, Saint Lilia." With that, Garen began his exploration of the desolate island. Heading towards the upstream region, in the mud dragon Colossus form, each step covered several dozen meters. As he traversed through the underbrush, he encountered 2 Titan pythons. Upon spotting the towering figure of Garen, over 80 meters tall, the serpents took flight in terror. Observing their retreat, Garen unleashed 2 strikes of the Abyss Blade, instantly cleaving the colossal snakes into numerous pieces. He proceeded to extract their gallbladders, remarking, "This gallbladder is rather small, weighing only about 2 pounds. As the Titan pythons measure over 10 meters in length. Having dispensed with the serpents, Garen pondered, these Titan pythons should thrive in harmony. The larger ones are vanquished, and the smaller ones must meet the same fate. He continued his journey, navigating through the forest until he arrived at a sloping terrain. The trees above loomed tall, obscuring the sunlight. These trees are exceedingly high, he mused, scanning his surroundings. Among them, he spotted a fruit resembling a devil fruit. Astonished by its likeness, he exclaimed, "It truly appears to be a devil fruit. Momonosuke is indeed the key to this world." Overjoyed, Garen noted that the tree bore only a few fruits, about 10 in total. However, one fruit stood out prominently, adorned with a vivid red hue and devilish patterns. He swiftly plucked the devil fruit and stored it within his body, declaring, "I shall examine this fruit further upon returning to the ship." Filled with elation, he laughed heartily. "Indeed, I have unlocked the code to this world." While still upon the tree, he spotted a massive nest and promptly leaped to investigate. The nest was enormous, measuring over 6 meters in an oval shape, and contained an egg. Garen speculated it might belong to a large bird or perhaps a dragon, indicative of a significant creature. Without hesitation, he stored the egg in his earthen space and resumed his exploration. As he traversed over hills, he found little of interest along the way. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. Garen pondered aloud, "I wonder if there are any more devil fruits on this island. If there are still some left, that would indeed be splendid." Garen traversed through the vast expanse of grasslands and arrived at a small pond, which teemed with freshwater fish. Guarding the pond was a large pack of wolves, approximately 20 in number. These wolves were impressively massive, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 5 meters long, all being colossal creatures. Baring their teeth menacingly at Garen, he swiftly unleashed a formidable attack, an avalanche of cliff-edge blades, dozens of hardened black earth blades measuring over 50 meters. Surged from the ground towards the pack, annihilating them in an instant. Garen remarked, "I relish using grand techniques to clear my path. I have never been fond of trivial games." After thoroughly exploring the entirety of Phuket Island, he discovered no other large creatures, such as tigers or mountain lions. Though these beasts were indeed large, they were exceedingly cautious, fleeing at the sight of Garen's towering earthen constructs. Unperturbed, Garen unleashed a multitude of cliff-edge blades, systematically dispatching those creatures, fully aware of their perilous nature, particularly their penchant for nocturnal ambushes against humans. Had he not been in his towering form, these beasts would undoubtedly have posed a lethal threat to him. Garen then stumbled upon a multitude of wild buffalo, wild sheep, wild boars, and wild horses, all congregated in a vast meadow, grazing peacefully. Without a second thought, he felled 2 buffalo and began dragging them back to the camp. He announced, "Barbiro, let's have these for lunch. Please make the arrangements." Barbiro, gazing at the immense buffalo weighing 3 tons, responded, "Understood, Captain. We'll prepare braised beef and charcoal-grilled steaks for lunch." Garen believed that this island was indeed an opportune place for training. Once all the crew returned and enjoyed their midday meal, he planned to organize a session to enhance the skills of all members. The island was notably tranquil, with such substantial herbivores providing ample protein to bolster the crew's physical conditioning. Garen constructed a simple earthen bed on the beach and basked in the sun, reflecting, "In my past life, I never had the chance to sunbathe on the beach. Who would have thought it would take this lifetime to fulfill that desire?" Alice and Bina, noticing Garen's return, approached the beach and sat beside him, inquiring, "Garen, you're back. Did you bring anything interesting?" Garen replied, Certainly, I have something. What do you two wish to eat for lunch? Alice responded, anything will do. I'm not picky. Vina added, then we'll head to the kitchen to lend a hand. I've heard you brought back 2 enormous buffalo. I've never seen such gigantic creatures. Garen encouraged, you two should take a look. That beef should be extraordinarily delicious. Galen returned to his captain's quarters and retrieved the devil fruit, commencing a comparison with the devil fruit encyclopedia. He discovered that it was also an animal-type devil fruit, specifically the cat fruit, model, mountain shape. Galen remarked, Master Kaido, who among us truly belongs to the beast pirates? Why is it that I encounter so many animal-type devil fruits, with just one nature type and one paramecia type? He continued with a jest. Is it that I must form a savage beast pirate crew next? Further contemplating, he decided to bestow this fruit upon the hard-working Barbero. As Sombert showed little interest in devil fruits, genuinely desiring none. Galen speculated, if we were to rank devil fruits by tier, ordinary, advanced, super, calamity, divine, and ultra-divine, only 2 fruits currently qualify as ultra-divine. The first is the fish fruit, model, mythical beast Qi Long, which has not been awakened in Kaido's original narrative. The second is the human fruit, model, Nika, the sun god, capable of transforming thoughts into tangible attacks, allowing for fantastical combat. Most crucially, it can transform into the sun god Nika, albeit requiring awakening, and is indeed a fated fruit. He observed that most paramecia-type devil fruits are advanced, surpassing the typical ordinary animal-type devil fruits in strength. Unless one lacks the ability to develop their powers or possesses insufficient stamina to unlock formidable abilities. Consider the clown Buggy, who, despite wielding a super devil fruit, the chop fruit, often finds himself fragmented and losing parts of his body. Had he developed the capacity to unleash a dismembering attack upon his foes, the consequences would be dire, leading to their immediate demise. The 2 weakest devil fruits are, firstly, Corazone's paramecia type, the silent fruit. However, during the Wano arc, Law utilized the silent space ability to counter Big Mom's final soul-calling ability, preventing her from siphoning the lifespans of others. The second is the human fruit, model, commoner, which grants no abilities whatsoever and was consumed by Chopper. If an ordinary person were to ingest this devil fruit, they would be devoid of any powers and unable to swim. Galen shook his head at the thought. The capabilities of devil fruits require a catalyst for development, namely mental strength. In his 2 lifetimes, Galen possesses immense mental fortitude, further augmented by his dual souls. And he has inherited a fragment of the original soul. He is reluctant to exhaust the remnants of the original spirit and intends to preserve a portion of it. In the future, with this fragment of a soul, he plans to consume another devil fruit. Galen is aware of the locations of 2 mythical beast-type devil fruits and plans to acquire both for his crew. The first is an artificial devil fruit, the mythical beast type, model, Jiaolong, and the second is the bat fruit, model, vampire, each possessing distinct advantages. However, the Jiaolong fruit, being artificial, surely lacks the vitality of the vampire fruit. If it were the mythical beast-type Qinlong fruit, it would undoubtedly surpass the vampire fruit in strength. However, the vampire fruit is an ancient type of devil fruit that possesses the ability to drain the life force of others, thus ensuring its wielder's longevity. If one's lifespan proves insufficient, one can simply siphon vitality from others. The awakening of all devil fruits is exceedingly challenging. Upon the awakening of Zoan-type fruits, the user can transform into both beast and human forms, with their bodies enveloped in ethereal flame clouds, which possess a certain elegance. The flame clouds adorning Monkey D. Luffy's Nika form are white, while others are shrouded in black. Rob Lucci from CP9, who wields the cat fruit, has achieved the awakening of its leopard form as well. Every ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit, upon awakening, is encircled by flame clouds, significantly enhancing its power. However, should one's willpower falter during the awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit, they risk devolving into a beastly state. The 4th layer of Impel Down is inhabited by a beastly jailer who suffered a failed awakening of their Zoan-type abilities, resulting in their transformation into a hybrid beast. Galen remarked that, according to the plotted course, it would take several months to reach the Grand Line, and from Reverse Mountain to Gaia Island would require additional months. Gaia Island itself hosts a sizable town known as Magu Town. Given the lengthy journey ahead, Galen contemplated that it would be prudent to enhance the overall strength of his companions in the meantime. At that time, they could seize the opportunity to plunder the devil fruits while sailing. Galen spoke, declaring that two particular devil fruits must be acquired. One is the legendary surgery fruit, and the other is the cataclysmic gold fruit. Both of these fruits possess immense potential. The surgery fruit, upon awakening, can grant the ability to achieve eternal youth, while the gold fruit allows for the manipulation of gold. With gold in abundance, one can swiftly amass a formidable crew. Furthermore, both fruits are intricately linked to Doflamingo. The first, the Paramecia-type gold fruit, earned the title of Golden Emperor for Taisolo, who pilfered it from Doflamingo's auction house. The second fruit's acquisition was even more amusing, as Doflamingo dispatched his own spy brother, Corazon, to seize the surgery fruit, which ultimately ended up being fed to Law. Corazon, an undercover agent within the Don Quixote family, regularly relayed intelligence to Sengoku. On the other hand, Diaz Barrels, a former Marine officer who later fell into piracy, lost the surgery fruit to Corazon in the ghost town of the North Sea. Galen had long coveted these two fruits and was preparing to make his move. Additionally, in the East Sea, there were the Blaze fruit and the Slide fruit, as well as the gang in Logue Town, led by Bartolomeo with his Barrier fruit. The West Sea was home to the Flower fruit, which had already been consumed by Robin long ago. Galen momentarily could not recall the rest of the fruits, but he intended to sail and plunder whatever fruits crossed his path. In the South Sea, there was also a talent, the candle fruit user, Geldon, who would later become Mr. 3 in Crocodile Studio, and at this time, he was still an 11-year-old child. Galen planned to take him under his wing upon meeting. There was also the exploding fruit of the Booger Man, Jim, whom Galen thought he might encounter later. For now, they were just kids. With a mischievous grin, Galen vowed not to let any of these fruits slip through his fingers. By noon, everyone had returned, and Galen addressed the weary captains, saying, "You've all worked hard. Please take a rest." The captains replied in unison, "Understood, Captain." In his heart, Galen thought they had explored sufficiently, and he had already transferred all valuable items onto the ship. He suspected that the giantization of animals on Buggy Island might be due to the island's unique magnetic field. At 2 o'clock that night, a thick fog enveloped them, dissipating by 6 the next morning. This fog, laden with abundant water vapor, silently nourished the trees and plants, causing their growth to swell. As for other possibilities, Galen truly did not know, but it mattered little. In the afternoon, he decided to let everyone engage in some activities and prepared for them to train for a while. Then they set sail for the next island. Galen entrusted the enormous egg to the ship's doctor, Ross, urging him to attempt incubating it. Ross remarked that it might be an egg left by a giant bird, suggesting they wait to witness the miracle of hatching. Galen responded, "I'm counting on you." By evening, Galen gathered everyone and stated, "This island is indeed conducive for our cultivation. We must strive to enhance our strength during this period." With that, he activated his fruit abilities, enveloping over 800 crew members, including all squad leaders, in a suit of heavy soil. Galen intended to progress gradually, starting with lighter yellow clay, and once they acclimated, he would transition to the significantly heavier red clay and black clay, which, although dense, was not as burdensome as the red clay. He also planned to further develop this weighty clay ability, intending to use the red gravity clay to impede opponents and hasten their stamina depletion. If the adversaries possessed remarkable endurance, the soil fruit could ensnare them continuously, sapping their energy before unleashing devastating skills to damage their bodies. With that, Galen commanded everyone to commence training, introducing an innovative method for these laborers to gain an advantage. He wrapped himself in the red gravity clay and began to run with the others. The fourth squad, being the swordsmen, had their blades enveloped in clay, allowing Sembert and his crew to refine their swordsmanship. Sembert exclaimed, "This clay possesses formidable capabilities." If one were to witness this scene on the island, they would see figures draped in yellow, resembling suits of armor, running, revealing only portions of their necks and below. Concerned that the soil suits might restrict airflow, Galen ensured that the clay included tiny ventilation holes and was composed of moist, soft material, which would not harm the crew's bodies. Galen utilized his fruit abilities to engage in weighted training himself, and witnessing their captain lead by example, the others felt compelled to refrain from voicing their fatigue. After all, could they possibly tire more than their captain? Moreover, with Galen spearheading the training, the rest had no room for complaints. Throughout the process of enhancing his strength, Galen continued to develop his fruit abilities, chuckling as he remarked, "A method of training that achieves two objectives." He also organized the logistics department, assigning Babiro to lead the crew in hunting the island's wildlife, such as wild buffalo, boars, sheep, and horses, preparing to pack everything aboard. Galen instructed him to cure the meat into jerky for storage. Given the abundance of game, they could not consume it all at once. Nor could they store it for long. Curing it would ensure a lengthy preservation period. Galen was determined to allow the crew to feast heartily, indulging in any meat they desired. With an overabundance of prey, there was no shortage of sustenance, and the 6 squads of crew members trained diligently, maintaining a hearty appetite. Galen included. Notably, Captain George is capable of consuming 50 kilograms of food in a single day, while Peggy manages to consume over 40 kilograms. Moreover, Peggy's stature has increased. Previously standing at 2.4 meters, she now reaches a remarkable height of 2.6 meters. Galen, who once measured 2.2 meters, has also grown to 2.5 meters, making him a head shorter than George. At this moment, Galen is still not yet 17, leaving him ample room for further growth. George, towering at 2.8 meters, is one of the tallest individuals aboard the vessel. However, Peggy is just 18 and may eventually reach a height of 2.7 meters. Galen aspires to grow taller as well. Being shorter could potentially lead to awkward encounters with other formidable individuals. Unlike Luffy, who possesses a fruit ability that allows him to increase his height with a mere breath. Galen expressed, "It would certainly be advantageous to grow taller. I have no desire to be perceived as short." Garland has been training on this island of Phuket for over 20 days, and the members of the 6 squads have made remarkable progress. He has ensured that Barbero caters to everyone's needs with ample food and drink. What delights Garland the most is that the 4th squad has become a swordsmanship squad, with many members practicing the Gale Flow sword technique, achieving remarkable speed in their strikes. Notably, numerous female crew members have joined the 4th squad, and Garland treats them all equally, engaging in rigorous training with weighted garments. Among them is Alice, who possesses a fervent desire to grow stronger. The one who has experienced the most significant improvement is Songbird, who is nearing the realm of steel cutting. His dual-wielding style, combined with the Gale Flow sword technique, boasts an astonishing speed and cleverness in his strikes, exuding an aura of sword energy. He is on the cusp of becoming a formidable swordsman. Garland frequently engages in friendly competitions with the various squad leaders, promoting mutual encouragement through contests. Songbirds' swordsmanship is so formidable that it often leaves the squad leaders at a disadvantage. However, Garland can still defeat Songbird, as Songbird has yet to master the advanced haki, rendering him unable to overcome Garland. Additionally, Garland has provided George and Peggy with 2 massive iron hammers, weighing over 2,000 pounds and measuring 3 meters in length, which they wield as training weapons. Garland has also encased their weapons in earth to enhance their physical strength. Allison is primarily focused on swordsmanship, with his fruit ability serving as support, and he has not neglected the development of his powers. As he embraces his white wolf beast form, his strength has significantly increased, leading Garland to believe that his chances of awakening are quite high. Allison is also practicing the Gale Flow sword technique, and being a Zoan-type fruit user naturally augments both his physical strength and speed, enhancing his agility. In private, he is also working on a simplified version of the shave technique. Garland feels confident that reaching the level of a swordsman will not be overly arduous for him. Pierre's magnet fruit has been developed to an impressive extent. He has begun to manipulate 100 dual-handed flying swords, reminiscent of a sword immortal from the Shu Mountain. However, he also wields a katana, and Garland perceives the potential of this devil fruit's abilities as quite formidable. Were it not for Pierre's unwavering loyalty as a worker, Garland would hesitate to grant him such a power. Garland has also taught him how to disassemble and reassemble steel, allowing him to shape it as desired, proving to be a remarkable skill for both offense and defense. In Leo's 5th squad, the majority are sharpshooters, a consequence of Garland having previously assigned the older and weaker individuals to him. Each of Leo's 3 squad captains specializes in marksmanship, and Leo's proficiency in both swordsmanship and shooting has skyrocketed. Garland suspects he may have awakened his observation haki, as he is as accurate as Chun Early with a firearm. Furthermore, in his Falcon Beast form, Leo can fire a sniper rifle from great heights, showcasing a remarkable talent for ambush tactics. Currently, Garland lacks the necessary resources, but once they reach Sky Island, he aims to collaborate with scientists to develop rifles or other automatic firearms, moving beyond the outdated flintlock pistols, ideally creating projectiles infused with sea stone. At that time, other fruit users would undoubtedly fall victim to Leo's treachery. Galen mused to himself, "It seems I must venture to Wano country. Moreover, he could not store sea stone within his body as a devil fruit user. Contact with sea stone would lead to a catastrophic release of the energy within him, potentially leading to his demise. Galen was unwilling to perish by his own hand, and this very situation filled him with dread. Whenever a battle was imminent, the contents of Galen's earthen space would be released prematurely, for he genuinely feared encountering a cunning adversary, lest his negligence lead to ruin. In such a case, he would surely shed tears as he gazed upon his vibrant crew, preparing to train for a week before setting sail for the next island. Subsequently, he intended to infiltrate the Marine branch in the South Sea. However, the distance to the Marine base was quite significant. Galen was also intrigued by the fact that, despite having a bounty of 100 million, no Marines had pursued him yet. He sought to capitalize on this opportunity, hoping to encounter higher-ranking officers, particularly those skilled in the Marine 6 styles. Should such an encounter occur, he would no longer need to infiltrate the Marine base, but could instead sail directly from the next island towards a member nation of the world government. Although there remained half of the South Sea before reaching the Grand Line, Galen felt an immense confidence. After all, it was only the following year that Roger would become the Pirate King, granting him ample time. The Sky Island held 2 devil fruits. One was the formidable natural-type thunder fruit, while the other was an animal-type fruit, the ordinary Pegasus fruit. Galen's greatest desire was to acquire the Flying Sky Island arc, and he confidently declared, "In due time, I shall undoubtedly become a great emperor." Conquering the Sky Island should not pose much difficulty. Becoming the king of the Sky Island is certainly within my grasp. In Garen's mind, he mused that he could easily sell fabricated information to the world government, perhaps even trading a few devil fruits, as it was indeed not a daunting task. The world government was in pursuit of the ancient weapon Pluton, and Garen was aware of its whereabouts. They were also searching for the Nika fruit, of which he had knowledge, and they sought the reincarnation of Joy Boy in this era. Garen declared, "Joy Boy is none other than the young rascal Momonosuk. If he is not him, he must be." He contemplated selling information to the revolutionaries while providing them with weaponry, allowing the revolutionaries to exchange devil fruits in return. He also considered pilfering a few devil fruits to bolster his own power. Garen boldly inquired, "Who else remains? Who can stand in my way?" Yet, he harbored fears, notably of those 2 troublesome devil fruits. For instance, the may know me of the Golden Lion certainly gave him a headache, not to mention Kaido, an exasperating duo. Reflecting on these 2, Garen found himself at a loss. Both were unscrupulous fighters and could soar through the skies. However, in the original narrative, Kaido had never ventured to the Sky Islands above Gaia, and the Golden Lion was defeated by Luffy in a film adaptation. Garen rationalized that the Golden Lion had not visited the Sky Islands either. He was set to assault Impel Down next year. The Golden Lion had only escaped from Impel Down during the year of the Buster Call on O'Hara, specifically, in the year 1950 of the Sea Circle era. The Buster Call had ravaged O'Hara Island, bombarded by Akainu and the Navy's warships, while the refugee vessels seeking sanctuary on the island were also ordered to be shelled by Akainu. The island housed at least 200,000 souls, and ultimately, only Nico Robin survived. Presently, Garen was situated in the timeline of 1946, with 4 years remaining until the Buster Call incident on O'Hara. He contemplated robbing a few historians when the time came to enrich his own faction. His principle was to reap what others had sown, ensuring no opportunity went wasted. Garen halted his thoughts and resumed his training, throwing rapid punches at a massive tree. He augmented his fist with the red-weighted earth from his devil fruit abilities. Meanwhile, the other captains were diligently honing their skills. Garen intended to train on this island for half a month. His pirate crew had already consumed hundreds of the herbivorous creatures inhabiting the land. He planned to preserve some blood samples from these animals, intending to enlist other biologists to study them, thereby cultivating his own power and eventually having a unique source of meat without the need to purchase it elsewhere. The Sky Island, known as Shangri-La or Appiato, was predominantly composed of clouds and empty seas, devoid of such large herbivores. Garen also instructed Barbilo to capture some of the young herbivores, placing them on merchant ships to nurture a few calves and ascertain if they could survive, with the aim of breeding them in the future and establishing his own ranch on the Sky Island. At that time, I will seize the ripe fruit from Wano to hasten the growth of crops. Garen mused to himself that accursed devil fruit was the downfall of the beautiful female ninja, Ein, once a strikingly handsome assassin. He transformed into an excessively plump matron after consuming the fruit, and had also hastened the growth of the little brat, Momonosuk, from 8 to 28 years old. Garen harbored intense animosity towards that little rascal who had genuinely disgusted him in his previous life. All he did was cry, gazing at the girl's steamed buns. While shamelessly favoring those buns and infiltrating the large buns of the dutiful son, Yamato, he incessantly played the role of an adorable 8-year-old. Yet who was unaware that this little scoundrel was now 28, deceiving women left and right, often sneaking into the girls' bathhouses to peek at their buns. After Luffy's victory over Kaido, this foolish bird continued to serve as a general in Wano, and with so many people in Wano, he would inevitably indulge in the buns endlessly. Suddenly, Garen's phone rang. Moshi Moshi, he answered, pulling out his snail phone. A voice from Babylonia came through, stating, Captain, several naval warships are approaching our island, seemingly in pursuit of us. Garen responded, understood. He then called out, brothers, prepare for battle. All the crew armed themselves, awaiting Garen's command. Garen thought to himself, this is my first encounter with the Navy. Although I am uncertain of their capabilities, I am not made of clay. He led his crew towards the approaching warships, with several squad leaders following closely behind. The crew gazed at the ships advancing toward the island, and Garen remarked, there are quite a few Navy vessels coming. The squad leaders, brimming with fighting spirit, awaited Captain Garen's orders. Garen decisively commanded, let those naval scum come ashore first. We shall ensnare them like fish in a barrel. Allison chimed in, what a splendid phrase, Captain. You truly are the most learned person on the sea. George inwardly cursed. This white wolf is such a sycophant. That remark should have been directed towards me. Next time, I must be quicker to praise the captain. Garen contemplated and then declared, we will capture the leading Navy personnel, abduct all the soldiers, intimidate them, and take compromising photos. We can employ any method against those Navy officers. As long as they are familiar with the 6 powers, we must seize them. George noticed Allison wanting to speak and hastily interjected, Captain, you are indeed the most astute individual on the sea, devising such an impressive plan in mere seconds, leaving me in awe. Allison thought to himself, this flatterer truly knows how to curry favor. These were all points I intended to make. Next time, I shall speak faster to endear myself to the captain. Garen mused. These guys are even stealing my chance to flatter. It's not particularly delectable. He then stated, you two, stop being foolish. I need to arrange a battle plan. Garen continued, capture them all. Do not fear the possibility of not extracting information. Unless they are mute, we will photograph them in the nude. In due time, we shall consult the news magnate Morgan to expose the Navy, declaring their utter lack of shame. He added, let them first come ashore before we proceed. They certainly cannot be admirals, just a rear admiral at most, as this is merely the South Sea. If this Major General were to wield the armament hockey, we would prepare to besiege him. Allison remarked, Captain, your brilliance is unparalleled. This plan is impeccably crafted. Galen mused internally, there is no honor in martial conduct. He awaited his comrades on the beach, which stretched extensively, with Galen's vessel anchored at the upper sands while the Navy prepared to land at the lower shore. Galen chuckled. I was just contemplating moving the ship to avoid damage, but that is no longer necessary. He began devising a battle strategy, stating, I will lure a few men to the beach's edge, drawing the Navy towards the forest. There, we shall lie in ambush with our weapons at the ready. Galen continued. It will be myself, George, and Peggy, alongside Captain Allison of the 3rd Division, who will lead the Navy to this ambush site. The rest of you shall remain here. Everyone responded, understood, Captain. Galen's rationale for this plan lay in the soil-rich terrain of the forest, which would facilitate his control during combat. The beach offered little in terms of earth, and creating soil with his fruit abilities would be physically taxing. He was uncertain about the Navy's numbers and could not afford to exhaust his energy unnecessarily. Accompanied by George, Peggy, and Allison, Galen proceeded toward the beach, intending to lure a wave of enemies. Upon reaching the shore, they observed Navy warships swiftly approaching the deserted island. Galen noted that these vessels were indeed superior to his own, being streamlined and equipped with 3 formidable cannons at the bow. 5 warships in total had arrived. Galen, surveying the Navy's ships, exclaimed, Come forth, let us see who is truly strong. On the beach, Galen activated his fruit ability, launching soil projectiles. With his hands shaped like pistols, he began firing at the Navy stationed over 500 meters away, soil bullets flying from his fingertips. Among the naval officers disembarking from their ships was Colonel Gilmy, the Major General. Drawing his katana, Gilmy effortlessly sliced through the black soil bullets, then shouted at Galen, surrender. Boy, I have no desire to kill you. Galen, unfazed, retaliated with several hardened soil projectiles. George shouted, "You Navy scum, come and chase us." Galen also shouted, "Brothers, run. There are too many Navy forces." He wished to avoid raising any suspicions among the Navy. If they did not follow, his crew's ambush would be in vain. Gilmy, with another swift strike, cleaved through the soil projectiles and ordered, "Charge and defeat the pirates. These scoundrels have been frightened into a disarrayed retreat. For justice, onward." With that, over 500 Navy personnel surged forward under Gilmy's command, several naval officers employing the shave technique while Gilmy utilized the moonwalk. Galen realized that his luring strategy was effective. He shouted, "Brothers, the Navy is formidable. We must flee. The Navy is upon us. Run." His loud exclamation only further encouraged the advancing Navy, who cheered for justice. "Charge forth and eliminate the pirates." As Galen sprinted, he shouted fervently, "The Navy is overwhelming. They are formidable." George, fully in sync, echoed, "Captain, flee. The Navy is upon us." Galen and his companions dashed toward the ambush point. Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Gilmy of the Navy brandished a resolute expression, believing that vanquishing Galen was a righteous pursuit, and he zealously urged his soldiers, "Today is the day for glory, for justice." Galen and his crew had reached their ambush site. Did Galen possess any sense of morality? Certainly not. He swiftly transformed into a master of traps, employing the powers of the earth fruit to turn the terrain into a quagmire. For a radius of 5 miles, the ground morphed into a swampy mire, saturated with water. Those who ventured in without the moonwalk technique would find themselves ensnared in the yellow, devouring mire. Galen awaited the Navy at the ambush point as over 600 Navy personnel, led by Rear Admiral Gilmy, recklessly pursued the Mud Dragon pirates. A throng plunged into the swamp, including Rear Admiral Gilmy himself, who soon found himself ensnared. Observing his comrades sinking, the remaining sailors cried out in alarm, "Stop! There are traps." However, the Mud Dragon pirates effectively sealed their escape routes, compelling the Navy to enter the mire. Galen, observing the area where Rear Admiral Gilmy had fallen, activated his earth fruit powers, ensnaring Gilmy with several tendrils of earth, leaving only a small portion of his head exposed. The red, gravity-infused soil enveloped Gilmy in a 2-meter thick layer of mud. Unsatisfied, Galen thickened the encasement to 4 meters. He dubbed this technique Super Earth Layer Burial. Continuing to wield his powers, Galen ensnared the remaining Navy soldiers with mire, ultimately consuming over 600 of them within the swamp. However, he left their heads above ground to prevent suffocation. Gazing at Rear Admiral Gilmy, Galen declared, "Just now, you wish to kill me. But I harbor no desire to eliminate you. I offer you a chance for survival. How about allowing your soldiers to live?" With a malevolent gaze, he scrutinized Gilmy, who retorted defiantly, "You despicable scoundrel." At that moment, Allison, standing beside Galen, approached Gilmy with an air of displeasure. She raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps, exclaiming, "Our captain is merciful and spares your lives, yet you dare to insult him? Do you wish for your own demise?" Meanwhile, several Navy officers, trapped in the mire, attempted to crawl to the surface, but Galen swiftly sealed their escape routes, ensuring that none could escape. Most of those ensnared were among the Navy's more capable members, which explained their rapid speed. They had not anticipated such an immense and treacherous swamp, nor the cunning of the earth fruit wielder. Galen quickly activated his powers to seal the pits, preventing their escape. When unexpected events arise, it is the opportune moment to negotiate terms. Galen gazed upon the multitude of naval officers at the bottom of the swamp, assured that they would not succumb to suffocation anytime soon. With a slight opening, he addressed the naval personnel, stating, "I can ensure your survival. The choice lies with you." Noticing the defiant Major General Gilmy, Galen continued, "Major General Gilmy, surely you do not wish for this group of naval soldiers to perish so easily. Look at them. They have children and parents. Do you wish for their parents to grow old without their sons to care for them? Do you want these sailors' children to become orphans?" Galen was aware of Major General Gilmy's reputation. He had not witnessed Gilmy engage in battle often, yet his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Having been outmaneuvered by Galen, it was certain that Gilmy would employ the 6 styles of the Navy and the power of hockey. He was a moderate within the Navy, unlike the hawkish Akainu, and cared greatly for his subordinates. With a weary expression, Major General Gilmy remarked, "You insolent brat, state your demands, but you must ensure my comrades remain unharmed. Otherwise, I vow I will never forgive you." Galen understood that negotiations could now proceed gradually, initially inflating his demands before settling for a more reasonable request. Unabashedly, He declared, "I want you to join our Mud Dragon pirate crew. We are in dire need of someone as principled and selfless as yourself. What do you say?" Upon finishing his statement, Gallon looked at Gilmy with eager anticipation. Gilmy, however, roared back vehemently, "You can forget about me joining your crew. You might as well kill me." Gallon swiftly altered his demeanor, responding, "Very well. I shall first eliminate your subordinates, and then take my time to deal with you." Gilmy, in anguish, gazed at his men ensnared by the swamp, filled with despair. Gallon intended to make unreasonable demands initially, only to later propose a more acceptable one. Knowing that Gilmy would ultimately acquiesce and provide the methods for mastering the 6 styles of the Navy, Gallon recognized that the individual before him would never align with pirates. He then awkwardly added, "Indeed, requesting you to join us is inappropriate. How could the Navy ever ally with pirates? Unless, of course, one were to be like Diaz Barrels or Drake's father." Continuing, Gallon proposed another demand. "How about relinquishing your Southern Sea Naval Branch to me? I shall rule as a local sovereign there. What do you think of this condition?" Gilmy, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "You go too far, Mud Dragon Gallon. You either demand that I become a pirate or hand over our Southern Sea Naval Base. Justice will not let this pass. Our naval headquarters will seek vengeance for us. Go on, make your move." Upon concluding his words and closing his eyes, Garen understood that he would once again have to appeal to the emotions of General Jimmer. He continued, "General Jimmer, you are but a solitary figure. Death would be a release. Ask your subordinates. Many of them are still young, some merely 18. Mere children who joined your Navy in pursuit of their dreams. Are you truly willing to lead them to their doom? Many of them represent the future of the Navy. Do you intend to guide them toward death?" Garen observed the visibly moved Jimmer and pressed on, "Simply grant me the Navy's 6 forms, along with your methods for cultivating armament hockey and observation hockey. In exchange for these few items, how about the lives of over 600 of your brothers?" Garen could see that Jimmer was swayed, the scales of his judgment tipping. "Rest assured," Garen vowed, "I swear upon my title as captain of the Mud Dragon pirate crew. Should I fail to uphold my promise, I shall be disgraced, a pirate without honor upon the seas." He watched as Jimmer's resolve wavered once more, and continued, "Hand over the manual for the Navy's 6 forms, and write down the methods for cultivating the 2-color hockey. Not a single one of your soldiers will come to harm." With his devil fruit abilities, Garen gently encased the wrapped colonels and several majors in a layer of clay, easing their burden. Observing Jimmer's hesitation, Garen intensified his persuasion. "I will transform today's events into news, exposing how the South Sea Navy treats its soldiers as expendable. You shall witness firsthand your men perish before your eyes. Who would then dare to join the Navy? The chaos that ensues upon the seas will be a direct consequence of your actions today, General Jimmer." Jimmer's face contorted in agony as Garen slyly suggested, "Convey to me through a blink where your manual is hidden, and I shall retrieve it without you breaching confidentiality." Garen further enticed, "Your sailors will be spared, and my Mud Dragon pirate crew will safeguard your Navy's reputation, claiming that it was you, General Jimmer, who drove us away. Consider the implications. Your Navy's renown will flourish, attracting more recruits. Do you not desire a stronger, more formidable Navy? Do you not wish for justice to proliferate within your ranks?" Like a devil whispering temptation, Garen ensnared General Jimmer, who struggled with his decision. "Will you truly honor your promise?" Jimmer asked, doubt etched on his face. Garen replied, "I assure you by my reputation, I shall never betray my word. You may inquire about the principles of the Mud Dragon pirate crew." Jimmer conceded, "The Navy's 6 forms are aboard my ship, in my quarters. Have my aide fetch them. As for armament hockey, I'm not well versed, but I will provide you with everything I know. Observation hockey remains unpracticed for me. Yet the technique is simple. Bind your eyes and sense the world around you." Garen recalled the method Rayleigh had taught Luffy. Indeed, all appears quite similar. One must rely on perception with blindfolded eyes. Garen instructed George to retrieve the Navy's 6 styles, subsequently releasing the right hand of Gilmy, prompting him to inscribe the methods for cultivating armament hockey. Observing the plethora of training techniques before him, such as the continuous enhancement of physical attributes and strength to harness the armament hockey within, Garen felt a sense of certainty. As he awaited the acquisition of the 6 styles manual, his fulfillment was imminent. George, beaming with joy, presented the manual on the cultivation of the Navy's 6 styles, exclaiming, "Captain, I have procured it." To Gilmy, Garen declared, "I have obtained my possessions. I offer a piece of advice to you, the Navy." With that, Garen activated the maximum potential of his earth fruit abilities, directing his focus 200 meters ahead. He proclaimed, "Earth explosion star." Before their eyes, the soil from 200 meters away soared into the sky, swiftly forming a massive earthen sphere at 500 meters altitude, only to crash down with a resounding thud, flattening a small hill in an expansive radius. It was akin to the forceful pull of a vine tiger drawing a meteor, instantly unleashing a shockwave that tousled the hair of all present. The members of the Mud Dragon Pirates gazed at Garen with admiration, while George remarked, "The captain's strength and wisdom are truly unfathomable." The other captains nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prowess Garen had honed over 2.5 years. Turning to the astonished Rear Admiral Gilmy and the gathered Navy soldiers, Garen smiled broadly, stating, "Rear Admiral Gilmy, I am preparing to set sail shortly, and will publicly declare that it was the Navy who defeated us, forcing us to abandon the island. However, let us first agree that none of us shall resort to violence. Otherwise, you may find yourselves utterly annihilated here." With that said, Galen led the crew towards the beach upstream. He freed the Navy soldiers from the clutches of the mud, and one by one, they emerged from the mire. After witnessing Galen and his companions depart, a lieutenant colonel turned to Gilmy and asked, "Major General, shall we pursue them?" Gilmy, with a pained expression, replied, "There is no need to chase after them. Let us return to the naval headquarters and report today's events to the main office," allowing Admiral Kong to make a decision. With that, he gestured for the others to follow him back to the naval vessel, where they commenced their journey. Galen and his crew also returned to their ship, and the sailors began to set sail. Galen instructed those capable of writing to gather on the third floor. Observing the assembly of approximately 120 individuals, he instructed each one to meticulously copy 2 copies of the Navy's 6 styles. Galen emphasized the importance of neat handwriting. The manual comprised over 2,000 characters, and a few hundred copies would suffice. He felt a swell of joy, thinking, "This will lay the foundation for our collective combat prowess." Galen turned to Alice and Bina, who were diligently writing, and said, "You two shall oversee them. This material must remain confidential and not be disseminated indiscriminately. Each individual may only transcribe 2 manuals, and every copy must be submitted to me. If this information were to reach the public, it would not bode well." Alice responded, "Understood, Galen. If every pirate were to master the 6 styles, it would spell disaster for the civilians and pose a significant threat to the Navy. If pirates acquire the Navy's techniques, how can the Navy defend itself? The primary concern is that the pirates would all possess comparable strength. How could Galen expand and strengthen his forces, aspiring to become one of the 4 emperors or an even greater power?" Galen was not inclined to grant full access to the manuals for novice pirates or ordinary crew members. Instead, he would first teach them the first technique, shave. Once they mastered shave, they would proceed to learn the next technique, finger pistol. Galen intended to provide each division leader with a manual, followed by each squad leader, amounting to 4 copies per division. Galen could then supervise the division leaders, and should anyone lose their copy, they would face the consequences. Galen reclined on the sofa, awaiting the completion of the writing task by the crew. His gaze fell upon the remaining ordinary Zoan-type cat fruit, and he pondered whether to bestow it upon Barbero or the young lieutenant, Recton, of the 1st Division. Galen considered the current strength of Barbero, which indeed surpassed that of Recton, who had only recently been appointed as a lieutenant. The other lieutenants lacked devil fruits, creating an imbalance that might foster envy among the crew, ultimately diminishing their motivation, a principle not conducive to a harmonious working environment. Galen mused aloud. If only there were an additional devil fruit, it would surely incite a competitive spirit among everyone, leading to a martial competition where the fruits could be awarded to the top 2 contestants. However, there is but one. He acknowledged Barbero's commendable role as the logistics officer, often considering the welfare of the entire crew, displaying exceptional interpersonal skills and a generous spirit. Galen silently resolved, "It shall be you who receives it." He retrieved his transponder snail and called for Barbero, stating, "Barbero, please come here. I have something valuable to share with you." Barbero promptly replied, "Understood, Captain. I shall be there shortly." Moments later, Barbero entered the room, and Galen presented him with the devil fruit, declaring, "This is a potent devil fruit, a token of my appreciation for your contributions to our Mud Dragon Pirates. I am sincerely grateful for your efforts. May this fruit serve as a reward to encourage your continued diligence." Deeply moved, Barbero responded, "Captain, my life was saved by you. You have shown me kindness by allowing me to serve as the logistics officer, and I am immensely grateful. This devil fruit is exceedingly precious. It could fetch over 100 million berries at auction. I do not feel worthy of such a generous gift. Galen reassured him, there is no need for such burdens. Your diligent management of the ship's affairs is the greatest help you can provide me. He urged, go ahead, consume it. Barbero vowed, Captain, I will ensure the well-being and treatment of the other crew members, regularly checking their adherence to ship rules and training. Indeed, Galen had delegated authority, entrusting Barbero with the responsibility to inspect the crew's compliance with the ship's regulations and training on the first of every month. Those who failed to meet the standards would have their names recorded and submitted to Galen. Previously, he had mentioned that evaluations would occur monthly, but now he assigned this task to Barbero, who would oversee the crew's knowledge of the ship's rules and training. Initially, some struggled to memorize the material, prompting Galen to assert, those who cannot recite them are mere low-ranking pirates unworthy of privileges. They should clean the decks or the latrines. The principles of the working class necessitate regulations to ensure a willing workforce. The 4 cardinal ship rules were designed to inspire the crew to work diligently for Galen and take pride in their labor. Now, with Barbero's exemplary performance, the other division commanders had also excelled. The crew members diligently engaged in their studies, experiencing a profound elevation of their spirits. Observing the remarkably positive reports from Barbero, Galen turned to the contented worker before him and said, Barbero, keep up the excellent work. I have complete faith in you. You are the finest logistics minister. With a thumbs up directed at Barbero, Galen continued, this affirmation comes from the captain. After Barbero consumed the devil fruit, he instantaneously transformed into a towering figure, standing at 2.3 meters and extending over 5 meters in length, resembling an oversized American lion, complete with elongated claws. Galen remarked, truly, the powers of a zoan-type devil fruit must be formidable. Barbero replied, indeed, Captain, I feel I have become 3 times stronger than before. Galen then added, later, make sure to obtain a copy of the Navy's 6 Forms Training Manual. Barbero responded, understood, Captain. Galen cautioned, you may gradually pass this on to the logistics team, but do not disseminate the manual indiscriminately. Acknowledging the seriousness of the matter, Barbero affirmed, understood, Captain. As 2 hours passed, Alice entered with Bina, announcing, Galen, I have copied over 300 manuals on the Navy's 6 forms as you requested. Galen took one and handed it to Barbero, saying, take this. The manual must not be shared outside. He then produced a transponder snail, calling all the other squad leaders. Upon receiving the message, the squad leaders promptly brought their respective captains to Galen's ship. Galen distributed the manuals to the squad leaders, sternly reminding them to safeguard these documents diligently. Losing them could create significant trouble at sea, and everyone must remain vigilant. The squad leaders and their captains nodded in agreement, assuring, we will handle them with care. Galen instructed them not to return to their ships just yet, leading them to the main vessel to train with weighted clothing, enhancing their strength. He guided them to the 4th-level open deck, where he observed the detailed version 2.0 of the shave technique, far superior to his own version 0.5. Galen intended for the squad leaders to master the technique before teaching it to their respective teams. He activated the powers of the earth fruit, encasing all squad leaders, including himself, in weighted attire, and began practicing the shave technique together. During this time, he planned to bolster the strength of the squad leaders and their respective captains. Presently, Galen's strength was comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy. If he encountered a skilled rear admiral wielding hockey, he might find himself overwhelmed. However, against one lacking proficiency in hockey, Galen could easily dominate, and his rapid development of devil fruit abilities was attributed to his immense mental fortitude from 2 lifetimes, along with the knowledge he had acquired in his previous existence. In this recent conflict, Gilmy suffered due to a lack of intelligence. He could not have anticipated Garen's cunning strategy to walk his dog while setting traps. Without even activating his moonwalk technique, he was thwarted by Garen, who sealed off his escape route with soil. It is clear that Garen will not be able to employ such treachery against other naval forces in the future, as he suspects that his own intelligence has already been transmitted to the Navy headquarters by Major General Gilmy. Henceforth, he will find it increasingly challenging to deceive those high-level naval officers. Garen, alongside the various squad leaders, dedicated themselves to training in the Navy's 6 powers, beginning with the more fundamental techniques. For instance, Sambert needed only to master the shave, moonwalk, and gale foot techniques. The gale foot serves as a slashing skill, executed with the feet. Garen harbored hopes that Sandbert would become a master swordsman. Having spent nearly half a year in this world, Garen's greatest ambition was to conquer the Sky Island and subsequently establish his influence there. A swordsman would serve as an invaluable emblem of prestige, allowing Garen to proudly declare to others, "Grant me this favor, Momonosuk, for today I am determined to slay." Garen was also preparing to practice the 6 powers of the Navy. Once he perfected these techniques, he would acquire the divine skill known as Life Return. Upon mastering Life Return, he would experience an extraordinary surge in physical strength and stamina. Garen estimated that, given his mental fortitude and innate talent, it would take him 4 to 5 years to proficiently master the 6 powers. The shave, gale foot, and moonwalk are all leg techniques, while the paper artillery and iron blocks require extensive training of the body and fingers. At nearly 17 years of age, Garen was still young and had ample opportunity to hone his skills. He initiated his training with the shave, incorporating its speed into his earth element manipulation. His earth-based jumps had already reached a velocity comparable to his earth bullets, allowing him to propel himself like a bullet encased in earth. By augmenting this ability with the shave technique, his soil jumps would become even more formidable. Thus, Garen led all the squad leaders in their training of the Navy's 6 powers. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters received news from Major General Gilmy and promptly convened a meeting. Seated in the position of Fleet Admiral was Steelbone Kong, with Admirals Fujitora and Zephyr in attendance. Admiral Zephyr had retreated from active duty and was now training elite naval students at the Navy headquarters. In 1490 of the Sea Circle era, Zephyr had lost his wife and children to pirates, which prompted his transition to instructor. His first batch of students included the cross-eyed warrior Borisolino, known as Kizaru, the strongest gatekeeper of the Celestial Dragons, Sakazuki, known as Akainu, and the founder of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The second batch included Akiji, who was known for his cycling prowess on the seas. By this time, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji had already attained the rank of Rear Admiral and were poised for promotion to Admiral following the O'Hara incident, given the Navy's pressing need for high-caliber combatants. At the meeting, Colonel Brandnew presented to the senior officials of the Navy the essential details regarding Kate Garen, a 16-year-old male with a bounty of 100 million, possessing the natural-type devil fruit, the swamp fruit, which he referred to as the earth fruit, showcasing formidable strength. He had a penchant for stealthily pilfering treasures from the world government's allied nations and robbing noble kings, often employing cunning strategies in combat. Just 2 days prior, he had bested Major General Gilmy, the head of the South Sea Branch, utilizing an attack that unleashed the earth to assault his adversary. At this moment, Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, declared, "To deal with such malevolent pirates, death is undoubtedly the most fitting end. I shall personally eliminate him." With an air of disdain, he scrutinized the bounty information of Garling. Meanwhile, other admirals looked on. Kizaru, with a crooked grin, remarked, "Another calamity-level natural devil fruit. How terrifying." He then tilted the corner of his mouth, appearing particularly aged. Admiral Sengoku, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Currently, Roger is gathering those historical texts, preparing to journey to the final island. We must focus our primary efforts on Roger." Fleet Admiral Kong concurred. Indeed, Garp is still in pursuit of Roger. Yet the Roger pirates are exceedingly cunning, always managing to outmaneuver Garp. With an expression of indignation, Fleet Admiral Kong added, "That scoundrel Garp is being toyed with by Roger." Sengoku interjected, "Did not the Mud Dragon Garling announce his defeat at the hands of Rear Admiral Gilmy? We may conveniently use this as a pretext." Sengoku continued, "Once we apprehend the Roger pirates, we can turn our attention to other pirate crews, including the Mud Dragon pirates." The only female admiral, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who serves as the Chief of Staff of the Navy, agreed, indeed. Furthermore, in the New World, other prominent pirates have begun showing signs of rebellion. We should stabilize the other seas first and address the greatest threats. The other rear admirals, upon hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru speak, readily concurred. Recognizing her as the brain of the Navy, renowned for her high standing within the ranks, and noted for her beauty in her youth as one of the Navy's most striking female officers, she possesses the paramecia-type devil fruit, the wash-wash fruit, making her one of the most feared vice admirals by Doflamingo. At this juncture, Fleet Admiral Kong decisively asserted, "The bounty on the Mud Dragon pirates remains unchanged. This information need not be made public. Let us not concern ourselves with these minor pirates for now. Our focus should be on capturing the major ones." Allowing Garp to continue his pursuit of the J pirates, The Navy's vice admirals shall remain at headquarters to ensure the stability of the Holy Land, Mariewa. Fleet Admiral Kong concluded, "This meeting is adjourned." Meanwhile, Garp was chasing Roger in the New World, facing considerable hostility from the major pirates there. Roger, possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, often eluded Garp with ease. Currently, the Roger pirates, accompanied by the master of human dance, Kazuki Odin, the Dark King Rayleigh, the red-haired Shanks, and the clown Buggy, were preparing to journey to Wano in search of the historical texts. The master of human dance, Odin, had learned of the calamity befalling his homeland. However, disregarding all caution, we find ourselves at the twilight of the year 1496 in the Hyuan calendar. In the first half of 1497, Roger ascends to the throne of the Pirate King, heralding tumultuous waves across the seas. Indeed, Garen's suspicions were not misplaced. The master of human dance, nicknamed the Foolish King, Kazuki Odin, has led the Roger pirates to the land of Wano. Roger has already secured the second piece of the historical text. The first was seized from the Big Mom pirates, while the second was acquired from the Mink tribe on Zou, given the long-standing friendship between Wano and the Minks. With a mere utterance from Kazuki Odin, they obtained it. And now they prepare to acquire the third piece of the historical road sign text in Wano. At this juncture, Kaido has begun his preparations to annex Wano in collusion with the tyrant Orochi. Yet, Odin, accompanied by the two formidable rulers of the sea, Pirate King Roger and Dark King Rayleigh, can effortlessly subdue Kaido and the newly formed beast pirates with a mere flick of a finger. The master of human dance remains silent, intending to return from Laugh Tale in 6 months to perform the naked dance. Odin has also realized that his homeland is under siege by pirates, yet he remains unfazed, as his father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, has been imprisoned by Orochi. Moreover, the paramecia-type user, Kurazumi Semimaru, has begun to impersonate Sukiyaki, positioning Orochi as the acting shogun. The dutiful son shows little concern for his father, merely glancing at 9 red scabbards before descending into the Kazuki family's basement to retrieve the historical text of Wano and promptly sets forth with the Roger pirates. If only Roger had a moment to light a lamp, Kaido would be forced to flee Wano, thoroughly beaten by Roger and Rayleigh. The dutiful son simply states, "I fear to waste Roger's limited time." After becoming the Pirate King at the age of 52, Roger disappeared for nearly a year on Petrila Island, fathering a child with Ace's mother, Rouge, during that time. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. And 6 months later, after Rayleigh and Shanks escorted Odin back to Wano, Rayleigh inquired if assistance was needed. The dutiful son promptly declined, asserting, "We of the Kazuki clan shall handle our own affairs." The outcome of their handling culminated in a 5-year naked dance. Ultimately realizing they had been deceived by Orochi and Kaido for 5 years, resulting in his reputation being tarnished. Kaido subsequently exerted dominance over him. Kazuki Odin, despite his talents, displayed a reckless nature, having sent his nurse flying shortly after birth, visiting brothels at 6, taking another man's wife and daughter at 15, and establishing a harem in a temple's backyard at 16, even using the ashes of a deceased friend to prepare Odin. He was far from a model of decency. Particularly noteworthy is his son, the insignificant little creature, Toko, who has inherited the lascivious tendencies of the renowned human dance master, Kazuki Odin, from a young age. Both individuals are rather distasteful. It is certain that Garen supports Kaido. At this juncture, Roger has acquired the third copy of the historical text and is preparing to journey to Fishman Island to obtain the fourth piece, which also contains Joy Boy's apology. With the copy in hand, Kazuki Odin eagerly sets forth towards Fishman Island to secure the fourth piece of the historical text, leaving behind a bewildered retinue and the citizens of Wano who yearn for his return. The few members of the Red Scabbards appear equally helpless. Garen reflects that there are 99 ways for Kazuki Odin to triumph in 100 battles against Kaido, yet he managed to achieve this singular defeat. An extraordinary feat that only the foolish King Kazuki Odin could accomplish. At this moment, Kaido is merely an experimental specimen that has recently escaped from the research department of the world government, Punk Hazard. Vegapunk utilized the flesh and blood extracted from Kaido to create an artificial devil fruit in the form of a serpent. After years of being a test subject, Kaido rescued another experimental subject, the young Luna Lien named Abel, whom he renamed Ash in honor of researcher Quinn, who also joined Kaido, becoming the Plague Quinn. As they traversed the path in search of a territory, they encountered 2 former crew members of the Rocks Pirates. The first was Kinemon, a sibling duo consisting of the previous generation's paramecia-type devil fruit user, the barrier fruit, and Kinnaman himself. The second was Kanjuro, a paramecia-type user of the brush fruit. Over a decade ago, Kaido was an intern at the Rocks Pirates, working alongside the Kinnaman siblings in the crew. Kanjuro invited Kaido to conspire with him to invade Wano country, marking the inception of Kaido's entrepreneurial journey. At this time, Kaido was merely a 34-year-old small-scale entrepreneur. With only 2 employees, one of whom was a half-hearted Quinn, and Kaido himself was also inexperienced. 5 years later, once his business began to flourish, he struck down Kanjuro with a single blow, followed by Kinnaman, and appointed Orochi as a figurehead general. The reason being their attempt to impersonate Kaido's subordinates and ambush Momonosuke, which ultimately failed. Infuriatingly, Kaido let Momonosuke escape, allowing this wretched creature to ally with Monkey D. Luffy, who ultimately defeated Kaido. This scoundrel later became a general, and Kaido's daughter Yamato even conferred upon this scoundrel the title of protector of the nation. In the end, Momonosuke led a life of comfort. Every time Garling reminisced about Wano, he felt a surge of anger. He exclaimed, "Wano is utterly insignificant. I am determined to deliver a heavy blow to those samurai of Wano. At the very least, I want to ensure that these samurai are rendered extinct." Having followed Garling for quite some time, George was familiar with some of Garling's specific phrases and took out a notebook to record them. The first entry read, "I would trade 20 years of Momonosuke's life for just 1 day's worth of good luck." The second, "How dare Momonosuke aspire to be a general? He is only fit to be a scoundrel." The third, "What is Momonosuke? Merely a worthless creature, not deserving of mention." Today, George once again pulled out his notebook, adding a new entry, "Wano is utterly insignificant. Those samurai of Wano are all scoundrels." George remarked, "There is much to learn here." Captain's vocabulary is truly ahead of its time. As the evening progressed, Garling initiated a banquet, and the atmosphere became exuberant, with many crew members joyously singing. Garling encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves, to which the division leaders responded gratefully, "Thank you, Captain." After midnight, as Garling had further plans for the night, he said, "All right, brothers. We can stop drinking here." George replied, "Understood, Captain." All the division leaders returned to their respective ships. Garling then announced, "Babiro, I need to step out for a moment." Babiro acknowledged, "Understood, Captain." Garling prepared to activate the powers of the mud fruit to infiltrate the kingdom as a thief. 2 days prior, the Mud Dragon pirates had just arrived on this island, and Garling had spent those 2 days thoroughly assessing the kingdom of Edia, a member nation of the world government. With a population exceeding 50,000, Garling declared, "The time is ripe," and under the cover of darkness, he disembarked alone, making his way to the dock. With the ability to manipulate earth, Galen burrowed into the soil, activating his skill of earth bouncing to swiftly penetrate the palace of the king. Upon entering the castle, one could merely summarize the experience as overwhelmingly opulent. The royal palace, grand and lavishly constructed, housed a treasure chamber that Galen finally discovered after much exploration. Emerging from the ground, he arrived at the king's treasure room, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you. The treasury of the Adia kingdom now belongs to me." Galen lamented the arduous task of searching room by room, but upon gazing at the wealth before him, approximately 1.6 billion berries, with the gold coins valued at 100 million berries, he remarked, "Despite the effort, this bounty makes it all worthwhile." He collected all the berries and gold into the earthen space within his body and continued his search for other treasures. Galen meticulously examined the treasure room for any hidden chambers and noticed 2 sharp katana hanging on the wall, which he promptly stored away. The room was expansive, roughly 400 square meters, adorned with various paintings that Galen chose to ignore, as his heart yearned for the elusive devil fruits. He mused that as a member of the world government, this kingdom must possess such fruits, for they annually pay tribute to the celestial dragons. And some kingdoms even surrender a portion of their devil fruits to offset their tribute. The world government, comprising over 170 member nations, collects these fruits. And the celestial dragons often experiment with their capabilities by feeding them to slaves or using them in gladiatorial contests, a practice steeped in cruelty. Considering the size of this kingdom, Galen surmised that there must be secret chambers housing devil fruits. While exploring, he recalled his ability to sense the earth within a 20-meter radius. Upon focusing his perception, he discovered a concealed chamber in the corner. With a forceful push, he opened a small door camouflaged against the wall, adorned with a painting that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. Inside lay a vast array of golden artifacts, over a dozen golden crowns, golden bells, numerous golden birds, several golden armlets, and a plethora of peculiar jewels and diamonds. Atop this treasure pile rested 3 chests, which Galen eagerly opened. Indeed, they contained 3 devil fruits. Before him were a banana-shaped fruit with intricate patterns, an apple-shaped fruit also adorned with designs, and a melon-shaped fruit. Galen recognized one as the paramecia-type bomb fruit. He declared, "The other fruits will be examined upon my return." With all treasures securely stored within his body, he activated his earth manipulation ability to transform into a clump of mud, burrowing into the ground like a creature of the earth. After a brief journey of 10 minutes, Galen resurfaced at the dock, approaching the ship nearby. Before long, 2 logistics personnel lowered the ship's planks. Garen stepped aboard, clapped his hands to signal the 2 to resume their posts, and made his way to the 3rd floor. It was already past 3 in the morning. Bina and Alice had long since retired for the night. Garen retrieved the devil fruit encyclopedia from the safe and began to compare 3 devil fruits. The first was the paramecia-type bomb fruit. He took out another for comparison and found it in his encyclopedia, the paramecia-type wind fruit. Garen conjectured that it must be the inferior devil fruit of the natural-type hurricane fruit possessed by Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy's father. The third was the ancient Zoan-type lizard fruit, in the form of a prehistoric crocodile. Garen burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I've hit the jackpot." At this moment, Garen's mud dragon pirate crew had been sailing on the sea for 19 days. After plundering a region in the Edia Kingdom, he was now preparing to venture to the next kingdom affiliated with the world government. Having thoroughly cleaned out the Edia Kingdom, Garen felt a bit embarrassed to linger there. So he decided to continue onward in search of fortune. As the year drew to a close, with only 2 days until the new year, it was the year 1497 in the Sea Circle. The inhabitants of this world generally did not celebrate the new year, and Garen estimated that only the Flower Kingdom in the North Sea might partake in such festivities. Garen gazed at the current course, estimating it would take half a day to reach Dalapea Island. He intended for his crew to celebrate the new year in the Dalapea Kingdom, marking Garen's first celebration in this world. Having been in this realm for over 7 months, and alongside George, Bachiri, and others for more than 4 months, Garen cherished this camaraderie. The captains of the subsequent divisions, Allison and Pearsonbird, were also deeply loyal to him and the Mud Dragon pirate crew. This loyalty stemmed from Garen's astute leadership, his adherence to ship rules and training, and his friendly and kind demeanor towards others. Generous with his bounty, he often trained alongside his crew, providing daily encouragement. Garen's numerous virtues had earned him the affection of all division captains, who had all benefited from his care and plentiful provisions. This approach mirrored his studies of Chow Chow from the 3 kingdoms, as Garen not only absorbed knowledge but surpassed it. In recent days, he had been training with the crew, with Alice participating as well. Utilizing the burden-bearing suits made from fertile earth, his crew experienced significant gains. Garen also had Alice prepare the Snake Kiss Orchid as medicinal materials, allowing the division captains to use it nightly to alleviate fatigue, though he refrained from distributing it to the general crew due to the limited yield of the orchids. Despite being transplanted onto the ship, Garen ensured that they were covered with ample high-quality fertile soil. However, there is no remedy. The snake-kissed orchid is exceedingly rare. Garen gazed upon the crew members diligently practicing before him and remarked, "Today, let us cease our training. This afternoon, we shall arrive at the kingdom of Dalapea, and in 2 days, we shall celebrate the new year." Addressing Babiro, he continued, "Today, all brothers will receive double wages, so that they may enjoy a splendid new year." The crew, somewhat perplexed by the concept of the new year, listened as Garen explained, "In my homeland, it is customary to take a few days off for the new year, accompanied by double pay. Everyone should take this opportunity to indulge in fine dining and purchase beautiful garments, fostering joy among all." George chimed in, "Captain, your homeland sounds truly wonderful, especially with this New Year tradition," eliciting hearty laughter from the crew. Pecky inquired, "Captain, will we celebrate the New Year every year?" Garen responded with a smile, "Of course. We must celebrate, for it is a time for camaraderie." He added, "On the evening of our New Year, we shall hold a grand banquet." Garen cautioned the crew to maintain a low profile in the city, as it is also a member of the world government's affiliated nations. He had intentions of pilfering from the royal castle of King Doli, yet he was wary of drawing the attention of the navy. Engaging in robbery could provoke a naval response, which Garen wished to avoid, as he felt ill-equipped to face the admirals of the Navy headquarters. He contemplated the safety of his crew, resolute in not leading them into peril. Particularly during this delicate period, attracting undue attention was contrary to Garen's principles of stable development. He then instructed, "Everyone, take some time to rest. The landing site has already been selected by the sailors." Garen felt confident in Garud's judgment. Upon returning to his quarters, he addressed Alice and Bina. Shortly, we shall venture into the city for some recreation. Alice eagerly suggested, let us explore the island and see what treasures await us. Observing Alice's anticipation, Garen encouraged her, if you wish to buy something, feel free to withdraw the money. Take as much as you desire. There is no need for modesty. Bina added, we are merely browsing. There is no need to overspend. Garen reassured them, it's a trivial matter. Let us take our time. We have ample time ahead. Alice agreed, very well. The 12 ships of the Mud Dragon pirates had already docked at the harbor, all vessels gradually coming to rest at a massive pier. Garen commanded, lower all flags, all helmsmen, take down the Mud Dragon flag. He surveyed the island, which spanned approximately 60,000 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 120,000. The king, Dopasat, was in his 50s. Garen remained vigilant at the dock, scanning for any other pirate crews. However, this dock did not witness the presence of any other pirate crews. Galen was not inclined to stir up trouble at the moment, as he still needed to remain in this kingdom for several days. Accompanied by 2 women and a few squad leaders, Galen disembarked and made his way toward the dock. George surveyed the surroundings and remarked, this dock leads to the kingdom's main city, but it will take over 10 minutes to walk there. Galen instructed the crew to take a break and venture into the main city of the Dalafa Kingdom for shopping, while leaving a portion of the logistical personnel to guard the ship. He also assigned 2 squad leaders to oversee the vessel. This island boasted 15 docks and was a nation of significant commercial development. The governance of the island lay in the hands of the king and the nobility, bearing little difference from the previous federated kingdoms, save for a larger population and a greater number of nobles. Galen advised his team not to stray too far apart, particularly emphasizing the need for the ship's doctor and nurse to stay close. He directly instructed Captain George to protect the ship's medical staff alongside Ross. With that, Galen, accompanied by Bina and Alice, journeyed toward the commercial capital to commence their shopping expedition, bringing along an impressive sum of several billion for purchases. The first priority was undoubtedly the standardized attire for the Mud Dragon pirate crew. Galen sought out a large shopping center dedicated to clothing and approached a merchant to arrange custom orders. Initially, he placed an order for 200 yellow cloaks, each adorned with a dragon emblem on the back, along with 1,000 shoulder epaulets and 2,000 large yellow dragon buttons. These were intended for distribution among the squad leaders and team leaders, with the insignia reflecting their ranks: 3 dragon buttons for the squad leaders, 2 for the team leaders, and 1 for the junior leaders. Those without specific ranks would don yellow suits. Galen also commissioned 2,000 yellow suits, 500 nurse uniforms, and various other staff garments. Inquiring about the delivery timeline, the middle-aged proprietor responded, it will take approximately 5 days, as we have many workers here dedicated to garment production. Sir, do you require any additional apparel? Galen, disinterested in complicating matters, simply replied, that will suffice. The middle-aged proprietor spoke, if you can expedite the production of 100 yellow cloaks and several yellow suits within 5 days, I shall acquire them all. Garen reassured him. Rest assured, esteemed sir, our workers are exceptionally skilled. They will undoubtedly deliver these garments. Garen inquired about the cost, to which the middle-aged boss replied, the total comes to 10 million. However, if you find it too steep, we can offer you a discount. Garen responded, let it be 10 million then. I shall pay you directly next time. The middle-aged boss reassured him, fear not, sir, your goods will be ready for collection in 5 days. Garen desired a uniformity in attire to enhance the imposing presence of his Mud Dragon pirate crew, aspiring to resemble a warlord rather than mere pirates. In this era, what could exude more authority than a cohesive uniform? Garen mused to himself, with such a formidable entourage, we shall invade Sky Island, and those winged inhabitants will surely surrender at the sight of us. He was thoroughly pleased with his plan. The proprietor then requested, could you kindly provide a deposit of 2 million berries? Without hesitation, Garen handed over the money, stating, money is a trivial matter, just ensure the goods are prepared. The middle-aged boss, beaming with delight, assured him, you may rest easy, sir. Our merchandise is the finest in this locale. After departing from the market, Garen strolled with Alice and Bina, observing as they indulged in shopping. He readily paid for their purchases, which consisted of women's clothing, shoes, and cosmetics. Garen paid in one go, storing everything within his body, reflecting, my mud fruit truly offers unparalleled convenience. The trio then ventured into a bookstore, where Alice and Bina began searching for appealing titles. Garen, intrigued by the sight of a bookstore, inquired of the owner about the available literature. The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "We have a comprehensive guide on navigation, tales of maritime heroes, comics, and legends of adventurers." Garen thought to himself that these were merely novels, filled with tales of bravery that he found rather uninspiring. He asked, "Do you have any ancient texts, manuals, or treasure maps? The price is negotiable." The bookstore owner led Garen upstairs, presenting him with several manuals. Garen's heart swelled with amusement upon seeing them. One was a training manual titled Lightning Fist Technique. The second was an unnamed manual, and the third was a manual on hockey training. The elderly proprietor, unaware of the true value of these items, inadvertently provided Garen with a fortuitous opportunity. Garen inquired, "I shall take them all. What is the total cost?" Seeing Garen as an easy customer, the owner declared, 5,000,000 berries, and they are all yours." Without delay, Garen paid the sum and received the 3 manuals. Both he and the shopkeeper smiling as if they had each profited from the exchange. Examining the manuals, Garen recognized that the lightning fist technique was a formidable skill, capable of unleashing punches with the speed and power akin to lightning, making it exceptionally suitable for close combat. As for the second unnamed manual, it contains records of various flowers, grasses, trees, and the third manual on the mastery of armament hockey is indeed a compilation by a remarkably skilled practitioner. It encompasses insights into the cultivation of armament hockey. Garen glanced at Bina and Alice and inquired, "Do you two have anything else that piques your interest?" Alice replied, "We have nothing left." Bina had purchased several novels, The King and the Princess, The Voyage of the Navigator, and Tales of the Adventurous Hero. Upon inspecting these, Garen silently mused, "Can these truly be called novels? Their beginnings and endings are all too predictable." He internally scoffed, "In my past life, any random book would far surpass these. They are simply lackluster." Garen concluded that acquiring these 3 manuals was a tremendous gain. After gathering information from some local vendors about the location of the royal castle, he prepared to execute a plan to infiltrate it. He also inquired if there were any large shopping malls or auction houses in the vicinity. Upon learning that this kingdom indeed possessed an auction house, he discovered that an auction would take place in 5 nights, where devil fruits might be up for bid. Garen thought to himself, "This is quite promising. I, Garen, shall partake." Satisfied, he returned to the ship with the 2 women. In this timeline, it was not yet the age of exploration, and pirates were relatively few. Galen is determined to enhance the strength of his pirate crew. He possesses 3 devil fruits in his safe, and he has decided to bestow the Logia-type Wind fruit upon Simbert. Simbert has been training in the Gale swordsmanship, and the Wind fruit, categorized as a calamity-level devil fruit, grants the power to control hurricanes. Although it lacks the elemental transformation ability of the natural type possessed by Dorak, it is still formidable. The remaining 2 devil fruits will be given to the captains of the 1st Division, one to Captain Raketon of the 1st Division's first team, and the other to Captain Randacurio of the 2nd team. The captains of the other divisions are comparatively weaker. Galen reassures himself that they can be nurtured over time. He is also preparing to venture into the New World, specifically Punk Hazard, the research center under the world government, with the intention of seizing the researcher Vegapunk and Caesar Clown. Galen muses that acquiring Vegapunk's lineage factor cloning technology and artificial devil fruit technology would be ideal. At this time, Caesar Clown has yet to destroy the world government's research center in Punk Hazard, which is brimming with research materials. The artificial devil fruit of the mythical beast type in the form of a dragon is notably more powerful than typical mythical varieties, possessing multiple elemental abilities. Galen plans to replicate this artificial devil fruit several times, and obtaining some blood from Kaido and Wano would suffice. Eventually, he envisions establishing a small team of mythical beast devil fruit users, ready to unleash their might upon the world, daring anyone to stand in their way. Galen calculates that there are still over 10 years until the explosion at Punk Hazard. Currently, Caesar Clown is still a young man, serving as Vegapunk's assistant, harboring radical thoughts and not yet daring to oppose Vegapunk. Galen intends to seize Skypiea and covertly bring his crew to completely annex the world government's research center, securing it under his control. He contemplates the potential risks associated with Vegapunk's ongoing research into the Mother Flame, expressing concerns that failure in their heist could lead to pursuit by the world government or even intervention from the enigmatic Imp, who could annihilate the Mud Dragon pirates. Galen considers the ramifications if Vegapunk's Mother Flame were to appear a decade or so later, as it would significantly weaken him. The Mother Flame is undoubtedly a catalyst for the activation of the Celestial King's energy, capable of obliterating the Lucas Kingdom in a single blow. Galen remarks on the terrifying nature of technological power in the pirate world. He reflects that him has not made a move in the past 8 centuries, leaving Galen devoid of any intelligence. He only knows that him has undergone an immortality procedure and is a wielder of multiple devil fruits, capable of manifesting spatial barriers, truly a terrifying figure. Him has also granted the Gorosei an extended lifespan of 8 centuries, making them formidable adversaries. Galen realizes the necessity of Joy Boy's intervention, as others are unqualified to challenge him. Even the admirals of the Navy are hesitant to confront him. Galen contemplates influencing Dr. Vegapunk's research on the Mother Flame, thereby indirectly affecting the Celestial Dragon government. He notes that Vegapunk is secretly investigating the century-long void in history and has consumed the Brain fruit, sharing parts of his intellect with 6 clones. Vegapunk himself is indeed a scientist who advocates for peace, a thought that lingers in Galen's mind. Even if one cannot acquire the formidable Beige Punk, it is imperative that he does not easily uncover the secrets of the Holy Mother's inferno. At that juncture, the might of the world government could ascend to unimaginable heights. Galen pondered that if the celestial dragons were to triumph over Luffy in the future, the world would once again fall under their dominion for 8 centuries. He sensed that even securing Sky Island might not guarantee safety. Consequently, Galen devised a plan to cultivate more devil fruit users, amassing his own strength. He resolved that even in the absence of Joy Boy, his Sky Island would possess the means for self-preservation. Galen contemplated, ordinary devil fruits could be distributed, while the mythical and exceptionally powerful ones should be retained for himself. He considered bestowing the Thunder Fruit upon Alice, leaving the remainder of the devil fruits for future deliberation. The following morning, Galen utilized a transponder snail to contact Simbert, saying, "Old Simbert, come over for a moment. I have matters to discuss." He then reached out to George, requesting him to summon Rake and Cleo. Simbert knocked on Galen's door, and upon entering, Galen greeted him. "Come in, old Simbert." Simbert inquired, "Captain, do you have any instructions?" Galen produced a devil fruit from within his being and presented it to Simbert, stating, "This is a Paramecia-type devil fruit, the Wind Fruit, a calamity-grade fruit." He continued, "You are already formidable. Your swordsmanship merely requires slight refinement to execute the flying slash. This presents a shortcut to augment your strength. Once you transcend to the realm of the sword master, your flying slash will become even more potent. This power will bestow upon you immense growth." As Galen finished speaking, he observed Simbert's hesitation and added, "The path of the sword master should be as vast as the ocean, embracing all. Whether it be swordsmanship, devil fruits, or sword techniques, they all contribute to your strength. You must learn to integrate your strengths and compensate for your weaknesses. There is no need for hesitation. All power is of equal value. Take it." Upon concluding his words, Galen handed the devil fruit to Simbert, with a visage alight with excitement. Simbert expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain. I was overly fixated before, but now I understand the importance of integration and embracing all." After speaking, Simbert devoured the devil fruit voraciously. Galen regarded Simbert's resolute demeanor with admiration, remarking, "Simbert, you truly are a man of iron will. Did you not find the devil fruit's taste disagreeable?" Simbert, with sincerity, replied, "Captain, what you bestow upon me is the finest treasure in the world. No matter how unpalatable, I shall consume it without hesitation." With a smile, he added, "We are good brothers. Let us not be so formal." Galen encouraged, "Very well, Simbert. Go familiarize yourself with your newfound abilities. In the future, as the fleet sails, you will be able to activate the power of the Wind Fruit to accelerate our journey." "Understood, Captain," Simbert replied, promptly taking his leave. Garen then addressed the entrants, "Ryakudo and Cleo, please come in." Garen was well acquainted with these two. During their training, he often encouraged them. Both had mastered the 6th style of the Navy, known as shave. Ryakudo, a 16-year-old lad, stood nearly 2 meters tall, embodying the appearance of a truly earnest individual with a short buzz cut, slightly shorter than Garen. Garen retrieved the ancient-type lizard fruit, specifically the form of the terror crocodile, and handed it to Ryakudo. "This devil fruit is meant for you. Make sure to develop its powers diligently," Garen instructed. "It is a remarkably potent ancient-type devil fruit." Ryakudo, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Captain, is this truly for me? An ancient-type devil fruit, just like the one held by Brother George?" "Take it," Garen urged. "Train hard and do not squander this opportunity." Ryakudo, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately began to consume the fruit. Garen continued, "This one is the explosive fruit, known for its terrifying destructive power. Cleo, this is for you. Focus on your training, understood?" Cleo nodded eagerly, replying, "I will do my utmost. Thank you, Captain." Garen guided Cleo on how to develop the fruit's abilities, wary of him veering off course and resorting to distasteful tactics, such as using nasal excretions as bombs. He advised Cleo to manifest the devil fruit's powers using his hands, suggesting techniques like the air bomb, borrowing a concept from Bartholomew Kuma. Should he advance to awakening the fruit, he could create space bombs capable of cataclysmic destruction, or even channel the power into his fists, allowing for explosive impacts. Ryakudo's fruit was impressive, granting him the ability to transform into a 20-meter-long giant crocodile. Meanwhile, George, who had developed his fruit multiple times, had achieved a form resembling a 22-meter-long, 9-meter-high giant-toothed bear. Generally, ancient-type devil fruits result in significantly larger forms, potentially 7 or 8 times the size of standard types. Garen urged Ryakudo to swiftly master the Beastman form, noting that animal-type transformations come in 3 varieties: the standard human form, the animal form, and the hybrid human-beast form. All 3 are exceptionally powerful, although the terror crocodile form cannot swim. As a devil fruit user, one must be cautious of seawater, as it renders them immobile, leading to dire consequences. Garen warned Ryakudo not to recklessly venture into the sea, testing whether crocodiles fear water. Soon after, Garen encouraged the two to engage in more rigorous training. They nodded in agreement and exited Garen's captain's quarters. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and Garen had adorned the ship with several red banners, transforming the mud dragon into a festive spectacle. He then accompanied Bayana and Alice to visit the various squad leaders on their ships for a brief respite, extending his well wishes and distributing red envelopes filled with berries to all the crew members aboard. Garen proclaimed, "For the next few days, everyone is free to explore the city at their leisure." The squad leaders responded in unison, "Understood, Captain," and took their crews into the city for some merriment. Upon returning to the ship, Garen succumbed to a deep slumber. For the past 6 months, he had not dared to sleep in, rising at 7 each morning. Today, however, he intended to indulge in a proper afternoon nap. As evening approached, the Mud Dragon pirates were poised to celebrate with a grand banquet. Garen, accompanied by Bayana and Alice, joined the revelry, eager to enjoy a night of camaraderie. He brought forth playing cards and dice, initiating games with everyone, granting all a 2-day holiday. Yet, he noticed the absence of Simbert. Seeking him out with a drink in hand, Garen discovered that Simbert had transcended to the realm of sword masters, which filled him with immense joy. He invited Simbert to ascend the elevated platform of the banquet hall, taking up the microphone to announce, "Let us all congratulate Captain Simbert, who has now become a sword master. Henceforth, our Mud Dragon pirates boast yet another formidable expert." He continued, "Let us cheer for Simbert." At this, the crew erupted in applause and cheers, with Allison being the most fervent supporter, deeply admiring Simbert for his mentorship and swordsmanship. In contrast, George and Peggy displayed little interest in martial arts. "However, I am deeply intrigued by the art of martial exchange. Training and sparring together fosters profound bonds among us. Furthermore, Simbert possesses a remarkable charisma. He speaks candidly and displays immense generosity, treating other captains and crew members with utmost kindness. He enjoys an excellent reputation aboard the ship." Taking the microphone, Simbert proclaimed with fervor, "I, Simbert, will forever be grateful to the captain for his immense kindness in saving my life and guiding me in the pursuit of various sword techniques, paving my path to strength." His expression radiated gratitude, prompting Garen to reflect that this diligent worker would remain on this ship for a lifetime. Realizing it was time to enhance his treatment, Garen announced, "I declare that Simbert will henceforth serve as the vice captain of our Mud Dragon pirate crew." The crew erupted in applause, celebrating Simbert's new role. Garen continued, "From this day forth, everyone is to cooperate with Vice Captain Simbert." The crew echoed, "Long live the Vice Captain." Garen turned to Simbert and remarked, "You see, this is the will of the people. The future of our Mud Dragon pirates rests in your capable hands." Raising Simbert's right hand, he bellowed, "Let us strive together to make our Mud Dragon pirate crew the strongest in the world." The crew cheered, "Long live the Mud Dragon pirate crew." Garen smiled inwardly at the jubilant crowd, recognizing the power of camaraderie and the necessity for workers to frequently chant slogans. He continued to make arrangements, appointing Captain Leichten of the 1st Division as the 4th Division captain. Under Garen's guidance, everyone diligently assumed their respective roles. The following morning, Garen, accompanied by Vice Captain Simbert and the logistics personnel from Babiro, made their way to the Central Market's clothing store to collect the garments he had ordered 5 days prior. Approaching the proprietor from their last visit, Garen inquired, "Sir, Are my custom garments and epaulets ready for collection? The middle-aged boss, with a sincere expression, remarked, Sir, our workers have exerted themselves to produce 700 yellow cloaks and 2,000 yellow suits. The shoulder epaulets and golden dragon head buttons you mentioned are ready, as is the nurse's uniform. Garen, displaying great generosity, stated, Previously, I provided a deposit of 2 million. Here is an additional 10 million. He directly pulled the amount from his person and handed it to the boss. Garen continued, This is a reward for you. The boss responded, I am exceedingly grateful, sir. Garen instructed the logistical crew to transport all the uniforms aboard the ship. Upon returning to the vessel, the crew regarded their captain with curiosity. Garen announced, Distribute the uniforms. Everyone should collect them according to the logistics officer's instructions. Barbero shouted, All officers of squad leader rank and above shall receive 1 yellow suit and 1 yellow cloak. Interns, ordinary crew members, senior crew members, and elite crew members will receive only the yellow suit, without cloaks. The cloaks will be given to squad leaders, division leaders, and team leaders. The crew members were filled with excitement. After changing into their new attire, Garen prepared a uniform for both Simbert and himself. They donned the gear, and Garen presented Simbert with 4 golden dragon head buttons to adorn his shoulder epaulets, while he wore 4 as well. Initially, he considered adding a small golden sun emblem but felt it lacked team spirit. Instead, he opted for a uniform badge similar to the others, distinguished only by an additional golden button. Subsequently, Garen distributed 3 golden dragon head buttons to the other team leaders, 2 to the division leaders, and 1 to the squad leaders. Observing the neatly arranged crew before him, Garen proclaimed, From now on, our pirate crew will be identified by the golden dragon heads on our epaulets. Salaries will be issued accordingly. The epaulets symbolize rank. Those without a position must diligently train to become stronger, thus earning their ranks. Advancement in our Mud Dragon pirate crew is based on merit. The entire crew shouted, Train hard, grow strong. Garen added, You must all strive to train diligently, for that is how we shall become the strongest pirate crew, ensuring that others dare not bully us. After completing his address, he asked Simbert to say a few words. Simbert began, We, the Mud Dragon pirate crew, are all one family. I will do everything in my power to protect each of you and safeguard our crew. I trust that each of you shares this resolve. In order to safeguard our pirate crew, one must possess skills. Galen took the lead in applauding, and soon all the crew members joined in. Galen exclaimed, The vice captain speaks most wisely. The crew members echoed in unison, Vice Captain Wu Wei. Galen then declared, The costume change assembly concludes here. Everyone is dismissed. Turning to several division leaders, he added, Tonight, there will be an auction. A few of us brothers shall go and take a look. George responded, Understood, Captain. Barbero, the logistics officer, donned a yellow cloak adorned with 3 golden dragon heads. Galen remarked, Old Luo, this attire suits you well. Barbero smiled, attributing the credit to the captain's influence. Together with the division leaders, Galen proceeded to the auction house. After a 20-minute journey, they arrived. Galen observed that the auction venue was indeed vast and brimming with security personnel, many of whom had already begun their patrols. This was Galen's first encounter with a Pirate World's auction, and he felt a twinge of curiosity. He addressed the other division leaders, saying, If you see anything you desire, do not hesitate to purchase it. I have over 2 billion berries here. George and the others expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Galen turned to Simbert, asking, I wonder if there are any renowned swords. I shall buy you a couple. Simbert replied, Thank you, Captain. Galen pointed towards a staff member and instructed, George, please go inquire about the items up for auction. George replied, Understood, Captain, and set off to find the staff. Meanwhile, the other division leaders gazed around in curiosity, as they had seldom witnessed an auction before. Galen led them to ask the manager if there were any training manuals, treasure maps, or information on other devil fruits. The manager appeared quite astute, a servant of the island's nobility, primarily responsible for the auction. He informed Galen, Sir, we do indeed have many fine items this evening, but they cannot be purchased just yet. I kindly ask you to wait until nightfall for the unveiling. Galen inquired, Are there any other items available for sale at the auction house? The clever manager, recognizing that auctioned items might hold greater value, promptly shook his head and said, Sir, I must ask you to wait until tonight. We are preparing the items for auction. Without further ado, Galen led the group to the entrance to await George. In his heart, he mused, I shall return at 6 o'clock, prepared to acquire some fine treasures. Soon after, George emerged from within, announcing, This auction features many slaves and a devil fruit. There exists another renowned blade and a treasure map, purportedly leading to a place in the South China Sea known as Dragon Island. Garen, having gleaned some details, remarked, "Thank you for your efforts, George. Is there anything else you wish to procure? Feel free to do so. We shall reconvene aboard the ship." The group promptly dispersed to gather their belongings. Garen, noticing a cigar shop, was struck by an idea and promptly entered. Upon seeing the cigars displayed on the counter, he inquired, "How much for these fine cigars?" The female attendant responded, "Sir, these cigars are of exquisite quality, priced at 20,000 Bailey per pack, with each pack containing 4. Without hesitation, Garen purchased 100 packs and then inquired about other cigarettes. He subsequently acquired 200 packs of premium cigarettes, primarily to pass the time aboard the ship, as their days at sea consisted mainly of training and entertaining himself with the foolish antics of Toad. His daily routine involved exchanges with fellow squad leaders and indulging in romantic conversations with Bina or Alice. What else was there to do? Garland began to speak. Aside from routinely berating the troublesome Taro, his days were filled with feasting and banquets. Addressing the waiter, he ordered 1,000 boxes of that particular cigar and 2,000 boxes of those exquisite cigarettes. After placing 40 million on the counter, Garland collected the tobacco products and departed. He wandered the streets, purchasing various items while inquiring about intelligence, seeking to uncover the territories of the nobility within this kingdom, as well as the presence of other pirate crews on the island. Garland was determined to gather information first. By nightfall, everything would be in his grasp. Pirates would be captured and put to work on the ship, as would the nobles. By afternoon, Garland had learned of 17 noble families on the island, 1 duke, 6 earls, and 10 viscounts, all concentrated in the southeastern corner of the island, an area known as Noble Street. The duke held the largest territory and was also the wealthiest proprietor on Prosperity Street, where slaves were commonly sold. Garland and his companions planned to seize Noble Street after the auction concluded, anticipating that it would be overflowing with riches. As it approached 5 o'clock, Garland leisurely made his way back to the ship, releasing all the items he had concealed within his person. Regarding the peculiar assortment of gold and jewels, he remarked, "These trinkets are of little use. I shall spend them all eventually." He added, "It would be far better to receive more devil fruits instead, distributing 1 to each of my crew members. Even the world government would have to show me some respect." Garland brought a substantial sum of money on board, along with a portion of gold valued at approximately 500 million berries. He then retrieved his transponder snail to contact Simbert, saying, "Summon the 6th Division captains. We shall head to the auction house shortly." Simbert responded, "Understood, Captain." Garland called upon Bina and Alice, and with Simbert leading the 6th Division captains, they strode confidently toward the auction venue. Bystander A remarked to Bystander B, "Isn't that the pirate crew? Their appearance is even more polished than the Navy's." To which Bystander B replied, "Indeed, they look quite impressive in their yellow suits and matching capes." Upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, a group of oblivious pirates sneered at Garland and his entourage, deriding, "Fools, you dress like the Navy, hoping to gain fame?" However, upon noticing the yellow dragon insignia on their backs, which identified them as the notorious crew of Garland, the Mud Dragon, with a bounty of 100 million berries, many retreated, wary of provoking them. In response to the insolent pirates, Garland unleashed the 4 blades of the ravine from the earth, which swiftly transformed the assailants into mere heaps of corpses. He then commanded the soil to cover their remains, returning them to the ground. It seemed as though these pirates had never graced the world before, as the other pirates gazed upon Garen with trepidation, rendered speechless by fear. Garen, addressing the pirates before him, proclaimed, "I am the embodiment of the earth, the Mud Dragon Garen. If you dare, come forth." The remaining pirates hesitantly replied, "Lord Garen, we do not possess the courage to challenge you." With a dismissive glance, Garen regarded the quaking pirates and declared, "I offer you an opportunity, yet you squander it." The pirates exchanged frightened glances, too intimidated to speak further. Garen, accompanied by the captains of various crews, proceeded into the auction hall. At that moment, Peel inquired, "Captain, shall I eliminate them all when the time comes?" Garen replied, "No need to trouble ourselves with a bunch of insignificant fools." Taking their seats at the front row, Garen noticed that by around 6 o'clock, all the seats had been filled. Among the attendees were pirates, bounty hunters, and predominantly merchants or nobles. None were common folk. They all wore expressions of eagerness, as if they eagerly anticipated the items to be auctioned. At that juncture, the manager, flanked by a row of guards, approached the central podium of the auction. The host, microphone in hand, began to announce, "Today marks the day of our Dalapo auction, where we shall present 25 items along with 100 slaves." Garen observed the individual in charge with keen interest. Indeed, the atmosphere was rife with cunning anticipation for something exquisite. The manager remarked, "Today, we commence the auction with slaves." Before them, 100 shackled souls ascended the auction platform. Men, women, and even a few mere children, seemingly no older than their teenage years. Garen, not one to be overly sentimental, understood that in this world, the existence of slavery was tragically commonplace. He observed the manager's approach to the auction with keen interest, inwardly contemplating that should the price be reasonable, he would procure them as laborers. The manager began with the first slave, a robust young man, whose vacant expression belied his age of 14, an ordinary lad, he surmised. The auctioneer declared, "The starting bid is 100,000 barreli." Garen, with a mere gesture, boldly countered, 200,000 barreli. "I'll take him." Others, well aware of the captain's reputation, recognized that 200,000 barreli was a trifling sum. With that, Barbero promptly tossed the stated amount to the auction staff, and the young slave was escorted to Garen. Garen instructed the guards to unlock the chains binding the boy. Once freed, the lad stood before Garen, who inquired, "What is your name?" The boy replied, "Master, I am Felixios." Aware of the emotional scars such individuals bore, Garen directed him to stand aside, adding, "I am the captain of the Mud Dragon Pirates. Aboard my ship, no slaves exist. Your journey upon my vessel will depend on your own merit." The second slave was presented, a young pirate in his 20s, clearly a mere foot soldier who had been captured and sold. Garen internally criticized the young man's appearance, likening him to a petty brigand. He remarked on the absurdity of demanding 50,000 barreli for such a lackluster specimen. "What do you mean by petty brigand?" asked Cerbert. Garen explained, "He resembles the likes of the troublesome Tozo." George chimed in, "Isn't Tozo referred to as a nuisance? Now he is a petty brigand?" As Garen observed the pirate slave, he noticed the pleading expression on the young man's face, realizing he recognized Garen's nonchalant demeanor towards purchasing slaves, indicative of a powerful pirate crew clad in matching cloaks. The atmosphere shifted. All present sensed Garen's commanding presence and feared incurring his wrath. "I offer 50,000 barreli," Garen announced. Barbero promptly matched the bid, and the manager, understanding the cue, quickly delivered the young man to Garen, who, without delay, instructed him to stand aside. The young pirate complied, positioning himself behind Felixios. Both Bina and Alice felt fortunate to have encountered Garen, who returned their smiles, assuring them, "You need not worry." The third slave, a shipwright, followed the same procedure, with Garen tossing out 10,000 barreli. Thus, the auction continued until the 55th slave was introduced. By this point, Felixios found himself flanked by 54 others, some shipwrights, a few merchants, several youths, and over 20 pirates, including 2 with notable skills. One was a 17-year-old apprentice from a boxing gym, Bob Dolan, who had been wounded in a pirate raid and subsequently sold into slavery. His eyes still held a glimmer of defiance. Garen mused, at last, a competent laborer. He instructed the young apprentice to stand aside. The other was a 23-year-old aspiring adventurer who had nearly met his demise at the hands of slave traders. Garen paid little mind to him. The 55th slave was a 13-year-old girl, her price soaring to 200,000 barreli. Garen exchanged a glance with Barbero, who immediately produced the funds. The girl was brought forth, followed by the 56th, a 27-year-old woman of striking appearance but lacking skills, save for her obedience in domestic chores, for which Garen paid 500,000 barreli. As the auction progressed to the 60th slave, a young woman with culinary talents, Garen nodded in approval while Barbero swiftly placed the bid. He addressed the commanders, stating, "Money is but one facet. We must also cultivate compassion. To strengthen the Mud Dragon Pirates, we must attract talent from all regions." Cerbert and the other commanders acknowledged Garen's foresight as the time passed. After more than an hour, the auction reached the 80th slave. Garen dismissed the notion of purchasing any so-called devoted handmaidens, showing no interest. He promptly acquired the next slave for 500,000 barreli, bringing the total to 89 individuals. Many of these were young women, victims of pirates or slave traders, most merely 17 or 18 years old. Garen intended to assign them as employees under the logistics officer, Barbero, once the auction concluded. As they approached the 98th slave, a noblewoman skilled in song and dance, whose family had been captured by pirates and sold into slavery, the bidding commenced at 1 million barreli. Others looked to Garen, who bid the same. seemingly unfazed by the cost. Whispers among the crowd suggested his unusual enthusiasm for acquiring slaves. One remarked, "What does it matter? A fool with money will buy something." The auction continued to the 99th slave. At the tender age of 18, she possessed an undeniable sweetness in her appearance, excelling in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting. She was likely from the same realm as the 98 slaves, a nation that stood apart from the world's allied countries. Galen, having thrown a million belly to secure her, now had 100 slaves in his possession. Among them was a strikingly beautiful princess, nearly 17, who was well-versed in all manners of cultural pursuits and could effortlessly engage in various forms of entertainment. This red-haired princess caught Galen's eye. Without awaiting the auctioneer's call for bids, handed over 10 million belly to the staff, declaring, "I shall purchase this princess." The crowd in the auction house was taken aback, muttering in astonishment at how he could possess such a vast sum of belly. A young pirate remarked, "He is none other than the infamous pirate, Galen the Mud Dragon, wielder of the earth fruit." Other pirates whispered among themselves about the Mud Dragon pirates, known for their audacious incursions into several allied nations. One pirate cautioned, "We must not provoke him lightly. He has just dispatched over 100 individuals at the entrance, taking care of both the killing and the burial." The fearsome reputation of Galen was palpable, as he mused, "At last, I have found the rightful target. This kingdom is surely doomed. The king has likely perished, and this lone heir has been captured as a slave. A kingdom devoid of strength and lacking an alliance with the world government is merely prey for any stronger pirate, easily devoured." The auctioneer, understanding the implications, promptly unlocked the handcuffs and presented the princess before Galen. Inwardly, he chuckled, relieved that he was not in the Sabaody archipelago, where purchasing a princess could cost over 60 million belly, especially with the celestial dragons, who had a peculiar penchant for acquiring beautiful female slaves, particularly those of royal lineage and merfolk. Galen surveyed the neatly arranged 100 slaves before him and smiled, saying, "If any of you wish to flee, I grant you that freedom. Depart if you choose. You are all free now." He continued, "However, should you lack strength or find yourselves captured again, our paths may not cross a second time. Alternatively, you may join the Mud Dragon pirates and become my crew, ensuring that no one in this world can bully you. The choice is yours." After speaking, Galen continued to observe the auctioneer. The first item presented was a colossal sword, which the auctioneer extolled with fervor. However, Galen regarded the sword with admiration, recognizing its formidable presence and the exceptional hardness of its material. He declared, 2 million, leaving the others in a state of resignation. Galen promptly handed over 2 million berries to the staff, and the auctioneer instructed the guards to present the sword to him. Once the sword was in Galen's possession, he stored it within his spatial realm. This magnificent sword measured 1.5 meters in length and 40 centimeters in width, designed for two-handed wielding, and was remarkably sharp. Galen appreciated the rarity of its material and patiently awaited the next item. The second item was a yellow gemstone, which failed to pique Galen's interest. The other pirates and merchants murmured among themselves, speculating that the Mud Dragon Galen would surely dismiss such a trinket. One of them casually called out 500,000 berries and claimed it for themselves. The remaining items presented were indeed lackluster, either subpar gemstones or various forms of gold, none of which captivated Galen's attention. Eventually, the 20th item was revealed, a fine katana that truly caught Galen's eye. The auctioneer announced that this was a companion sword of a renowned swordmaster, which was bequeathed to descendants after the master's passing, contingent upon the descendants' ability to procure funds for its auction alongside a corresponding manual on swordsmanship. The auctioneer began the bidding at 5 million berries. Galen swiftly placed a bid of 5 million berries, prompting others to raise the stakes. 6 million berries. One pirate called out, but Galen, unyielding, countered with 10 million berries. The pirate, not wishing to provoke Galen, especially after witnessing his overwhelming presence outside the auction hall, conceded. Galen retrieved 10 million berries from his spatial realm and handed them to the staff, who expertly delivered the sword and manual to him. Without delay, Galen sent the items to Simbert. Upon receiving them, Simbert exclaimed, "This katana is the Great Blade Phantom, and this manual contains the Phantom Flow swordsmanship." He examined them with palpable excitement and declared, "Captain, your generosity is beyond words." Galen responded, "With Old Sin's assistance, I could gather 100,000 elite Navy personnel. The success of our grand endeavor is assured. Thus, I have procured for you a great blade, 21 in craftsmanship. At that time, more enemies could be slain." Galen mused, contemplating a venture to Wano country to pilfer the legendary swords Enma and Aim no Habakiri from Kazuki Oden. Surely, Simbert would ascend to the ranks of elite admirals, especially with his wind fruit abilities, allowing him to effortlessly unleash Gale Slash and Gale Continuous Slash, powerful gusts capable of delivering devastating blade strikes. Moreover, Simbert had already commenced his training in armament hockey. Garen was convinced that no formidable fighter could overlook Simbert's potential. He also believed that Simbert need not pursue the development of storm steps. Mastering shave and moonwalk would suffice, especially now with the prospect of wielding this magnificent phantom blade. Once he perfected his armament hockey, Garen quietly speculated that he might even find himself overwhelmed by elemental forces. The 21st item was then presented, a super alloy war hammer. Measuring 1 meter in length and weighing over 1,000 kilograms. The host announced, "This is the war hammer of a certain individual." With a starting bid of 1 million berries, George remarked, "This hammer is undoubtedly formidable. A single blow could easily splatter the brains of that little creature, Momonosuke." Upon hearing this, Garen shouted, 8 million berries. The audience fell silent. Garen urged George, "Go take it when we encounter Momonosuke. I must use this hammer to crush his canine brain." He then threw out the 8 million. George noted, "Indeed, this super alloy steel hammer is exquisitely crafted. One strike to Momonosuke's head would be enough to shatter it." George, already training in finger gun techniques, felt no need for a weapon, yet found solace in the thought of using the hammer against Momonosuke. Garen shared this sentiment of comfort. The crowd gazed in awe as George effortlessly lifted the colossal hammer, exclaiming, "Is this the captain of the Mud Dragon Pirates 1st Division, the Mighty Bear, George?" Everyone simultaneously thought, "Thank goodness we did not offend this pirate crew." The captain possessed the power of a Logia-type devil fruit, and the crew members were as strong as bulls, formidable beings not to be trifled with. After over half a year of training, Garen's physique had grown immensely powerful, yet he still could not match George. George's ancient Zoan-type devil fruit form, the Great Tooth Bear, granted him unparalleled physical strength. Under comparable conditions, Zoan-type fruits surpassed those of Paramecia and Logia in brute force, a well-established fact. However, other types of devil fruits held their own merits. Logia fruits wielded catastrophic levels of destructive techniques, while Paramecia fruits possessed unique abilities that, when fully developed, could rival Logia fruits. It was indisputable that mythical Zoan fruits represented the pinnacle of devil fruits. After all, such an extraordinary vitality was indeed remarkable. Galen gazed at the 23rd item, which turned out to be a treasure map leading to a colossal island known as Dragon Island. It was rumored that a massive fire dragon had perished there, and the island was also suspected to harbor a devil fruit. The auctioneer announced an opening bid of 8 million berries, and the crowd began to raise their bids. 9 million, 10 million. Galen boldly shouted, 50 million. The others appeared exasperated. He retrieved a substantial amount of berries from his possession and handed it to his guard, causing envy to ripple through the crowd. Holding the map, Galen thought to himself, "If this is genuine, it would be an absolute delight." He planned to visit Dragon Island, where the fire dragon had fallen, to investigate further. Finally, the last item was presented, a devil fruit resembling a red apple adorned with intricate demonic patterns. Galen was unfamiliar with this fruit and decided to acquire it for later examination. He called out, 500 million berries. Before the auctioneer could provide an introduction, Galen made his offer. Other pirate crews had been eagerly awaiting this fruit. One pirate captain shouted, 600 million, which was all he had left. Without hesitation, Galen declared, 1 billion berries. The auctioneer was taken aback, exclaiming, 1 billion berries? My goodness, he actually bid 1 billion. The others looked incredulous yet powerless. Galen began to produce the money, and soon he tossed out a mountain of berries, which indeed commanded attention. Many pirates gazed at the pile with envy. Galen then took out a transponder snail to snap photos, preparing for future promotional endeavors. The Mud Dragon pirate crew would buy devil fruits at a high price. Addressing the berries before him, Galen remarked, "Let us count out 1 billion berries." The auctioneer replied, "Sir, that is sufficient. No need to count. We trust you." He continued, "In light of your fondness for slaves, we have over 300 slaves at our auction house to present to you. Thank you for your generous support." With that, the guard was instructed to bring out the slaves and hand the devil fruit to Galen. In the end, Galen had everyone take photos with their transponder snails, ensuring that when the news bird arrived, it would be sent to the news king, Morgans, who had established a formidable presence in the realm of journalism. Moreover, he himself possesses the bird fruit, a standard type of Zoan devil fruit, in the form of a seagull. Garen intends for him to announce that our Mud Dragon pirate crew is willing to pay handsomely for devil fruits, starting at 500 million, showcasing our boldness. Garen awaits the arrival of the slaves brought by the guards. He instructs Somber to take the auction slaves back first. As Garen observes the guards gradually escorting approximately 300 slaves, the manager, wearing a broad smile, says, "Lord Mud Dragon, we have delivered all the slaves to you." Garen addresses the slaves, saying, "Come with me, I will offer you a brand new life." With that, Garen begins to walk away, and the other slaves, seeing no reason to linger and wait for auction, choose to follow the imposing young man before them. In about 20 minutes, they arrive at the ship. 300 souls in tow, mostly citizens of the fallen kingdom. Garen surmises his assumptions were indeed correct. Shortly thereafter, the princess of the fallen kingdom approaches Garen, bows respectfully, and expresses her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me and my people." Garen inquires, "What kingdom do you hail from?" The princess, visibly distressed, replies, "My name is Mariina, and we are from the Aedmon kingdom. Our land has been ravaged by pirates and has fallen. My father, Aedmon Vigigus, has been slain by these marauders, and our home has been pillaged." Garen learns that multiple pirate crews, along with several slave traders, have laid waste to their nation, which comprised only a few tens of thousands of impoverished citizens. They could not afford the heavenly tribute required to join the world government, leaving them neglected by the navy, which turned a blind eye to their demise, as they possessed no formidable protectors. The world is rife with numerous small nations, islands abound, and some nations, with merely a few thousand inhabitants, have established themselves. In contrast, larger nations often boast populations in the millions, with Alabasta reaching up to 10 million. Garen asks, "Mariina, do you wish to return and restore your kingdom?" He adds, "You may leave at your discretion." Mariina, with a pleading expression, responds, "Please, save our country. I am willing to make you our king." Garen retorts, "In this world, many nations vanish daily. The weak are easily discarded. Your kingdom is now but a memory." Mariina continues, "If you could assist my nation, it could endure, and you would become their king." Observing the sincere and sorrowful Mariina before him, Garen states, "The young and strong of your kingdom have been turned into slaves. That island will soon become a desolate wasteland, with history erasing all traces of your existence. There will no longer be a kingdom named Aedmon, nor an island by that name." He continues, "If you wish to go, you may do so." He gestures towards the other slaves and adds, "You can ask them who is willing to join you. There are no longer slaves now that they have left the auction house." Mariina looks helpless, and Garen, adopting the persona of a motivational speaker, addresses the crew, "For those who choose to leave my ranks, I shall grant them 100,000 berry. Those who accompany me will receive far more." He further elaborates, "At least 100 million. With this proclamation, applause ensues. Somber remarks, "Captain, you are truly the most noble person upon the seas, treating wealth as mere refuse." George and Pachi echo their admiration, and Allison asserts, "Your heart is as vast as the ocean itself." Pierre adds, "Captain, you are indeed the most radiant man upon the seas." The crew nods in agreement, expressing their support. Garen turns to Mariina and declares, "Our Mud Dragon pirate crew is ready to set sail. I intend to grant you 100,000 berry to aid in your restoration efforts. You are free to depart." Observing the crew's astonishment at his words, Garen leads them onto the Mud Dragon-S flagship. The other slaves follow suit, and Garen instructs Babiro to arrange them on the least populated of the 5 merchant ships. Garen, noticing Mariina still in turmoil, says, "Go back and rebuild your kingdom. If you do, our noble Mud Dragon pirate crew will sponsor you with 100,000 berry." Mariina responds, "I apologize for the trouble I've caused." She continues, "You are right, noble Garen. I will no longer bear the title of Aedmon. I shall simply be Mariina, and I wish to join your crew. I have a passion for music and storytelling, and I aspire to be a musician." Garen, adopting a serious tone, welcomes her. "Welcome, Miss Mariina, to our Mud Dragon pirate crew. Once aboard, you must adhere to our ship's rules. The first rule is absolute obedience to the commands of the noble captain of the Mud Dragon pirate crew. Violations will result in severe consequences." Mariina thinks to herself, "Having boarded a pirate ship, I had intended to return to restore my kingdom." Garen, now issuing commands, proclaims, "The Mud Dragon pirate crew sets sail." Initially, he had contemplated raiding the territories of the nobility, but, considering the time constraints, decides to first explore Dragon Island. He recalls the devil fruit and promptly returns to the 3rd floor, retrieving his devil fruit compendium. After comparing and investigating, Garen discovers that this particular fruit is the rare and potent medicine fruit, capable of enhancing the efficacy of medicinal herbs and potentially leading to the emergence of the unique profession of apothecary. Garen immediately calls for Ross to join him on the 3rd floor, stating, "This is an exceptionally rare devil fruit, the medicine fruit. Your studies in medicine have nearly equaled those of Alice. If you were to add this fruit, you would be poised to become a remarkable alchemist, capable of crafting your own unique potions. Most importantly, you would gain renown far and wide." Ross, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, Captain." Galen encouraged Ross to consume the devil fruit and urged him to develop its powers. Realizing Ross's swordsmanship was rather mediocre, Galen mused that perhaps it would be best to become the strongest healer instead. With the abilities granted by this fruit, he could enhance the potency of medicinal herbs and create extraordinary elixirs. Galen also bestowed upon Ross a tome detailing various herbs and plants, encouraging him, "Keep striving, Ross. You will become the greatest master of healing." Afterward, Galen instructed the first mate, Saubert, to utilize the wind fruit's powers to increase the speed of their 12 ships. The sails of these vessels caught the wind, propelling them swiftly forward. Galen remarked with a smile, "What a splendid ability. No wonder it's the wind fruit. Its acceleration is remarkably effective. Initially, I anticipated reaching Reverse Mountain in 5 months, but now it seems we shall arrive in just over 3. As Galen observed the relentless gusts of wind, the sailor, Garud, began to navigate with all his might. Galen used a transponder snail to communicate with the other captains, instructing them to maintain close proximity to the flagship and to avoid any significant distance between vessels. After all, the farther they drifted, the more stamina Saubert would expend to conjure the great winds. Galen eagerly anticipated the treasures that awaited them on Dragon Island. Watching Saubert continuously harness the fruit's capabilities, Galen inquired with genuine concern, "How long can you maintain this power, first mate?" Saubert replied, "At most, I can sustain it for 3 consecutive days. Fortunately, with the hurricane on the surface, I can merely adjust their direction. At this level, I can endure longer." Galen implored, "I'm counting on you, first mate." Saubert responded, "Captain, by using the devil fruit's powers this way, I will accelerate my mastery of its abilities." Galen affirmed, "Old Sam, I believe you are exceptional." Saubert humbly downplayed his efforts. Galen ascended to the 4th floor to begin his own training, focusing on enhancing his fruit abilities. "If only I could fly," he mused, conjuring 2 wings. However, he found himself unable to take flight as his feet left the ground, and the powers of the fruit became unwieldy. He could only develop the Earth-based ability, Earth Explosion Star. With that, a colossal sphere of Earth soared into the sky before gradually descending. Galen aimed to elevate his fruit capabilities, seeking to quicken his release speed. Thus, he employed this technique to train his stamina, continuously manipulating the 2 massive Earth spheres, each over 20 meters in diameter, soaring high before gently descending. Galen then transformed one of the Earth spheres into a clay bird, a magnificent creature spanning over 10 meters in width, which circled above. He guided this earthen bird down to rest before him, preparing to mount it and see if he could ascend. As he perched on the back of the clay bird, he began to activate his fruit powers, slowly lifting off the ground. At merely a height of 10 meters, the earthbound avians became uncontrollable, plummeting from above and transforming into clumps of soil. Garen, however, experimented with different varieties of earth to refine his mastery over these avians. He discovered that as long as he refrained from mounting them, there were no repercussions. Garen mused to himself, "Indeed, it remains unfeasible." Yet, he harbored no fear of falling. By activating elemental transformation, he remained unscathed even from a height of 200 meters. Moreover, as the capabilities of his devil fruit continued to develop, his perception of the terrain expanded significantly. Garen persisted in honing his control over the earth, transmuting the yellow soil in his grasp into a rich red earth. This red soil was notably dense and substantial. With Garen's relentless development, he was able to amplify its weight from 3-fold to 5-fold, and this potency would only escalate with further enhancement. He also practiced with the resilient black soil, composed of numerous black minerals. These minerals were a result of his ability to decompose them through his fruit's powers, endowing the soil with their properties, culminating in an exceptionally hard mineral-rich earth. Garen sensed that this composite would grow increasingly formidable over time. He utilized the yellow soil to decompose a clay-like substance akin to nitro clay, subsequently merging it with the dried yellow earth. Upon contact with the target, it possessed explosive potential. Garen recognized that the fusion of soils was paramount, capable of transforming into a devouring mire. The yellow soil, intertwined with the wet, muddy waters, exhibited remarkable engulfing abilities. Furthermore, Garen endeavored to make contact with seawater. However, upon entering the ocean, he found himself unable to exert control. Exclaiming in frustration, "This truly is insurmountable." After 5 days of swift navigation, Garen dedicated himself to rigorous training, sharing a bed at night with Bina and Alice, while delegating all other matters to Barbero. The vessel had traversed over 1,000 kilometers, with 12 ships sailing across the sea, presenting a truly magnificent sight. Garen also urged the other squad leaders to intensify their training. The capabilities of Sinbert's win-win fruit have significantly advanced, allowing him to manipulate the sea breezes at will and propel the ship at remarkable speeds. Lin inquired about the estimated time for the crew to reach Dragon Island, to which Garud responded that if they maintained their current velocity, they would arrive by midnight. Lin, aware of the treasures that awaited on this magnificent island, noted that they were approximately 100 kilometers from their destination, where the magnetic field had become increasingly chaotic, rendering compasses ineffective. Lin permitted the navigator to exercise his skills. Yet as they neared the island, the fog thickened considerably. With no alternative, Simbert utilized his powers to disperse the mist, revealing the colossal island in the distance. As Lin observed the clock strike midnight, he stood on the deck, gazing at the ocean, now swirling in a vortex. He asked the navigator if they could proceed, and Garud replied that with a swift maneuver, he had a 90% assurance of success. Lin instructed Pierre to activate the magnet fruit's ability, enabling the ship's steel components to levitate and thus lighten the vessel. He urged Simbert to unleash the full force of his win-win fruit abilities to surge forward. The island was surrounded by tumultuous ocean whirlpools, suggesting that no one had set foot there for centuries. Lin speculated that other fleets must have only dared to observe from afar through telescopes. Suddenly, a powerful gale swept in from behind, nearly lifting the ships into the air. Simbert announced his readiness, and the Mud Dragon pirates' fleet surged at full speed toward the swirling waters. As the winds intensified, the vessels accelerated, resembling airplanes as they raced forward. 12 ships charged through the turbulent currents, and Lin, standing on the deck, joyfully proclaimed that it was all thanks to Simbert that they could now explore the island. As they navigated through the maelstrom, they gradually approached the landmass, and Lin noticed Simbert drenched in sweat. Without Sinbert's extraordinary powers, Lin surmised that their ships would never have traversed the whirlpools. Simbert wiped his brow, exclaiming that it was wonderful that all the ships had made it through. Lin declared that the secrets of Dragon Island were now theirs. Exhausted, Simbert plopped down on the deck to recuperate. Lin reflected on how well-suited the win-win fruit was for maritime endeavors. With the advent of steamships, he would no longer fear whirlpools. If he could procure Sea King stones to affix to the ship's hull, he would feel invincible against the Sea Kings and could navigate through windless zones. He mused that if he were to ascend to Sky Island, he could construct the Ark of the Covenant, capable of soaring through the skies, powered by electricity generated from the thunder fruit, achieving remarkable speeds. Lin instructed his crew to prepare the ship by the beach, readying for their expedition to the island. He resolved that with dawn, all 6 divisions would set out, deeming it unnecessary to embark at such a late hour. Once the ship anchored on the sandy beach, Garen disembarked, followed by all the other captains. Garen, addressing the captains, inquired if they too wished to explore. George responded, "Indeed, Captain, having arrived here. It would be rather disheartening not to take a look." Peachy giggled and expressed her eagerness to explore as well. Even the first mate, Simbert, joined them on shore. Garen recognized their shared curiosity. Their prowess was undeniable, each having mastered the Navy's 6 forms, including Peachy, who had honed her spear techniques. Garen had also distributed the secrets of the lightning fist to these captains, and they were all fervently training. He understood that even if he posed a threat, these captains were capable of handling it. "We shall proceed to investigate," Garen declared, striding from the beach into the forest. Towering trees, reaching heights of 100 meters, surrounded them, accompanied by the resonant roars of wild beasts and sounds reminiscent of dinosaurs. Garen found no surprise in this. Exploring the island would likely take more than a week due to its vast expanse. Wasting no time, he instructed everyone, "Hop on." He activated the powers of the mud fruit, transforming into a colossal mud dragon, 60 meters tall, and all the captains climbed onto his hand. Garen raced towards the island's core, eager to survey the land. As he progressed, he encountered numerous gigantic insects, such as 3-meter-tall mantises, dung beetles, and longhorn beetles, which scattered in fear at the sight of him. With a swift motion, Garen unleashed a mighty blade of rock, obliterating the insects that obstructed his path, and charged forth with unwavering determination. He spotted a 30-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus rex, a 100-meter-long Brachiosaurus, and flying pterosaurs, alongside 20-meter-tall Triceratops, all exhibiting reddish hues. Garen mused that this island must be a prehistoric wasteland, devoid of human presence, inhabited solely by these colossal dinosaurs and some primitive avian ancestors. Unfortunately, he was not a scholar of ancient creatures, but the dinosaurs, upon witnessing the imposing mud dragon, fled in terror. An hour later, Garen emerged from the forest to find the landscape transformed into a vast mountain range, dominated by a towering peak. As he traversed the mountains, he observed his surroundings, selecting a direction to continue. After a 2-hour trek, Garen and his companions arrived at a magnificent valley. In his mind, Garen thought, at last, I have discovered the fabled site of the dragon's fall. He noted a pile of immense white bones at the base of a cliff, deducing that the owner of these remains must have been a colossal beast, over 300 meters tall and 500 meters long, which had fallen onto a blood-red patch of earth. George interjected, Captain, should you not pray to the heavens for enlightenment on this world's mysteries? Instantly, Garen dispelled his elemental form, returning to normal. Addressing George, he remarked, You truly understand me. I shall not hold back. He then proclaimed, I am willing to exchange 500 years of my life for an opportunity akin to the mischief of Momonosuk. If we were to add the 500 years of lifespan from the foolish king. The other captains of the division were also curious and inquired, Who is the peach boy mentioned by the captain? George explained, a foolish young man of 28 masquerading as an 8-year-old child who deceives beautiful women across various regions into indulging him. Taking a breath, George paused momentarily before continuing. This simpleton, peach boy, often resorts to tears to elicit sympathy and trick others into serving him, while also inheriting his father's lascivious nature. Raising his voice, George declared, his father, the foolish King Kazuki Odin, was indeed a remarkable individual. From a young age, he displayed a penchant for mischief. Having evicted his wet nurse, frequented brothels at 6, seduced his friends' wives and girlfriends by 14, established a harem in the rear courtyard of a temple by 16, and even cooked Odin atop the bones of deceased friends, all while exhibiting an alarming lack of intelligence and a fondness for performing body dances. With a serious expression, Sombert remarked, They are utterly inhumane. The depravity of this father-son duo represents a grotesque distortion of human nature. If it were up to me, I would find it exceedingly difficult to tolerate such beasts. After voicing his disdain and shaking his head, Allison spoke up. It is truly revolting. Both father and son are nothing but brutes. Peichi added, the foolish King Kazuki Odin and the little beast Peach Boy are either swindlers or clowns devoid of shame, which is utterly disgusting. Sombert expressed his desire. If given the chance, I shall slay Peach Boy. The other captains echoed George's sentiment. Individuals of such a nature deserve to be immersed in a pig pen in our village. Allison emphasized, they should be subjected to a brutal demise. Pierre suggested, it would be best to feast upon their flesh and skin them alive. Thus, Peach Boy had managed to offend the entire upper echelon of the Mud Dragon pirates. Galen, wishing to clarify, asked, Brothers, what are you discussing? Sombert replied, I have just learned from George that you, Captain, harbor a profound hatred for the shameless Kazuki Odin and Peach Boy. I believe that when we invade Wano country, we should execute both of them. I want to personally sever their heads. George stated, in our village, those who lack shame are always dealt with severely. Allison reiterated, they deserve to be flayed and dismembered. Galen, looking resigned, responded, Brothers, Kazuki Odin is an arrogant man who will not survive much longer. We need not concern ourselves with him, nor with that foolish young man Peach Boy. We shall eventually journey to Wano country, and I wish to take all of you brothers to the sea to experience the beauty of the world. All the division captains chimed in. The captain is indeed correct. Sombert remarked, the captain is cultured, and his words are quite pleasant to hear. Galen mused, indeed. The captain and the crew require a bond. Galen then suggested, Brothers, let us thoroughly inspect our surroundings. This dragon island must hold treasures. Sombert agreed, yes. I can sense an intense heat emanating from the island center. The other captains spoke with an air of mystery, support +1. Galen asserted, let us first explore this site of the fallen dragon. All the division captains swiftly followed Galen's lead. Inwardly, Galen reflected, having seized so many allied nations of the world government, why have no naval experts come to confront me? It must be the pinnacle of the Grand Line, where the New World is rife with turmoil, controlled by legendary sea pirates. In the New World, the Navy indeed lacks authority, as it is typically a realm where pirates battle one another. Should the Navy venture into the New World, it would merely result in the pirates uniting against them. Moreover, the weather in the New World is exceedingly harsh, and its waters are tumultuous and treacherous, rendering them unsuitable for ordinary vessels. This region is a stronghold for formidable forces, predominantly comprising powerful pirate crews. Garen mused to himself, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing into the New World without adequate strength. Instead, he should cultivate his team steadily upon the Sky Island. Once their might has flourished, they could then embark on a quest to subdue all the great pirates of the New World. Galen and all the captains of the subordinate teams arrived at the site of the fallen fire dragon. Simbert remarked, Captain, this creature has been dead for many years, yet I can still sense the terrifying power it possessed in life. Its dragon blood remains intensely warm. Galen surmised that Simbert was on the brink of awakening his observation hockey, and he felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, another worker destined for greatness. George then spoke. Indeed, as Deputy Captain Simbert pointed out, I too can feel the primal essence of beasts in this land. This fire dragon must have been extraordinarily powerful in life. It makes one wonder why it fell. Was it simply the end of its lifespan? After speaking, George absent-mindedly rubbed his head. Galen mused, other Zoan-type devil fruit users are already sensing the formidable aura of beasts. How remarkable. Galen continued, this world still has dragon slayers, such as the legendary dragon slayer Longma, who transcended the realm of the great swordsman. With a single strike, he could cleave an island in two. Simbert, you too shall reach this pinnacle, for you possess a heart unafraid of formidable foes. The other captains chimed in, Deputy Captain, we believe in you. You will undoubtedly become a great swordsman. Simbert expressed his gratitude, saying, Captain, I will strive with all my might. I shall not give up on my dream of becoming a great swordsman. With that, Simbert's fighting spirit erupted, leaving Galen astonished. He contemplated, is this the essence of a swordsman's battle spirit? Truly remarkable. Galen could feel the pride emanating from Simbert, a sword intent that was palpable. The group proceeded toward the site of the fallen fire dragon when, at that moment, Hano and Leo descended from the sky. Galen looked at Leo and inquired, have you made any discoveries? Leo replied, Captain, I have found a devil fruit ahead. Galen's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and he urged, Leo, lead the way. Leo responded, follow me. Transforming into the form of a hawk, he soared into the air, and Galen and the others swiftly followed his flight. Before long, they arrived beneath the vine of the devil fruit. Galen gazed at the fruit and decisively plucked it. The devil fruit was shaped like a red pineapple, adorned with fiery crimson scales and two blossoms resembling flames. Moreover, atop the pineapple there were two small horns resembling dragon's antlers, which filled Galen with unexpected delight. He mused inwardly that the animal-type lizard fruit, in its mythical form of a fire dragon, must indeed be this particular devil fruit. Galen promptly absorbed it into his earthen space. Gazing at the crimson soil before him, he noted that the vine of this devil fruit sprouted from the heart of a fallen fire dragon. This dragon had perished decades ago, and the vine drew sustenance from its essence and flesh. Furthermore, the soil concealed the remnants of the dragon's bones, some of which were already exposed. No other flora adorned this landscape, save for this singular fruit vine. Utilizing his earthen space, Galen collected the entirety of the land into his being. The fiery red soil was immensely heated, and he intended to bring the vine aboard the ship for Ross to examine. Beneath the soil lay numerous red crystals, which Galen also stored, amounting to several tons of these gems, formed from the dragon's blood and flesh. He would entrust these crystals to Ross for study as well. The fiery soil he planned to use for cultivating plants, allowing Ross ample opportunity for research. With that resolved, Galen prepared to return to the ship with all the division captains. He activated the Earth Dragon Giant and transported everyone back. Upon their return to the ship around 3 a.m, Galen gestured to the other captains and said, everyone, it's time to rest. The captains responded in unison. Captain, you should rest early. We shall take our leave. Each captain then returned to their respective quarters. Once back in his room, Galen wore a pensive expression, contemplating whether he should consume the fruit. The abilities of this fruit were undoubtedly akin to Kaido's fish fruit in its mythical form of Azure Dragon. While it might not rival Kaido's mastery of 4 or 5 elemental forces, the power of fire was certainly comparable, if not superior. The fire dragon could also consume flames and fiery essence. Galen reflected, though I may never surpass Kaido, my dual fruit abilities could allow me to forge my own path. However, contemplating Kaido's formidable forms, including the wind, fire, thunder, and the heat-exhaling dragon flame and giant wave, Garen felt compelled to take a risk. No one could resist such power. Garen mused to himself that he was unlikely to perish, though he was unsure of what lay ahead. After a moment of reflection, he declared, "What is there to fear? If it comes to it, I shall die once more." It is merely the duality of fruit abilities. Blackbeard's personality split resulted in his dual souls, allowing him to consume 2 fruits. With unwavering determination, Garen resolutely stated, "If I die, then so be it." Hesitation leads to failure. Without further ado, he consumed the fruit. As the devil fruit was devoured, Garen was beset by excruciating pain, his mind feeling as though it might fracture. The most critical aspect was the sensation of his very consciousness splintering. He writhed on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, engulfed in flames that began to consume him. It felt as if his body were on the verge of explosion, with innumerable powers attempting to merge within him. Breathing became an arduous task. Garen exerted immense mental effort to counteract the soul's tumultuous surge. He roared defiantly, "Settle down. You cannot destroy me. I will consume you." Upon uttering these words, his aura intensified and began to take shape. The mental energy within his mind fused with his burgeoning will, creating an invisible field that radiated outward. Indeed, Garen's conqueror's haki awakened in this perilous moment. He sensed that the fire dragon spirit within him had stabilized. Gradually, he rose from the ground, standing tall, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. "I feel as though I can change everything now. I truly feel invigorated," he proclaimed. Beginning to familiarize himself with the prowess of the devil fruit, Garen transformed into the form of a flaming giant dragon. His head morphed into that of a crimson flame dragon, while his limbs became dragon claws and his hind legs transformed similarly. From his back sprouted a pair of bat-like wings, adorned with bone spikes, both sets of wings ablaze with roaring flames. His entire being gradually morphed into a fire-red dragon. Utilizing his wings, he leapt into the sky, completing his transformation and instantly towering at 100 meters high and 180 meters long in his dragon form. The flaming dragon's body was cloaked in fiery scales, with its formidable dragon head crowned by 2 massive horns and flanked by 3 bone spikes on either side, standing tall on its hind legs. The image of the fire giant dragon exuded an imposing and majestic presence. Furthermore, the flames engulfing its body were imbued with unique abilities, rendering it immune to all fire attacks. Garen remarked, "The flaming dragon form is undeniably striking and possesses an unparalleled aesthetic, rivaling even Kaido's azure dragon form." He silently acknowledged the immense strength bestowed upon him by such a mythical fruit. The commotion he caused awakened the members of the Mud Dragon Pirates. As the other captains and Sunbird rushed out of the cabin onto the deck, they beheld the magnificent fire dragon before them. Sunbird remarked, "The captain has truly achieved something extraordinary, gaining an astonishing power." Garen, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Apologies for the interruption, my brothers. I encased the fiery dragon fruit within the earth, and suddenly this devil fruit recognized me as an unparalleled talent, releasing its powers to merge with me." Garen then proclaimed, "From this day forth, our Mud Dragon Pirate crew shall be elevated to the Flame Dragon Pirate crew." He added, "Now, my brothers, you may return to rest." So Bert and George, along with the other captains, addressed the crew. "There is nothing more to attend to. Let us all retire for the night." Responding to the vice captain's call, the crew dispersed to their quarters. Garen, eager to familiarize himself with the abilities of the fruit, transformed into the fire dragon form and soared into the sky. "So this is what it feels like to fly high above," he exclaimed joyfully. "No longer will I be a mere creature of the earth." With a hearty laugh, Garen ascended as a 100-meter fire dragon, streaking across the sky like a divine flame emerging from the night. He called out to the heavens, "I shall become the mightiest flame emperor, the dragon king of fire. With these 2 devil fruits, I am destined for greatness, perhaps even dominion." Garen mused to himself, recognizing that 3 mythical beast-type devil fruits had emerged from the South Sea, the first being the Buddha fruit of the War Buddha, the second the dog fruit in the form of the 9-tailed fox wielded by Captain Katarina Devon, and the third being the lizard fruit in the form of the fire dragon. Garen thought, The homeland of mythical beast fruits may indeed lie in the South Sea. Even Admiral Akiji, a native of the South Sea, acquired the ice fruit here. Truly, the South Sea is remarkable. The sight of Garen's radiant fire dragon illuminated half the sky, captivating the attention of a nearby newsbird, which eagerly snapped photos, thinking to itself, "This is a significant story. Mud Dragon Garen has transformed into Flame Dragon Garen. This news is bound to ignite the seas." The following morning, just past 8, Garen was still asleep, having exhausted himself the previous night while acclimating to the fruit's powers. He noticed a continuous increase in his stamina and physical prowess. His strength and speed had surged considerably. Upon glancing in the mirror, he discovered that his once black, parted hair had transformed into striking red locks, resembling dragon horns much like those of the Demon Lord. Garen reflected, "Is it merely because I consumed a devil fruit that this transformation occurred?" He acknowledged that while the earth fruit had indeed enhanced his strength and physique, it paled in comparison to the fire dragon fruit. Garen mused, "Now, I possess abundant stamina, immense strength, and my body has become nearly impervious to blades and bullets, especially upon entering the fire dragon form. One experiences a tremendous increase in both defensive and destructive capabilities. With a towering height of 100 meters and a length of 180 meters, enveloped in flames, who could possibly breach such formidable defenses? Today, Galen intends to harness his abilities related to earth and fire, further developing a magma capability that combines these two elemental powers. Moreover, the fire dragon fruit possesses the capacity to absorb other flames and magma abilities, allowing Galen to continue enhancing his powers, including elevating the temperature of the flames. His initial ability, the fire dragon body, accelerates the healing of wounds through flames, while also augmenting his physical attributes and developing his corporeal prowess. Galen mused to himself, "I have never felt this powerful before." He declared, "In the future, if anyone fails to show respect to me as the Flame Emperor Fire Dragon King, I shall not hesitate to overturn the table." Galen placed a patch of crimson soil upon the fourth deck of the open ship's cabin and continued nurturing the fire dragon heart vine atop this vibrant earth. He collected a substantial quantity of dragon crystals and placed them beneath the soil for Ross to study. By morning, Galen, feeling famished, began to devour food in the cafeteria on the third floor. His already considerable appetite had now tripled, and he developed a particular fondness for meat. Galen sensed he was beginning to transform into a fire dragon beast man. After consuming over 100 pounds of food, he finally felt satiated. He noticed that following his transformation into a fire dragon yesterday, he had grown taller, and his black hair had taken on a crimson hue, dancing in the wind and resembling dragon horns. Galen remarked, "This hairstyle cannot compare to my signature middle part. The middle part is eternal." In the morning, he prepared to lead a team to further explore the island. Based on the description from the auction house manager, there were fruits resembling devil fruits along the coastline, not at the valley's bottom. Thus, Galen commenced the search for these potential devil fruits. He led his team in exploration, with 6 squad leaders accompanying him. Along the way, they encountered and dispatched several bird-like dragons and triceratops. The meat of carnivorous dinosaurs proved unpalatable, as Galen had discovered. For instance, when they came across 2 bull dragons, Galen swiftly eliminated them with a fiery blast. After sampling the meat with Sombert, they found it tough and sour. Galen expressed his distaste, saying, "These carnivorous dinosaurs are truly unappetizing. I have no appetite for them." Sombert suggested, "Captain, why not try those herbivorous creatures?" Galen promptly dispatched several herbivorous dinosaurs and bird-like creatures resembling ostriches, significantly larger than the latter. He roasted these dinosaurs over flames, proclaiming, "This meat tastes rather delightful." Sombert concurred. "Indeed, these herbivorous dinosaurs are a culinary delight." Galen proposed, "We can load all these dinosaur eggs onto the ship. Once we establish our territory, we shall raise these dinosaurs." Sombert remarked, "No wonder you are so resourceful, Captain." Galen smiled and replied, "Of course, who do you think I am?" After satisfying their hunger, Garen and Simbert resumed their exploration. They captured herbivorous dinosaurs upon sight and vanquished carnivorous ones, encountering no formidable creatures along their path. Many of the large insects had already fallen to Garen's prowess. His intention was not to annihilate the island, but rather to eliminate a portion of the carnivorous dinosaurs. Having already dispatched numerous herbivores, Garen understood that neglecting the carnivores would result in the extinction of the herbivores, leading ultimately to starvation. Thus, he sought to regulate the carnivore population to maintain ecological balance. As they ventured forth, Garen and Simbert stumbled upon a nest of Tyrannosaurus rex eggs. Garen proposed, "First mate, let us take these 2 eggs back to the ship for cultivation and observe what species of T-Rex might emerge from the crystallized essence of the fire dragon. Let Ross conduct an experiment." Garen continued, "We must not underestimate the power of technology." Simbert concurred, "Your words bear wisdom, Captain." Garen urged, "Let us proceed with our exploration." To which Simbert replied, "Indeed, let us continue. Perhaps further surprises await us." The duo pressed on, with Garen collecting numerous unidentified dinosaur eggs, some already measuring 3 meters in size. Unreservedly, he stored them within his earthen space, a capability he greatly relished. His body served as a vessel, allowing him to transport the eggs swiftly, encased in earth as they moved back to the ship. Thus, Garen managed to transport over 4,000 dinosaur eggs, including those of the soaring pteranodon, the dual-toothed pterosaur, the gliding pterosaur, the brachiosaurus, the triceratops, and the hadrosaurus. Simbert remarked, "Captain, I shall explore over there for a moment." Garen replied, "That is acceptable, first mate. This island is vast. We should split up." Simbert responded, "Captain, I shall take my leave." Before departing, Simbert declared, "I am willing to exchange 500 years of my lifespan for the captain and the crew to reap rewards." Garen then transformed into an egg-collecting maestro, while the other dinosaurs, intimidated by Garen and his companions, abandoned their eggs in flight. Garen mused, "Nurturing one is the same as nurturing many. Eventually, those herbivorous dinosaurs will serve as sustenance. Their caloric value surpasses that of ordinary livestock. Most importantly, they are dinosaurs that do not require confinement. Simply find a pasture for them." In his heart, Garen contemplated the prospect of using such high-energy food to enhance the physical prowess of his crew, feeling that his Dragon Flame pirate crew had reached an unprecedented level of strength. "At that time, I shall transport all these dinosaur eggs to the Sky Island, establishing a formidable presence at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The divine island of Apaya, also known as Mount Sangla, shall serve as my stronghold." Galen is already eager to seize territory in the Sky Island, where formidable adversaries are scarce and the realm of Baika remains unharmed. The White Sea, rising 7,000 meters high, is the gateway to the divine nation of the Sky Island, guarded by an elderly woman known as Grandma Amazon, who demands a fee of 10 billion nectar, the currency of the Sky Island. Galen's ambition is to first transform the Sky Island into his domain, subduing its inhabitants, followed by conquering the Sandia people and ultimately the Baika folk. In due course, he aims to unify the 3 factions and prepare to toll the Grand Golden Bell. He intends to send a Sandian named Wappa to Gaia Island, allowing him to rekindle a connection with the descendant of Rolando, Hiraik. One hails from the lineage of Kargra, while the other descends from Rolando. Galen contemplates that once he has secured Ganfuer, he will proceed to Baika to obtain the Thunder Fruit, allowing Enel to serve as a capable shipwright. The Sandia will capitulate, and the Sky Island lacks any formidable foes, aside from a few priests whose skills are rather mediocre. Easily defeated by someone like Simbert, who possesses the powers of the Wind Fruit and the strength of a novice swordsman, equivalent to that of a naval vice-admiral. Galen estimates that he has likely attained the prowess of an elite vice-admiral himself, and with his wings granting him the ability to fly, he can escape if faced with insurmountable odds. Galen muses that Roger is nearing the status of Pirate King, and as the world government intensifies its pursuit of him, he will absorb the onslaught, allowing him to network with the world's talented individuals. He reflects on the arduous efforts he has invested in expanding his company, noting that all his division leaders have been nurtured solely under his guidance, devoid of any potential spies. Garland felt a profound sense of reassurance. He contemplated the possibility of venturing to the initial island of the world government's CP9, a place teeming with orphans and abundant talent. Among them were prodigious individuals such as Rob Lucci, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, Kaku, slightly over a year, and Khalifa, around 2 years of age, all orphans. Garland recognized the necessity of seizing these talents. He could not allow them to fall into the hands of the world government. Continuing his exploration of the island, he arrived at the shoreline, where he gazed at the swirling ocean currents before him. With a decisive gesture, he summoned a vortex of flames, casting it directly towards the sea. The astonishing blaze instantly penetrated the whirlpool, swallowed by the waters, and a column of steam erupted from the surface, forming a 100-meter vortex. The flames are indeed formidable, Garland mused. Exhaling more fire that manifested as a vast cloud of steam, he began to manipulate the flames, invoking the dragon's breath. a massive inferno erupting from his fist and surging towards the ocean's surface. With a resounding explosion, a 50-meter wave was thrust into the air. Garland acknowledged his own prowess, remarking, "It appears that the fruit's power is exceptionally extraordinary. I possess such strength with minimal effort." He further resolved to explore the uninhabited island first, intending to practice the art of flame manipulation and enhance the temperatures of his fire breath in the water when time permitted. His dedication to exploring the desolate island stemmed from his initial encounter with the nature-type devil fruit, the swamp fruit. Through prolonged use and exploration, he had transformed the swamp fruit into the earth fruit. This was before the great age of pirates, during a time when seafaring pirates were few. The majority of individuals toiled at home or in urban settings, while rural folk cultivated their fields. The ocean was scarcely traversed by pirates, and it was likely that the islands still harbored devil fruits. As the great age of pirates dawned, many would flock to uninhabited islands in search of treasures. And by then, the devil fruit trees might no longer exist, rendering the pursuit of such fruits futile. Garland, having already discovered a mythical zoan-type devil fruit, felt tremendously empowered. If there existed another devil fruit, Garen would willingly trade the life of Momonosuk, worth 500 years, for it. Garen transformed into a colossal fire dragon, soaring majestically over the island. In his heart, he mused, "How foolish of me, a mythical zoan-type devil fruit user, to search for the devil fruit on foot. Indeed, Momonosuk has tarnished my intellect." As he glided swiftly along the island's perimeter, he cursed, "You insufferable fool, Momonosuk. Every thought of you diminishes my intelligence. Bah, what ill fortune." Garen surveyed the vast island below, his dragon-like eyes scanning the terrain in a complete panorama. He reflected, "I wonder if the other brothers have discovered that suspected devil fruit." Meanwhile, Sambird explored the plains alone. A massive, fiery theropod, adorned in bright red scales and crowned with 2 pairs of dragon horns, sought to attack him. Its mouth dripping with molten saliva. Sambert remarked, "Has this dragon already begun its evolution into a fire dragon?" Drawing his weapon, he shouted, "Tempest Stream, Wind Slash." With a deft sweep of his blade, a colossal wind blade, 50 meters in length, cleaved the fiery beast in two. Sambert declared, "Your evolution is far from complete. If you were to advance further, it would spell disaster." In another part of the battlefield, Captain George of the 1st Division was engaged in a fierce contest of strength with a gigantic fire Tyrannosaurus Rex. This beast must have consumed those fire dragon crystals, pushing it towards a fire dragon evolution, George asserted. His crew members armed themselves and unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the colossal creature. George exclaimed, "Bear King's strength shot." A powerful thrust from his bear-like form pierced the Tyrannosaurus Rex, ultimately slaying it. "Fortunately, I have developed new techniques. Otherwise, I would have perished," he added. First Lieutenant Cleo interjected, "Boss George, this fire Tyrannosaurus Rex is over 50 meters long and can breathe fire. It's truly formidable." With a smile, George replied, "Of course, if it were the sycophant, Allison, you all would have been devoured by the Tyrannosaurus." Cleo twitched at the corner of his mouth and retorted, "Is that really appropriate, Boss George?" To which George responded, "What's wrong with that? I am indeed the mightiest captain of the squad." The 3rd squad leader, Allison, has encountered an unknown colossal dragon, measuring over 40 meters with fearsome fangs. In response, Allison has transformed into his white werewolf form and severed the dragon's head with his katana, exclaiming, "The dinosaurs on this island have reached a level of evolutionary breakthrough. They can now breathe fire." Meanwhile, Galen, soaring through the skies, spots a small river flowing toward the sea. He is captivated by the picturesque scenery, noting that the dense trees have given way to expansive grassy plains, where herds of herbivorous dinosaurs such as Brachiosaurus, Apatosaurus, and the enormous Seismosaurus roam. Galen also observes several massive triceratops preparing to hunt smaller dinosaurs, and he remarks with delight, "Truly remarkable, akin to witnessing the wonders of a prehistoric world." Continuing his flight along the island's edge, Galen discovers a vast grove laden with fruit. Embracing his role as the wish master, he declares, "O Venus, the god of wealth, bless me. I am willing to trade 500 years of my life for a powerful devil fruit." He persists, "O god of wealth, reveal your grace." At that moment, in Mariewa, a bald elder of the 5 elders wields the legendary blade, the supreme great knife, the original demon slayer, and muses, "Who is contemplating me? Surely it is the illustrious king of void, Lord M, who recognizes me as the strongest among the 5 elders." With that, he strikes a pose he believes to be impressive with his formidable weapon. The Elder Saturn, tasked with scientific defense, comments, "The Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong is performing commendably." Meanwhile, Mars, the god of environmental warfare, interjects, "A pirate named Gallon, known as the Mud Dragon, has emerged in the South China Sea. And he has even pilfered our Marine Six Styles. Should we not take action against him?" If the Navy's Six Styles were to spread across the seas, it would pose a disadvantage to the Navy. The legal warrior, Mars, spoke, according to information from CP0 members. The Mud Dragon pirate crew has evolved into the Flame Dragon pirate crew and has acquired the devil fruit of the Flame Dragon form. Jupiter's agricultural warrior, Peter, the tallest among the five elders, remarked, "It seems we are in troubled times." The financial warrior, Venus's Nasu Shuru, wielding the original sword, declared, "What is the origin of this Flame Dragon pirate crew?" Jupiter's agricultural Peter responded, "They are fishermen, but now they possess the abilities of two devil fruits." Nasu Shuru retorted, "Haven't they faced dissemination? Once it spreads, what harm can the mere Navy Six Styles do? It's just a mud fruit, just a flame dragon form." Saturn's Satan added, "Our current focus must be on Roger. The historical text from 8 centuries ago must not resurface in this world. The Roger pirate crew is preparing to head to Fishman Island." Nasu Shuru responded, "It's merely historical texts. Let the Navy pursue them. The Roger pirate crew cannot undermine our world government's dominion." Nasu Shuru continued, "This sword is the original. I am the strongest swordsman in the world. No one can withstand my strikes." The other five elders silently contemplated, "Next time, I should speak up sooner. Why must we? The five of us who are all mythical Zoan devil fruit users allow Nasu Shuru to take center stage each time?" Gallon pondered how many years of life Momonosuk had left. He counted. The first devil fruit cost Momonosuk 20 years, the second another 20. Gallon shook his head, saying, "As long as I allow him to live, he will." Walking through the fruit grove, Gallon discovered one fruit was a tomato, another an apple. And then he spotted a devil fruit resembling a banana, dark in color, adorned with patterns of devil fruits. Gallon exclaimed, "At last, I have found you." He recognized it as a fruit he must have exchanged for Momonosuk's lifespan. Gallon chuckled, "I wonder what abilities this devil fruit possesses." He did not hesitate to pack it away within himself. Utilizing the abilities of the mud fruit, Gallon began to harvest fruit, transforming the earth into a massive mud vehicle. He activated his flame dragon form and commenced delivering the fruits to the ship. "Papaya is truly a splendid item," he mused. Suddenly recalling whether Alice needed papaya for her figure, absolutely not. Bina ought to consume a few more, and Mariana too. Doesn't require it, he noted. Suddenly struck by a thought, Gallon shook his head, indicating it was not appropriate. Was his mind once again in disarray? He activated his flame dragon form and soared onto the ship, commanding the logistics personnel to disembark and transplant all the fruit trees to the open deck on the 4th floor. He then released the fruits from the mud vehicle. The crew aboard gazed at Captain Gallon's formidable strength with admiration, exclaiming, "Captain, your prowess is indeed exceptional." He instructed the logistics team on the ship to store all the transported fruits in the hold. Observing the diligent crew, Gallon mused, "These crew members surpass those slaves in efficiency." He reflected, "Indeed, paying wages can stimulate their work productivity. 10,000 berries a month is quite a generous salary in this world. 50 berries for a broccoli, 50 for a chopper. 200 choppers a month. Who wouldn't he want to work diligently for the Flame Dragon pirate crew?" The newly recruited slaves aboard, clutching their 10,000 berries, expressed, "This is far too much. It is simply unspendable." Gallon urged the crew searching for dinosaur eggs or exploring deserted islands to exert themselves and bring back valuable resources. He planned to set sail again that night towards Reverse Mountain, feeling he had 1/3 of the distance left to enter the Grand Line. Gallon sensed his strength had grown significantly and resolved to venture into the Grand Line to conquer Sky Island. He could no longer remain in the South Blue honing his skills. Meanwhile, in the South Blue Navy branch, Jilmy received a call informing him that the Mud Dragon pirate crew, led by Captain Gallon, had emptied another world government allied nation. Jilmy, feeling helpless, thought, "We cannot fight back. They have numerous powerful commanders on their side." He had no choice but to report to the Navy headquarters. Upon learning this news, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong expressed his fury. "The Mud Dragon has ravaged yet another kingdom. If I ever catch you, I'll crush your head with a single punch." He angrily replied to Rear Admiral Jilmy, holding the Den Den Mushi. "The five elders are aware of this Flame Dragon pirate crew surfacing in the South Blue and will take action. Ensure that no other pirates create chaos in the South Blue." Steelbone Kong, looking exasperated, added, "This Mud Dragon pirate crew has now evolved into the Flame Dragon pirate crew, and their whereabouts remain unknown." He continued, "Galen has become the only individual at sea capable of consuming 2 devil fruits. The 5 elders wish to uncover how he managed to consume 2. I must arrange for an undercover operation." Steelbone Kong contemplated. "The 5 elders desire us to place an undercover agent within his ranks. We must extract all his intelligence." He then instructed a soldier, "Summon Colonel Shiwan. I have a mission for him." The orderly saluted to indicate receipt of the message and then proceeded to inform Colonel Ji Yuan. Shortly thereafter, a young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, approached. She possessed remarkable beauty, accentuated by a charming beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. However, this did not diminish her aesthetic appeal. Instead, it added a touch of captivating beauty. Ji Yuan had just graduated from the elite naval training camp last year. Since childhood, she aspired to become a bane to pirates, being the beloved little sister of Admiral Crane from the naval headquarters. Admiral Crane held a deep fondness for young Ji Yuan, who was a prodigy in swordsmanship, already demonstrating considerable strength and recognized as a genius in the elite training camp, a goddess in the hearts of countless young men and a potential candidate for the future naval admiral. Now, just over a year after her graduation, Ji Yuan was aboard Admiral Crane's warship. The door to Marshal Kong's office swung open, and a striking beauty towering 2 meters entered, addressing him. "Marshal Kong, did you summon me?" Marshal Kong produced a document and handed it to Ji Yuan, stating, "This Yanlong Jialan seems to have consumed 2 devil fruits and possesses formidable strength alongside cunning. He has now acquired a devil fruit of godlike caliber, making him the only dual fruit user on the seas. The Yanlong pirates frequently plunder the treasure vaults of the world government's member states, committing heinous acts." Kong's expression reflected his anger as he continued, "Recently, Yanlong Jialan robbed Major General Jilmi from the South Sea Navy branch and upgraded his crew to the Yanlong pirates, seizing the Navy's 6 styles in the process. The South Sea has descended into chaos." Ji Yuan responded, "Do you have any orders, Marshal? Should I eliminate this pirate?" Marshal Kong nodded, saying, "His power is already quite terrifying. You are not yet his match. It would take the mobilization of an admiral and the issuance of an extermination order to obliterate the Yanlong pirates. However, we must also be wary of legendary pirates in the New World. Carp is attempting to capture Roger, and we are stretched thin." Kong continued, "The 5 Elder Stars have instructed me to deploy a naval undercover agent to uncover the secrets of the Yanlong pirates. He is exceptionally skilled at manipulating hearts and rapidly expanding his influence." He sighed and added, "In just 6 months, he has amassed over 3,000 crew members, including 7 devil fruit users among his high-ranking officers, and his first mate is a master swordsman. Yanlong Jialan himself is a natural type user of the earth fruit, capable of altering the terrain of islands at will. He is cunning and decisive, having swiftly eliminated over 100 foes. With the acquisition of the Navy's 6 styles manual, his pirate crew is poised for even more rapid development." Kong further stated, "The 5 Elder Stars have requested that we obtain information on how he managed to consume 2 devil fruits. They have commanded me to arrange for an undercover agent to infiltrate the Yanlong pirate ship and gather intelligence." Ji Yuan, with a serious expression, remarked, "Marshal, you mean the 5 Elder Stars want me to go undercover, don't you? You needn't say more. I am willing to undertake this mission." Kong replied, "Your efforts will be appreciated. I was concerned you might hesitate. You will pose as a slave aboard his pirate ship, providing us with intelligence, primarily focusing on transmitting his navigational coordinates to the naval headquarters. We will then encircle and eliminate the Yanlong pirates." Ji Yuan nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Marshal, this is my first mission, and I will ensure its completion." Kong added, "The Yanlong pirates are likely preparing to head towards Reverse Mountain. They navigate S-shaped routes specifically to plunder the treasures and devil fruits of the world government's member nations. At that moment, you shall await in the kingdom of Philogena in the South China Sea, as they are likely to seize this nation." Admiral Kong remarked, "The nations allied with the world government in the South China Sea are terrified after being plundered by the fiery dragon Garing." Ji Yuan nodded in agreement, assuring, "I will ensure the completion of the mission." Steel Kong added, "Our Navy's communication lines have been ravaged by the allied nations in the South China Sea, leaving us unable to dispatch our elite forces to apprehend the fiery dragon." After a sigh, Admiral Kong continued, "This position has become increasingly difficult to maintain. Once we capture the legendary pirate Roger, I shall ascend to the rank of Supreme Commander of the world government's 3 military branches. At that time, the position of Admiral of the Navy headquarters will be taken over by Goku, and I hope he can alter the passive stance of our Navy. Ji Yuan responded. Admiral Kong is indeed a remarkable figure within the Navy. Admiral Kong lamented, alas, the sea never seems to find tranquility. Today it is Roger, and years ago it was rocks, and in the future, there will undoubtedly be more pirate upheavals. I have grown old. I entrust the future to you all. You must ensure the peace of these waters and, at the very least, the stability of the majority of the kingdoms. The troubles of that small fraction may be inevitable. Ji Yuan, with a serious expression, declared, I am willing to infiltrate the fiery dragon pirate crew and guarantee the successful completion of the mission. With that, he saluted Steel Kong and returned to his quarters, donning the Navy's just cloak to prepare his civilian attire. Admiral Kong instructed Ji Yuan to use the naval passage to ascend to the Red Line and descend from Mariawa to the South China Sea, a privilege reserved for high-ranking Navy officers, which required authorization from the world government. Dr. Vegapunk, renowned as a genius scientist 8 centuries ahead of his time, continues to serve the Navy. However, due to the current lack of sea stone, he has been unable to construct steamships with hulls covered in sea stone, rendering them incapable of traversing the windless zones. Steel Kong planned to confront Goering at the end of the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago, to prevent Goering from entering the New World. Kong sensed Goering's ambitious nature, but they did not anticipate that Goering would deviate from the expected path, ascending to Sky Island upon reaching Gaia Island. This reality caused concern among the Navy's higher-ups, fearing Goering would disseminate the 6 forms of the Navy across the seas. Should that occur, what advantage would the Navy retain against pirates? Everyone would possess the 6 forms, and the Navy might not even prevail over the pirates, leading to a scenario where all are equal, rendering the struggle unnecessary. As the other squad leaders returned from their missions, Goering promptly commanded the ship to set sail. He beheld a devil fruit, the ancient zoan-type, bird fruit, in the form of the Archaeopteryx. Goering surmised that the primitive bird form surpasses the typical ancient zoan-types in strength, as it grants the ability to fly and transform its arms into wings. He contemplated whom to bestow this gift upon, considering it prudent to retain it for himself, as flying creatures are already scarce. Goering noted that the wings of the Archaeopteryx featured 3 claws, unlike the wings of modern birds, and were adorned with feathers. He estimated them to be particularly suitable for close combat, as the wing claws were remarkably long, resembling those of a dinosaur bird. He decided to secure it in his safe for the time being. Leo's bird fruit, a common type with the form of a hawk, activated its half-beast form, transforming his arms into the wings of a hawk while utilizing his feet for combat. He pondered why the wings were not employed for fighting. If the feather were to be damaged, do you think it would still be able to soar? Do you consider it akin to a mythical creature, like the phoenix, with its azure flames emanating from its wings? Should Leo's wings sustain injury, he would be rendered akin to a grounded fowl. Thus, Goering encourages Leo to diligently practice techniques such as the shave and moonwalk, followed by mastering the gale kick, in order to ensure his wings remain unscathed. Should he cultivate the armament hockey, he would be untroubled. However, Leo's physical prowess still requires considerable enhancement. Thus, he focuses primarily on honing his kicking techniques and marksmanship. Goering understands that a single fist has its limitations, but 100 fists are invincible. Hence, he does not pursue the path of elite crew members, opting instead for a strategy of sheer numbers. Goering can only hope that Ross will discover a potion to augment physical abilities. The vine that absorbs the heart of a fire dragon, which Ross has mentioned possesses remarkable medicinal properties, could indeed enhance one's physical condition. Goering awaits Ross's advancements in harnessing the powers of the medicinal fruit to improve the crew's overall vitality. The navigator, Garud, has already identified an island ahead, a few hundred nautical miles away, known as Loki's Island. Sembert, utilizing the abilities of the Win-Win fruit, begins to accelerate the ship from the rear. The journey will take approximately 7 or 8 more days. Goering calls for Alice to come over. Among his wives, Alice possesses the greatest strength. He lifts her effortlessly and states, "This time, I have refrained from sending you on an expedition due to time constraints." Alice, with her forthright demeanor, replies, "I understand, Goering, that you are on a quest for the devil fruit. But do you not intend to find one for me?" Garland remarked, "That devil fruit resembles a bald-headed bird. Do you desire it?" Alice, with evident disdain, replied, "Ah, a bald-headed bird? I'd rather not." She continued, Are there any other devil fruits available? Perhaps one akin to your flame dragon devil fruit? Garland chuckled. Such devil fruits are exceedingly rare across the globe. This one belongs to the strongest category of zoan-type devil fruits, the mythical beast variety. He added, I suspect that those elderly fools might possess several of such mythical beast devil fruits. Alice inquired, the world government? We cannot afford to provoke them. Garland responded, my journey's destination is the sky island above, where 2 devil fruits await, one of which is particularly suited for you. Alice asked, is that true? Garland replied, I am uncertain if I will encounter that pirate crew known as the Sea Dragon on this voyage. If I do, I shall exact vengeance for my beloved father-in-law. The ship, the Flame Dragon, captained by Gallon, continued to navigate the tumultuous seas, trailed by several colossal warships. After 5 days at sea, they were preparing to land on the island of Lokis. Gallon inquired of Garud, brother, how much longer until we reach the island? To which the sailor Garud, with a serious demeanor, replied, report, Captain, it may take another 2 days to arrive. Gallon glanced towards the stern, where the diligent first mate Sombert was tirelessly harnessing the powers of his devil fruit. Gallon remarked, this first mate is truly dedicated. He has been working for 3 consecutive days. I have half a mind to grant him a share in the profits. He mused to himself, his dedication is commendable. Approaching Sombert, Gallon gently suggested, old Som, it's about time you took a break. We can afford to sail for another couple of days. He thought, it's the sea's fault for being so treacherous. The winds have been contrary these days. Sombert's manual manipulation of his powers is the only thing propelling us forward. Sombert, with sincerity in his eyes, responded, Captain, I truly do not mind. The more I utilize my abilities, the deeper my understanding of them grows, and my stamina recovers swiftly. The contrary winds would delay your plans. Gallon replied, old Som, having you by my side is akin to possessing a legion of elite sailors. Meeting you has been like a fish returning to water. Observing Sombert's humble expression, he continued, my ambition is to conquer vast ocean territories, ensuring prosperity for all our brothers, and I will need your unwavering support. Sombert, visibly moved, pledged, rest assured, Captain, I will provide my utmost assistance. Gallon, further embellishing his vision, declared, to those who betrayed me, I shall grant 100,000 berries, to my loyal followers. At least 1 billion, and to brothers like you, a minimum of 10 billion. Sombert, overwhelmed, could only express, Captain, your magnanimity is truly commendable. You value loyalty above riches. Gallon, internally critiquing the sentiment, thought, if I had uttered such words in my past life, I would have been deemed a fool. Here, they have transformed into a noble declaration. He inwardly reflected, were it not for my keen intellect, I might have been swayed. Turning to Sombert, he advised, go rest now. I have my own means to navigate the ship. Gallon had no intention of exhausting Sombert, who had been nurtured under his guidance, akin to how Chow Chow treated Su Chu. Gallon, recognizing the feigned benevolence in his words, realized that he had spoken so much that he almost began to believe it himself. He led Sombert to the 3rd deck of the ship, having previously instructed him to rest well, assuring him that slow navigation against the winds was acceptable. Sombert had become a model of hard work, tirelessly exerting his abilities for 3 days and nights, prompting Gallon to consider elevating him from a worker to a partner. As he pondered this, Gallon decided it might be wise to find a spouse for Sombert, reflecting, the captain has 3 wives, yet the first mate has no girlfriend. It seems rather unbalanced. After ensuring Sombert was comfortably settled and covered with a blanket, Gallon's thoughtful gesture moved Sombert deeply. Gallon reassured him, we are brothers, take your rest. I shall address the contrary winds. He reiterated, ensure you rest well. Sombert, thoroughly touched, felt as though he could lay his heart bare before Gallon, filled with admiration. Upon exiting the room, Gallon immediately summoned the logistics officer, Babiro. He began, brother, are you aware of the first mate's story? Babiro responded, what story does the first mate have? Has something befallen him? Garland remarked, the first mate's father hoped he would marry early and pass on his lineage. However, the first mate's father has been deceased for over a decade, and yet, old son remains unmarried. It is due to our relentless toil within the Flame Dragon pirate crew that old son has yet to find a spouse. This burdens my heart greatly. I now command you to find him a suitable wife, ensuring that his surname endures. The first mate has already sacrificed too much. Do you understand? Babailo, deeply moved, replied, the first mate is indeed a remarkable individual. I shall exert every effort to assist him in finding a suitable partner. Satisfied, Garland nodded and said to Babailo, "You truly are the intellectual gem of our crew. Go forth." Garland, elated, exclaimed, "Old Sen, I can only assist you to this extent." With that, he transformed into a colossal fire dragon and soared to the rear of the ship, fanning the sails of the 12 vessels with his expansive wings, generating gusts that propelled the ships forward. Garland directed the winds along the intended course, mindful not to steer the ships into the windless zone. A lair for sea kings, massive marine beasts often exceeding 500 to 600 meters, and some even reaching 1,000 meters. These sea kings were capable of unleashing tidal assaults, and Garland had no desire to meet an untimely demise at the tender age of 17. The sea kings were largely resistant to flames, many resembling serpentine dragons or peculiar catfish with large mouths, strange creatures indeed, especially upon the ocean's surface. Thus, Garland exercised caution, although they were not in a windless zone. He preferred to err on the side of prudence. By noon, Garland returned to the ship, weary from flying all morning. He commenced a voracious feast in the dining hall, consuming several hundred pounds of food before letting out a satisfied belch. He then repeated his earlier endeavors, transforming once more into a 100-meter fire dragon, using his wings to generate wind. Without this, the opposing ocean currents would return the ship to its starting point. Garland mused, "Why has the sea breeze not arrived yet? Must I invoke that little troublemaker, Peach Boy, to wish for favorable winds?" As he contemplated, Garland silently vowed, "I am willing to trade 500 years of Peach Boy's lifespan for a mighty gale." He continued to flap his wings, and after a short while, a fierce wind indeed swept through. With a proud expression, Garland remarked, "You simply cannot stand to see Peach Boy thriving, always seeking to deplete his life force. Alas, Peach Boy, you too have witnessed it. Heaven seems intent on troubling you, and I, Garland of the Flame Dragon, am powerless to intervene." With that, Garland descended onto the 4th-level open deck of the ship, initiating his martial training. He also intended to recruit some talent on this island, as his crew was still insufficiently staffed. Among them was a powerful user of the bomb fruit, already possessing considerable strength, at least on par with a major. Garland planned to appoint him as the captain of the 7th Division and to select another formidable captain to establish an 8th Division. Thus, he envisioned the formation of 8 elite divisions, followed by the recruitment of 10 flying generals and 12 shadow dragon guards. At that time, with these arrangements, Garland would possess the confidence to venture into the New World and contend vigorously, subduing the land of Wano and transforming these Japanese samurai into his loyal subordinates, akin to skinning and extracting tendons. Garland remarked, "The people of Wano possess considerable strength, and with waterfalls flanking both sides, there are no vessels to ascend. If it were other nations, Garland would indeed lack ambition. Such countries are easier to attack than to defend." Before him lay only Wano, which met Garland's environmental criteria. After some contemplation, he resolved to pilfer from Kaido's abode first, for he found himself unable to confront Kaido directly. A full-scale assault on Kaido was unfeasible, as he currently could not contend with the beast pirates, especially with the formidable first mate, King. Garland mused that Sky Island was indeed preferable. That realm resembled paradise, filled with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms. Other locations seemed devoid of significance. He dismissed Whitebeard's territory as too vulnerable to attack. The Fishman Island and its surrounding isles, situated in the first half of the New World, offered only the benefit of levying protection fees on passing vessels, while Big Mom's territory lay at the heart of the New World, slightly overlapping with Whitebeard's domain. However, at present, Big Mom dared not provoke Whitebeard. Kaido resided in Wano, and with the red-haired pirates claiming the latter half of the New World, Garland concluded that Sky Island remained the optimal choice, with Wano as a secondary option. He held no aspirations for the latter half of the New World, where storms and gales prevailed, exposing one to the elements without substantial commercial prospects. The most lucrative areas belonged to Whitebeard, while Kaido's Wano held the most promise. Red-haired Shanks ascended to the rank of emperor, and other territories had been seized. In his youth, he had been unable to best Whitebeard, nor could he contend with Big Mom or Kaido. Shanks was the youngest among them. During the Marineford War, he was merely 37, already the second strongest emperor, slightly inferior to Kaido. The red-haired pirates boasted a significant advantage. Their crew was formidable. Among the top 10 officers were the likes of the 10th officer, the valiant Beckman, the 9th officer, the fierce Gabu, the 8th officer, the astute Lime Jones, the 7th officer, the cunning Bankdis, the 6th officer, the formidable Rocks, the 5th officer, the clever Bank Binji, the fourth officer, the strategic Nake, the third officer, the wise Dage, the second officer, the powerful Lockie, and the first officer, the legendary Jesus Burgess, alongside Vice Captain Ben Beckman. At the Marineford War, Shanks was merely 37. Yet he drove back the king of beasts, Kaido, with his elite crew. Galen perceived such elite crew members as the epitome of what he sought. In his heart, Galen mused, the young Shanks is still with the Roger Pirates. He found himself intrigued by this young Shanks, calculating that he was approximately 3 years senior to him and 1 year junior to Mihawk. Galen eagerly anticipated a confrontation with the formidable figures of the sea. Shanks and Mihawk were known for their integrity, while others like Doflamingo and Crocodile lacked such principles. Galen remarked, Crocodile is now 21. He ventured to the New World at 24 to challenge Whitebeard, who must have said to him, "Be my son." Crocodile, unwilling to submit, ultimately found himself unable to even graze the hem of Whitebeard's cloak, who likely humbled him thoroughly. Otherwise, old Shah would lose his unparalleled opportunity for great pleasure. As Galen pondered these amusing anecdotes from the sea, a smile crept onto his face. The obstinate old Shah and the arrogant Minggu danced through his thoughts. Galen surmised that Minggu was still engaged in arms dealing in the North Sea, and that Don Quixote Doflamingo possessed significant business acumen, having begun to cultivate an underground force. Meanwhile, old Shah had previously been rubbed against by Whitebeard, later encountering Nico Robin and learning of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Consequently, he sought refuge in Alabasta for over a decade, only to be further entangled by Monkey D. Luffy, ultimately finding himself imprisoned and impelled down. As evening approached and mealtime drew near, Galen prepared a sumptuous feast and summoned 3 women. Marina was the first to arrive at the dining hall. When Galen inquired why she would agree to marry him, he simply asked, "Would you be willing to become my family?" Marina nodded and replied, "I would." Thus, Galen embraced Marina as family. Slowly, Alice and Bina made their entrance into the dining area. Galen asked, "What have you been so busy with daily? It seems you are more occupied than I, your captain." With a hint of sarcasm, Alice retorted, "It's quite evident that you have no pressing matters." Often using the guise of visiting to chat with those nursemaids about dreams, Galen defended himself, saying, "I merely foster harmony within the crew." Alice interjected, "I am pregnant." "Carrying your child." Galen was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean? You are already with my child." "So soon?" He silently mused that perhaps their recent encounters had been a bit too frequent, while simultaneously feeling a flicker of joy. He embraced Alice and asked, "How long have you been pregnant? Why did you wait to tell me?" With a radiant smile, Alice answered, "Not long, just over 10 days. I felt dizzy and nauseous today, so I checked my health. Everything is fine, and the baby is healthy." Alice continued, "Did you not wish to fulfill your father's legacy? Surely, this brings you immense joy." Galen replied, "Indeed, I am very happy to have someone to inherit my family business." He reflected inwardly, contemplating the importance of raising this child properly, ensuring they would not follow the reckless paths of others, like Yamato, who struck their own father, Kaido, with the Thunder Bagua, or Luffy, who instigated the Marineford War, assaulting his grandfather, Garp, with a rubber gun, or Blackbeard, who directly killed his father, Whitebeard, or even the likes of Chiefing, who sought to harm his own mother, Charlotte Linlin. Galen thought to himself, these tales of misguided filial piety are indeed perilous. In a tavern, Garen found himself drinking when he unexpectedly garnered the allegiance of over 200 small pirates. He promptly assigned them to various departments, instructing Babiro to ensure they received adequate training and guidance. All previous vices had to be abandoned. Failure to comply would result in confinement and menial tasks such as cleaning toilets. Garen reintroduced the hierarchy of crew members: apprentice, ordinary, senior, and elite, facilitating assessments for these newcomers. Most demonstrated only the capabilities of ordinary crew members, leading to a brutal reprimand from the logistics officer during the evaluations. Notably, a young man named Passat exhibited considerable skill, qualifying as a senior crew member. Babiro adjusted salaries in accordance with their abilities and provided manuals for the other pirates to study. Garen then summoned Bob Cleo, a user of the exploding fruit ability, to begin preparations for establishing the 7th Division. When Garen was ready to set sail, these new recruits would receive promotions. All divisions would be treated equally, with division leaders commanding their own ships and members enjoying significant autonomy. Garen placed minimal restrictions on their development, even hoping they might form a formidable reinforcement unit. As Garen and several division leaders continued their revelry, George complimented Garen, proclaiming that the captain's renown had spread across the seas, compelling other pirate crews to bow in submission. Allison concurred, inwardly chiding George for his sycophantic tendencies, while Garin felt pleased, recognizing the camaraderie of his trusted crew. "Brothers, do not fret. We shall all achieve fame and prowess," Garin declared, as George eagerly refilled his cup. Garin welcomed the generous libations, declaring that they would drink until they could no longer stand. After indulging in food and drink, Garin and the division leaders staggered back to the ship. Garin, reeking of alcohol, returned to his quarters, where he embraced Bina passionately before preparing for sleep. He instructed her to wake him later, as he had matters to attend to. Bina nodded, assuring him to rest well. Meanwhile, Babiro was busily managing a throng of low-level pirates and civilians lining up at the dock, eager to join the Flame Dragon pirate group. They were drawn by the promise of wealth and camaraderie, unwilling to continue living in mediocrity. As commoners, their year was marked by scant earnings, burdened by taxes owed to the king and nobles. They saw little hope in their current lives and sought fortune among the pirates. Believing that success was attainable, Babiro began to meticulously sort through the applicants, distinguishing between ordinary individuals and those with skills. At that time, during the training session, around 11 o'clock, Bina gently approached Galen and remarked, "Galen, it's time to wake up." She shook the slumbering Galen, who, upon opening his eyes, beheld the enchanting Bina. He immediately lifted her in his arms and began to ponder the meaning of life. As the clock struck midnight, Galen emerged from the room, transforming into his fire dragon humanoid form and soared out of the ship's cabin, heading towards the king's palace. On the way, Galen mused, "This kingdom is a member of the world government, so it must possess many devil fruits." Flying through the air with the speed of a shooting star, he soon reached the palace where the king resided. In an instant, Galen activated his earth fruit abilities, transforming into a small mass of soil to burrow into the king's treasury. The palace guards were utterly oblivious to the underground intrusion. Once he discovered the treasury, Galen emerged from the ground to behold a mountain of coins, berries. He promptly enveloped them all in soil. His interest in legendary swords, devil fruits, or golden berries waned. After securing the berries and gold within his body, he stumbled upon a devil fruit encyclopedia and 3 renowned swords, which he also collected. Examining the 2 devil fruits, Galen compared them with the encyclopedia. The first, the steel fruit, a paramecia type, granted the ability to turn one's body into steel and manipulate surrounding steel for fusion or attacks, proving to be a remarkably powerful fruit. Paramecia abilities are diverse, depending on the user's development. This particular fruit was evidently superior to the stone fruit. He then inspected the second fruit, the bull fruit of the Zoan type, which transformed the user into a common water buffalo. Not one to overlook any opportunity, Galen encased this as well in soil and stored it within himself. Additionally, he discovered the king's journal detailing daily life, and he couldn't help but remark, "Indeed, it is rather corrupt. Their daily routine is filled with revelry and excess." The private matters and petty reports of the ministers were meticulously recorded. He also found information about a mining site, but he dismissed the notion of pursuing such mundane interests, deciding to leave these trivialities behind. The 3 swords, along with a golden 2-handed sword, were all packed by Garin, who did not intend to linger in this place for too long. Having purchased the necessary provisions for his voyage, Garin prepared to depart. This island, a hub of commercial prosperity, along with the noble territories, was also a training ground for the workers he intended to employ. After all, what kind of pirate would one be if they did not engage in plunder? With wealth in hand, including 2 devil fruits, Garin returned to his ship and ascended to the treasure chamber on the 3rd floor. He released all the berries he possessed, instantly amassing a considerable fortune. Previously, he had spent several 100 million berries at the auction house, yet most of his wealth remained intact. Now, with an addition of over 2 billion berries, along with several 100 million in gold coins and gold, Garin could not help but laugh, proclaiming his disinterest in money. "Your funds are far too easy for me to relocate into my own coffers. My devil fruit ability, rooted in the earth, is truly insidious," he mused, hoping the island held treasures for him to procure. Garin contemplated seizing slaves from the slave traders and even purchasing an egg, dismissing any notion of foolishness in his plan. He resolved to gather a crew to rescue the slaves and expand his fleet the following day. Aware of the flourishing slave trade on this island, Garin outlined his future ambitions. "Once we reach the Sky Island, I shall transform all those sound shells into speakers. After all, Joy Boy possessed the drum of liberation. I will not only create music from the drum, but also compose a world song, the Song of Slaves. When that time comes, I shall surpass Joy Boy. In his heart, Garen contemplated Kaido's desire to eclipse Joy Boy. When I sell those speakers to you, is it unreasonable to draw a little blood in return? He thought. The drum of liberation, with its powerful sound, required considerable stamina and life force to operate. His version, however, would serve as a mere switch. When amplified, it would produce a sound tenfold greater than Luffy's version. The identity of Joy Boy would soon be obscured. Garen reflected on Kaido's ultimate physical prowess and mastery of haki. Yet he sensed a fracture in Kaido's resolve. After escaping from the world government's research center in Punk Hazard, Kaido had rescued Ash, confidently declaring himself a person capable of changing the world. Yet, following his conquest of Wano, Kaido found his resolve shaken by the influence of Kazuki Oden. He often questioned Ash, am I truly the one who can change the world? At this moment, Kaido's confidence wavered as he recalled Oden's final words. In 20 years, someone will come to liberate Wano, a warrior who will bring laughter to this sea. Kaido's observation certainly captured the dying words of Kazuki Oden regarding the Red Scabbards. Initially, Kaido was brimming with confidence, believing himself to be the Joy Boy of this era capable of transforming the world. However, as time progressed, he came to the disheartening realization that he was not Joy Boy and could not effectuate change in this world. Joy Boy would return in 20 years to defeat him, leaving Kaido with an indescribable sense of anguish. Yet, the esteemed Kaido was not devoid of thoughts. Since he was not Joy Boy, he aspired to surpass him in strength, aiming to vanquish Joy Boy in 2 decades. Ultimately, he discovered that he could not bring joy to others, only instill fear. In response, he resorted to the use of counterfeit artificial devil fruits, forcing others to smile even through their sorrow. In moments of self-doubt, he often confided in his loyal subordinate, King, asking, "Can I truly change this world?" King, unwavering in his support, assured him, "Boss Kaido, you are undoubtedly that person capable of overcoming Joy Boy." Galen chimed in, "Fear not, Kaido, you are already superior to Joy Boy. You merely lack the sound of the drum of liberation, which I can sell to you. Moreover, I can provide an additional speaker to play the song of the world." In his mind, Galen thought, if I sell these 2 speakers to Kaido, he will surely reward me with sea stone, perhaps even a multitude of geishas from Wano. Galen continued, I could also sell 2 speakers to the world government, named replicating Joy Boy's power. At that juncture, those 5 elderly fools would undoubtedly offer me 2 mythical zone-type devil fruits. He envisioned upgrading the Drum of Liberation to a high-octane 2.0 version, equating its sound waves to the power of 2 Joy Boys, then selling it to Kaido and extracting 2 vials of blood to sell to the world government. In such a scenario, those 5 senile elders would be compelled to grant him 2 mythical Zoan devil fruits. Galen mused, as long as we possess the Drum of Liberation, anyone can embody Joy Boy. He contemplated seizing the goated Gomu no Mi from Luffy, imagining the boy being bound by his grandfather, Garp, and launched 500 meters into the air on a kite. Would he not perish upon such a fall? After all, Kuina, the daughter of Yasuhiro, met her demise from merely descending the stairs from the 2nd floor. Luffy, at 6 years old, plummeted from 500 meters yet remained unscathed, even after being struck off a cliff by Garp, which was approximately 600 meters high. How powerful must the Nika fruit be? Kuina, the daughter of a great swordsman, tragically fell to her death at the tender age of 12 from just a flight of stairs. You dare suggest Luffy is a member of the Monkey D clan? Look at the sandal marks on the face of Monkey D. Dragon. Surely, they are the result of Garp's slipper. Their lineage is not significantly more resilient than ordinary folk. Monkey D. Dragon bears the scars from Garp's sandal and still has not healed. On Rain Island, Shiryu of the Rain ambushed the fleeing marine captain, Kobe, and Garp intervened to shield Kobe, sustaining a grievous wound. However, Shiryu wielded a cursed blade, while Garp trained with an iron fist, not an iron chest. Shiryu's sword, Reijiki, possesses a vampiric quality, capable of piercing through the chest with a single strike. The monkey family possesses a defense that is merely slightly stronger than that of ordinary individuals. However, they are renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities and exceptional combat talents. They exhibit an extraordinary capacity to learn and evolve through battle. The conflict with Kaido is not solely attributed to his teachings. The entire monkey lineage is endowed with unparalleled combat prowess, each member a prodigy of warfare. Luffy's remarkable vitality can be credited to the mythical Zoan devil fruit, Nika, which has been astutely analyzed by Garen. This fruit necessitates unwavering faith and a spirit imbued with primal instincts. In essence, Nika bears resemblance to the Scythian people, both embodying the essence of wildness and primitiveness. Garen remarked that Luffy must seek information about the enigmatic kingdom through indirect means. Kaido, too, harbors aspirations to alter the world, desiring to transform the celestial dragons into slaves cast into the battlefield. Garen aims to embolden Kaido to confront Im, recalling that 8 centuries prior, Im had already triumphed in a 2-on-1 battle against Joy Boy, vanquishing Poseidon. Furthermore, Poseidon's devil fruit is the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, in its azure dragon form, indicating that Joy Boy and Poseidon were once allies, both meeting their demise 800 years ago. Garen pondered, how could Joy Boy navigate this era? He then expressed concern. If Im were to eliminate Joy Boy, would I still be safe in Skypiea? The following morning, Garen embraced Alice and said, "Make sure to eat well this morning. I have matters to attend to." He waved at Bina and Marina, greeting them. "Good morning, ladies." The 2 women responded, "Stop joking around." Garen then addressed Sombert, saying, "We will investigate the area where slave traders congregate later. We shall act tonight to rescue as many slaves as possible." Garen mused to himself, "Is there a better way to earn a living than this?" Sombert replied, "Indeed, Captain. This is a noble endeavor to combat evil and uphold justice." Garen continued, "Precisely, this is all in preparation to punish the wicked and provide these unfortunate slaves with an opportunity to reclaim their humanity." Sombert concurred. "These slave traders exhibit a complete disregard for human morality. We must decisively counter their nefarious practices and administer just punishment." Garen raised his right hand above his head, declaring, "I shall not coexist with slave traders." Observing his own image, he felt an elevation in stature, while his crew gazed at him with admiration, proclaiming, "The captain is the most righteous pirate upon the seas, a true hero of Liashan." Sombert, embodying justice, affirmed, "Indeed, this is our responsibility. The matters neglected by the Navy shall be addressed by the Flame Dragon pirates." Garen issued commands to his 1st through 6th divisions, George, Peichi, Allison, Rexshun, Leo, and Pierre, preparing for their imminent strike, while also activating the intelligence team aboard the ship. Garen proclaimed to his crew, "We are the last bastion of justice in this world, striving to aid those weak and pitiful slaves. We possess the capacity to alter the fates of certain slaves, and thus we must extend our arms of justice to rescue them." Sombert concurred, exclaiming, "Captain, you truly are the most noble-hearted individual in the world." His eyes sparkled with admiration as he thought to himself, "It is my lifelong honor to serve as the first mate to such a person." Sombert then voiced, "Captain, your glorious deeds are destined to be remembered through the ages." Galen, thoroughly pleased with this sentiment, continued, "Ah, Sin, you too are a champion of justice, possessing a heart that selflessly cares for others." Galen transformed into a master of altruism, proclaiming, "We, as brothers, must embrace the spirit of giving for the sake of a brighter tomorrow." He added, "Do you recall my words? The strength of one individual is indeed limited, but the collective power of hundreds or thousands is boundless. The Yanlong pirates shall mobilize en masse to sweep through these slave markets." Sombert sincerely echoed, "The captain speaks most eloquently." All the squad leaders shouted in unison, "Captain Wu Wei, the hero of the seas. It is our honor to follow you in aiding those who suffer." Galen mused, "These individuals truly possess vivid imaginations. I merely believe these slaves are well suited for labor." George then inquired, "Captain, should we designate a code name for this operation?" To which Galen replied, "Let us call it upholding justice." He reflected, "This is a quintessential example of how helping others enriches one's soul and instills a sense of righteousness. Moreover, saving a life is indeed a noble endeavor." At that moment, the crew of the Yanlong pirates was filled with a profound sense of justice, exuding an aura of vigor as they set forth towards the slave traders' market. Galen felt immense joy, thinking, "What a splendid opportunity one have to inspire my crew's sense of justice early in the day." He marveled at the sight of so many righteous pirates, acknowledging, "This is truly a remarkable breed among pirates, and it is my accomplishment." Galen mused, "Why do I shine so brightly? Surely it is due to my formidable charisma." He further contemplated, "Once we establish our territory, this noble spirit, combined with a chivalrous heart and a disdain for wealth, will undoubtedly attract talented individuals to our cause." Galen then led Sombert to the 4th level open deck, intending to elucidate the dynamics of the sea. He had some bottles of wine brought forth, and by the early morning, the two began to drink. Galen asked, "Sin, are you familiar with Sky Island?" He prepared to enlighten Sombert about this intriguing realm. at that moment as they plotted to seize territory. It was essential to alleviate the moral burdens of the upright individual. With a perplexed expression, Sombert spoke up. Is it that floating island? In the sky? Garen promptly responded. Are you familiar with Gaia Island? Sombert remarked. I have previously heard that there exists a land of gold, Shambhala. Isn't that a mere fabrication of the boastful Roland? Garen interjected. In truth, the land of gold is real, as is the floating island. It is merely that Shambhala has been swept up to the floating island by the skyward currents. He elaborated on the history of the floating island, explaining how Shambhala was carried aloft and how the inhabitants of the floating island and the Sandians had been engaged in territorial conflicts for 4 centuries. Garen stated, our pirate crew intends to conquer the floating island, to put an end to the bloodshed between the islanders and the Sandians, thereby resolving their 4-century-long enmity. If our pirate crew aims to thrive and expand, we must establish our own territory. Without a domain, how can we cultivate our armed forces? Sombert, with a look of unwavering support for Garen, replied, Captain, it is indeed imperative that we seize that land and establish our domain. Our pirate crew finds it exceedingly challenging to develop while drifting without a territory. Understanding that Sombert was not a narrow-minded individual, Garen felt reassured as they continued to drink beneath the boughs of the orchard. However, the 2 individuals maintained a sense of moderation, avoiding excessive indulgence. By midday, all the captains had returned, having gathered intelligence revealing that numerous slave traders were operating at the slave market. Galen promptly initiated a raid, directing an assault to liberate these unfortunate souls. Thus, Galen and Simbert, flanked by the captains, made their way to the slave market. As the members of the Flame Dragon pirate crew traversed the streets, many people instinctively recoiled, while shops hastily shuttered their doors. Upon arriving at the slave market, they encountered a throng of soldiers loyal to the king alongside several slave traders, most of whom had paid taxes to the crown, rendering their transactions lawful. Galen surveyed the group of shackled individuals, male and female, young and old, some confined within dog cages. He remarked, this is utterly ruthless. The inhumanity displayed here is appalling. Without hesitation, Galen transformed into his fire dragon form and launched an attack. The royal guards and slave traders, upon witnessing the 100-meter-long fire dragon, fled in terror. Galen, however, intended only to liberate a portion of the enslaved workers, not to commit mass slaughter. As the traders escaped, he chose to let them go. The other captives, astonished, gazed at Galen as he declared, I am Galen, the flame dragon, the most righteous captain of the seas. Today, I have come to free you. You are now liberated. Following his proclamation, he instructed his crew to untie all the slaves and to rescue those confined in cages. Thus, over 2,000 captives were freed. Once liberated, these individuals stared vacantly at Galen, who reassured them, you are free now. If you have nowhere to go, you may temporarily join my crew. Upon hearing the possibility of joining the Flame Dragon pirate crew, their eyes brightened with hope. Galen continued, for the elderly, it is best to find a place to live comfortably. After all, we must set sail, and navigating the seas poses great risks to your lives. He selected a number of younger slaves and those with skills to join his crew, while providing the elderly and unskilled individuals with 10,000 berries each, allowing them to seek new opportunities. Galen offered this without hesitation, recognizing the modest sum as a means of support. His crew watched in awe as he addressed the freed slaves, each of you will receive 10,000 berries. Those who fight alongside me, Galen the Flame Dragon, will earn far more, at least 1 billion berries. The crowd erupted in applause, their admiration for their captain shining brightly as they voiced their aspirations in the future. We too shall earn billions. Galen entrusted Simbert with escorting the liberated slaves aboard while he continued his investigation with other informants to explore additional slave markets. On this island, there exist 2 slave markets. The first is the largest, where one can purchase anything, while the second, smaller market offers slaves of superior quality at a higher price. Without hesitation, Galen, accompanied by several members of his crew, numbering over 400, charged towards the second slave market. This market was far more opulent, resembling a colossal shopping mall. Upon seeing the throng of people rushing towards them, the slave traders fled in panic, offering little resistance. Galen transformed into his dragon of flame form, unleashing a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. The soldiers of the kingdom scattered like frightened birds, just as they had before. Noticing several guards from the slave market preparing to resist, armed with weapons, Galen unleashed a torrent of searing flames, accompanied by explosive force, which toppled several of the guards. Do you truly lack perception? Galen exclaimed. I roared to announce my presence. Galen, the Flame Dragon, yet you still dare to resist. Oblivious to your fate, he commanded his crew to commence the liberation of the slaves. Most of these captives were women of exceptional beauty, some nearly rivaling the appearances of Bina and Alice. The female and male slaves expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Galen, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir, for your rescue." Galen took aboard these girls and other slaves, totaling approximately 500, while around 3,000 had been rescued from the Grand Slave Market. However, only about 1,800 were brought onto the ship, as many were elderly, frail, or ill, and Galen feared they might not endure the voyage. To perish at sea would be a misfortune he wished to avoid. Currently, Galen's fleet comprised 927, nearing 4,000 souls, and the Flame Dragon pirate crew was indeed quite substantial. Galen had previously instructed Sombert to seize a few enormous vessels, preferably grand merchant ships, to prevent overcrowding and ensure ample supplies for their maritime journey. The greatest peril at sea lies in a shortage of provisions or fresh water, which could be disastrous. Once aboard his flagship, Galen assigned the women to Ross's medical team or to Marina's musicians, instructing Barbero to ensure their well-being. Galen chose to step back, as many had taken a portion of the money during the liberation of the slave market, but he remained unconcerned by such matters. Regardless, they were merely those slave traders or unscrupulous merchants. Garen had Barbero prepare a few garments for the slaves, many of whom were barely clothed. He also ensured they received a hearty meal. Garen observed the flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. He instructed Barbero to compile a roster of individuals and arrange their transportation, for the main ship could not accommodate such a multitude. The dock was filled with male slaves, while the females had already been allocated to various teams. Many of them were young women. Garen busied himself, as his flagship was already home to over 1,500 women, making it rather cramped. The Flame Dragon, a colossal vessel measuring over 200 meters in length and 150 meters in width, prompted him to consider housing several individuals in a single room to alleviate the situation. He also planned to assign a number of esteemed ship doctors and nurses to the third floor, primarily because they were exceptionally beautiful. Several were as striking as Bina and Alice. However, sometimes it was inconvenient, and Garen had refrained from intruding on others' privacy. Now that they were all residing together, it would merely facilitate social visits. He recalled a certain esteemed doctor named Luria Danielise, whose eyes sparkled like flowing water, consistently casting him flirtatious glances. Garen found himself captivated, engaging in conversations about dreams, only to be interrupted on several occasions by Alice or Bina. Alice would directly tease Garen, exclaiming, "Isn't this our illustrious captain? I thought you were merely inspecting the ship. How did you end up on the second floor in the infirmary? Are you unwell and in need of a physician? You, the healthy fire dragon, or is there something untoward troubling you?" Garen, feeling rather embarrassed, attempted to defend himself, stating, "It was merely a coincidence. I was checking to see if these doctors required any supplies, nothing more. Please, do not overthink it." Given Alice's forthright nature, she spoke without considering the consequences, which compelled Garen to hastily retreat. Garland awaited the crew to commandeer the merchant vessels, which were capable of carrying substantial cargo without the need for weaponry or artillery. Observing the personnel already assigned, he anticipated the return of Simpert that evening. Garland commanded 6 warships and 6 merchant ships, the latter already brimming with goods. Additionally, 2 warships had been dispatched to seize more vessels. A number of slaves were without ships, so Garland bestowed upon each of them 10,000 Bailey, enabling them to procure essential items and clothing in the city. Once clad in garments, the slaves bore an indistinguishable resemblance to ordinary individuals. Garland watched as this group of former slaves made their way towards the city, choosing not to send anyone to accompany them, unperturbed by the possibility of their departure. These slaves were profoundly grateful for Garland's life-saving intervention, having been well-fed and cared for. The risk of being recaptured and enslaved loomed should they venture out alone, while remaining with Garland offered them the prospect of earning wages, an undeniably favorable choice. If they were unwilling to come, they had already departed. However, Barbaro still arranged for a select group of elite crew members to lead the recently liberated slaves to the market to procure essential supplies, ensuring that other slave traders would not capture these newly freed individuals. The slaves expressed their gratitude, proclaiming that Mr. Flame Dragon was truly the kindest soul of the sea. Galen awaited the return of Sombert and the others on the deck. By afternoon, 8 colossal merchant vessels accompanied by 4 warships were en route to the Flame Dragon pirate group's dock. Observing the massive ships before him, devoid of pirate flags. Galen understood that Sombert had succeeded. He spotted Sombert at the bow, waving enthusiastically, and Galen exclaimed, "What a bountiful haul! Ha ha ha!" As Sombert's fleet gradually came to a halt, Galen heard him shout, "Captain, we have seized 12 ships, including 2 warships and 8 merchant vessels." Galen gazed at the 8 merchant ships, each over 140 meters long and 80 meters wide, all splendidly painted in glossy black, and inquired, "First mate, how many brothers did we lose?" Sombert shook his head and replied, "We charged the West Coast dock. And as soon as those merchants or pirates saw our Flame Dragon Pirate Group's flag, they fled. However, a crew called the Bloodhand Pirates resisted, and we annihilated them. We also attacked all the pirate groups and slave traders' vessels at the dock, bringing all the spoils back with us." Sombert finished his statement in one breath. And Galen thought to himself, "Well, this is quite a lucrative venture. There is no need to crowd." He began issuing orders, saying, "Have Barbaro arrange for personnel to take over the ships." Sombert had also captured over 400 low-ranking pirates, and Galen commanded that these small calamities be dispersed among the other squad leaders to prevent them from forming their own factions. Galen addressed the other crew members. "All squad leaders, come here, along with Captain Cleo and Captain Dolan-san." After calling out their names, the squad leaders followed Galen to the conference room, where all the officers of the Flame Dragon Pirate Group gathered around an enormous round table. The officers sat respectfully in their chairs, awaiting Captain Galen's words. Sombert sat beside Galen, ready for him to speak. Galen surveyed all the squad leaders and slowly began, "Our crew has grown considerably. We must reinforce the other squads and re-establish 2 additional squads." Galen continued, "I believe Bob Cleo unites our crew, cares for his fellow brothers, and is a sincerely dedicated individual who adds value to our Flame Dragon Pirate Group." He then declared, "I hereby appoint you as the captain of our 7th squad." The room erupted in applause as all the squad leaders heartily approved. Cleo stood, bowed respectfully to Galen, and then to the first mate and other squad leaders. Cleo proclaimed loudly, "I will not betray the expectations of the captain. I vow to protect our Flame Dragon Pirate Group with my life." Galen smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "Now this is a worker with a sense of commitment." He turned to Sombert and asked, "Old Som, do you think this young man is up to the task?" "That shows emotional intelligence." Galen sought to maintain Sombert's dignity while encouraging the first mate to work diligently. Therefore, Galen must also consider the dignity of the first mate. And since Sombert is a kind-hearted individual, these young men have all trained in swordsmanship under his guidance. Thus, a portion of the profound bond between teachers and students was evident, as Sombert expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Cleo is an exceptionally diligent young man, profoundly eager for strength to protect our Flame Dragon Pirate crew." He continued, "I wholeheartedly endorse Cleo as the captain of the 7th Division." The other division captains echoed their agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Cleo is remarkable." George, with a supportive expression, added, "Cleo truly trains with great dedication. Our captain possesses a discerning eye for talent." Inside, Allison thought, "What a sycophant, stealing my lines." Garen interjected, "Congratulations, Cleo, you have the unanimous support of all." The room erupted in warm applause for Cleo, who expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Captain, Vice Captain, and esteemed division leaders." Garen then introduced his second recommendation. "I present to you Randador Lawrence. Observe this young man." He continued, "He is also trained diligently aboard our ship, demonstrating a commendable work ethic and rapid improvement. He has already mastered the shaving and finger gun techniques of the Navy's 6 styles and is eager to learn. I intend to appoint him as the captain of the 8th Division." The reason Garen advocated for such a democratic approach was to foster a sense of collective honor among all officers. Sombert remarked, "Lawrence is modest, studious, and possesses a low-key demeanor. His previous performances have been outstanding, proving his capability to lead the 8th Division." George concurred, "I believe Lawrence is suitable for the role of 8th Division captain." Allison added, "I also support Lawrence as our Flame Dragon Pirate Crew's 8th Division captain." Garen inquired, "Does anyone have any objections?" Pierre, the 6th Division captain, affirmed, "I support Lawrence as the 8th Division captain. He is consistently proactive in his learning and training, capable of leading the 8th Division effectively." The other division captains echoed, "Lawrence is a remarkably hard-working young man, undoubtedly capable of leading the 8th Division." Garen then handed the bird fruit, an ancient model of the Archaeopteryx, to Lawrence, saying, "Lawrence, continue your training and lead our Flame Dragon Pirate Crew's 8th Division to greatness." Lawrence, deeply moved, replied, "Thank you, Captain, Vice Captain, and my esteemed brothers for your support. I will strive to elevate the Flame Dragon pirate crew." He then began to savor the devil fruit. Garen addressed the officers, "You must expand your divisions. The logistics department does not require so many personnel. Each division will add a squadron, thereby comprising 4 squadrons per division, with each squadron consisting of 5 teams. This will effectively increase each division's strength by 50 members, totaling 200 personnel per division, with a standard of 4 squadron leaders." Garen added, "If you can recruit more members for your divisions, feel free to do so. But all crew members must enhance their abilities." Garen instructed the 7th and 8th Division captains to take their squadron members and begin organizing their divisions. George was tasked with seeking personnel from Babiro, as many logistical staff were particularly eager to join a division, enticed by the higher wages and better benefits, including weekends off. Garen also informed the division captains that in the future, he would select 2 outstanding squadron leaders to be promoted to help manage the divisions. The prospect Garen painted left the squadron leaders quite pleased. Looking at his 22 ships, comprising 8 warships and 14 merchant vessels, Garen quietly mused about their formidable strength. He instructed Babiro to arrange for the recently liberated slave crew members, placing the female crew on his ship, the Flame Dragon. Garen ordered, "Allow those women with partners or those wishing to marry to board their partners' ships." All division captains responded, "Understood, Captain." Garen reflected that these crew members were primarily senior or elite personnel, as ordinary and apprentice crew members rarely visited the Flame Dragon, typically remaining aboard their respective division captainships. Following Garen's orders, some ship doctors, female musicians, and female logistical staff departed from the Flame Dragon, gradually making their way to the ships of the 1st Division. Led by George, the 2nd Division, led by Peichi, the 3rd Division, led by Allison, the 4th Division, led by Reichton, the 5th Division, led by Leo, and the 6th Division, led by Pierre. The majority headed toward Leo's 5th ship, where the most women pursued him, aside from Garen. Garen mused, "Indeed. The middle parting hairstyle is a favorite among women. I used to wear it that way as well." No wonder, as Galen observed a portion of the individuals hesitating. He remarked, "It is perfectly natural for young women to pursue their own happiness. Should anyone bully you, feel free to come to me for assistance. I shall deal with them accordingly." A fraction of the female crew responded, "We prefer to remain with the captain." Galen reassured them, "That is quite all right. Upon reaching the next island, we shall still have ample opportunities to mate." A blonde nurse expressed her fondness for Captain Galen. Without any preparation to switch ships, Galen issued a command, "All hands, set sail upstream." The nobility of the upper territories possess exclusive docks, and Galen was eager to depart from these lands and seek fortune on the next island. The fleet of 22 ships commenced their journey, majestically navigating towards the kingdom's upper reaches. With a fervent spirit, Galen declared, "Surely, my renown shall resonate through this world." Approximately an hour and a half later, Galen's entire fleet arrived at the upper island docks, which were impressively grand. Once Galen's ships were securely moored, he commanded, "All personnel, charge forth and seize the treasures." The crew surged into the city, with the squad leader at the forefront. Transforming into a fire dragon, Galen accelerated towards the city, a 100-meter-long beast roaring in fury at the noble castles. The nobles, upon hearing such a tremendous uproar, had already fled, some clutching their gold and jewels. Galen intercepted them, stating, "It seems people prioritize their wealth over their lives." Noticing a few individuals remaining unfazed, he unleashed a torrent of flames, sending the noble counts into a frenzied scream as they discarded their riches in a desperate bid for escape. Galen enveloped the treasures in earth, storing them within his being, and proceeded to raid the noble castles for further riches. This was the very purpose of Galen's military training. If pirates do not seize treasure, can they truly be called pirates? Merely adventuring is insufficient. Galen plundered the entirety of the noble territories, leaving not a single piece behind. King Loki's contacted the naval branch, reporting that pirates had raided him. Upon receiving the call, Gilmy responded, "Your Majesty, we shall provide assistance post-haste. Do you have any stationed naval forces near your island?" King Loki's, seething with anger, replied, "We are a member nation of the world government, and my palace has been robbed by the captain of this so-called Flame Dragon pirate crew, leaving me with not a single belly. They are nothing short of vampires. Your navy must mobilize. Otherwise, I shall lodge a complaint against your navy with the esteemed 5 elder stars of the world government." King Loki's has begun to threaten Rear Admiral Gilmy of the South Sea Navy branch. Gilmy, equally exasperated. Mused internally, last time it was the Mud Dragon Pirates led by Gallon, and now it has escalated to the Flame Dragon Pirates. I have heard that they command a fire-breathing dragon over 100 meters in length, a mythical beast of significant power. With a heavy heart, Gilmy resorted to his transponder snail to contact Admiral Steelbone Kong at the Navy headquarters. Shortly, a voice emanated from the other end. Moshi Moshi, Rear Admiral Gilmy. What has transpired? Gilmy replied, Admiral Kong, the Flame Dragon and Gallon are still assaulting the kingdom of Lokis. King Lokis has been ambushed in his palace, leaving it devoid of even a single belly. Admiral Steelbone Kong responded with a furrowed brow. That scoundrel Gallon has commenced his attacks on the member nations of the world government once more. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Steelbone Kong addressed the transponder snail. We have received orders from the esteemed 5 Elder Stars. Our elite forces are currently stationed in the New World, prepared for engagements with the Whitebeard pirates and other marauding crews. Carp is occupied in capturing Roger there, leaving us unable to dispatch our top-tier fighters against the Flame Dragon Pirates. Gilmy interjected, I am indeed no match for this adversary, unless you, Admiral, can arrange for a Vice Admiral to intervene. Otherwise, capturing this Flame Dragon Gallon will prove exceedingly challenging. Admiral Kong replied, for now, do not concern yourself with him. The 5 Elder Stars have other plans regarding the Flame Dragon Gallon. He then terminated the call and fell into contemplation. Admiral Steelbone Kong reflected, I too wish to deploy a Vice Admiral, but Sengoku must remain at headquarters, on standby to protect the Celestial Dragons. Zifa has already stepped back to focus on training elite recruits and refuses to heed orders, while also declining to serve the Celestial Dragons. Carp is even more forthright, openly declaring in public who would want to protect those scoundrels. He has repeatedly refused promotions to Vice Admiral. The remuneration for an Admiral is 500,000 belly per month, 400,000 for a Rear Admiral, and 300,000 for a Commodore, which is indeed lucrative. However, the price of being an Admiral entails frequent readiness at Marine Ford, with little action at sea, merely safeguarding the Celestial Dragons. Each Celestial Dragon possesses the authority to command an Admiral. Even with Akainu ascending to the rank of Admiral, he is still looked down upon by the Celestial Dragons upon arriving at Mariawa, often treated with less respect than elite CP0 members. During the St. Mariawa incident, Akainu was derided by the Celestial Dragons as he attempted to protect them. Akainu, have you not eaten? You truly are a useless burden. The treatment of Admiral Green Bull was even more direct. Green Bull, you worthless wretch. If any of us are harmed, you shall face execution. Admiral Kong again fell into deep thought, contemplating. If only our Navy could acquire another user of a natural-type devil fruit, it would significantly bolster our mid-level combat strength. And if we could obtain a top-tier, mythical beast-type devil fruit user, we would enhance our Admiral-level power. The prospect of 2 such devil fruits amalgamating is indeed rather daunting. Marshal Kong pondered internally, it is imperative that the fiery dragon, Gallon, be dealt with. In consideration of the South Sea, he resolved to dispatch Rear Admiral Kizaru from headquarters. This mission would serve as a provision of elite combat support to the South Sea, whilst exploring the possibility of aiding Lieutenant Shiwan in infiltrating the Fire Dragon Pirates. Marshal Kong retrieved the transponder snail and initiated a call to Kizaru's device. A rather unscrupulous man, who was adept at counting money, answered the call. Moshi Moshi, Kizaru smirked, his lips curving in a mischievous manner. What instructions do you have for me, Marshal? Lieutenant, Marshal Kong began. The Fire Dragon Pirates in the South Sea have repeatedly assaulted nations aligned with the world government. I require your assistance to support the effort. If capture is feasible, apprehend them entirely. The captain of the Fire Dragon Pirates, Gallon, is a mythical beast type, a devil fruit user with dual abilities of Fire Dragon form and Earth fruit. Exercise caution. Kizaru's lips twisted again as he responded, how frightening it is to contend with a mythical beast-type devil fruit wielder, particularly one with dual abilities. Marshal Kong continued, in addition, seek out Lieutenant Shiwan to assist him in his undercover mission within the Fire Dragon Pirates. He lacks communication devices and has lost contact with us. Kizaru acknowledged this and promptly ended the call. He then retrieved the key to his safe and deposited all his berries within. As a user of the natural type Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru possessed the ability of flight. He contemplated the bounty of the Fire Dragon Pirates, which amounted to 500 million. Reflecting upon his own savings, he realized he had amassed the same sum. With his impending 40th birthday, he mused that this amount may not suffice for retirement, especially considering the expenses of raising Warpeach Maru, who had an insatiable appetite. Khazara silently resolved to exert himself further, envisioning paths to wealth. Meanwhile, Galen was already busy inventorying the amassed resources, having acquired a treasure trove from over a dozen castles. He encased the bounty in earth, which weighed him down considerably. Among his spoils, Galen found a fine sword, which he contemplated gifting to Allison, as his current weapon did not meet the standards of a fine sword. As for Songbird, he possessed a large, stunning blade known as Phantom and another called Windcutter. Galen also acquired a staggering sum of 1,700,000,000 berries and a variety of gold and silver coins. He allocated 100 million to each of the 8 division commanders and granted Songbird an additional 200 million, allowing the commanders to distribute the berries among their subordinates as they saw fit. Concerning the vice captain, he was free to decide whom to reward. Galen was particularly pleased to learn that Songbird had recently awakened his observation haki, albeit faintly. Songbird intended to pursue the path of a black blade. Galen provided him with a manual for cultivating basic haki, which Songbird had diligently practiced for an extended period. This mission bore fruitful results, and Galen had arranged for 100 copies of the manual to be transcribed, ensuring that every division commander and lieutenant received a copy. The squad leaders had yet to reach a level where they could cultivate haki, and remarkably, Galen himself had not yet awakened his own haki. Having awakened the Conqueror's haki, Garen primarily devoted his daily practice to mastering this formidable power. Before him stood a multitude of slaves, along with their attendants and household servants, all rescued from the opulent castles and grim dungeons of the nobility. Approximately over 2,000 captives had been liberated from their torment, many of whom bore the scars of their suffering. Garen selected a portion of the younger individuals to board the ship, while ensuring that the elderly, infirm, and disabled slaves received a sum of 10,000 bellies each, facilitating their swift departure from this wretched place. The elderly expressed their profound gratitude, and most slaves bowed in respect to Garen. With a sweeping gesture, he urged, "Hurry and leave this place. Seek out a secluded village where you can live in peace." The elderly, infirm, and disabled slaves formed groups and departed together with their bellies. Garen instructed the logistics personnel to transfer all the books from the castles onto the ship, intending for the captains and crew to gradually engage with the wealth of knowledge contained within the thousands of volumes. As he surveyed the now desolate castles, with only a few structures remaining, Garen and his crew returned to the ship. The crew, having gained much from this expedition, was in high spirits, and as they set sail toward the Grand Line, joyous songs filled the air. Garen felt an immense sense of fulfillment. There was little more gratifying than reaping such rewards. He had acquired 2 treasure maps, and with over 2 billion bellies already in hand, along with approximately 1 billion in gold, his total wealth had swelled to over 30 billion. Garen mused silently about the number of devil fruits he could procure, his interest in mere bellies waning. If he could acquire devil fruits, life would be exceedingly comfortable. Upon returning to the Flame Dragon, he deposited all the treasures into the treasury. Garen thought to himself that these bellies were quite burdensome. Once all the crew members were aboard, he commanded the sailors to set sail. Garen retreated to his quarters, where 3 women awaited his return. Upon seeing him, they approached with radiant smiles. Alice inquired, "Was the mission successful? How much wealth did you acquire?" Garen led the trio to the treasury, where their astonishment was palpable upon witnessing the 30 billion bellies and over 10 billion in gold, alongside various other jewels. It was inconceivable for them not to be awestruck. Alice remarked, "Is all of this truly yours? Have you shared any with the other captains?" Garen replied, "I have already distributed the bellies, 1 billion for each captain. Surely you don't think I alone would reap the rewards?" Alice further queried about Mr. Songbird. Garen responded, "I granted him 2 billion. He is currently perplexed about how to spend it. Old Songbird is likely off to the weapon shop in search of a renowned blade. Though such treasures are indeed rare." Turning to the 3 women, Garen asked, "Aren't you ready to rest? Are you content to linger here, basking in the allure of gold?" Mina quickly shook her head, stating, "I need to get some sleep." Alice chimed in, "It seems the wealthy speak differently." Garen, with a generous spirit, declared, "Consider this a gift for you." Alice smiled at him, saying, "You truly are magnanimous. So much wealth, and you hardly give it a second glance." Garland spoke up, "Money is merely paper. That which cannot be spent is of no use." Colonel Ji Yuan had already arrived at Philogena Island, wearing an expression of innocence. He remarked, "I am here to infiltrate the Flame Dragon pirates, yet the funding for my undercover mission has not been provided. They simply disembarked me, and the sailors left without a word. The captain of this vessel truly lacks decency." Ji Yuan had accompanied the Navy ship to Philogena Island in the South Sea. The warship dropped him off at the dock and promptly turned back towards the red Earth continent. One of the sailors, looking disdainful, commented, "This voyage yielded no profit. It was a wasted effort. They even attempted to entice me to lend them money. Huh, I earn merely 10,000 berries a month. The last undercover agent who asked me for money is now nothing but ashes." In this day and age, 9 out of 10 infiltrators meet a grisly fate, and they dare to ask me for funds. What a foolish notion. Upon arriving at the island, Ji Yuan found himself without any money. He was astonished to discover that Navy infiltrators had to pay out of their own pockets, with no hope of reimbursement upon returning. Pondering his predicament, he thought, "Perhaps I should resort to robbing pirates." He then patted the hilt of his empty sword, admitting, "I possess no blade. I am merely a master of swordsmanship, not particularly skilled in physical combat." Ji Yuan wondered how long it would be until the Flame Dragon pirates arrived, fretting that if he were to be sold into slavery, his mission would be foiled. After some contemplation, he decided to head to the Navy base of the kingdom. Having inquired for directions along the streets and learned the location of the Navy base, Ji Yuan made his way there, observing the shops and vendors along the route. "My stomach is growling," he lamented, "but alas, I have no money." Upon reaching the Navy base, he declared, "I am Colonel Ji Yuan, an elite from the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Surely they will accord me some respect." Bolstering his own confidence, he approached the entrance of the base, where 2 Navy soldiers stood guard. Ji Yuan addressed them directly, "Greetings. I am Colonel Ji Yuan from Marineford. I have business with your base commander." The leading soldier scoffed. "You claim to be a colonel? You look like an ordinary young girl. Do you dare impersonate an officer? Where is your uniform? Don't tell me you intend to infiltrate a pirate crew and then ask us for money. To be frank, we encounter at least 5 individuals like you each day. Just the other day, a young man in his 20s claimed to be the legendary Marine hero, Iron Fist Garp. He demanded 100,000 berries from me, promising to teach me his techniques. I ended up knocking him to tears with a single punch. Now be off with you, or I'll do the same to you." Ji Yuan stood there, bewildered. 100,000 berries to learn Iron Fist techniques? How audacious of them to impersonate Admiral Garp. He is one of my greatest idols. The second soldier added, "Just the day before, someone told me his uncle was Fleet Admiral Sengoku and that if I gave him 50,000 berries, he would make me an admiral too. He even remarked on my weight, dubbing me Fat Dragon Admiral. I promptly slapped him twice to bring him back to reality. If you don't leave now, I'll do the same to you." Ji Yuan shook his head, remarking, "The people of this island are truly fierce." On the 5th day of Garen's voyage across the sea, March had arrived, and Alice's pregnancy had begun to manifest noticeably. For over half a month, Garen diligently massaged and kneaded her legs each day, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their child. He resolved not to employ the ruthless methods characteristic of the pirate world in raising his offspring, for he feared he might inadvertently raise a devoted son, leading him to lament his choices. Among the few notable figures in the pirate realm, 3 devoted sons emerged. Blackbeard, the adopted son of Whitebeard, orchestrated the infamous Marineford War. During the climactic moments of the battle, after Whitebeard had felled Akainu into a pit, Blackbeard emerged, intent on slaying Whitebeard to seize the Tremor fruit. However, he underestimated Akainu's tenacity. Although Whitebeard was left gravely wounded, Akainu himself suffered a devastating blow from Whitebeard, nearly meeting his demise had he not been fortuitously suspended by a rock in the pit. Blackbeard's ambition to claim the fruit nearly cost him his life when he called out to Whitebeard as father, prompting Whitebeard's reluctance to strike him down, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Blackbeard's crew. The second devoted child was Yamato, Kaido's daughter, who, upon turning 6, boldly referred to her father by name and claimed her identity as Kazuki Oden, aligning herself with another pirate crew to battle her own father. After Luffy and Kaido had both collapsed, Yamato rushed to support Luffy, cheering him on with exuberance, exclaiming that Kaido had fallen into the magma splendidly, and willingly took on the role of protector for the foolish Momonosuke, offering her assistance to him. The third devoted child was Big Mom's daughter, Charlotte Pudding, who aided her husband, Beej, and Luffy in their quest to defeat Big Mom, her very own mother. Lastly, Luffy himself, a devoted grandson, struck old Carp with such force that he left him bloodied and battered. Garen reflected on the remarkable strength derived from filial piety, exclaiming that such devotion had reached celestial heights. After finishing his breakfast, Garen resumed his daily training, practicing martial arts in the open deck of the 4th level. He began to develop his fruit abilities, initially focusing on the powers of the earth fruit. A sphere of red, gravitational earth expanded over 200 meters, manifesting as a barrier of immense gravity. Within this sphere, the gravitational force was 5 times that of the outside world. And this 200 meters was merely a fraction of Garen's potential. The dragon fruit had bestowed upon him remarkable stamina and physical prowess. And now he could proudly declare his capacity to withstand 5 days and nights of relentless exertion. This barrier could rotate and repair itself continuously, akin to Doflamingo's birdcage. Should anyone come into contact with it, they would find themselves ensnared like in a quagmire, immediately drawn to the muddy walls, unable to escape. Garen could also activate the earth fruit's powers to imbue the ground with adhesive properties, draining his opponent's strength and rendering their limbs burdened and immobile, a true testament to cunning strategy. Garen's gravitational earth proved to be a formidable challenge. Reminiscent of the treacherous red line. Once ensnared, escape becomes an elusive dream, even for the most formidable generals. Galen possesses the extraordinary ability to transform earth into magma instantaneously, a technique that merges the fiery prowess of the fire dragon fruit with the earth fruit, resulting in an immensely destructive force. Under Galen's mastery, molten substances morph into a colossal magma dragon. Fearless of flames or magma, Galen embraces the might of the fire dragon, now adeptly wielding the powers of 2 fruits while honing his martial skills. Techniques such as Flame Dragon Explosive Fist, Tenfold Flame Dragon Explosive Fist, Fire Dragon Lightning Charge Fist, and Flame Dragon Lightning Charge Fist are just a few manifestations of Galen's Orcish form, a culmination of rigorous training. With both hands enveloped in the heads of 2 massive magma dragons, Galen revels in the joy reminiscent of Akainu. The magma dragon heads soar from his wrists, mimicking Akainu's fiery onslaught. The abilities Akainu wields, I too possess, Galen asserts, and my name carries a mightier resonance. Frustration wells within him as he unleashes another Flame Dragon Explosive Fist, propelling a gigantic fiery magma dragon toward the ocean. The ensuing explosion reverberates across 2 kilometers of the sea's surface. I call this the Flame Dragon Nuclear Explosion Fist, he declares, seamlessly blending offensive and defensive techniques reminiscent of the Kyun Fist. With unwavering confidence, he proclaims, no one can defeat me on my home turf. Galen continues to refine his Flame Dragon Explosive Fist, each strike an embodiment of the fiery magma dragon's impact, showcasing his prowess in explosive fishing techniques. As he conjures the Flame Dragon Earth Exploding Star, flames and earth soar from his hands, coalescing into a massive molten sphere that expands dramatically, 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, up to 200 meters. This searing magma sphere ascends to a height of 800 meters in the sky, eliciting cheers from the crew below. Captain, magnificent. Captain, invincible. Some female nurses gaze at Galen with adoring eyes, starstruck by his prowess. This, however, is not Galen's maximum capacity for the Earth Exploding Star. It can elevate to 400 meters, even 800 meters. Concurrently, a flock of newsbirds frantically capture images of Galen's fire dragon form executing the Flame Dragon Explosive Fist, alongside his Orcish form roaring with power. This newly developed Orcish form enhances speed and agility, transforming from the towering fire dragon of over 100 meters into a nimble 28-meter orc. While the fire dragon form embodies brute strength and a preference for close combat, the Orcish form merges the power of the fire dragon with human agility and techniques. The combat style leans toward human-like strategies, contrasting with the beastly instinct of the fire dragon. Although the Orcish form can manipulate flames, it retains a striking resemblance to the fire dragon form. As Galen continues to harness the capabilities of both fruits, he adeptly integrates their techniques, estimating that his power has certainly reached the level of an elite rear admiral. If I were to cultivate the armament hockey, traversing the Grand Line would be a mere stroll. Garen swiftly manipulated the colossal magma sphere, sending it crashing down like a meteor into the sea, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that generated towering waves, soaring up to 200 meters. Reacting swiftly, Garen dashed into the ship's cabin to evade the deluge descending from above. He could feel his body rapidly regaining its strength. However, the consequences of intense training left him ravenous. By noon, his hunger was unbearable, prompting him to seek sustenance. As he indulged in his meal, Garen transformed into his beastly form, admiring himself, his body enveloped in crimson flames, adorned with scarlet skin and covered in vibrant scales. His massive forepaws, complete with joint spikes, showcased his muscular physique, while layers of red scales cloaked his entire being. His visage bore 3 prominent spikes, crowned with a pair of dragon horns, and a pair of bat-like wings adorned his back, complete with barbs. His feet resembled claws, and his abdomen, reminiscent of a fire-breathing dragon, featured a ring of yellow skin, making his beastly appearance quite striking. The flames seemed to accelerate his recovery, and it was difficult to fathom the terrifying prowess of Kaido's four elemental powers. Garen acknowledged that his fiery form paled in comparison to Kaido's azure dragon embodiment. He mused, Kaido's Thunder Bagua indeed enhances the awakening abilities of others. After enduring a blow that nearly brought him to death, Luffy's Nika fruit awakened. Awakening a Zoan-type devil fruit requires unwavering willpower and an absence of fear towards death. My resolve is steadfast, yet Kaido's devil fruit likely exists in a state of semi-awakening. Akin to Luffy's Gear 5th or Lucci's leopard form, which is enveloped in flame clouds, exuding an air of prestige. Kaido's doubts stem from the realization that he is not Joy Boy and cannot alter the world, questioning how the soul of the Azure Dragon fruit could possibly recognize him. He often confided in Jean, wondering if he truly was the one destined to change the world. On another note, Kaido frequently succumbed to tears and thoughts of suicide. A person with a stable heart, like Luffy, would not be prone to such despair and self-doubt. Kaido possesses a physique, haki, and strength that are unparalleled globally. He merely lacks that final push. His forms, such as the Drunken Dragon Bagua, Immovable King Bagua, and the Five Great Kings forms, are immensely powerful. There exists a possibility that Kaido believes the strongest beings at sea cultivate haki, which explains his reluctance to fully develop his devil fruit. Kaido has long aspired to be a formidable figure akin to Roger. He has stated that Roger, having never consumed a devil fruit, became one of the strongest in the seas solely through haki, even asserting that haki surpasses the abilities of devil fruits. If there is an issue with his resolve, Garen remarked, with just a single sound, isn't it akin to the drum of liberation? Pair it with a song of servitude. And who dares claim you are not Joy Boy? In time, I shall assist Kaido in awakening the Azure Dragon fruit. Drawing a bit of his blood would certainly not pose a problem. At that time, it may be the awakening of artificial devil fruits. Garen hopes to avoid these pitfalls and awaken his own devil fruit. He also desires to replicate several awakened devil fruits in the form of a serpentine dragon using Kaido's lineage factor. Garen remarked that if Punk Hazard still possesses Kaido's lineage factor, there would be no need to extract blood from Kaido. However, the artificial devil fruit of the mythical beast type in the form of a serpentine dragon must be consumed by an adult, for if a child were to consume it, they would grow to resemble Kaido, as it is indeed Kaido's lineage factor. The simple-minded Momonosuke matured rapidly, and by the age of 28, his appearance closely resembled Kaido's, no longer resembling the foolish Kinemon. Many believe that the fish fruit of the mythical beast type in the form of an azure dragon signifies that the fish has awakened to become a dragon. Yet, the fish is merely a category, with the azure dragon being its form. The dragon fruit belongs to the ancient type of dinosaurs, not to be confused with the divine dragon of the mythical beast type. Zhu Yuan has begun working part-time at a tavern. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Steelbone Kong, holds a newspaper featuring Garen's news, alongside a striking photograph of Garen commanding a colossal fire dragon as it strikes the sea. The scene is nothing short of magnificent. At the end of the article, there is an image of Garen unleashing the earth-shattering star with his magma projectiles, which, due to the angle of capture, appears to be over 500 meters in size. As this gigantic magma sphere soars through the sky, it exudes an overwhelming presence. Garen has already gained considerable fame as the first dual devil fruit user on the high seas. The Newsbird delivered the article about Garen to Morgans, who promptly published it. That morning's photographs were transformed into news by the afternoon, with Morgans titling the article The Mightiest Flame Creature, the Flame Emperor Garen, alongside Kaido of Onigashima. Upon seeing the newspaper, Kaido declared, Flame Dragon Garen, I have resolved that when I encounter him, I shall teach him what it means to be the strongest creature. After all, I am the king of beasts, the strongest being in this world. Beside him, the plague-ridden queen joyfully exclaimed, Boss Kaido is indeed the mightiest creature of land, sea, and air. Meanwhile, Big Mom of Whole Cake Island also commented on the news, exclaiming, Oh, another strong man has emerged from the sea. I long to acquire his bloodline. Surely, it would lead to the birth of powerful offspring. Beside her, the 25-year-old Kakuri felt quite embarrassed, saying, Mother's condition has flared up again. Upon seeing other strong or formidable individuals, she immediately thinks of procreation. Katakuri glanced at his younger siblings, half-fishmen, three-eyed beings, and the fifth sibling, Opera, who was becoming less human by the day. His favorite sisters, the Snake Woman and the eighth sister, Bruli, are particularly cherished by Katakuri. Although her appearance is difficult to describe, her inner kindness and gentleness shine through. Glancing at the 14th sister, Smuggy, a user of the superhuman juju fruit, nicknamed the Juicer, Cuddy also observed the other sisters. The 18th sister, Garrett, at the age of 14, had already developed a striking figure and was exceedingly beautiful, possessing the yellow fruit ability. Cuddy could only shake his head in resignation. Big Mom had 39 daughters and 46 sons, which indeed showcased her prowess. While others recruited their crew, his were his own children. Yet, it was evident that among his offspring, only Kaifeng bore a rebellious spirit, supporting her husband, Becky, in the act of slaying Big Mom. Nevertheless, the blood connection did provide a semblance of stability compared to others. Yamato proclaimed, "I am Kazuki Oden," upon seeing the newspaper featuring the flame dragon Gallon. Whitebeard laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Another little monster has emerged upon the sea." Nearby, little Marco called out, "Dad, when shall we embark on our treasure hunt?" Whitebeard chuckled. "Having you sons is more than enough for me. Who needs such trivial pursuits?" At that moment, little Marco was still in his 20s, sporting the same bowl-cut hairstyle. The phoenix fruit had yet to be developed into a healing ability by him. Whitebeard still had his golden hair, and Marco, feeling quite moved, inquired, "Dad, shall we hold a feast tonight?" To which Whitebeard replied, "Let the banquet commence." Unexpectedly, Garen found himself honing his skills aboard the ship, propelled by Morgan's influence. Furthermore, Garen observed that numerous news birds frequently circled around the flame dragon pirates. He directly inquired of a newsbird for a newspaper, to which the bird responded with a price of 5,000 belly. Without hesitation, Garen paid the sum and soon discovered his bounty had reached an astounding 500 million belly, far surpassing the other supernovas of this era. Notably, Morgan's was not yet the king of news, with several news companies in competition. However, he certainly understood the power of public opinion, excelling at crafting narratives that elevated some while undermining others. Garen contemplated the potential of recruiting this individual, as Morgan's utilized trained news birds to capture stories, placing him significantly ahead of other news agencies. On the 9th day of sailing, Garen inquired with the navigator, Garud, regarding their approach to Philogena Island. Garud indicated that if the first mate continued to wield his fruit abilities, they would arrive by nightfall. If not, they would reach their destination by the following morning. Meanwhile, Sambert was at the stern, manipulating the storm to accelerate their journey. Garen assured, "He will manage. He can certainly endure." At that moment, the crooked-mouthed Admiral Kizaru had already arrived at Philogena Island when he received an order from Admiral Akaina to abandon his pursuit of Garen and the Flame Dragon pirates. The Roger pirates were challenging the world's taboos, while numerous New World pirates were assaulting naval bases. Kizaru was commanded to return to the Navy headquarters to focus entirely on capturing Roger, as the Navy needed to stabilize the New World. Admiral Steelbone explained that these pirates were resentful of Roger's prominence, banding together to make a name for themselves as formidable pirates by attacking naval installations. The New World waters had become a lawless territory where the Navy was largely ineffectual. As the era of great sailing commenced, the most powerful pirate crews would earn the title of the Four Emperors, reigning over the New World and establishing themselves as maritime sovereigns. While the Navy dared not confront the Four Emperors recklessly, during the era of the Four Emperors, they effectively controlled the seas, either eliminating or absorbing other pirates, while many others fled the New World. It was not until the time of Luffy, following Whitebeard's demise, that Luffy managed to defeat Kaido and Big Mom, allowing the Navy unimpeded access to the New World. Despite Akainu's efforts to exchange forces between the G1 branch and the Navy headquarters, he still could not confront the Four Emperors directly, limited to mere proclamations. Besides, around the Navy headquarters, he attempted to rescue Bonnie, a descendant of the Celestial Dragons, scaring off Blackbeard. However, he made no further moves, as Blackbeard had kidnapped Navy personnel and imprisoned them on Foncho Island. Akainu dared not rescue those captives nor permit others to intervene, while Garp disregarded Akainu's orders, commandeering his ship to rescue Kobe and the remaining Navy captives. The Four Emperors remained mutually antagonistic, and conflicts among pirates were a commonplace occurrence. However, when it comes to Blackbeard, it becomes a 3-on-1 scenario against the other Four Emperors. Shanks, Luffy, and Mihawk share a close bond, while Blackbeard's only allies are Shiryu of the Rain and the crippled Akiji. The clown Buggy cunningly established a cross-guild, causing significant turmoil within the Navy by openly placing bounties on all naval personnel creating an atmosphere where naval duties felt perilous and poorly compensated, as one could lose their life at any moment. The slovenly Kizaru arrived at the kingdom of Phyrogena, and his first order of business was to locate the Lieutenant Shiryu. He stumbled upon a shopping mall and embarked on a retail adventure, purchasing a yellow nail clipper. As he ambled about, trimming his nails, he remarked, "What was the mission again?" He then spent some time strolling on the island, enjoying hot springs, and acquiring a yellow suit along with a gentleman's hat. Kizaru mused, "Time flies too swiftly. I am nearly 40, and this salary is insufficient for retirement. If Momonosuke wants to grow up and become a bodyguard, I should take him along to capture pirates and recoup some funds." He continued, "Indeed, this island is truly a perfect place for a vacation." Just then, his transponder snail rang, and he heard the voice of Admiral Sakazuki. "Where are you?" the Admiral inquired. Kizaru replied, "I am preparing to return." The Admiral further probed, "Have you discovered any traces of the Flame Dragon pirates?" Kizaru responded, "None found." The Admiral instructed, "Go check on Lieutenant Shiryu." Kizaru acknowledged, "Understood, Admiral." Thus, Kizaru made his way to the naval base on the island, intending to inquire about his junior, Shiryu, and whether she had successfully infiltrated. As he approached, two naval soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing Kizaru's attire, they immediately saluted and addressed him as Sir, Vice Admiral. Kizaru inquired, "Is there a girl here claiming to be a lieutenant from headquarters?" The lead soldier reported, "Sir, the civilians on this island are quite impoverished, and many come to our naval base to deceive for food and drink. Several claim to be rear admirals daily." Kizaru responded, "I see." Another soldier added, "Just a few days ago, one individual claimed his uncle was Admiral Sakazuki and demanded 500,000 berries, promising to leverage his connections to promote me to admiral. He even had a name prepared, General Fat Dragon, with a salary of 500,000 berries a month. I ended up giving him a few slaps to teach him a lesson." The lead soldier supplemented, "Another young man claimed to be the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, offering to teach me Iron Fist for 100,000 berries. But I ended up making him cry with a single punch." Kizaru's lips twitched as he remarked, "How terrifying. Are the civilians on this island truly so adept at deceiving others?" He turned to the two soldiers and asked, "What about your base commander?" The soldier replied, "He went out last night. We don't know where he is." Kizaru inquired, "Does he have a transponder snail?" The soldier replied, "I'm not sure." Kizaru thought to himself, "Then I shall rest for a day and return tomorrow to search." Just as he was about to leave, a disheveled young man approached the two soldiers, declaring, "I am a vice admiral from headquarters. I wish to enter the naval base." The two soldiers exchanged glances with Kizaru, who merely twitched his lips, remaining silent. As the soldiers walked over to the young man, with a fist from one and a palm from another, the young man was swiftly driven away. The yellow-haired man remarked, "How terrifying. Is the title of Rear Admiral merely a guise for menial labor on this island?" For 5 long days, Ziyuan had toiled in the hotel, cleaning and serving. Famished, he ventured into a restaurant, but lacking funds, he approached the waiter, stating, "I am a lieutenant colonel from the Navy headquarters. I currently do not have any money. May I obtain a credit in good faith? I shall repay it as soon as I can." The waiter's cheerful demeanor instantly morphed into a scowl as he called to the kitchen, "We have a diner attempting to dine and dash. Someone handle this." Thus, Ziyuan found himself relegated to the role of a waiter to settle his debt. He wished to explain his true rank, but the irate owner interrupted. "I encounter at least 7 or 8 individuals attempting to evade payment daily. They either claim to be from the Navy headquarters or boast of affiliations with the Whitebeard pirates, all of whom I have sold into the slave market." A middle-aged man attempting to skip payment chimed in, "My uncle is Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. This meal is on the house. I'll have him appoint you as the logistics officer at the Navy headquarters with a monthly salary of 4 million berries. What do you think?" The owner ordered a guard to escort him to the slave market. Ziyuan, feeling quite embarrassed, insisted, "Boss, I would prefer to work off my debt." He then picked up a mop and resumed cleaning. At that moment, another young man spoke up, "Boss, my uncle is the naval hero Garp. This meal is complimentary. I shall impart to you my uncle's invincible Iron Fist technique. What do you say?" Even Ziyuan, who was busy cleaning, was rendered speechless. They were trampling on the dignity of a naval hero. Just as he was about to retort, a guard swiftly knocked the young man down and took him away to the slave market. Ziyuan shook his head, pondering how such poverty plagued this island. Was it the corruption of the nobility and the king that rendered the common folk unable to survive? Were they so desperate that they preferred enslavement over enduring hardship? Resuming his cleaning, Ziyuan approached the owner's counter and noticed a newspaper with a striking headline, Flame Dragon Garen, accompanied by a photograph on the cover. The bounty on Flame Emperor Garen had reached 500 million berries. The next article proclaimed Garen to be the strongest fire dragon, inflated by Morgan's sensationalism. Ziyuan could not help but scoff internally. Another member nation of the world government has fallen victim to theft. I must infiltrate the Flame Dragon pirates. For justice, I shall bring them to justice. I must reclaim the Navy's 6 styles and uncover the secret of Flame Dragon Garen consuming a second devil fruit. It seems the Flame Dragon pirates are nearing this island. At that moment, a young man dining and dashing declared, I am Garen, captain of the Flame Dragon pirates. Consider this meal a debt. Next time, I shall bring you the treasures from the plundered kingdom. The young man was subsequently rendered unconscious and taken to the slave market. The hotel proprietor, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Whoever dares to dine and dash shall be sold to the slave market without hesitation. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan stumbled upon a newspaper on the street, which reported the robbery of the Yanlong pirate crew, offering a bounty of 500 million. There was also mention of another heist targeting a world government member nation. Gazing at the article, Huang Yuan remarked, such terrifying abilities. He then perused the information about other crew members, noting the vice captain, Sunbird, a master swordsman capable of wielding hurricanes, famously dubbed the Hurricane Swordsman. Sunbird had long been reported by the news king, Morgan. Huang Yuan muttered in awe, truly fearsome. Additionally, Galen's bounty had been updated. It had risen from 100 million to an astonishing 500 million. As Galen accelerated towards the island, he addressed the crew, prepare to disembark, everyone. He then spoke to the captains of the various divisions, let us land on the island. Please exercise caution. Subsequently, 22 ships docked neatly at the pier. Galen, accompanied by Alice, Bina, and Mariana, leisurely disembarked. He instructed the logistics team to oversee the vessels while the rest of the crew ventured onto the island to indulge in some well-deserved leisure. Galen instructed the 7th Division to follow the logistics department's procurement sector. He proposed that Babiro select a portion of personnel from the logistics department to establish the procurement unit, thereby alleviating the need for Galen to make frequent purchases. Instead of merely paying these individuals a wage without assigning them meaningful tasks, it would be unwise to sustain idleness. The management of the financial department is essential, especially considering the ship's crew exceeds 4,000, necessitating monthly wages exceeding 100 million belly. Galen perceived this expense as excessive. Hence, he decided to impose cuts on the logistics department, reducing their monthly budget to 5,000 belly, while the division's personnel remained unchanged. Galen remarked, For someone in logistics to earn 200 heads of choba a month, is that not corruption? Galena, along with Alice, Bina, and Mariana, traversed from the dock to the city, taking over 30 minutes. The island itself is not particularly expansive, merely encompassing over 30,000 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 1 million. King Philogicard, known for his proclivity to exploit and indulge, possesses dominion over all the land, leaving the populace in dire poverty. Beggars are ubiquitous along the streets, with this area resembling a slum, where individuals are often seen begging or lying in the streets for alms. The atmosphere weighed heavily on Galen, who, in a moment of exasperation, questioned, what is the state of affairs here? He produced a substantial handful of belly and offered it to an elderly gentleman. Galen inquired, what troubles you? Why do so many beg on the streets? The elderly man's expression mirrored sorrow as he replied, the king demands exorbitant celestial gold from us, which we cannot afford, and he has reclaimed all our lands. When Galen asked why they did not work for the nobles, the elder's face contorted with righteous indignation, stating, laboring for them earns us no wages. All is given to the king as celestial gold, while his minions torment us common folk. Galen then suggested, why do you not cultivate your own land? The elder responded, the lands we have cultivated have been seized by the kingdom. The king claims those lands as his own. Galen began to grasp the plight of the island. The nobles conspired to control the central lands, with the king demanding exorbitant celestial gold, all extracted from the impoverished populace. Most of those begging are elderly or children, unable to meet the demands of the celestial gold. Life is indeed unbearable. As they approached the central area of the island, roughly 10 miles from the center, they reached the commercial district, where affluence contrasted starkly with the destitution they had witnessed. Garland, no longer concerned with the destitute neighborhood, led the 3 women to the bustling commercial street at the heart of the island. Along the way, Garland had rendered many would-be suitors and con artists in tears. For this island was rife with deception, where every individual seemed to possess a duplicitous tongue. Particularly striking was Garland's ensemble, a yellow cloak adorned with a golden dragon, an unmistakable mark of wealth. Consequently, many attempted to engage him the moment they laid eyes on him. However, after witnessing Garland effortlessly dispatch a few aggressors with a mere flick of his hand, most were quick to retreat. There were, however, those who sought to extort. For instance, as Alice walked by, a young man deliberately tripped her, claiming, "Miss, you've soiled my shoes, which are worth 500,000 belly. You must compensate me." Upon witnessing such blatant extortion, Garland immediately intervened, particularly concerned for Alice, who was several weeks pregnant. Should she have fallen, Garland would not have hesitated to unleash his fury. The young man soon found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating, leaving other scammers and potential human traffickers thoroughly intimidated. Garland continued to guide the three women in their shopping endeavors. Alice remarked, "These youths refuse to pay the exorbitant taxes imposed upon them and, lacking resources, resort to deceit. This nation is truly a failure." Garland replied, "The wealthy indulge in excess while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen. Is it not so? The nobility revels in merriment every night, a reflection of the world's grim reality. Unless we overthrow the monarchic aristocracy, such occurrences will perpetually persist." He continued, "Let us tend to our own affairs. The previous three allied kingdoms bore similar impoverished districts. We simply did not witness them. Those villages consist of common folk who must pay substantial taxes to sustain the kingdom's ministers, ensuring their own hardship." Alice queried, "Why is this island so impoverished? Is it not due to the overwhelming control of the nobility?" Garland replied, "The monarchic system breeds more corruption than you can imagine. I shall refrain from further discussion on this matter, for it epitomizes the mainstream of our world." As they walked, Garland spotted a grand casino at the center of the street, bustling with men and women of all ages flocking inside. He turned to the three women and said, "You may explore on your own. I must gather information regarding the existence of devil fruits in this city." He stored all the items they had purchased within his spatial pocket. Alice, gazing at Garland with a look of confusion, inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to gamble?" She continued, "What devil fruits could possibly be found in a casino? Your words seem increasingly dubious." Garland, exasperated, responded, "Do you not see the throngs entering this vast casino?" Vina chimed in, "It seems so." Garland, known for his integrity, was soon interrupted by Mariana, who exclaimed, "It appears there is a beauty salon ahead. Shall we give it a try?" Amidst the presence of hot spring baths, Alice exclaimed, "How delightful! It's been ages since I've encountered such a marvel." Mariana replied, "Come on, sisters," as she boldly led the way into the beauty salon. Garland gazed at the immense casino before him, contemplating. This establishment, evidently owned by some noble on the island, was indeed filled with affluent individuals indulging in gambling. Numerous maids clad in revealing attire attended to those aristocrats and tycoons, all wealthy patrons. As Garland's eyes fell upon a towering figure, standing over 3 meters tall and conspicuously distinct, he recognized a familiar visage, one that appeared to have aged into a state of despair, despite being only in his 50s. Noticing the twitch at the corner of the man's mouth, Garland thought, "How terrifying. You've won 5 million. It was then that he realized it was the infamous crooked-mouthed monkey, dressed in casual attire and topped with a gentleman's hat. Beside him stood a provocatively dressed maid, cheering him on. "Congratulations on your fortune, sir." Garland mused inwardly. "If you weren't so disheartened, I might not have recognized you." To his astonishment, the crooked-mouthed monkey was employing observation hockey to gamble. A throng of gamblers surrounded him, rolling dice and betting on high or low. Garland promptly produced 500 million berries, betting on high as well. The crooked-mouthed monkey looked at the hefty stack of berries before him, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity as he regarded Garland with a smile. "Senior, allow me to ride this wave with you." The crooked-mouthed monkey, amused, replied, "You have such faith in an old man." Garland chuckled internally. "You're using observation hockey to gamble. How could I not trust you?" He asserted, "Absolutely. I've had a penchant for gambling since childhood, and I have always emerged victorious. This time will surely be no different." The other patrons, observing Garland's audacity, withdrew from their bets with the crooked-mouthed monkey. The crooked-mouthed monkey, contemplating whether to proceed, ultimately decided against it, muttering, "No overtime pay anyway." He chuckled, "How terrifying. Your luck truly is extraordinary." Moments later, the dice were cast. 3 dice revealed a combination of 4, 6, and 6, resulting in a high outcome. Galen noted the casino manager's distressed expression. The establishment was reputable and swiftly compensated him with berries. Delighted by the substantial sum, Galen immediately withdrew 200 million berries and pushed them towards Borsalino. The crooked-mouthed monkey was taken aback, exclaiming, "Whoa, young man, this is quite the gambling bonus." Galen responded cheerfully, "Indeed, senior. These berries are winnings from the game. Sharing a bit of the spoils is only natural." Galen urged, "Senior, make your move quickly. The next round is upon us." The crooked-mouthed monkey, with his 50-something visage, surveyed the table, placing 500,000 berries on the small bet. Galen activated his sensory perception, but to his surprise, he sensed nothing at all. He wagered 500 million berries on small, drawing envious glances from the other gamblers who marveled at his audacity. The crooked-mouthed monkey instructed a maid to fetch 2 large boxes, and soon the winnings were neatly packed away. He handed the maid a sum of over 100,000 berries and smiled at Galen. "You've won again, young man." Galen replied, "Thanks to your guidance, senior." He then presented another 200 million berries to the crooked-mouthed monkey, asking, "Are you preparing to leave?" "Indeed," the crooked-mouthed monkey affirmed. "It seems our generous young friend is off. Until next time." He produced 2 more boxes to store the amassed wealth, and as he gazed upon the substantial fortune, the crooked-mouthed monkey felt as though he had discovered a newfound purpose in life. Indeed, the world is but a facade, with only Bailey embodying authenticity. The yellow ape, harboring a secret thought, mused that retirement would surely not render him impoverished. With a broad smile directed at Galen, he remarked, "I shall take my leave, generous young man." Galen, ever inquisitive, inquired, "What shall be your next wager, esteemed elder?" The yellow ape replied, "Let us refrain from further bets. They are preparing to cheat." With that, he grasped his case and strode towards the exit. Observing the casino's apparent inability to produce substantial cash momentarily, Galen resolved to barter instead. He made his way to the merchandise section of the casino, where he discovered the pinnacle of treasures, a grand blade valued at 300 million berries and a devil fruit. These 2 coveted items were indeed Galen's favorites. The rest, comprising manuals and pirate relics, failed to pique his interest. The price of the devil fruit stood at 1 billion, prompting Galen to chuckle. Truly, the aristocrats of this island have no qualms about selling such extraordinary fruits. Without hesitation, he produced 800 million berries to acquire both the devil fruit and the magnificent blade. As Galen beheld the devil fruit, he realized that the 500 million in losses had been reconciled. He continued to explore the merchandise area, noting that the security personnel were armed and possessed commendable strength. Spotting several formidable blades, he swiftly allocated 30 million to procure 3 of them. As he ventured further, he dismissed items such as golden wristbands, golden night pots, and deep-sea pearls, seeking instead something that could genuinely enhance his prowess. Upon discovering a complete set of golden cups, crystal goblets, and a formula for a body enhancement potion, Galen silently mused that it paled in comparison to Ross's flame potion, which combined dragon blood essence with Ross's devil fruit. This concoction promised to fortify the body and potentially grant mastery over dragon flames. It was a boon for all his division commanders, albeit in limited supply. And Galen intended to partake himself, with Alice, Bina, and Mariana receiving just 1 dose each. He hoped that Ross would awaken the potential of this fruit, enabling the creation of various medicinal concoctions to augment their overall strength. However, the body enhancement potion formula was a more rudimentary version, still capable of improving physical attributes, requiring merely the marrow of ferocious beasts and a selection of plant juices. Galen declared, "I shall purchase this to present to Ross. His devil fruit abilities may amplify the potion's effects." Furthermore, Ross had recently developed a keen interest in flora and fauna, often expressing to Galen his desire to utilize his devil fruit powers to extract diverse potions. After thoroughly exploring the expansive merchandise exchange area, Galen departed. Later that evening, around 11 o'clock, he summoned a transponder snail to call the 3 women, who had already returned to the ship. In an instant, he activated his dragon beast human form and soared towards the dock where the ship was anchored. With the newfound ability of flight, Galen predominantly traverses the skies at remarkable speeds. The captains of the Flame Dragon pirates possess strengths akin to rear admirals of the Navy, while George has ascended to the rank of vice admiral. They have all adeptly mastered 1 or 2 techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. George, in his colossal bear form, now measures an impressive 28 meters in length and stands 9 meters tall at the shoulder, even in a standing position. This bear can wield its powerful claws with dexterity, utilizing its formidable 1-meter-long claws to execute devastating thrusts. The second most formidable captain, Pierre, wields the magnet fruit with remarkable prowess. He can assemble hundreds of blades into a single colossal sword, which extends over 200 meters in length, soaring through the air. This immense sword can also transform into countless flying blades, inspired by the tales of the sword immortals of Mount Shu. Pierre's magnet fruit, which allows him to manipulate metal, enables him to create flying swords with remarkable finesse, further accelerating Sinbert's rapid growth and strength. Ever since he mastered the flying slash, his power has surged. His armament hockey has awakened, and his observation hockey is gradually developing, allowing Sinbert to feel the winds of nature. Each strike imbued with his devil fruit power can unleash wind blades that extend over 200 meters, with massive crescent-shaped gusts cutting through the air like a plow. As the Flame Dragon Pirates boast a plethora of powerful members, Galen grows increasingly confident in his future endeavors. Each evening, he engages in rigorous mental training, referred to as the Heart Training version 0.5. Every morning, he stands before the mirror and proclaims, "I will ascend to Sky Island and become the god of the sky." Conqueror's Hockey, Level 1. I shall become the strongest in the world. Conqueror's Hockey. Level 1.5. I will slay that wretched Toko. Conqueror's Hockey. Level 3. Galen has discovered the secret to his Conqueror's Hockey, realizing that it grows with his belief, willpower, spirit, physique, and momentum. He asserts that by vocally affirming his convictions each day, he can incrementally enhance his Conqueror's Hockey. This form of mental fortitude training also augments Galen's vast spiritual strength. It appears that Galen cannot escape the notion of dealing with Toko. A day without confronting him leaves him feeling unfulfilled. Most crucially, Galen's desire to eliminate Toko seems to surpass even his ambition to become the world's strongest. The following morning, Galen resumes his steadfast training, shouting, "Toko, you fool, I will slay you. I shall become king of the world and conquer Sky Island." After his declaration, Galen is filled with confidence, feeling that his Conqueror's Hockey has grown yet again. With a smile, he acknowledges the significance of mental resolve, understanding that only through unwavering belief can he elevate his willpower. This is a physical manifestation of his convictions, practiced through the means of physical training for his Conqueror's Hockey, aptly named Heart Training version 0.5, which Galen finds to be exceptionally effective. However, the undesirable aspect lies in its disturbance to the residents, and it also possesses a rather juvenile demeanor. Early in the morning, it roused Alice and others from their slumber, prompting Alice to scold him for his madness. During the morning training session on the Garen Path, version 0.5, after honing his skills, he proclaimed, "I am the confident one, brimming with self-assurance. I am no longer plagued by social anxiety." Garen gazed at the devil fruit he had purchased the previous day, the Soku no Mi, a paramecia-type fruit that enhances both movement and attack speed, contingent upon one's level of mastery. The added speed as power undoubtedly holds true. Furthermore, this fruit would surely be diminished in effectiveness when confronted by a master of observation hockey. Garen mused, "It is a subordinate fruit to the Momo no Mi, capable of accelerating 100-fold, a mere fraction compared to the catastrophic speed of the world destroyer, Fabandivolt. The Soku no Mi, at most, could achieve 100-fold acceleration." Garen decided to place it in the safe, which already contained two other devil fruits, one, a Zoan type, the Nyo no Mi, and the other, a paramecia type, the Kankan no Mi. With the addition of this formidable Soku no Mi, it was already late April. Roger might have set foot on Laugh-Tale by now, and he awaited news with bated breath. Garen contemplated, what does the title of Pirate King truly entail? Beyond fame, what else is there? Isn't it merely a remnant of the past, as Queen Lily deceived the Void King, Emu, and buried 8 centuries of history in Laugh-Tale? After all, the Mikasa lineage is but one among the D clan, with the name Nefertari D being theirs. Garen remained curious about the historical records left in Laugh-Tale, reflecting that it was essential to establish his own faction and forge a team, for that would be the most prudent course. He thought to himself, after this wave passes, the seas will descend into chaos next year. By then, as more deserted islands are developed, the number of fruits will diminish, and many devil fruit users will emerge. It is prudent to acquire a few more fruits now, as they may become scarce in the future. Garen remarked, ordinary devil fruits possess rather mediocre abilities. He certainly intended to visit the Sky Island and Wano country. To whom should he bestow this Soku no Mi? After some contemplation, he resolved to leave it for now and deliberate later. The Nyo no Mi, in its wild buffalo form, he decided to allocate to the intelligence team leader. Garen pondered whether to give the Soka Soka no Mi to him or the Nyo Nyo no Mi. He found himself in a quandary, ultimately settling on the Nyo Nyo no Mi. With Alice pregnant and even Bina expecting, only Marina had yet to show any signs. If she were to become pregnant, they would have 3 children in the future. At that time, it is essential to prepare formidable devil fruits, and at least 3 of them. Children cannot consume Kaido's artificial devil fruit. Should they do so, they would grow to resemble Kaido, which leaves Galen feeling somewhat disheartened. The dragon fruit can only be bestowed upon adults, as it has already solidified its form. Once consumed, the face remains unchanged. There exists a burning fruit in the East Sea, and a slippery fruit also in the East Sea, while the barrier fruit currently resides with Kinemon. After being struck down by Kaido, he found himself in Logetown, where Bartolomeo is present. An idea struck Galen, to develop a gravity-based earthen barrier sphere akin to mud, wherein the abilities of deceased devil fruit users would attach themselves to the nearest fruit. He envisioned carrying a bag of fruit, awaiting the souls of those devil fruit users to inhabit them, utilizing the gravity earthen barrier. He could enclose the souls of the fallen users within a spatial realm of Earth. After the death of a user, the devil fruit soul would seek out the nearest fruit to possess, by encasing it within the gravity earthen space filled with fruit. It is highly likely that the devil fruit soul would directly attach itself, Galen proclaimed, initiate the swamp space rotation, allowing the sealed air currents to spiral within the circular earthen realm. The souls of the devil fruits are carried along with these air currents, and he aimed to alter the flow within the gravity earthen space, preventing the souls from escaping. He firmly believed they would possess themselves among the nearest pile of fruit. Galen mused, if this endeavor proves successful, I could later ambush those wielding devil fruit abilities. He promptly commenced the development of the gravity earthen barrier, activating his earthen fruit ability on the deck. In an instant, a circular gravity earthen barrier, spanning 100 meters, emerged, enveloped in a crimson earthen wall that sealed the entire space. Harnessing the engulfing power of swamp earth, Galen quickly advanced his creation. Indeed, I am a prodigious talent, he thought to himself. Thus, Galen activated his earthen fruit ability as clumps of earth coalesced into a sphere, culminating in a 200-meter circular earthen space. Stepping into the muddy realm, he controlled the surrounding earthen walls to spin, generating a whirlwind-like air current within. Galen contemplated, this way, the souls of the devil fruits shall not escape. He immediately manipulated the gravity earthen space into a swampy terrain, with the earth beneath voraciously absorbing matter. Should one tread upon it, they could easily descend over 20 meters into the earth. Galen further intensified the gravity within this space, amplifying it to 5 times its normal weight. The earth beneath him continued to pulsate, and he commanded the earthen walls to grow thicker, reaching over 20 meters in depth. With the uppermost layer still in rotation, he reflected, this earthen space also facilitates accelerated training, with gravity 5 times stronger than the outside. If he were to draw an enemy into this space, they would expend 5 times their stamina. By the time they engaged, they would be significantly weakened. Galen continued to refine his absorption abilities, enhancing the rotation of the earthen space and enlarged the semi-spherical volume. Thus, it expanded to 300 meters, then 400, and eventually 500 meters. Galen felt exhilarated by the prospects of developing this gravity earthen realm, thus engrossed in the development of the swamp soil. Garen emerged from the murky depths after 3 days. He had not rested a single moment during this span, and in his tireless endeavor, he had devised a novel skill known as Devour and Decompose. This ability would instantaneously ensnare an adversary within a whirlpool of swampy earth, enveloping them completely before swiftly reducing an ordinary opponent to mere soil. By nightfall, Garen had taken a bath and spent some time with Alice, before visiting Dr. Danielis's quarters to engage in profound discussions about life. Danielis was well-versed in the arts, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and Garen found himself quite enamored with her. Her aspiration was to become part of Garen's family, and he, too, held a deep affection for Danielis. Their connection was immediate and harmonious. Meanwhile, Admiral Kazara hurriedly activated his lightspeed flight mode, clutching 400 million berries as he prepared to return to the Marine headquarters at Mariewa. He mused aloud about the excessive amount of money he possessed, pondering how he could possibly spend it all. He considered the implications if the fleet admiral discovered that he had acquired pirate funds. However, he reassured himself, thinking, how would he know? This is merely a decade's worth of salary. I shall safeguard it for the time being and enjoy life upon retirement. With a smirk, Kazara contemplated waiting until Garen's bounty increased before making another capture, reflecting on the potential consequences of bringing half of it to the Marine headquarters. He calculated that a monthly expenditure of 400,000 berries was quite the gamble. His fleeting moments of leisure were always too brief. He glanced at the 4 large crates, while Ji Yuan was still at the hotel, engaged in cleaning and settling accounts. Internally, Ji Yuan lamented. It has already been over 10 days. How am I to infiltrate the Flame Dragon pirate crew? How can I gather intelligence on them? Alas. Will my first mission end in failure? He resumed mopping the floor, exclaiming, why must undercover missions be so arduous? My hands have become rough, yet I encourage myself, saying, I am destined to be the first female admiral of the Navy, and I shall certainly capture the Flame Dragon pirates for the sake of justice. At that moment, Galen transformed into the hybrid form of a fire dragon and soared towards the palace of the island kingdom. Upon reaching his destination, Galen activated his earth elemental transformation, traversing the ground like the legendary Sun Wukong, and began his exploration of the kingdom's treasury. The king was still indulging in romantic moments with his queen, while Galen pressed on, lacking any particular fondness for such distractions. As he attuned himself to the earth, he sensed an unusual weight above him and cautiously emerged, revealing his head, which inadvertently dislodged a section of the floor tiles in the shape of a human head. Galen exclaimed, Indeed, this is the treasury of the king. Bursting forth from the earth's crevice, he beheld a bounty of berries and gold strewn across the floor. Galen surveyed the treasury, which spanned over 500 square meters, comparable to a small supermarket. He enveloped the berries and gold with earth, absorbing them into his being, and continued to rummage about in search of hidden chambers. Galen discovered a safe and thought to himself, this has all been prepared for me. He activated his earth elemental transformation once more, inserting a finger into the keyhole of the safe and deftly turning it, unlocking the mechanism. Inside, he found 3 treasure chests, each the size of a devil fruit. With a smile, Galen declared, my objective has been achieved. Opening the 3 chests revealed 3 devil fruits. One apple was adorned with vibrant colors, another was black, and yet another resembled a green pineapple. Without hesitation, Galen absorbed them into the earthen space within his body. He continued to search for any hidden chambers in the vicinity, moving stealthily and rummaging about. A patrol of guards passed through the treasury room, prompting Galen to immediately transform into a mound of soil. Once the guards had moved on, he resumed his human form and used the earth to sense his surroundings. In his mind, he mused that there might indeed be hidden chambers. Approaching a dark brick, he pried it open to reveal a small room inside. Galen dismantled all the bricks and entered the secret chamber, discovering a room filled with gold. He remarked, it would have been better to find a couple more fruits, but I might as well take this, as he enveloped the gold in a mass of soil, controlling it to merge into his body. He continued his search for other treasures but found little of interest. Kingdom logs, official documents, and similar books held no appeal for him. In merely 10 minutes, he had completely emptied the king's treasury, leaving the ground spotless. Galen commented, the earth fruit truly is the most insidious of the devil fruits. He then prepared to venture into the territories of other noble counts, knowing that even casinos housed devil fruits, and their homes likely held many valuable items. The dukes and counts in this country seemed to possess vast lands. Thus, Galen first headed to the largest duke's territory, continuing his subterranean journey until he emerged from the king's palace, transforming into the form of a colossal fire dragon to take flight. After soaring for over 10 minutes and crossing a high mountain, he beheld a region almost entirely comprised of the duke's lands, amounting to nearly 1/5 of the country. These territories were similar to those of other nations, where the king apportioned lands to dukes and counts, who in turn paid a portion of taxes back to the king, reigning over their lands much like a king themselves. Each noble possessed their own cities and tax systems, remitting a share to the king. Galen first assessed several noble castles before commencing his visits, starting with the duke. The duke's treasury was located on the 2nd floor, so Galen activated his flying mode and ascended. The guards below were oblivious to his presence, stationed solely at the entrance. In the Grand Duke's treasury, he discovered that the king held approximately 1.2 billion belly, with the gold valued at 500 million. This duke possessed around 500 million belly, along with a fine blade. Galen continued to gather treasures, amassing a considerable amount of gold, estimated to be worth at least 200 million. He also found 2 more fruits, one resembling a white cantaloupe and the other a blue dragon fruit. Unsure of the nature of these devil fruits, he remarked, it seems I must continue my quest for a devil fruit compendium. Galen then scoured all the count's castles, collecting belly, gold coins, and other treasures. Upon his departure, the guards of these castles remained unaware of his presence, and Galen relished this exhilarating sensation of having stolen from them without detection. Upon reaching the impoverished district, he withdrew a substantial amount of belly, around 5 million, and began distributing 20,000 belly to each household. Garland, with a heart of innocence, sought to assist the people of this region whenever possible. His motivation was rooted in a sense of spiritual fulfillment and an elevation of his own courage. As his courage grew, so too would his conqueror's haki. Garland proclaimed, "Joy Boy is the warrior of liberation, while I, Garland, am the celestial being who alleviates suffering." He pondered briefly and remarked that even the heroes of Liashan would not dare to act in such a manner. Another reason for his actions was that Garland utilized a recording snail to document his endeavors. This would serve to bolster his reputation when rallying others to his cause. He envisioned that for every 2,000 berries he distributed to those in distress, his followers would reap rewards amounting to at least 1 billion berries. Garland continued, "Surely, there will be no shortage of recruits for my Flame Dragon pirate crew." As his profile appeared on the screen, he ensured the footage reflected his spirited demeanor. While recording, Garland felt a surge of pride as he traversed the area. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan, having just finished cleaning a tavern, heard rumors of the Flame Dragon Garland's arrival at the dock. Seizing the moment, he planned to complete a task assigned by the 5 Elder Stars to infiltrate the Flame Dragon pirate crew. As Ji Yuan practiced swordsmanship, he realized his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished without a weapon. He stealthily appropriated the head chef's knife from the tavern kitchen for self-defense and proceeded cautiously. Despite owing a debt for meals consumed, Ji Yuan remained vigilant as guards patrolled the tavern's perimeter, aware that thefts were common on this island. Spotting Ji Yuan's furtive movements, the lead guard shouted, "You there, you little freeloader. Don't even think about escaping. If you get away, we'll face pay cuts." In a moment of urgency, Ji Yuan activated his moonwalk and dashed into the sky. The lead guard called after him, warning, "Don't try to flee. If you don't stop, I'll shoot." Ji Yuan leaped to the 3rd floor, racing across rooftops as the guard, accompanied by 20 armed comrades, pursued him. Internally, he mused, "I truly wish to avoid confrontation, especially given my unpaid bills." Suddenly, Ji Yuan spotted a colossal flame dragon soaring above. He exclaimed, "Is that the Flame Dragon Garland? I must follow him." He sprinted in the direction Garland flew, feeling a sense of triumph at the prospect of infiltrating the Flame Dragon pirate crew. His ambition was to reclaim the Navy's 6 powers and discover the means by which Garland had consumed 2 devil fruits. Ideally, he envisioned Garland being captured at Sabaody Archipelago, allowing him to ascend in the Navy ranks and earn the title of the most illustrious female admiral. Yet, Ji Yuan lamented, "I am tasked with this undercover mission. Yet the communication snail from Marshal Kong has not been sent, nor have I received any funding for my covert operations. Instead, I find myself cleaning daily." He glanced at his hands, now roughened from handling mops, contemplating the extensive skincare regimen required to restore their softness. As Ji Yuan followed Garland's path, he arrived in a slum where he witnessed Garland distributing large sums of berries to each household, over 5,000 families, each receiving 10,000 berries. Puzzled, Ji Yuan wondered, how can this fellow be giving away money in such a destitute area? Surely, there must be some clandestine secret at play. I must diligently follow him to unveil his mysteries. After harboring these thoughts, I trailed behind Galen. Once he finished distributing the funds, he ended the recording on his phone and spoke. "Next time, let Morgan promote this. We are noble bandits, akin to the heroes of Liashan and those small-time pirates. There are also some lost souls who must join our Flame Dragon pirate crew. We, the Flame Dragon pirates, have wealth to share and the strength to protect our crew." Crafting a legendary tale of happiness, Galen became lost in self-adoration once more. With each moment of self-reflection, his capacity for greatness expanded, which is also a method for enhancing one's conqueror's haki. After witnessing Galen's charitable actions, Ji Yuan mused, this pirate actually performs good deeds, distributing relief funds door to door. Perhaps this pirate captain is not as fearsome as he seems. Within Garen's heart, he mused, once I disseminate this video, the people upon the ocean will undoubtedly be stirred. Many will be inspired to join my flaming dragon pirate crew. He continued, resolutely declaring, when I have amassed sufficient strength, my foremost task shall be to venture to Wano and slay that wretched offspring of the Kazuki clan, Momonosuke. Garen cursed under his breath, damn Momonosuke. The mere thought of you brings me ill fortune. Next time, I shall surely smash your brutish head. He could almost sense his conqueror's haki surging, albeit by a minuscule fraction. Garen lamented, I have performed countless virtuous deeds, yet my spirit has barely risen. While my unwavering resolve to slay Momonosuke elevates my spirit so profoundly. Indeed, you are a vile creature, Momonosuke. Even the heavens deem it just for me to end your life. This is the will of the world. As Garen ambled along, he suddenly noticed a figure being pursued at a nearby intersection. He was momentarily taken aback as the head guard and his retinue chased after the fleeing silhouette of a girl. The head guard shouted, "You little glutton who dined and dashed, do you dare to escape? Tomorrow morning, you shall be sold into slavery." The girl, visibly distressed, retorted, "Stop chasing me. I refuse to return with you." Garen, lacking the awareness of his armament hockey and finding the commotion bothersome, caught snippets of her protest. He felt a surge of indignation. To capture a woman for slavery at such a late hour was utterly inhumane. Without hesitation, Garen launched himself forward, appearing before the group of guards. The guards, startled by his sudden presence, were momentarily taken aback. The head guard was the first to speak. "Who dares meddle in our affairs?" Garen replied, "I am a person of justice. To capture a woman for slavery under the cloak of night? Are you even human?" The guards formed two lines, encircling both Garen and the girl. As the head guard declared, "Who is this audacious individual? Do you even comprehend who we are?" Garland observed the arrogant individuals across from him, feeling intrigued. He spoke, "Pray tell, who are you, and what backgrounds do you possess? I wish to understand your circumstances to address your issues appropriately." Ji Yuan interjected, "They are villains, attempting to coerce a young girl like me into servitude." Garland replied, "Is this truly the nature of your character?" The captain of the guards retorted, "Not at all. This woman dined at our establishment without paying, intending to repay her debt through labor. She has yet to settle her dues and now plans to flee. Should she escape, our wages will be docked." Garland pressed, "Then what exactly are you? I wish to know your affiliations." The chief guard declared, "We are the hotel guards of Count Nikon. Are you aware of the Count's formidable reputation?" The 20 guards nearby chimed in, "Indeed, you stand before Logan, the captain of our guard." Garland responded, "Now I comprehend. You are quite impressive, and I must admit, I am rather intimidated." Logan continued, "I advise you not to meddle, young man. This woman has dined and dashed at Count Nikon's establishment, and he detests such behavior. You would not wish to offend our esteemed Count, would you?" Garland turned to the pursued maiden and inquired, "How much do you owe?" The girl, hiding behind Garland, looked impatiently at the chief guard and replied, "I will pay you later for the food I consumed. Besides, I have worked for you for over 10 days. That should suffice to cover my debt. Why resort to threats?" Garland asserted, "What is the amount? I shall cover it." The chief guard, greedily, proclaimed, 50 million belly. "Without that sum, we shall have to consign her to slavery." Garland unleashed his conqueror's hockey, causing all the surrounding guards to collapse in weakness, while only the chief guard remained slightly resilient. Drenched in sweat and gazing at Garland in terror, Garland remarked, "Do you dare to bark in my presence? Do you all seek death?" He intensified his hockey, rendering the chief guard unconscious. Garland scoffed, 50 million is more than I would steal. Why don't you take up piracy instead of being a guard?" He then added, "Young lady, you may release your grip. There is no need to cling to me so tightly." Ji Yuan, feeling embarrassed, nodded and said, "I apologize. You startled me, and I nearly fainted." She then released Garland and stood up slowly. Ji Yuan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I have been pursued relentlessly by these people." She gazed at Garland with a forlorn expression. Garland replied, "You should return home. I must take my leave. Farewell." Ji Yuan immediately countered, "After all my efforts to catch up to you, how can I go home?" Garland, bewildered, displayed a puzzled expression and asked, "What do you mean by chasing me, child? This is not amusing." Ji Yuan replied, "I simply wish to join your Flame Dragon pirate crew." Garland, unfazed, accepted her request. Regardless of the multitude of individuals eager to join the Flame Dragon pirate crew, Garland inquired, "What skills do you possess? Do you have any specialties?" Ji Yuan pondered momentarily before responding, "I am particularly skilled in cooking. My culinary talents are exceptional." Garland chuckled, "Then you shall continue as our chef, with provisions and accommodation included, earning 10,000 berries a month. What do you think?" Ji Yuan beamed, "Is that true? May I truly join your Flame Dragon pirate crew?" Garland then asked, "What is your name?" Ji Yuan replied, "I am called Xiaoyu." Garland scrutinized her for a moment, thinking to himself, "I have never heard of a beauty named Xiaoyu among pirates." He murmured, however, "With countless islands inhabited by pirates, a significant portion are undoubtedly beautiful. It seems we have recruited yet another exceptionally lovely worker." Observing Ji Yuan's appearance and figure, Galen mused. She appears to rival Alice in allure, each possessing their unique charms. Those legs are remarkably long. He felt a surge of joy, having secured several devil fruits, while Ji Yuan reveled inwardly, thinking, I never anticipated boarding so effortlessly. My plan has succeeded halfway. Ji Yuan regarded the tall and handsome Galen, contemplating. What a formidable pirate he is, exuding an impressive aura. She thought. It would be a pity for someone like him not to join the Navy. Reflecting on her classmates in the Navy, including the grotesque Chibuda who had dared propose to her, she silently mused. The elite training camp of the Navy seems to lack any truly commendable candidates. The two then engaged in conversation, with Ji Yuan initiating, Captain, are we heading to the Grand Line? Galen replied affirmatively, of course. Why wouldn't we explore the breathtaking locales of this world? Ji Yuan continued, Captain, do you intend to challenge those legendary pirates? Galen contemplated before stating, certainly. My dream is to become the strongest in this world, defeating all adversaries. Ji Yuan thought to herself, another aspiring to be like Whitebeard. When will the seas ever find tranquility? Yet, she could not help but display a starry-eyed admiration. Galen found her infatuation amusing, recognizing it as an act on her part. He decided to play along, stating, I aim to eradicate the corruption that pervades this world. Look at those celestial dragons, each resembling a vampire. And the rampant corruption within those kingdoms is utterly revolting. Our pirate crew embodies righteousness. My comrades are from the common folk. And I intend to lead them to establish a world of peace and prosperity. Upon finishing his speech, Galen himself was convinced, even unleashing a hint of his conqueror's haki. In truth, his ultimate desire was to seal off the gates of Skypiea and seize resources, leading his comrades into peril, a true reflection of Galen's character. However, with Ji Yuan's admiration at play, he felt compelled to maintain the faade. Ji Yuan contemplated, this person's ambitions are quite daunting. He wishes to alter this world? Such audacity, and with conqueror's haki as well. The seas shall undoubtedly descend into chaos once more, a pirate with boundless ambition. However, Ji Yuan was equally cooperative with the performance, exclaiming, the captain is truly the greatest person. Garen, embodying the role of the boss, remarked, with Xiaoya's assistance. It is as if I possess 10,000 elite naval chefs. How can I possibly fail in my grand endeavors? The corners of Ji Yuan's mouth lifted slightly as she replied, I shall assist the captain in creating culinary delights, ensuring that he is in high spirits every day. Yet, in her heart, she thought, this pirate is indeed destined to stir the seas. I must promptly report to the naval headquarters. Garen, observing Xiaoya's starry-eyed demeanor, burst into laughter, saying, no need to walk. Come, let me carry you. With that, he transformed into his dragon beast form, extinguishing the flames that enveloped him, and lifted Ji Yuan into the sky. Within mere minutes, they arrived at the ship. Garen then summoned the logistics officer, Babiro, and said, this is the girl I just rescued, named Xiaoyu. Please make arrangements for her. She is a chef, so provide her with clothing and such. Garen personally guided Ji Yuan to the second-floor staff dormitory, ensuring her comfort, and offered a warm, brotherly smile before departing. Garen did not recognize Ji Yuan. When she appeared in the anime, her hair was styled in an updo. Now, it was parted to the side, cascading like Aoya's hairstyle. Who could recognize her in the dim light of night? If he had, Garen would have been even more thrilled. Moreover, the young Ji Yuan had not yet developed the cunning of a seasoned strategist like Peach Rabbit, which delighted Garen, as he had gained a little admirer. Most importantly, he had acquired 5 devil fruits, a tremendous fortune. Upon counting his belly, he found it amounted to 28 billion, combined with the previous 30 billion, nearing 60 billion. The gold coins totaled over 10 billion, bringing his wealth to approximately 80 billion. How long would it take to spend such a fortune? Having completed his purchases on the island, Garen declared, we must hasten to Reverse Mountain and set sail for the Grand Line, Sky Island, and decisively defeat Godfrey to seize the god of Sky Island. Then we can have Enel craft the Sky Kite, allowing us unimpeded travel across the seas, soaring freely, robbing for more devil fruits, and recruiting workers. After securing the belly and gold, Garen retreated to his quarters and began consulting the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to verify the 5 fruits he had acquired. The first fruit he examined was a paramecia type, the storage fruit, which allowed the user's body to transform into a storage space and could manipulate the size of this space, akin to the castle fruit. It was indeed fitting for a paramecia-type devil fruit, showcasing a variety of capabilities. The second fruit he identified as a paramecia-type spin fruit, which could cause the ground to rotate and also manipulate other objects. If awakening brings about a cataclysmic upheaval, it may even allow one's adversary to spin their body, causing the sea level to shift and islands to overturn. Garen evaluated the remarkably perfect devil fruit. The third fruit resembled a blue dragon fruit. Yet Garen searched through several devil fruit compendiums and found no trace of it. It appeared to be a zoan-type devil fruit, quite possibly a formidable mythical beast variety. This particular fruit bore a mark reminiscent of thunder. Its nature remained a mystery. Alternatively, it might be a paramecia-type electric fruit. But the thunder fruit was clearly not the case. Therefore, it was highly likely to be a zoan-type imbued with lightning powers. Garen remarked, "This could be a significant find," and promptly stored it in a safe. The fourth fruit was a nature-type rain fruit, shaped like a green melon. However, it was not the sea's salt water, but rather the rain that descended from the heavens. It could also transform into water vapor for flight, showcasing an incredibly impressive capability. The fifth fruit was a zoan-type bird fruit, in the ordinary form of a white dove. Garen now possessed 8 devil fruits. The first was a paramecia-type steel fruit, a calamity-level devil fruit that could transform one's entire body into a colossal steel giant, with the ability to manipulate steel. Garen was reluctant to distribute it to his subordinates, as it was an exceptionally formidable devil fruit. The second fruit was the zoan-type bull fruit, in its ordinary form of a wild bull. Garen stated, "This is a standard type of devil fruit. Distribute it, but do not occupy my storage space." Carnivorous functionalities far surpass those of herbivorous creatures. The third fruit was a paramecia-type speed fruit. Garen commented, "This is a super devil fruit, 1 tier below calamity level. Go ahead and distribute it." The fourth fruit was a paramecia-type spin fruit, which he chose not to distribute. It possessed the capability to rotate the earth with formidable strength and could easily rotate the seas if awakened, approaching calamity-level powers. He decided to keep it for the time being. The fifth devil fruit was a paramecia-type store fruit, which he allowed to be distributed for his crew to consume or to absorb damage. The sixth fruit, the nature-type rain fruit, was not to be distributed, as it could transform into water vapor and control torrential downpours, thus categorizing it as a calamity-level devil fruit, and it also had the ability to fly. The seventh fruit, suspected to be a mythical beast-type devil fruit, was also withheld. That electrifying entity was not merely a weapon of mass destruction. If it were indeed a mythical beast type, it would undoubtedly be a god-tier devil fruit, surpassing calamity level by another tier. Garen remarked, "If I were to distribute this devil fruit, I would surely be out of my mind." The eighth devil fruit, the bird fruit in its ordinary form of a pigeon, Garen stated, "Distribute it and allow them to select a portion of outstanding captains to receive the devil fruits, enabling these new power wielders to become the Dark Dragon Guards. In due course, this would form a combination of 8 squad leaders and 12 Dark Dragon Guards, culminating in the selection of a Dragon General to lead the 12 Dark Dragon Guards. At that moment, I decided to name the first Dragon Guard as Long E and the second as Long Air. When they are taken out, they will undoubtedly command great respect. For now, they shall serve as covert operatives, gathering intelligence and information." Jalen remarked with a smile, "These Dragon Guards will become the eyes and minds of our Flame Dragon pirate crew." The following morning, Jalen summoned the captains of various teams and the first mate to convene in the meeting room. He announced, "I intend to establish 12 intelligence squads, each comprising 10 members. They will be collectively known as the 12 Dark Dragon Guards of the Flame Dragon Pirates. Each squad will be led by elite pirate captains. The first Dragon Guard will be referred to as Long E, the second as Long Air, and so forth, with the 12th squad designated as Long 12. Some bird inquired, "Captain, what prompted this sudden decision to form such an elite squad?" Jalen replied, "These Dark Dragon Guards will primarily focus on intelligence gathering, collecting information on various pirate crews and the Navy. Their treatment will be akin to that of the vice captains, albeit 1 rank lower than the team captains. We will first establish these 12 Dragon Guard squads, and then select a Dragon General from the 13 strongest team captains to lead the 12 Dark Dragon Guard captains." Jalen further stated, "I also plan to enhance the strength of the Dark Dragon Guard leaders by selecting some formidable Dark Dragon Guards and distributing several devil fruits." Simbert responded, "Everything shall proceed according to your wishes, Captain." The team captains echoed their support, and George added, "Captain, your foresight is truly commendable. Your calculations are impeccable. My admiration for you is as vast as the ocean." Allison internally lamented, "Damn it, this sycophant has said all the flattering words." Meanwhile, Jalen thought, "I initially intended to reserve 5 devil fruits, But now I realize it's essential to also grant the speed fruit to this dark dragon general, as we rely on them for intelligence. Without speed, it is indeed impractical. Furthermore, without eyes on other islands, it is cumbersome to depend solely on these team captains for information. It is far more efficient to establish a specialized espionage organization. Jalen declared, the world government has CP0. Our Flame Dragon pirate crew must also have the 12 Dark Dragon Guards to keep pace with the world government. Sumbert voiced his support, and Jalen continued. Then I shall begin selecting the members of the Dark Generals and Dark Guards. He pointed out 12 young vice captains, introducing the first as Passat, the second as Mars. The third as Lysky, the fourth as Dex, the fifth as Harry, the sixth as Hamarek, the seventh as Aslander, the eighth as Isun, the ninth as Robrand, the 10th as Galia, the 11th as Adi, and the 12th as Lux. All 12 possess considerable strength. Jalen addressed the 12 vice captains, stating, from this day forth, your code name shall be Dark Dragon Guards, although you may retain your individual names. However, it is time for a renaming. You 12 shall now bear the titles of Dragon 1 through Dragon 12. You are all exceptional crew members, and today, you shall ascend to the rank of captains of the 12 Dark Dragon Guards. Your daily duties will involve gathering intelligence. No piece of information is too insignificant to overlook. Garen then addressed a lieutenant by the name of Talalun, saying, from this moment forth, you shall be known as the Dragon Commander. Maintain your concealed identity and oversee these 12 squats. Garen continued, you must diligently train to enhance your abilities. I will prioritize granting you the powers of the Devil Fruit. The 13 Dragon Guard officers voiced their commitment. We shall train diligently to elevate our strength. Garen further instructed Talalun, Little Luan, you shall be the chief dragon commander of the 12 Dark Dragon Guards, equivalent in status and treatment to a squad captain. The other Dragon Guard teams will also fall under your jurisdiction. Both the first mate and I hold great faith in you. Talalun, brimming with excitement, pledged. I will accomplish the mission with unwavering dedication and will not betray the captain's trust. Subbert chimed in, go for it, Talalun. Garen addressed the 12 Dragon Guards. From now on, Talalun will be responsible for your tasks as your squad leader. You must unconditionally obey his commands, for they hold the same weight as those issued by me and the first mate. Do you understand? The 12 Dragon Guards replied in unison, understood. Garen declared, we are a collective. Only through unity can we grow stronger. He then handed Talalun a speed fruit, saying, work diligently to harness its potential. Talalun gratefully accepted the devil fruit, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. I will safeguard our Flame Dragon pirates. Garen then turned to Dragon 1, Pazit. This is a Paramecia-type storage fruit for you. It possesses immense storage capabilities. I hope you strive to further enhance your strength and contribute to our Flame Dragon. Dragon 2, filled with enthusiasm, replied, understood, Captain. I will train hard. Garen felt immense satisfaction with the attitudes of Talalun and Pazit, reflecting inwardly, truly, I have nurtured a remarkable crew. Their gratitude is commendable. He addressed Dragon 2, Mars. This Zoan-type devil fruit, a common form of the white dove, is bestowed upon you. I hope you can shoulder the responsibilities of a captain of our Flame Dragon pirates and train diligently. Dragon 3 responded, thank you, Captain. Garen nodded. I have confidence in all of you Dark Dragon Guard officers. Work hard and earn your merits. Turning to Dragon 3, he said, Reski, put forth your best effort. This common form of the bull fruit is yours. You too must strive to enhance your skills. Dragon 3 expressed his profound gratitude. I am immensely thankful, Captain. Garen had distributed 4 devil fruits, with 4 remaining. He thought to himself, I cannot distribute any further. I would be left with nothing. Moreover, these devil fruits are not ordinary. They are rare and sought after. Besides, with 2 descendants already, I wish to have more sons in the future. At that moment, the spoils were unevenly distributed, leading to mutual grievances among the brothers. The 4 Dragon Guard officers who had acquired the devil fruits began to consume them, despite the unpleasant taste. Nevertheless, they each swallowed their portions without displaying any discomfort. Sumbert spoke up, commending their resolve. Your willpower is commendable. You are all exemplary. George added. The vice captain speaks with wisdom and reason. Galen then inquired, Talalun, do you have a developmental direction for your speed fruit? Talalun replied, Captain, I do not have a specific direction. Galen continued, speed is power. However, power does not necessarily equate to speed. Focus on developing your speed first, then enhance your strength. The primary aim should be to increase your speed by multiples, enhance your attack speed, and improve your evasion speed. Master these elements, and you will traverse the seas with ease, making it difficult for enemies to defeat you. Talon acknowledged. Understood, Captain. Galen then addressed Pazit. Your devil fruit is of the spatial type. It can develop storage capabilities. Focus on cultivating functional skills and the Navy's 6 styles. Long he acknowledged. Understood, Captain. Galen turned to Mars. Your fruit transforms you into a dove. Focus on refining your kicking techniques and marksmanship. And get accustomed to aerial combat to exploit the aerial advantages of your fruit. Long Air expressed gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Galen then looked at Long San. Your great black bull form and body strength concentrate on the Navy 6 styles. Lesky smiled and affirmed. Understood, Captain. Galen then addressed the officers who had not received devil fruits, stating, in the future, once you acquire devil fruits, they will be distributed to you. Exercise patience and do not neglect your duties. Failure to comply may result in dismissal. Do you understand? The Dragon Guard officers nodded in agreement, affirming, understood, Captain. Galen instructed them, select your personnel. Your team can include ordinary crew members or logistics personnel, as long as they are capable of gathering intelligence and can protect themselves. Primarily, focus on exploring news regarding devil fruits, supplemented by information on other pirate crews in the Navy. All 12 Dragon Guard leaders nodded, acknowledging their responsibilities. Galen continued, in the future, for accurate information regarding devil fruits, a small squad will receive a reward of 10 million berries. If you can procure a fruit, the small squad will be rewarded with 100 million berries. The Dragon Guard officers expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Captain. We will work diligently. Galen instructed all Dragon Guards to complete the recruitment of their small teams. He then addressed Sembert. Vice Captain, please pay close attention to Talon's updates regarding any news of devil fruits. If you hear of any, act promptly. Sembert assured him, rest assured. Captain, Garland contemplated the fact that he possessed 4 formidable devil fruits, which he intended to reserve for his future offspring, ensuring that each of his sons would have one. He understood the significance of intelligence work and instructed Babiro to allocate funds for the Dragon Guard cadres, directly authorizing the expenditure of 100 million berries. Garland firmly believed that throughout history, money has been the catalyst for miracles. The captains of the Guard were tasked with gathering information and, should they engage in combat with other pirates, they were to participate in the fray. Garland remarked, this arrangement functions like a laborer serving 2 purposes. The Dragon Guard members assigned to intelligence gathering need not be exceptionally skilled. Ordinary individuals sufficed. They could disguise themselves as merchants, adventurers, or even beggars. Garland also designated these captains, emphasizing that while gathering intelligence, they were not to don the standard uniform of the Flame Dragon pirates. However, in the event of conflict with other pirate crews or the Navy, they were required to wear a unified attire. The 12 captains nodded in agreement, affirming, we understand, Captain. Garland meticulously organized these operatives and instructed son Bert to distribute a communication snail to each captain. Upon arriving at a new island, Garland's first action was to procure communication snails, as they were immensely convenient for communication. The current stock had exceeded 60, including some capable of recording video. Each captain of the other divisions was allocated one, and Garland deemed it the appropriate moment to distribute them. He further instructed Simbert, ensure that each of the other division captains receives one as well, though the squad leaders shall not, as quantities are limited. Garland reminded Simbert to inform the captains to care diligently for their snails. He tasked Babiro with overseeing their proper nourishment, ensuring they received fresh greens and were not mistreated, as these snails were fully functional. Garland urged Babiro to scrutinize the shops selling communication snails. If any stock was available, he was to purchase it all. Moreover, it was possible to capture communication snails in uninhabited islands or wilderness. Now, Garland felt a sense of relief, having arranged everything. What remained was to engage in daily training to enhance his capabilities and prepare the entire crew to conquer Gaia Island, swiftly seizing dominion over the Sky Island territory. At that time, a grand training exercise would commence directly on the Sky Island, undoubtedly leaving the onlookers at sea in awe. Having completed the affairs at hand, Garen began to prepare for departure from this island to the next. He addressed his crew, let us set sail for our next destination. The other captains, equally exhilarated, inquired, Captain, how far are we from the Sky Island? Garen replied, I regret to inform you that I do not possess the exact distance. However, it lies above the Grand Line as Kaya Island. Simbert remarked, Captain, our fleet is growing, and it is indeed time to secure our own territory. It is quite challenging to expand our fleet while merely traversing the seas. Garen concurred with Simbert, stating, the first mate is correct. Our strength now allows us to easily seize Kaya Island and the Sky Island. All the captains, along with over 30 squad leaders gathered in the conference room, echoed the first mate's sentiment, expressing their desire to explore the Sky Island. Garen then declared, "Let us first focus on the present. Our next island is an uninhabited one, and I urge all of you to remain vigilant." In the Flame Dragon pirate crew, from top to bottom, the captain leads the charge, and you must also strive to take the second lead. Therefore, we must continue to enhance our training, embodying the spirit of resilience and tenacity. The crew responded in unison, "Understood, Captain. We will not disappoint your expectations." Garen summoned all the officers and corps members to the fourth floor, where more than 30 individuals followed him. Upon reaching the open deck on the fourth floor, Garen addressed the assembly. "I have developed a soil gravity barrier that accelerates training. Everyone, come forth." After activating the soil gravity space, he left a large entrance. The first to enter was Simbert, the first mate, followed by the captains and numerous squad leaders, all trailing behind Garen. The 200-meter gravity soil barrier enveloped them, with Garen covering each individual S-body in soil, creating a weighted garment with five-fold gravity. Here, everyone will practice their ultimate techniques, as the gravity within is 5 times that of the outside world, Garen explained. He further thickened the soil walls by over 20 meters, providing ample space within. Garen also activated the soil S ability to absorb and devour, thereby increasing the difficulty for those training. The crew commenced their training, including Simbert, who began to build his physical strength. There was no better place for such endeavors. Garen focused on honing his fruit abilities, while the other officers worked on enhancing their stamina and endurance. The captains consumed flame potions to bolster their physical capabilities. Garen had contemplated providing these potions to the squad leaders, but the supply was currently limited. He decided to allocate 1 potion daily to the dragon warrior Tali Rin and 12 shadow dragons, while the remaining squad leaders would have to wait. Garen continued to fortify the gravity soil, making it more resilient. The captains relentlessly attacked the crimson soil walls, their efforts mostly resulting in superficial scratches. Whereas Simbert's every strike left a massive gash over 10 meters long, yet still failing to breach the barrier. Meanwhile, Garen persisted in developing the gravity soil to enhance his fruit abilities. If this fruit were to awaken, it would have the power to transform the very geography of the earth, effortlessly unleashing the abilities of the Earth Devil fruit and altering the entire island. As if Garen were the soil and the soil were Garen. The awakening of Garen's second devil fruit, the Flame Dragon fruit, relies heavily on Garen's daily training to enhance his physique and strength, thus unlocking the potential of the Fire Dragon fruit. It also necessitates his own strength and willpower to gain the recognition of the Fire Dragon soul within his body, leading to its awakening. Once awakened, it would be akin to ascending to the pinnacle of power upon the seas. However, to earn the recognition of the Fire Dragon soul, one must possess unwavering faith and willpower, alongside a steadfast heart, with physical prowess and charisma pushed to their limits. Most crucially, such an awakening can only occur at the threshold of life and death. Garen remarked that he may need to intensify his training of the heart, suggesting that version 0 May 5th no longer suffice. He commenced his daily regimen of training, while the other squad leaders and Dragon Guard officials languished in the gravity soil space, utterly exhausted. Simbert appeared particularly fatigued after wielding his sword for an entire morning, while the other squad leaders, including George, sat on the ground, panting heavily. George had transformed into the Devil Fruit's giant tooth bear humanoid form, repeatedly executing the Bear King's million-ton impact, striking the soil sandbag as if it were a mere training exercise. Yet, this soil sandbag was exceptionally heavy, and even after a morning of effort, he found it unsustainable. Bear-like creatures are renowned for their immense stamina and strength, making them powerful mammals capable of delivering formidable attacks, with only larger bears being able to slay adult giant bears. However, George was indeed exhausted. The soil-weighted clothing enveloped his body, and the pressure of the barrier equated to 5 times normal. The other squad leaders were similarly worn out, with those at the lieutenant level having long since collapsed, including Delinsa in the ancient species form of the Archaeopteryx from the bird devil fruit and the Crocodilus from the lizard devil fruit, both succumbing in succession. Observing the fallen, Garen removed their soil-weighted clothing, allowing them to rest. Gazing at the challenging gravity soil space before him, Garen smiled and said, "This is yet another excellent method for gaining an advantage. I shall ensure they train here daily." This 5-fold pressure gravity soil space is ideal for honing the Navy's 6 styles or other skills. Such an opportunity is a rare and coveted blessing. During the voyage, Galen initiated a mode of overtaking on curves. Each day, the captains of various divisions, the first mate, the dragon commander, and the dragon guard officials, along with officers of the squadron level, would converge in Galen's Earth and gravity space to engage in intense training. Galen also embraced this mode of acceleration, leading to rapid advancements in the strength of the officials. However, the journey was fraught with hardship. Initially, within the confines of the gravity barrier, the weight on their bodies felt exceedingly burdensome. Yet, after 5 days of gradual acclimatization, those possessing Zoan-type devil fruit abilities began to adapt to such pressure. The 6th Division Captain, Pierre, who wields a paramecia-type ability, and the 7th Division Captain, Cleo, a user of the bomb fruit, found their training to be particularly strenuous. Indeed, the physical stamina of paramecia types pales in comparison to that of Zoan types. Even ordinary types exhibit superior strength and swifter recovery. Nonetheless, paramecia types possess their own unique advantages, such as their extraordinary and often unreasonable abilities. For instance, Cleo, as a bomb fruit user, can create air bombs with an extensive range, employing techniques like the air explosion fist. He remains undeterred by conventional explosions, flames, or high temperatures, embodying the essence of a bomb thrower. By gathering air in his right hand, he can form bombs, which grow larger the longer he concentrates. Additionally, he can utilize air bombs for close combat, far surpassing the capabilities of the so-called nasal bomb user, thereby diminishing the bomb fruit's reputation. Pierre, wielding the magnet fruit, showcases even greater prowess, capable of reshaping steel into desired forms, rendering him a formidable force of mass destruction with 500 flying swords, honing his swordsmanship in the process. However, the toll on physical stamina is immense, as Galen's prolonged activation of the earthen gravity barrier also demands significant energy. However, after consuming the flame dragon's fruit, his physical prowess has become immensely formidable. As he continues to develop, he can multitask effectively. Galen is also enhancing his physical training, ensuring that his strength and speed do not lag behind. He has mastered the techniques of shave and moonwalk and is now practicing Gale foot. Once he becomes proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, he will be able to cultivate the most powerful 7th style, Life Return, which demands a tremendous toll on the body to gain stamina and strength, as well as the ability to manipulate his physical form during combat. For instance, he can control his body hair and accelerate his stamina recovery. This is a remarkable skill. Allison is also training in the 6 styles, having progressed to the moonwalk, albeit with limited mastery. When attempting to walk at a height of 100 meters, he typically falls within seconds. He has not neglected swordsmanship either. Peck is more straightforward, focusing solely on mastering the 6 styles, and has now begun to train in Gale foot and finger pistol, having achieved a smooth proficiency in shave and moonwalk. George has also mastered the moonwalk and finger pistol, having long since learned shave, along with the advanced technique of lightning punch. Songbird has begun to cultivate the Busashoku haki, turning his fists a faint black. Galen, while eager to train in Busashoku, has yet to awaken it and can only continue to strengthen the hardness of his fists. He has many areas to focus on, and his daily regimen already requires significant time dedicated to training his fist bones, especially with 2 devil fruit abilities to manage. Galen has gradually commenced his training in Kinbunchika haki by blindfolding himself and allowing Songbird to strike him with a stick. Galen encourages Songbird to hit hard, advising him not to mind the pain, for otherwise, he would not develop the sensitivity needed for Kinbunchiku. Songbird understands the rigor of training and strikes Galen's head with considerable force. Consequently, Galen has returned to his quarters each day with a swollen head. The 3 women have laughed at him, teasing that his lack of talent means he must endure such beatings. Galen chuckles and replies that it is of no concern. Kinbunchiku can only be developed with external assistance. Thus, under this rigorous training regime, the other captains and vice-captains of the ship, including the commander Talleyrand, have witnessed a dramatic enhancement in their strength. They see Galen's swollen head and are filled with admiration. If the captain is training with such fervor, how could they afford to slack off? Galen's approach is one of leading by example. If the boss is diligently honing his skills, the other crew members must also keep pace. Galen does not consider the pirates' time to be particularly safe. In recent days, Galen has defeated 2 pirate crews. The first was the gunslinger pirate crew, encountered during his voyage a couple of days ago, whose captain he dispatched with a single blow to the head. The remaining crew, witnessing the 20-meter-tall flame dragon humanoid form of Galen, dared not resist and surrendered en masse. Galen ordered Barbero to incorporate them into his ranks. This gunslinger pirate crew A rather insignificant band with a bounty of 3 million saw their ship and flag incinerated by Galen's fiery fist, after which he hoisted his own flame dragon pirate flag. He then inspected the treasure room, only to find 200,000 berries, revealing their impoverished state. Galen instructed Barbero to station personnel aboard this pirate ship, while the rest of the stragglers were conscripted as sanitation and maintenance staff for 3 months without pay, and after that period, performance evaluations would determine their fate. Over 100 individuals were dispersed among various fleets. The very next day, they encountered a notorious crew known as the Colossal Bull Pirates, led by a devil fruit user. Intrigued, Garland grabbed a sack of fruits and boarded their vessel. Upon arrival, he observed the captain, a hulking figure wielding the power of the ox fruit model, Yak. Transforming into his hybrid beast form, the towering 5-meter Yak man stood before him, draped in thick, ebony fur, exuding formidable strength. Unfazed, Garland retaliated with his signature Inferno dragon-shattering fist, obliterating the bovine adversary's skull in a single strike. Without hesitation, he conjured a gravity mud barrier, sealing the entire ship within an impenetrable dome. No escape remained, not even for the elusive essence of a devil fruit. Placing a dozen fruits upon the fallen captain's corpse, Garland theorized, upon death, the fruit's spirit would seek refuge in the nearest compatible vessel. To ensure success, he amplified the gravitational vortex within the earthen prison, churning the very air itself into a relentless spiral. Even if the essence attempted to disperse as vapor, it would remain trapped within the swirling abyss. After half an hour, triumph flickered in Garland's eyes. His experiment bore fruit, literally, as he dissolved the crimson clay walls. The ship's remains, and the pirate's body, were swiftly devoured by the ravenous swamp below. Among the scattered fruits, one had transformed, now pulsating with the unmistakable aura of a devil fruit. So long as the spirit has no means of escape, Garland mused, after struggling in vain, it will inevitably anchor itself to the nearest fruit. A smirk curled his lips as he marveled at the efficiency of his swamp vortex domain, a technique as sinister as it was lethal. Once ensnared, unless one possesses overwhelming force, they're left to face me alone in a realm where even the earth hungers. The crimson gravity-infused walls above, the devouring mire below, none could resist the pull. Truly, Garland chuckled, a masterpiece of scientific ingenuity. Next time, I'll drag them in the moment they touch the barrier. Let the swamp feast. His laughter echoed, darkly amused. The perks of mastering physics, innovation knows no bounds. And with a thought, the 200-meter earthen prison twisted into a raging storm of mud and gravity, a testament to his relentless ingenuity. Anyone caught in the swirling vortex of a mud storm ultimately faces the grim fate of being engulfed and disintegrated by the mire below. If Garen were to harness the power of the flame element, the devastation would be unparalleled, manifesting as a fiery tempest of inferno and embers, accompanied by explosive and scalding effects. This represents one of Garen's most formidable offensive capabilities. Additionally, the Inferno Earth Explosion Star is a colossal destructive skill. At this moment, Garen, possessing a devil fruit, entrusted it to General Taliron, stating, "Please give this fruit to Dragon 4. Dragon 1 already wields the powers of the storage fruit, while Dragon 2 possesses the bird fruit in its pigeon form. Dragon 3 transforms into a great water buffalo, and Dragon 4 assumes the form of a yak, which is quite admirable. The steel fruit's abilities are even more extraordinary, boasting superior defensive capabilities compared to the Paramecia-type gold fruit, with a ferocity that surpasses the stone fruit in both hardness and resilience. Furthermore, it enables transformation into steel and grants mastery over it. Garen intends to withhold this fruit from his crew. The second fruit, the reversal fruit, possesses the power to turn the world upside down, with an absurdly high attack potency that causes seawater to invert, resulting in the ship being submerged. It can even reverse the earth and sky, causing soil to rain down upon enemies, as well as upheaving islands and incapacitating foes. Thus, it too is unsuitable for his subordinates. The third fruit, a nature-type rain fruit, can transmute into droplets drifting in the sky and unleash a devastating area of effect attack, manifesting as torrential downpours akin to columns of water crashing from a height of 10,000 meters, capable of drowning most. Garen cannot part with this one either. The fourth fruit is likely a mythical beast type resembling a fruit of the fire dragon, adorned with lightning patterns. This would also embody a pig infused with electricity, endowed with extraordinary vitality and stamina, alongside an electrifying ability. Garen mused, if it were to transform into a thunder dragon, that would be truly spectacular, enhancing close combat prowess exponentially. A thunder pig would also be acceptable. The paramecia-type electric fruit pales in comparison. Garen recalled seeing one that resembled an apple in shape and color, and remarked, even if it isn't a thunder dragon, it certainly can't be just an electric mouse. The situation was overwhelming, and Garen mused to himself. It seems there are still faint traces of wing patterns, suggesting the likelihood of it being a thunderbird. There is also a possibility that it could be a thunder dragon. Nevertheless, he contemplated that as long as it was a mythical beast seed, it would lead to prosperity, regardless of the other mundane creatures like pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep. Additionally, there was the vampire form of the bat fruit from the slumbering ancient town, which took the shape of a colossal, dark, blood-sucking bat in its animal form, while its hybrid form transformed into a vampire with bat-like wings, and its human form resembled an ordinary person. Furthermore, there existed Punk Hazard's dragon fruit and the dog fruit from Wano country, which manifested as the formidable deity known as the Great Mouth, alongside the serpent fruit manifesting as the eight-headed serpent, and the dog fruit taking the shape of the demon fruit in its adult human form within the parallel world of Wano. There was also a cat fruit that transformed into an owl-like creature with a monkey's head, serpent's tail, tiger's body, and tiger's claws, which was purportedly discovered by a man named Tora. Additionally, there was the small raccoon donga brought by the Red Count, which had acquired the dog fruit, allowing it to transform into a raccoon-like creature capable of becoming a pin that could bring drawings to life, thereby controlling the battlefield. The rest had been consumed by others. But Garen still wished to search for Captain Katarina Devon of the Blackbeard's sixth ship, uncertain whether she had been imprisoned and impelled down. If she had not been confined, it would surely be intriguing, for she possessed the dog fruit in its nine-tailed fox form, endowed with the abilities of enchantment and transformation. However, he reflected that the woman was rather unattractive, rendering her first skill ineffective, thereby diminishing the prospects of the rest. The nine-tailed fox form had been squandered by her. Yamato, at the tender age of 8, had mistakenly consumed Kaido's devil fruit out of hunger, though it was also possible that Kaido had intentionally left it there. Subsequently, Yamato had utilized the capabilities of this mythical beast fruit to assist Luffy and the young Tontada, Momonosuke, in their battle against Kaido, forcibly transforming the great mouth form of the dog fruit into the mythical beast form of the wide-eyed wolf. Whoever consumed this fruit would gain the power of rebellion. Garen was also aware that the world government possessed a multitude of devil fruits, many of which were often fed to slaves. After Garen successfully dealt with Dragon 4's devil fruit, he resumed his rigorous training. The ship of the Flame Dragon pirates had been sailing the seas for 7 days and nights, during which the waters remained remarkably calm, devoid of any tumultuous waves. Throughout these days, Garen diligently continued his daily training to enhance his strength. He felt that his mastery of observation haki was nearing a pivotal moment. Each day he returned to his quarters with a throbbing head after dinner, only to resume training in observation haki once again. However, Garen sensed that something was amiss in his practice. It felt as though he were missing an essential component. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Heavenly Lord, I am willing to exchange 500 years of Peach Boy's lifespan for the awakening of my observation haki. If that is insufficient, I can also offer 500 years of Saturn Satan's lifespan. May the foolish bird King Kazuki Odin bless me." With that, Garen continued his training, addressing Simbert, "Old Sim, you must exert yourself so that I can awaken my observation haki. Do you understand?" Simbert nodded solemnly and replied, "Captain, rest assured. I will assist you in rapidly developing your haki." He then activated his devil fruit ability to unleash a slashing strike. With the wooden stick in his hand emanating a sharp sword-like aura, Garen could sense the approaching slash, drawing nearer, and thought to himself, "It hurts too much. I must evade." With an acute awareness guided by his observation haki, he swiftly tilted his head, grasping the descending stick with his right hand. At that critical moment, Garen finally awakened his observation haki, erupting into laughter. Indeed, the 100-year lifespan of Peach Boy is remarkably useful. "Pah, what lifespan? It's merely a dog-s life," he mused inwardly. "I must rely on my own extraordinary talent. Surely, I will become the strongest person in the world." Turning to Simbert, he expressed, "Old Sim, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Tonight, we shall host a banquet, serving 99 dishes. Let us drink until we are inebriated. Anyone who remains sober is not a true brother." Garen then produced a few cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Simbert. "Care for a smoke?" Simbert shook his head, replying, "Thank you, Captain, but I don't smoke." Garen then turned to the other squad leaders, particularly the 6th squad leader, Pierre, who accepted a cigarette. In this world, Smoking invigorates the mind without the presence of nicotine, and the aroma is quite potent. The tobacco felt markedly different from that of his previous life. Guerin snapped his fingers at the end of Pierre's cigarette, igniting it, while he lit his own with a finger. After taking a puff, he began conversing with the others. Simbert remarked, "Brothers, our progress during this period has indeed been swift. Each of us harbors a fervent desire to grow and improve." Guerin quickly rallied the spirits, proclaiming, "Indeed, all of you have been training diligently, and your strength has increased remarkably. Our pirate crew is now capable of asserting dominance over the seas, thanks to everyone's hard work." The crew wore expressions of pride, and Guerin felt it necessary to acknowledge their accomplishments. However, it is also necessary to mention the shortcomings. Lest everyone becomes too complacent, that would be troublesome as well, Guerin continued. But there are still monstrous pirate crews out at sea, and some ancient beings who have lived for 800 years. Let us take them into consideration. The man hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Whitebeard, can trigger earthquakes with a single punch, effortlessly shattering space itself, summoning seismic waves and tsunamis. A man with a bounty of 5.04 billion berries. His devil fruit is the tremor fruit of the Paramecia class, and his power is unfathomable. And then there are formidable figures like Roger. No one on the seas should be underestimated. Guerin muttered inwardly. The current Whitebeard isn't the 72-year-old high-collared veteran of the Summit War. He is only 49 now, the very peak of a man's prime. As for Roger, he is 52 this year, on the verge of claiming the title of Pirate King. For now, we can't afford to provoke either of them. Guerin went on. The seas today are carved up by numerous powerful pirate factions, each staking their claim. We, too, must carve out our own territory and usher in an era of our own. But how do we seize territory? Through sheer strength, by taking it by force. So from now on, everyone must intensify their training. No room for arrogance. If we grow complacent, we'll be crushed and wiped out before we know it. The division commanders chimed in. The captain speaks wisely. He remains true to his vision. Simbert added, the captain is meticulous. He plans 500 steps ahead with every move. Guerin, having studied the romance of the Three Kingdoms in his past life, was intellectually leagues ahead of the rest. This afternoon, training resumes, Guerin declared. For now, let us eat and rest for 2 hours. With that, Guerin led his officers, vice-captain, and key members to the third-floor dining hall reserved for him. As the high-ranking members of the Flame Dragon Pirates, division commanders, dragon generals, vice-captain, and squadron leaders gathered, Guerin called out to Lilia and Lillian, serve the meal. A procession of chefs emerged, bearing plates, cutlery, and an extravagant spread, grilled steaks, whole roasted lamb, succulent pork, seared sea bass, beef, dinosaur legs, and fresh vegetable salads. The chefs retreated after setting the dishes down, all except one, a voluptuous woman who lingered among them, holding a tray. Guerin studied her familiar face, his mind racing. Isn't that Guillaume of the Marines? She introduced herself as Xiaoya. When did she become Guillaume? No, a realization struck him. She is a spy, a Marine infiltrator. A smirk played at the corners of his lips. Fortune smiles upon me. The Marines send sand into my ship? Then I'll trade sand for silver. Once aboard. There is no leaving. This is a pirate vessel. Easy to board, hard to disembark. I am a pirate, after all. My actions must reflect that. Maintaining a composed facade. He watched as the chefs finished serving. When it was Guillaume's turn, she placed her dish on the table and lifted the lid. Guerin and his officers stared in bewilderment. What in the world is this? Guerin asked, deadpan. Volcanic ash stir-fried with mud? Or is it straight-up poison? Trying to wipe out the entire leadership of the Flame Dragon Pirates in one go? Then, are you planning to become the captain? Guillaume also looked rather awkward and said, this is pineapple stir-fried beef brisket. Sorry, the heat was too strong to control. The other division captains nodded in agreement, understanding the situation. Garp stared at this woman with some suspicion, wondering if she had poisoned the food and whether the Marine headquarters was beginning to target the Flame Dragon Pirates. Garp spoke up. Didn't you say you were a chef? You've been working in the kitchen for several days now. Even an apprentice wouldn't be this bad. Why don't you taste it first? Garp couldn't make up his mind, wondering if he should learn from the Chamber de Loi tonight. Guillaume thought to herself, for justice. Nothing is impossible. She took a small bite and exclaimed, it's delicious. Garp replied, then help yourself to more. He waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Afterward, Garp turned to Babiro and said, assign a few people to keep an eye on her. Babiro nodded, understood. Garp knew there was no poison. It was simply a lack of culinary skill, and then called everyone to eat together. Garp mused to himself. The Marine headquarters' main forces are probably stationed at Marineford, guarding the world government's prestige and preparing for uprisings in the New World. Roger is about to ascend as the Pirate King. Garp speculated, "It seems I've plundered too many world government-affiliated nations and stolen the Marines' Rokushiki techniques. The Marines might make their move against me next, or perhaps they want to uncover the secret of how I consumed 2 devil fruits." He thought further. "They might be amassing forces at Sabaody Archipelago to intercept me." Garp chuckled. "No matter. I have no intention of going to Sabaody. Nor do I fear any ambush at the entrance of the Grand Line." The South Blue's military strength was negligible, just a rear admiral at a branch base. Hardly a threat in Garp's eyes. What truly concerned him were devil fruits and strategic raids. After lunch with his vice captain and crew, Garp retired for a nap. The next island was only a day and a half away. Without wasting time, Garp transformed into his 100-meter-tall flame dragon form, soaring behind the fleet and using his wings to generate gale force winds, propelling the ships forward. Lately, Garp had been focusing on training Sinbird's combat abilities rather than relying on his devil fruit powers to speed up the voyage. Garp was eager to reach the next island in search of new opportunities, perhaps even encountering other pirates, which would make things even more thrilling. Meanwhile, Kyone returned to her quarters, reflecting on her disastrous cooking skills. The single bite she had taken was akin to the work of a dark culinary master. She pondered how to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Flame Dragon pirates. Today, she had observed many division captains and the dragon generals, all formidable fighters, possibly on par with her own strength. The vice captain, the windsword master Simbert, exuded an aura of such overwhelming swordsmanship that it left her shaken. What unsettled her most was how young they all were, especially the flame dragon Garen, merely 17 years of age this year, already possesses strength comparable to the elite vice admirals of headquarters. Zephyr increasingly senses the terrifying prowess of these pirates. The First Fleet exhibits extraordinary organizational discipline, with clear divisions of labor and a rigid hierarchy. With just a few words from Garen, the crew erupts in fervent cries, demonstrating formidable unity and esprit de corps. Even newly recruited ordinary individuals display revitalized spirits and a work ethic of maximizing every resource, coupled with generous salary terms disbursed punctually each month. Flaws are scarcely discernible. Zephyr muses inwardly. These pirates enforce stricter regulations than the Marines themselves. Can they truly be called pirates? She wonders silently, with such military acumen. Why did Garen not join the Marines instead of becoming a pirate? Is it merely disdain for the celestial dragons? Were Garen to overhear her musings, he would undoubtedly retort, toiling for others? Never. The wages are meager, the risks immense, sacrificing oneself for the celestial dragons, who engage in ethnic purges and even more extreme acts like annihilating an island every 3 years. At the God Valley Coliseum, they were nearly obliterated by the Rocks pirates, who might not even be the true villains here. Enlisting in the Marines would only render one a pawn of the celestial dragons. Exploited and confined to the rank of vice admiral, perpetually stifled, Garen's conviction in establishing his own enterprise and expanding his forces is undeniably sound. Observe these fiercely loyal subordinates, each an ardent devotee of his. Zephyr continues, I must swiftly relay this intelligence to the fleet admiral. If Garen's expansion remains unchecked, a maritime force rivaling the Marines may soon emerge. Pondering her next move, she recalls the Din Din Mushi aboard Garen's vessel, glimpsed during her earlier reconnaissance. Today, her recognition was inevitable. Having reverted to her signature hairstyle, the once side-parted bangs now coiled into an elegant updo, complemented by the distinctive beauty mark and her striking figure. Garen had once entertained ambitions, once his strength peaked, of forcibly subduing Zephyr upon encountering her, indulging in unrestrained conquest. The Marines, as lackeys of the celestial dragons, obey unconditionally, blind to the very concept of justice. At the rank of vice admiral, servitude to the celestial dragons becomes routine. Those who refuse submission, like Garp, face marginalization. The rivalry between Akiji and Akainu for fleet admiral was, in essence, a contest for the title of top enforcer. Akiji's departure stemmed largely from his distrust in the world government under the celestial dragons. Aboard the Flame Dragon, Zephyr sighs in frustration. This location is too distant from Marineford. The fleet admiral will never receive my message. What is the Din Din Mushi number for the South Blue Marine branch? Perhaps I can contact a rear admiral there. The South Sea Naval branch will report to headquarters. And Guillaume has already made up her mind. That evening, Garen summoned all the key officers aboard the Yanlong, picking up where he left off at noon. He announced a grand banquet. Even the 2 expectant mothers, Alice and Bina, made an appearance. The entire crew, upon seeing Garen's wives with child, erupted in congratulations. Even the usually reserved Simbert offered heartfelt words. The captain now has heirs to carry on his legacy. With characteristic charm, Garen replied, "My child is also your nephew. You must guide him well, helping him find his path in life." Simbert nodded earnestly. "I shall teach him with all I have, my proudest swordsmanship included." Garen grinned. "Simbert, your name as a master swordsman will echo across the seas." Moved, Simbert declared, "I will never forget the captain's teachings." Garen, ever the charismatic leader, added, "We are brothers bound by something deeper than blood, to stand by one another. Unwavering in loyalty, isn't that the very spirit of the Yanlong pirates? Truly the ideal worker in this pirate world. Once committed, they labor tirelessly unto death." Garen mused inwardly, amused. The art of motivation truly knows no bounds. The revelry continued, with Marina playing lively tunes as scantily clad nurses and doctors danced across the deck. Garen's gaze lingered, particularly on the golden-haired, voluptuous Daenerys. "Her dancing is nothing short of mesmerizing," he noted appreciatively. Soon, even the division commanders joined in, and Garen, unable to resist, showcased his own moves, a flawless Iron Mountain shoulder followed by a nimble dribble, missing only the suspenders to complete the act. The crew roared with applause. "The Iron Mountain shoulder reigns supreme," Garen declared, "as does the art of Gni Tai Mei." The Yanlong pirates were united in merriment. Garen clinked glasses with every officer, from division leaders to squad captains. White Wolf Ellison raised his cup. "A toast to our captain's awakening of observation hockey. To brothers and glory." The crew echoed the sentiment, and Garen, ever the magnanimous leader, assured them, "No one will be left behind. I will see each of you grow stronger. To our future, cheers." Ellison's toast set off a chain of toasts. George, Pachirio, and Simbert all drank with Garen, who matched them cup for cup. Even the lower-ranking officers, moved by Garen's acknowledgement, "You are irreplaceable. I believe in you," pledged their undying loyalty. Such gatherings must become frequent, Garen reflected, pleased. They forge unbreakable bonds. With that, he led the vice-captain and his commanders back into the dance, the night alive with music, laughter, and the unshakable unity of the Yanlong pirates. The atmosphere had indeed reached its peak, and it was inevitable that someone would collapse. Garen, utterly inebriated, was half carried, half dragged back to the captain's quarters by his crew. Even in his stupor, he managed to slur out defiant threats. "Arizin, you bastard, don't you dare run. I'll drink you under the table." Among the division commanders, Arizin boasted the highest alcohol tolerance, and with a smirk, he retorted, "Captain, I won't run. Next time, I'll let you be the one to knock me out." The room erupted in raucous laughter, with Pierre chiming in, "Ha, the captain's tolerance is improving." The moment Garen hit the bed, he was out cold. Around 3 in the morning, a shadowy figure crept stealthily toward the captain's quarters. This was none other than Zoan, who had been biding his time for this very opportunity. Garen typically resided in the captain's quarters, while Bina and Alice, needing a quieter environment due to pregnancy, occupied the main bedroom. Mariana and Daenerys each had their own private quarters. A graduate of the elite naval academy, Zoan had skillfully gathered intelligence aboard the ship, learning that the captain's quarters housed the most prized treasures, a devil fruit, a replicated manual of the Navy's 6 powers, and a guide to mastering armament hockey, all secured within a massive safe. Success here would mean reclaiming the Navy's secrets, along with those of the Flame Dragon pirates. "Once I get my hands on these," Zoan murmured, "a promotion and a hefty raise at Marine HQ are guaranteed." His plan was simple: seize the goods, commandeer a lifeboat from the main ship, and flee straight to a South Blue Marine outpost before making his way to headquarters. In his mind, he could already envision Fleet Admiral Kong, Steelbone himself, praising his efforts, followed by the 5 elders rewarding him with a rank elevation. A flawless first mission. He was also aware of the vast fortune, stacks of berries and gold, locked away in Garen's treasure vault. But Zoan dismissed the thought with a grimace. The lifeboat? No larger than a fishing skiff at 6 or 7 meters. Couldn't he possibly carry such loot? Then, Guillaume quietly arrived at the entrance of Captain Garen's cabin. Demonstrating the silent steps she had mastered during her 2.5 years of elite training at the Marine headquarters, she deftly opened the door, slipped inside, and closed it behind her in one fluid motion. Inside, she found Garen sprawled on the bed, snoring deeply. Placing a hand over her racing heart, she murmured, "Flame Dragon Garen is out cold like a pig. Half my plan is already a success." Approaching the massive safe, she examined its model and groaned in frustration. A combination or key. Ugh, Why does it have to be locked? Realizing the key must be on Garen, she tiptoed toward his bed. As she crouched beside him, her fingers cautiously inched toward his trouser pockets. The moment her hand slipped inside, Garen's eyes snapped open, bewildered. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Groping my thigh in the middle of the night? Are you seriously sneaking into my room to harass me? Flustered, Guillaume stammered. See, Captain. I saw you drank too much and wanted to check if you were all right. That's all, really. Garen smirked inwardly. Ah, Guillaume, future Vice Admiral Momosaji. The Marine spy. You weren't here for me. You came to steal. Lucky I awakened observation hockey the moment you touched my pocket. Without it, my safe would have been emptied by now. With a roguish grin, he teased, Xiaoya, I know you're infatuated with me. If you wanted to get close, you didn't have to sneak around. Just ask next time. Before she could react, he swept her into his arms and onto the bed. Go ahead. Touch all you want. We're practically family now, he said, his hands wandering shamelessly over her curves. Guillaume recoiled in panic. Captain, stop this. Let me go. Garen chuckled. Women always say no when they mean yes. Besides, you started it. Fair as fair. As her protest grew louder, he merely shrugged. Don't worry, my chamber is soundproof. With a flick of his wrist, a dome of earth encased the room in 20 meters of impenetrable silence. By dawn, Garen lounged contentedly on the bed, smoke curling from his lips as he addressed the woman beside him. Xiaoya, I'll marry you. You have my word. I'll treat you well. He had no intention of exposing her as a spy. Nor was he naive this woman would one day become the formidable Momosaji, though for now, she was merely a little rabbit. Her loyalty to the Marines ran deep, and sweet words alone wouldn't sway her. Better to let her play her role. Once we reached Skypea, where could she possibly run? Meanwhile, Guillaume remained silent, swiftly dressed herself, and hurried away. Galen watched with amusement, remarking, What's so great about working for the Celestial Dragons? Starting a company with me is far better than slaving away for others, silly child. After finishing dressing, Galen pondered for a moment and decided to check on Guillaume in her room. As he walked, numerous female crew members greeted him warmly. Good morning, Captain. Galen responded with a gentle smile, waving back, Good morning to you too. Soon, he arrived at Guillaume's door. He knocked lightly and called, Xiaoya, what's wrong? Then, with his fingers transforming into earth, he manipulated the lock and opened the door. Inside, Guillaume sat calmly in her chair, meeting his gaze. Captain, do you wish to marry me? She asked. Galen nodded firmly. Yes, he affirmed, then continued. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Your eyes shine like stars. One day, I will become king of the Sky Islands, and I will make you the happiest woman in the world. His smooth-talking charm flowed effortlessly, leaving Guillaume flushed. Yet, her heart whispered conflicting thoughts. We belong to different worlds. No matter how handsome and captivating he is. I'm a Marine. How could I marry a pirate? It would be an insult to justice. Another voice countered. If I abandoned my Marine identity and simply became Xiaoya, could we sail the seas together, carefree? Then, she recalled Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, the sea is turbulent, and it is our duty to protect it, and her own ambition to become the first female Marine Admiral. How can I forsake my dreams for fleeting love? After an internal struggle, Guillaume finally spoke. Galen, I'm sorry. I cannot accept. I am a Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander, sent here undercover. My mission was to retrieve Rokushiki. Report your whereabouts, and uncover the secret of how you consume 2 devil fruits. We are from different worlds. We can never be together. Besides, you already have other lovers who deserve your affection. She shook her head resolutely. Galen was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to confess so openly, revealing her mission. Yet, he sensed that Peach Rabbit had indeed fallen for him, especially given their intimate nights. Seeing an opportunity, he prepared his final plea. Though I am a pirate, I understand your sense of justice. Even if we stand on opposite sides, I am willing to change for you. Guillaume was moved. Was this the depth of his devotion? But her resolve wavered only briefly before she steeled herself again. If you truly love me, you must respect my wishes, she insisted. Internally, Galen scoffed. So, it's all about becoming a female Marine Admiral, huh? There is nothing particularly challenging about this, yet for the sake of this performance, I must refrain from voicing my thoughts. Should I disclose my sentiments, this woman would surely despise herself. Galen remarked, Whatever your wishes may be, I shall assist you. Tao Tu responded with resolute determination. I aspire to safeguard the tranquility of this ocean, and I yearn to become the first female admiral. Galen nodded in profound agreement, stating, Indeed, such ambition is admirable. Although I am a pirate, I have defended numerous vulnerable slaves and aided many desolate elderly individuals struggling to survive. We may represent two distinct identities, yet our aspirations align in the desire to create a better world. Ji Yuan interjected, "Does this mean you no longer intend to be a pirate?" Galen replied, "A pirate? Who would willingly embrace such a title? If it weren't for the harsh realities of life, who would choose this path? I devote myself to rigorous training daily to protect my crew and all that I hold dear, striving to rise above my circumstances. If not as a pirate, then what else?" Ji Yuan suggested, "You could always join the Navy." Galen chuckled softly and replied, "The Navy does not belong to anyone. It is under the dominion of the world government. Perhaps if you were to delve deeper into the situation, you would comprehend my reluctance to join the Navy." Ji Yuan questioned, "Isn't the Navy synonymous with justice? By eradicating pirates, are we not preserving the ocean?" Galen smiled and responded, "Once you ascend the ranks, you may come to validate my words today." Ji Yuan, puzzled, remarked, "But the Navy has indeed eliminated many malevolent pirates." Galen replied, "While pirates are undoubtedly wicked, they are not the root of all evil. You are still too young to fully grasp the complexities of this world." Ji Yuan pondered silently. "This world? The world government?" Garen smiled gently and spoke, "I deeply respect your sentiments. Come with me." With those words, he took Cheyenne's hand and led her toward the captain's quarters on the third floor. All the female crew members watched with envious eyes, murmuring among themselves, "Another fortunate soul has caught the captain's eye. I too would gladly marry him. If only I were that woman. I'd wake up laughing in my sleep." Cheyenne, basking in their admiration, felt a quiet joy. "Garen truly is a radiant, easygoing, and tender soul," she mused. "His warmth draws others to him effortlessly." Soon, they arrived at the captain's quarters. Garen unlocked the safe and retrieved two treasures, the stolen Navy Rokushiki manual from Rear Admiral Gilmy and the Logia-type Rain Devil fruit. "This fruit," Garen began, his voice rich with conviction, "possesses power beyond measure, a natural calamity in the palm of one's hand. It grants the ability to transform into water vapor, to drift and soar through the skies. A formidable weapon indeed." He continued, his tone measured yet persuasive, its offensive potential scales with the user's mastery. Imagine conjuring torrential pillars, unleashing pressurized water jets, or summoning rivers from the heavens to crash upon your foes. Garen understood the art of persuasion, gentle strokes to sway the heart, not brute force that cages the spirit. Coercion breeds resentment, tenderness, devotion. Taking Cheyenne's delicate hand in his, he murmured, "This rain fruit is a force as vast as the storm-lashed seas, a power that could elevate you to the rank of Marine Admiral." Then, with deliberate grace, he placed the Rokushiki manual in her other palm. "This," he said, "was seized from Gilmy of the South Sea Branch. Return it. Report to Fleet Admiral Kong that you infiltrated our ranks, stole these techniques, and claimed a Logia fruit of immense strength." In this era, before hockey saturated the New World, Logia abilities still commanded awe. Few even knew of mythical zones beyond those waters. Garen leaned closer, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. "My secret? The second fruit I consumed, the flame dragon, was encased in my earthen body. Recognizing my exceptional talent, it chose me as its master. A lie, of course, but lies, when spun with charm, often weave the most convincing truths." However, Ji Yuan was utterly convinced and spoke. "Thank you, Galen, but I must decline this devil fruit. I feel quite embarrassed to accept something you have painstakingly stolen from various kingdoms." Galen, taking Ji Yuan by the hand, urged, "Please consume it. This power will enable you to navigate these vast seas with ease." Galen began to ponder the timeline. This was still the early stage. Luffy would not be born for another 6 years, and Roger would ascend to the peak in just over a month. The news of his becoming the Pirate King would only emerge months later. Uncertain of the exact timeline, and with April already upon them, he could only wait. Galen also planned to visit Logtown next year to witness the events unfold. He placed both items into Ji Yuan's hands and continued, "Your dream indeed requires immense strength." He gestured for Ji Yuan to consume the fruit, and Ji Yuan felt deeply moved, reflecting, "So this is what it feels like to be cherished." Without uttering a word, Ji Yuan consumed the devil fruit piece by piece. Though it was quite unpalatable, a profound sweetness filled her heart. Once she finished, Galen promptly poured her a glass of water. Ji Yuan expressed her gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough." Galen then handed a fine-quality katana to Momotaro, stating, "You will surely encounter better swords in the future, but for now, you are without a weapon. What do you think of this one?" Observing Ji Yuan's reddening eyes, Galen realized she was still quite young, not yet the fully realized Momotaro of 20 years hence, who would ensnare lecherous pirates with her beauty. For now, she remained an innocent little rabbit. Galen thought to himself, "Indeed, Wielding a gentle blade is the right approach. Momotaro softly declared, in the future, I shall not strike against the members of the Flame Dragon Pirates. You will undoubtedly become the strongest person upon these seas. Galen embraced Ji Yuan, saying, You will forever be my little Ya in my heart. I too shall show mercy to all naval officers. Once I seize Skypea and establish our kingdom, I will assist you in capturing pirates, so you may swiftly rise to the rank of admiral. Ji Yuan replied, I believe in you, Galen. Once I fulfill my dream, I shall always be by your side. Wherever you go, I will follow. Galen's strategy of retreating to advance was indeed effective, as he spoke of aiding her in achieving her aspirations. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, filled with longing that rendered him restless. Galen continued to speak. I shall assist you in confronting those unscrupulous kings and nobles, safeguarding the common folk, and aiding your navy in stabilizing the seas. Ji Yuan, deeply moved, replied, I am truly sorry for making you wait so long. I have been selfish and failed to consider your feelings. With these words, Ji Yuan lowered her head. Galen gently kissed her forehead and reassured her, It is of no consequence. As long as it is you, that suffices. He refrained from suggesting that she abandon her service to the celestial dragons and establish her own company, for he knew such words would appear as a sinister scheme to her. Instead, he chose to emulate the sentimentality of Cao Cao bidding farewell to Guan Yu, displaying a reluctant grace that would ensure she remembered his kindness for all time. Galen mused inwardly. If Ji Yuan were to refuse to leave at this moment, it would be the most favorable outcome, as her desire to remain would have no bearing on him. With a flourish of his acting skills, he inquired, Xiaoya, when do you intend to depart? I am prepared to bid you farewell properly. Our time together shall forever be a cherished memory. His eyes, in perfect synchrony, glistened with unshed tears, while his thoughts berated, Tao Ji, you wretched creature, what merit do you possess to continue as a general in Wano? You base and despicable individual. Clinging to the leg of your Uncle Luffy, I shall see you brought to ruin. As his anger swelled, Ji Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented. This man has treated me with such kindness. How could I bear to hurt him? Yet she was reminded of her own aspirations and dreams, along with the hopes of Sister Crane, motivating her to hasten towards her goals. Wiping her tears, Ji Yuan declared, Galen, wait for me. I will strive diligently to enhance my strength and fulfill my dreams and Sister Crane's expectations. Once I achieve my aspirations, I shall be with you every day. No one shall separate us. Galen chuckled internally, thinking, oh, naive little rabbit. Yet, outwardly, he proclaimed, I support you wholeheartedly. I believe you will undoubtedly become the first female admiral of the Navy. He recalled that in the original narrative, Ji Yuan eventually became a candidate for admiral. Now, with a devil fruit in her possession, it was certainly within her grasp. In the future, when she ascended to the rank of admiral, she would undoubtedly distance herself from the corrupt celestial dragons, who were, in truth, nothing but the Navy's masters, watching idly as they committed atrocities and engaged in genocide. Galen then inquired, Xiaoya, where do you plan to disembark? If you leave now, no one will suspect you. However, if you disembark at the Navy's South Blue Base, others will certainly take notice, which could impede your future promotions. Ji Yuan, a person of great inner strength, regained her composure and replied, There is a Navy base 100 nautical miles to the left. I shall make my way there myself. After speaking, she kissed Garen and then activated her steam Logia transformation, sheathing her katana at her waist before soaring into the sky. Watching Kion depart, Garen gazed at the heavens and declared, You will undoubtedly become a female admiral of the Navy. I believe in you. Silently, he mused, a future female admiral, utterly devoted to working for me. Truly, I am the corporate king among pirates. Come, all of you, join my flame dragon pirates. Let us be brothers. With his observation hockey, Garen tracked Kion's departure until his attention shifted to Alice, who approached with a slightly rounded belly. Instantly, Garen remarked, Why are you outside? Alice retorted, Seems you've deceived yet another girl. Before, it was just ordinary women like us. Now, even female naval officers aren't spared. She looked utterly ruined by you. With shameless audacity, Garen scoffed, Nonsense. I am the epitome of benevolence and righteousness upon these seas, the most magnanimous soul in this world. Cease your slander. Alice laughed. Oh yes. Of course. The very paragon of virtue, you are. Garen grinned. Dearest wife, what brings you to me? Nothing urgent, Alice replied. Only that some bird seeks you. We're nearing the next island. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Garen's face. Ah, I'd forgotten. They must be preparing to disembark. donning his golden cape. He strode with an arrogant swagger toward the deck, where Sunbird and the crew had long awaited. "Captain," Sunbird announced, "we approach the shores. This uncharted island is vast, undoubtedly rich in resources and species." Garen nodded in agreement. A true gem of land indeed. Lifting his din mushy, he commanded the navigator, "Gurud, select our landing point. We'll strip this island of all its treasures." Surveying the terrain, Garen noted its elliptical shape, spanning a staggering 120,000 square kilometers, akin to 3.5 Taiwans, with towering mountain ranges at its heart. Anticipation surged within him. This island promised untold opportunities. Without delay, he dispatched his division commanders, dragon generals, and crew to explore. Efficiency was paramount. While his men scoured the land, Garen and Vice Captain Subert ventured forth together. Meanwhile, Kion, now a swirling mist of steam, drifted toward the nearest South Blue naval base. Frustration gnawed at her. Had I known, I'd have let him escort me. Hours aloft, yet no sign of the base. The map indicated this very spot. At Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong addressed Vice Admiral Kazara with weary exasperation. "Vice Admiral Tsuru presses us to redouble efforts in locating Commander Kion, her sister. You grasp the stakes." Kazara's lips twisted lazily. "Is this an order?" Kong sighed. "Are we to abandon her? Were it not for Tsuru's influence, a mere commander's loss would be an inevitable sacrifice for justice." Kazara smirked. "I'll monitor the South Blue. Should I encounter her, I'll expedite her return." Kong's voice turned stern. "All personnel surrender or destroy your Rokushiki manuals. No written records. Commit the techniques to memory alone. Should we encounter pirates like the Flame Dragon Galleon again, our Marine Six Powers techniques could easily spread across the seas. Fleet Admiral Kong's orders would then be dispatched to all Marine bases worldwide, where those Rear Admirals and Commodores would begin burning the manuals of the Six Powers. Yet some Commodores, unable to destroy their copies in time, continue laboriously memorizing the texts late into the night, cursing the Flame Dragon Galleon under their breath. That shameless pirate who dares steal even our Marine techniques. If he loves the Six Powers so much, why not join the Marines himself? Now, we're left with no choice but to commit these thousands of words to memory, forbidden from making copies. It's an arduous task, with nearly 8,000 characters to master, utterly exhausting. Galleon spent an entire afternoon exploring the island, transforming into his dragon form to soar through the skies. He discovered this forsaken isle, which once boasted a thriving civilization. Many structures lay in ruins, crumbled and decayed. Galleon gazed upon these remnants, pondering the mystery of humanity's disappearance. As he prepared to continue his flight, he noted that in the absence of human presence, the flora had surged forth, enveloping the island in a verdant embrace. After half a day of aerial exploration, Galleon found nothing of significance. He then retrieved a treasure map, belonging to a formidable band of pirates who had concealed their riches on this island, aptly named the Lost Isle. This island was home to an array of peculiar creatures, and among their treasures were 2 devil fruits. The pirates had fallen victim to rival marauders, who seized their treasure map. According to a casino employee's account, Galleon had purchased this very map. To the left of the island lay the direct path to the Upside-Down Mountain. If he maintained a swift course, he could reach the mountain in just over 2 months, entering the Grand Line's tumultuous currents. Galleon resolved to gather resources from the deserted island while sailing. If he propelled himself towards the Upside-Down Mountain at full speed, he might shorten the journey even further. He reconsidered his strategy, opting to amass more resources from the deserted isle and gather additional materials from allied kingdoms before venturing into the Grand Line, enhancing his prospects. Galleon mused that his crew would grow stronger. By instructing Samber to maintain speed or accelerating on his own, they could significantly increase their sailing velocity. This would allow them to seize several kingdoms and collect from more deserted islands. Thus, Galleon chose this vast deserted island, finding the other 7 or 8 treasure maps unappealing, as they lacked devil fruits. However, this island held the promise of such a fruit, compelling Galleon to embark on this journey. Although the journey was somewhat circuitous, the rewards made it all worthwhile. Galleon followed the designated route and arrived at the foot of a mountain at the island's center, where he beheld a colossal structure. Once a temple, now ensnared by encroaching foliage and in a state of decay. The temple walls had crumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Gazing at the map before him, Galleon recognized that this was indeed the location. The other captains of the squads, each clutching their own copies of the map, soon arrived. They dispersed, each leading their respective team members to carve out exploratory paths. Galleon inquired, "Have any of your squads encountered anything peculiar?" George replied, "We were ambushed by a pack of wolves. We managed to slay several of them, which frightened the rest away. Peggy added, we encountered enormous insects, all of which we exterminated. At that moment, Sambert glided in on a gust of wind, a skill he had developed utilizing the abilities of the wind fruit and his moonwalk technique, known as the hurricane step. In his hand, he held a devil fruit, stating, Captain, I discovered this devil fruit in my grove and plucked it. Galen's spirit soared as he accepted the devil fruit, storing it within his earth elemental body. He could not discern its abilities just yet, but he thought to himself that he would compare it with the devil fruit compendium aboard the ship later. Allison soon arrived, his katana stained with blood. Galen immediately asked, what transpired, Allison? Were you in any peril? Allison chuckled and replied, Captain, there was no danger. I simply encountered a massive tiger over there, which I dispatched. None of our crew were harmed. All this blood belongs to the tiger. Galen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Pierre approached, soaring at a height of 20 meters upon his colossal sword, while his squad members floated behind him on steel panels. His mastery of the magnet fruit was remarkable, enabling multiple individuals to levitate on metallic surfaces simultaneously. Galen had gifted Pierre a finely crafted great sword, inspired by the legendary sword saint of Shushan, who was said to wield control over 1,000 swords and could cleave mountains with a single stroke. The sword saint, a formidable figure, was a source of admiration for Pierre, who aspired to surpass even such greatness. Pierre's flight upon his great sword was indeed graceful, his hair split to the side. Had it been longer and he donned white attire, he would have closely resembled the sword saint. Galen felt immense satisfaction as he observed the members of Pierre's 6th squad maneuvering with exceptional agility under the influence of his magnet fruit abilities. Their mobility was nothing short of perfect. Meanwhile, Leo's 5th squad emerged gradually from the forest. Previously, Leo had been honing his marksmanship with the eagle-formed devil fruit. In battle, he primarily employed his legs, transforming into a 3.5-meter-tall anthropomorphic eagle, his face a blend of human and avian features, complete with a formidable beak. Armed with a firearm, he soared through the air, his wings unfurling without any hindrance. However, the kicking technique has become remarkably powerful. In his orc form, Leo possesses legs akin to the talons of an eagle, with 4 enormous claws. Thanks to the abilities granted by this fruit, his leg strength is immense, and his kicking technique is exceptionally refined. He has even developed his unique leg technique, the eagle kick combo, and is currently honing a move reminiscent of iron block. Each day, he consumes a flame potion to enhance his physical prowess. Galen has invested heavily in this endeavor, ensuring that every captain in the squad receives a portion of the flame potion to bolster their physical attributes. These potions are the masterpieces of the ship's physician, Ross, who continues to enhance them using the sap from the fire dragon vine and the snake-kissing orchid, preparing to develop stamina-boosting potions. While these potions may not significantly benefit skilled fighters like Galen, they do provide some assistance to Sambert. The flame potion is a treasure for those with the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, gradually increasing their size or strength in animal form and even aiding in the development of flame skills. This vine, having grown from the remains of a fallen fire dragon, has been aptly named Fire Dragon Grass by Ross. His mastery of the medicine fruit is truly remarkable. He can transform ordinary herbs into medicinal materials endowed with special properties. For instance, the red power grass can slightly enhance physical strength, while the red constitution grass provides a minor boost to overall physical capabilities, both cultivated from the crystallized essence of the fire dragon's flesh and blood. Galen has dedicated the entirety of the 4th deck to Ross for the cultivation of his medicinal trees, a testament to Ross's ingenuity. Galen eagerly anticipates Ross's further enhancement of his fruit's capabilities and has provided him with a flame potion to strengthen his physical training, thus elevating his skills and developing even more potent abilities tied to the medicine devil fruit. Ross, however, finds himself rather burdened, as Galen seems to regard him as a combatant, demanding he learn various medical disciplines and undergo pharmacological training. Galen frequently encourages Ross, promising to improve his compensation. Captain Bob Cleo of the 7th Division has also joined forces with Galen, and Cleo's strength has been advancing rapidly. He has already devised the flame air bomb and air explosion techniques, reaching the level of a rear admiral in overall power, although he still lacks somewhat in physical combat. Nevertheless, his fruit ability is exceptionally formidable, allowing him to compress air bombs in his hands and create super flame bombs through rapid friction. Even the bear's meatball fruit can compress air bombs, while the explosion fruit excels at controlling the explosion radius of air bombs, particularly with flame bombs. The destructive power is astonishing, A single flame air bomb can create a massive crater spanning 400 meters. These can be launched over great distances alongside flame punches. While he continues to practice the Navy's 6 styles, mastering the moonwalk and gale step, and has become proficient in the shave technique, enabling him to execute flame kicks. Gallon chuckles, remarking that indeed, many devil fruit users can effortlessly develop such techniques. Indeed, the rating of the burning fruit has been lowered once again. Following this, Captain Rakuten of the 4th Division has reunited with his crew and Gallon. Gallon gazes at this captain with great anticipation. Rakuten's ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the terror crocodile, has been developed impressively. His size has reached an astonishing 30 meters. In his human animal form, he stands 12 meters tall, transforming into a gray humanoid crocodile that bears little resemblance to a human. His entire body is encased in gray crocodile skin, akin to armor, and his hair has vanished, presenting him as a towering crocodile. A long tail extends from behind, and his hands have morphed into massive claws, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Additionally, Rakuten is well-versed in the 6 styles of the Navy, particularly in techniques such as shave and moonwalk. Observing his prowess, Gallon has decided to bestow this fruit upon him. It appears to be destiny, and the flame potion has indeed augmented his physical capabilities, as well as his size in the terror crocodile form. If he continues to master the 6 styles and further develops the ability of life return, the potential is immense. Pecky's devil fruit abilities complement his standing strength remarkably. The dog fruit, a common type that transforms into a wild boar, excels in combat in both its human-animal form. Pecky has adeptly mastered 3 techniques from the Navy's 6 styles, achieving the strength of a rear admiral comparable to other division captains. If he were to face a rear admiral, the odds would still be slim. Captain Delanza of the 8th Division is also making rapid progress. His ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, the Archaeopteryx, boasts a remarkable combat capability. His wings, adorned with claws and feathers, form a 9-meter-long giant Archaeopteryx, resembling those feathered dinosaurs, but lacking a feathered tail. His beak is reminiscent of the carnivorous Utahraptor, albeit capable of limited flight. His soaring distance may not be extensive, but his gliding range is impressive. In his human-animal form, he reaches a height of 6 meters, with elongated, razor-sharp forelimbs ideal for close combat. Delanza is particularly adept at combining his attacks with the spear technique, while also training in shave and moonwalk. This enables him to overcome his limitation of short-range flight, allowing for a dazzling aerial combat style. Moreover, he is honing the Gale Foot technique, and he is likely to attain the strength of an admiral in the future. Achieving the status of an elite rear admiral will be well within reach. This ability to fly also facilitates easy escapes. Captain George, the 1st Division leader, possesses the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit of the Megatherium, which is quite formidable. Upon activating the giant bear form, he reaches an imposing length of 25 meters and a shoulder height of 9 meters, showcasing 2 massive teeth and a fearsome bear head. His colossal paws are equipped with 5 1-meter-long claws. George has also trained in the 6 styles, mastering shave, spear, and iron block techniques. His giant bear form is similar to his human-animal form, allowing for upright combat. The giant bear is renowned for its defensive strength and power. Moreover, it is an ancient breed, its strength nearly rivaling that of Gallon's dragon-human form, albeit devoid of elemental power, merely a manifestation of brute physical enhancement. Initially, there was an intention to wield a weapon, but that notion has since been discarded. Once all the division commanders had congregated at Gallon's designated meeting point, Dragon General Talarin embarked on his own mission, commencing an early exploration of the deserted island. Upon the arrival of all the division leaders, Gallon prepared to delve into this ancient temple. He addressed his comrades, urging them to explore the area thoroughly, as it may harbor treasures concealed by other pirates. With that, Gallon took the lead and stepped into the dilapidated temple, where portions of the walls had already collapsed and continued to crumble. Utilizing the abilities conferred by the Earth Fruit, Gallon propped up the impending debris, preventing further collapse. George remarked on the significant archaeological value of this enormous structure, to which Gallon responded, "You possess knowledge in this regard?" He then activated his Earth Fruit powers once more, commencing the renovation of the crumbling temple with the very soil itself. Concerned that the temple might collapse and waste precious time in the pursuit of devil fruits, he reinforced and restored the structure within a mere minute, transforming the dilapidated edifice into a renewed spectacle, all through the application of black mineral soil. Gallon mused to himself, "This fruit truly makes me an engineer of the seas." He then instructed his crew to scour the premises. As they reached the central hall of the temple, Allison spoke, "Captain, do take a look at these floor tiles." Galen observed the ancient pattern tiles beneath them and immediately employed his earth fruit abilities to elevate each piece. Indeed, at the heart of the main hall, they uncovered a vast pit where the tiles above had decayed and fallen into the abyss. This pit was approximately 5 to 6 meters deep and over 2 meters wide. Galen, utilizing his powers as an earth fruit user, lifted the contents beneath the pit. To his astonishment, gold, silver, jewels, and an abundance of berries gradually emerged before him. However, these berries exhibited signs of rot and mold, casting doubt on their usability. Galen then invoked the fiery might of the fire dragon to incinerate the mold, turning the surrounding air into a sweltering zone. Although the berries had become unusable, there were approximately 1,000,000 of them, and Galen, unperturbed, decided to burn them. He then rummaged through the pile of gold, opening several chests. The first chest revealed a golden sword, a golden dagger, and golden gauntlets. Galen remarked, "Of little use," before proceeding to the second chest. Indeed, one of the chests revealed 2 smaller boxes. Garen opened one of these boxes, discovering a superhuman-type devil fruit, the glass fruit. With a smile, he remarked, "What a fortunate find with minimal effort." He then proceeded to open the second box, unveiling yet another devil fruit, this time an animal type. The bird fruit, in the form of a common swan. Allison spoke up, "Captain, we have found it." Garen responded, "You all have done exceptionally well." Garen scrutinized the first devil fruit, the superhuman glass fruit, acknowledging its formidable abilities. This fruit could produce hardened glass and bulletproof glass, transforming its consumer into a glass man, capable of manipulating glass to become invisible. Garen found this power to be quite impressive. Although its hardness may not rival that of the steel fruit, it possesses unique advantages, particularly in intelligence gathering, and it can unleash super-hardened glass attacks. He pondered whether its defensive capabilities could surpass those of the barrier fruit, which would depend on the extent of its development. Garen decided to bestow this fruit upon Long Wu, a promising young man who had been diligently training in the Navy S6 styles for 2 months. With the power of this fruit, he could potentially become a formidable expert. Garen called out, "Xiao Wu, come here." The others looked on, enviously, at Long Wu, a 19-year-old youth standing at 2.5 meters tall, also one of the slaves rescued by Garen. With his striking features, blonde hair, and oval face, and large eyes, he bore a resemblance to Sanji and exuded an aura of resilience. Garen admired him greatly. Long Wu had a commendable relationship with Dragon and Tali, proving to be a diligent worker. Garen continued, "This fruit is for you. Train diligently. Do not squander the potential of this powerful devil fruit." The glass fruit enables the use of tempered and super-hardened glass, impervious to cannon fire and gunfire. Long Wu, exhilarated, gratefully accepted the devil fruit, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain." Garen then called upon Long Lu and Long Qi, preparing to allocate 1 devil fruit to each of them. He advised, "Train well, and do not waste these 2 devil fruits." Long Lu's devil fruit was the bird fruit, in the form of a common swan. However, this particular devil fruit belongs to the swan type and possesses the ability of flight. Garen felt that it was indeed a worthwhile acquisition. Long Qi's devil fruit is the bat fruit of the ordinary type, which also allows for flight and possesses echolocation capabilities, enabling the user to automatically sense the surrounding environment. This fruit is exceptionally suited for gathering intelligence, having been recently discovered by Simbird on the island. Garen addressed the other Dragon Guard officers, "Everyone, let us strive diligently and refrain from neglecting our training. In the future, with the presence of devil fruits, everyone will have their chance." Garen divided the treasures into 9 piles and remarked, "Let Oldson distribute these gold and jewels among everyone." Garen had initially come for the devil fruits and was overjoyed to have acquired 3 of them in one go. He currently possesses 3 devil fruits. The first is a mythical beast type of the lightning element, the form of which remains unknown. The second is the paramecia type, the flip fruit, whose power of attack is extraordinarily high. He intends to keep it for his children. The third is the paramecia type steel fruit, which boasts formidable abilities and is a superior version of the stone fruit. This one cannot be given to his subordinates. The fourth is the logia type rain fruit, which he has given to Ji Yuan. Garen mused, that little rabbit should have returned to the Navy base in the South Sea by now, likely preparing to head to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, gathering intelligence on my ship, stealing the 6 powers of the Navy, and obtaining a powerful logia-type devil fruit. It should be no trouble for him to achieve the rank of Vice Admiral in the future, and upon encountering the celestial dragons, he will surely grow increasingly estranged from the world government. In due course, you shall unwaveringly follow me, ensnared by my gentlest of blades. Your heart must be brimming with my presence. Galen chuckled. Ah, you will surely be at my mercy henceforth. He instructed the other captains to continue their exploration of the deserted island, while Long Wu, Long Lu, and Long Chi were tasked with familiarizing themselves with the powers of the devil fruits. Galen then embarked upon his training, well aware of the method to cultivate Carp's Haki. The Galaxy Impact. This technique requires neither the use of armament Haki nor any devil fruit abilities. It involves striking the abandoned naval vessels with his bare fists. Galen was determined to enhance his physical strength through rigorous practice against the mountains, employing direct punches, jabs, and hooks without relying on any devil fruit abilities. Such training would also hasten the awakening of his conqueror's Haki. Galen mused to himself, the pinnacle of armament Haki possesses a hue as dark as ink, enveloping the entire body and rendering one impervious to blades and firearms. The current steel-boned Admiral Kong exemplified this supreme Haki. In his youth, Carp had similarly honed his skills to perfection, additionally wielding Conqueror's Haki. With a single punch imbued with Conqueror's Haki, he shattered Honeycomb Island, though the narrative necessitated his sacrifice to shield the fugitive King Kobe from harm. Moreover, Ryuma, the master swordsman, wielded the silent kill swordsmanship, and his formidable demon sword, Reiju, possesses the ability to drain the life essence of its foes. The prowess of the demon sword wielder is indeed formidable. A single strike pierced Carp's body, while Reiji siphoned the blood of its adversary. The 78-year-old Carp suffered grievous injuries, yet managed to engage in a fierce exchange with Akiji, delivering a rapid blow that sent Akiji into the fissures of the earth, followed by a devastating galaxy split that severely wounded the tyrant. Ultimately, Carp lay on the ground, while Akiji was encased in ice, a stark reminder that age is indeed a merciless adversary. Had Carp been in his prime, the crew of Blackbeard would have been left in utter disarray, brutally subdued beneath his might. This, too, belongs to the realm of sacrifice, without Carp's offering. How could Kobe have emerged as a young elite of the Navy? Galen initially emulated Carp's training method, awaiting the eventual awakening of his Haki. As Galen began to practice his punches against the rocky wall, the others embarked on their exploration of the island. They brought aboard peculiar plants for Ross to examine, while animals were processed on site. Simbert activated his hurricane step, enveloping himself with the powers of the win-win fruit, and began to swiftly gather resources from the air. By afternoon, the majority of the island had been explored, demonstrating the strength of collective effort. The vast expanse of the island had been thoroughly surveyed, revealing an array of wildlife: bison, wild sheep, wild boars, rhinoceroses, and numerous carnivorous creatures such as mountain lions, black bears, and leopards, all of which had been encountered by the Flame Dragon pirates. The island had become a refuge for fleeing animals, many of which were colossal, surpassing even those Galen had previously encountered. Additionally, the four-horned antelopes presented themselves as delectable sources of nourishment. In the central valley of the island, they discovered the Jean tree vines, which bore blossoms. Animals that consumed these flowers would experience enhanced genetics, leading to further growth in their size. This island harbors numerous secrets. Galen instructed his crew to transplant all the genetic vines onto the ship, covering them with the vivid red soil. He entrusted all research concerning these vines to Ross, who discovered that their quantity exceeded that of the snake-kissed orchids by a factor of 2. Around 9 in the evening, Galen returned to the ship, had dinner, took a shower, and then retired for the night, delegating the remaining tasks to the first mate. After an arduous day of training his fists, his hands were cramping. He refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Although Galen's body and fists had attained a remarkable hardness, approaching that of steel, the prolonged training, combined with the six-fold weighted suit activated by the red clay, required him to multitask in honing his iron fists. He even employed the gravity clay weighted suit to increase the difficulty, engaging in high-speed training to swiftly awaken his armament Haki. Meanwhile, the other squad captains returned to their ships laden with spoils. The support crew busied themselves with cooking and transporting the prey, while some of the captured herbivore offspring were kept on the merchant vessels at the rear of the fleet. These young animals, including massive wild buffalo, boars, sheep, and horses, were nurtured aboard the ship to serve as a source of meat. Galen also planned to establish a breeding farm on the Sky Island, which lacked such livestock. He pondered the dilemma of sourcing food when the time came. The conventional cattle and sheep were not nearly as large, nor did they provide the same nutritional value. Currently, he was capturing a plethora of enormous creatures on this lost island to enhance production. As for the animals experiencing seasickness, Ross's special herbal remedy effectively alleviated the discomfort among the crew. At that moment, George presented today's newspaper, exclaiming, "Captain, you've made headlines again in Morgan's news agency." Gallon glanced at the front page and, in disbelief, remarked, "Every day they seem intent on my downfall. They might as well publish my exact location." George replied, "Captain, people are praising you. Aren't you pleased?" To which Gallon retorted, "What joy can I find when my information is laid bare?" For several consecutive issues, I've been the headline, liberating slaves from a certain kingdom, the only dual devil fruit user, the mightiest flame dragon. The nemesis of the world government's member states, am I not walking a perilous path? Previously, Morgan's news agency had glorified Roger's pirates or reported on Whitebeard's adopted sons and the Big Mom Pirates alliances. Gallon, who relished purchasing newspapers to witness the unfolding drama, now found himself overwhelmed by Morgan's exaggerated reports. It was not that Gallon lacked a thick skin. Rather, he genuinely feared the world government's scrutiny. With the Roger pirates currently under their watchful eye, life had become a constant struggle. Gallon concluded that he must adopt a more discreet approach in the future. When the time comes, if we perish, it would be the end indeed. Even the mighty flame dragon cannot withstand the devastating blows from the world government. Why does Morgan indulge in extolling Gallon? It is primarily because he has heard of Gallon's unique style. Those who betray Gallon can receive a bounty of 200,000 berries. I might as well write a commendatory piece, as it could yield at least a few billion in the future. Gallon expressed his surprise at such an unexpected turn of events. As for whether Gallon is worthy of these accolades, he humbly stated that he is not yet deserving. Gallon continued his exploration of the island, and after 2 days, having completed his survey, he made considerable gains. Sombert remarked, "Captain, our crew's strength has indeed increased." Gallon replied, "Old Som, our forthcoming voyage will be fraught with danger. The Roger pirates are on the path to becoming the Pirate King, and all naval elites are focusing their efforts on countering them, allowing us to develop in relative safety for this long. Once our bounty surpasses 100 million, those elite naval forces will inevitably turn their attention towards us." After stating this, Allison interjected, "Those admirals from the Navy headquarters are, in my view, mere puppets, each waving the banner of justice, nothing more than jesters and lackeys of the celestial dragons." Gallon responded, "Not all of them are mere lackeys. There are indeed some dovish members within the Navy who strive to protect civilians, while the hawkish factions are typically prone to unwarranted bloodshed." Gallon continued, "Let us first hold a modest banquet." Sombert replied, "Of course, Captain." Babiro, the logistics officer, was tasked with organizing the crew to present all the delectable dishes available. Countless culinary delights were served at the table, and after the crew had feasted satisfactorily, they concluded their small banquet and prepared to board the ship for departure. The sailors resumed their duties, setting sail once more. Gallon entrusted all these matters to Sombert, instructing logistics officer Babiro to collaborate with the first mate. The fleet commenced its voyage in an orderly manner, with Sombert utilizing the powers of the wind fruit to expedite their journey. 22 ships led by war vessels forged a path, while merchant ships followed behind, with Gallon's ship positioned centrally. The sailor Garud joyfully remarked to Sombert, "In just 3 days, we shall reach the next kingdom, which is surrounded by 3 other nations, all in close proximity, merely a few hundred nautical miles apart. Many of the inhabitants of these 4 kingdoms engage in commercial dealings." Sombert replied, "Captain, you might already have a plan in mind. There will undoubtedly be action to follow." Garud responded to the first mate, "Indeed, given the captain's nature, he would never let such opportunities slip by. However, adjacent to those islands lies a naval base in the South China Sea." Sombert remarked, "We merely seize a portion of wealth, without the necessity for excessive bloodshed. This wealth was originally extracted from the toil of the common people by those kings and nobles. When we claim it, we shall distribute a portion to the elderly and the destitute, thus serving a higher moral cause." This notion echoes Gallon's adaptation of the tales of the Liangshan heroes into a piratical narrative, robbing the rich to aid the poor, acting on behalf of justice. Sombert wholeheartedly endorsed such valiant figures. Gallon, on the 4th tier of the deck, harnessed the power of the earth fruit to amass a colossal bag of red rock and soil, remarkably sturdy. This was a recent development of his abilities. He decomposed hard rock using the earth fruit's powers and then reassembled it, resulting in a remarkably dense material. He also worked with black minerals and explosive nitrates, merging them with fire elements to create a searing, explosive magma. When applied to his fists, this culminated in the true Inferno Dragon Burst Fist, boasting a destructive force at least 3-fold greater than before. His magma-infused earth-shattering star attack also exhibited a tripled explosive capacity, with the temperature of his flames exceeding 500 degrees Celsius. The color of his flames transformed from yellow-red to a vibrant crimson. Upon contact, they cooled rapidly. Galen continued to refine his physical prowess, hoping to enhance his mastery of hockey. Yet, he felt a lingering inadequacy, as if he were just shy of a breakthrough. Thus, the only recourse was to persist in his training, striving for an early advancement. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan had reached the Grand Line and was nearing the naval headquarters. Upon landing at the naval base, he was immediately met with attempts to apprehend him. With a swift strike, he incapacitated one assailant, then unleashed a torrential water crescent blade, cleaving a path through the naval base. Many soldiers were swept into the sea, leaving Ji Yuan astonished as he exclaimed, "Such power! The abilities of this devil fruit are truly formidable." Had the recent strike been forceful enough, these individuals would undoubtedly have been slain by the water blade. Truly. The rain fruit is a top-tier devil fruit. Captain Shurian inquired, "Bring your base commander to me." "I am Captain Shurian of the Navy headquarters." The base commander, a man in his 30s, trembled in fear and replied, "Are you truly an elite captain from the Navy headquarters?" "I am the base commander. How may I assist you?" Captain Shurian then received a call from the South Sea Navy branch, informing Gilmy, "I have infiltrated the ship of the fiery dragon, Garen, retrieved the Navy's 6 techniques, and seized a powerful natural-type devil fruit, the rain fruit. I also learned that Garen consumed 2 devil fruits and managed to escape from his pirate crew." Admiral Gilmy, filled with excitement, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Shurian, for rectifying my oversight." He promptly sent a telegraph to headquarters. Captain Shurian had successfully completed his mission and acquired a formidable natural-type devil fruit, along with the Navy's 6 techniques. Upon learning that Captain Shurian was alive and had excelled in his task, the grinning Admiral Steelbone Kong reported to Marshal Steelbone Kong, who was immensely pleased. "Indeed, Captain Shurian is a member of the elite Navy class and has fulfilled the mission assigned by the 5 elders. Prepare a ship to retrieve him." He has also seized Garen's natural-type devil fruit, which is truly impressive. He then addressed the other high-ranking Navy officials, stating, "From now on, anyone who dares to steal from our Navy will face dire consequences. That wretched Garen had the audacity to pilfer our 6 techniques." Marshal Steelbone Kong added, "Now our Captain Shurian has also taken Garen's devil fruit, a remarkably powerful natural-type rain fruit. This signifies that our Navy will rise with a formidable new force." He beamed with pride, stating, "This fruit must have been a prized possession of Garen, akin to his treasure, and it has now been seized by our elite, Captain Shurian. The Garen pirates must be infuriated. Perhaps they can scarcely eat in their fury. Our Navy's reclamation from pirates is indeed just." With a smile, he proclaimed, "Upon Captain Shurian's return to headquarters, I shall promote him." Additionally, the 5 elders have already recorded a significant achievement for him. Admiral Crane expressed her satisfaction. "This child has matured and accomplished his task exceptionally well." Admiral Kizaru remarked, "My junior is truly formidable. How fearsome indeed." With a twitch of his lips, Admiral Akina darkly stated, "If only we could eliminate that fiery dragon Garen aboard his ship." After speaking, he patted his trousers. Akiji, a sycophant of Carp, yearned to follow him in pursuit of Roger. However, Carp deemed Akiji too weak for the new world, leading him to train in the Navy headquarters, striking military bags with his fists. Akiji's participation in the Navy was merely to curry favor with Carp, but he later lost his sense of justice, which had become lazy and corrupted. Kizaru, with his ambiguous sense of justice, represented a tangible form of righteousness derived from Garen's butterfly effect, altering Kizaru's ambitions with 4 billion berries, expanding his vision. The war god merely wished to save more berries for a peaceful retirement, finding joy in counting his wealth. Is this excessive? Certainly not. Kizaru continued to gaze at Marshal Steelbone Kong, who looked on with confusion. "Borsellino, what are your thoughts?" Kizaru replied, "I wish to go out and rob pirates, not to combat them," accompanied by a twitch of his lips. Marshal Steelbone Kong, expressing disdain, replied, "You should remain here at headquarters. The communications department requires your oversight." He then instructed Kizaru to send a ship to retrieve Captain Shurian, who set sail towards the Red Line. After 2 days of sailing, Captain Shurian grew weary of the ship and transformed into steam, floating in the air, traveling faster than the vessel, with a compass to guide him. He arrived at the Red Line and landed beside a military ship, boarding it in preparation to return to Marineford. Captain Shurian felt as though he had been dreaming these past days, having encountered a man of boundless generosity who aided him in his mission, he was simply too handsome. If only he were a naval officer. However, upon further reflection, it matters not what he is. Once I realize my aspirations, I too shall live freely and unencumbered. The ship began its journey towards Marineford, and in approximately 2 days, we would arrive. On the 10th day aboard, Ji Yuan started his daily reminiscence of Galen and resumed his training. Yet, at this moment, he felt waves of nausea, a desire to vomit, and an insatiable hunger for sustenance. This warship navigated beneath the Red Line, entering a designated naval passage that led directly to the holy land of the celestial dragons, McGrady-like. Before descending towards Marineford, upon passing through the gates, we reached the naval headquarters, where high-tech elevators were activated. Above the Red Line on the path to McGrady-like, several moving escalators awaited, enabling one to ascend directly to the Holy Land. Below these escalators, countless slaves labored, their plight a harrowing spectacle. Anyone possessing the ability to sense the color of observation would perceive the helpless cries and wails of the slaves beneath the escalators. After consuming the rain fruit, Ji Yuan's appearance had become even more striking, his skin as fair as the rain itself. Originally a perfect 10, he now surpassed expectations, reaching an extraordinary 12. Ji Yuan did not enter McGrady-like, but instead chose to transform into vapor, drifting through the sky. After a brief flight of approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the naval headquarters entrance, overwhelmed with excitement as he exclaimed, "At last, I have returned to Marineford." This place, referred to by Galen as the labor center for the celestial dragons, was viewed by the naval officers as a sacred site. Ji Yuan approached the entrance and dialed a number, reaching out to Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Sister Tsuru, I have returned. I am at the naval headquarters entrance. Are you at the women's naval elite camp?" Indeed, the young women belonged to Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. Tsuru, still in her early 50s, radiated a captivating beauty. Both Sengoku and Garp held great admiration for her, though Garp eventually married, while Sengoku remained solitary, without descendants. His adopted son, Don Quixote Corazon, fell victim to Doflamingos. And in later years, Sengoku came to appreciate law, ultimately facing a lonely old age. Tsuru had married an unknown individual and now had children and grandchildren. Her granddaughter, Peacock, possessed the abilities of the whip fruit and later joined the Navy's Special Operations Team, Sogeking, capable of confronting the 4 emperors. However, should she be captured by pirates, she would bear the consequences alone, as the Navy would not acknowledge her, rendering her akin to a disposable flag. The rivalry between Sengoku and Garp inadvertently benefited others. If Galen were to witness this, he would surely find it amusing, lamenting the years of camaraderie only to see his fellow officers bested by others. Upon Ji Yuan's return to the women's elite naval camp, Vice Admiral Tsuru was greatly delighted and brought along a multitude of female naval elites to visit him. It must be said that these female naval elites hold great admiration for Vice Admiral Crane, viewing her as an elder sister. Vice Admiral Crane possesses a remarkable personal charm and treats her subordinates with exceptional kindness. After changing into her attire and donning her sword, complemented by the exquisite blade gifted to her by Garen, named Downpour, she now wields 2 magnificent swords. At this moment, she arrived at the door of Shi-Wan's room, lightly knocking before announcing, "Little Shi-Wan, I heard you have returned. We all came to visit you." Vice Admiral Crane continued, "You performed exceptionally well on this mission, and Admiral Kong is preparing to promote you." Shi-Wan smiled at Vice Admiral Crane and replied, "Sister Crane, what a surprise. I was just about to change and come report to you." Vice Admiral Crane expressed her delight, saying, "I heard the 5 Elder Stars consider you a genius. This mission has indeed been arduous." Reflecting on her successful infiltration of the Flame Dragon pirate crew led by Garen and the successful theft of the Navy's 6 Styles manual, Shi-Wan felt a sense of fulfillment in returning triumphant, having also acquired a potent devil fruit ability. With a joyful tone, Shi-Wan remarked, "This mission was not difficult at all. In fact, I completed it with great pleasure." Vice Admiral Crane responded, "It seems Garen's ineptitude allowed you to accomplish your task with ease. You have also uncovered the secret of Garen consuming 2 devil fruits." Shi-Wan smiled gently, "Indeed, Sister Crane, it is not as complicated as you might think. I have heard that Garen uses the earth from his body to store the flame dragon fruit, which automatically recognized him as its master, making him the only individual at sea capable of wielding 2 devil fruit powers." Vice Admiral Crane harbored doubts, recalling that Rear Admiral Jimmer of the South Sea Navy described Garen as a particularly cunning pirate. She began to question the validity of this method. Given Jimmer's description and Garen's apparent high intelligence, as well as his strong crew. Observing Shi-Wan, who had grown fairer and more beautiful. She deduced that Garen must have been captivated by Shi-Yuan's allure. Indeed, she continued, our little Shi-Yuan has become even more beautiful. Is this transformation due to the downpour fruit? Shi-Yuan replied, really? I haven't even taken a good look at myself. She then produced a small makeup mirror, and upon gazing at her reflection, she saw her complexion as fair and radiant as rainwater, her beauty enhanced. Her arms and entire body felt as smooth as jade. Shi-Yuan thought to herself, Garen is truly a considerate man, gifting me this fruit, which not only boosts my strength but also enhances my appearance, simply perfect. The female naval elites surrounding her offered their congratulations, eagerly inquiring about her newfound beauty. Many of these women were exceptionally talented, having graduated from Zifa's training, proficient in one or two of the Navy's 6 styles. This place was considered a sanctuary for male sailors seeking female companions. And Shi-Yuan was recognized as the most beautiful female naval officer. The female naval camp, consisting of thousands of soldiers, often accompanied Vice Admiral Crane, serving as communication officers, navigators, or musicians in the Navy's intelligence department. Vice Admiral Crane led Shi-Yuan and a group of female sailors to the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters. Admiral Kong was overjoyed upon seeing Shi-Yuan's return and extended his congratulations. He then began reporting to the 5 Elder Stars. Moshi Moshi. The transponder snail soon relayed the voice of Saint Saturn. He inquired, what news do you have, Kong? Kong replied, esteemed Elder Stars, our elite undercover agent has returned. Having seized the Navy's 6 styles from Garen and uncovered the secret of his dual devil fruit consumption, Saint Saturn expressed satisfaction, saying, please share all that you know. Kong responded, Garen utilizes the earth space within his body to store the flame dragon fruit, which then automatically recognized him as its master. Saint Saturn then asked, is this all the information obtained by our undercover agent? Excellent work. After hanging up, he joined the daily posturing competition among the 5 Elder Stars. The other 4 members commented, this aligns closely with the information we received. Saint Saturn remarked, this devil fruit must share the same automatic recognition trait as the Nika fruit. Saint Mars, the financial warrior, interjected, Garen of the Flame Dragon pirate crew possesses 2 devil fruits, yet he is not of the D lineage. Saint Saturn responded, we must eliminate the Roger pirates, who dared to probe into the secrets of the world government. The Navy must exert all efforts to capture Roger, leaving Garen for another time. Saint Mars added, Roger is merely a trivial figure. With my first-generation sword, I could easily slay him. How dare he seek the final island? Treating our warnings with disdain? He is courting death. Saint Saturn concluded, Pirate Roger, how dare he invade the secrets of our world government? As for the fiery dragon, Garen, we shall wait until we are ready to impose sanctions upon him. I hope he learns to be wise and refrains from opposing the member states of our world government. The other esteemed members of the 5 elders nodded in agreement. Admiral Steelbone summoned the upper echelons of the Navy to the conference room, preparing to announce a promotion and salary increase for Officer Shi-Yuan. Soon, a multitude of high-ranking naval officers gathered in the conference room, with Admiral Kong seated at the forefront, alongside Admiral Sengoku, who wore small glasses, seemingly anxious that others might discover his considerable prowess. Meanwhile, Karp was still searching for Roger in the New World. The Roger pirates had already acquired 4 pieces of the historical texts and were poised to journey to the ultimate island, Raftel. Admiral Zifa was occupied with his students and could not attend, while the remaining attendees included Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and the future Vice Admiral. Now merely a Rear Admiral, Rear Admiral Doberman, Akainu's younger brother, and other hawkish members of the Navy such as Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, Rear Admiral Mole, Rear Admiral Demon Spider, Rear Admiral Steel Ray, Rear Admiral Stalaberry, Rear Admiral Dalmesia, Rear Admiral Jonathan, Rear Admiral Bussidi, and so forth. Rear Admiral Gilmy was still serving as the branch chief at the South Sea Navy base, while the Demon Slayer order was being frozen by Akiji and O'Hara. Once everyone was present, Admiral Steelbone instructed them to take their seats and prepare for the meeting. Admiral Kong announced that Officer Ji-Yuan had returned from his undercover mission, successfully retrieving the Navy's 6 styles and uncovering the secret of Garen's consumption of 2 devil fruits. He had also seized a powerful natural-type devil fruit from Garen, completing his mission with exceptional skill. Ji-Yuan had garnered numerous admirers, and those suitors expressed their excitement with applause, exclaiming, "Our Navy must make headlines, letting other pirates know we have quelled Garen's arrogance. We must promote Ji-Yuan to Admiral. He will undoubtedly lead us in a fierce campaign against other pirates." Officer Ji-Yuan embodies the strongest justice. Amidst this fervor, the rather lecherous Colonel Chibuta gazed at the beautiful Ji Yuan and proposed, "I suggest we elevate Officer Ji Yuan to the position of the next admiral. He is certainly capable of leading us in a vigorous offensive against the Four Seas." Admiral Kong, however, was visibly perturbed, internally lamenting the naivety of these admirers. The three vice admirals shook their heads in disapproval. Kazara remarked, "The position of admiral entails a substantial salary that cannot be managed by a mere newcomer." Akina stated, "The Navy is not a place for romantic entanglements. It is a department dedicated to maintaining peace on the seas. Let us not tarnish the essence of justice." Akiji calmly added, "Junior sister is still too young. She should wait." Vice Admiral Karp is truly the most suitable candidate for the position of admiral, Sengoku remarked. "Indeed, the Navy is not a child's game. Let us not conflate personal feelings with our professional duties." Ji Yuan, remaining composed, replied, "I do not yet possess such strength, nor am I worthy of such a heavy responsibility." Admiral Kong expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Officer Ji Yuan, I hereby promote you to Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. May you cultivate your abilities and aspire to advance to Admiral, becoming our Navy's first female admiral." Ji Yuan responded, "Thank you, Admiral." Admiral Kong continued, "Our Navy must intensify efforts to uphold peace on the seas. In the New World, Karp has already cornered the Roger pirates multiple times. However, the Roger pirates have managed to escape multiple times, inciting a rebellion among the formidable pirates of the New World. Numerous pirates have attacked the Navy's G1 base in the New World, while the G5 base near Fishman Island has also endured significant assaults, resulting in substantial losses." Admiral Akina then addressed Sakazuki, instructing him to guard the G1 base in the New World, while Kazan was tasked with overseeing the G5 base. Once the New World is stabilized, they are to return to Marine headquarters at Marineford. Steelbone Kong urged everyone to prepare for battle, remaining vigilant against the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Admiral Akainu urged all to swiftly finalize their deployments before dispersing. Ji Yuan and a group of female Marines were to return to their elite women's Marine camp under the guidance of Vice Admiral Tsuru, assisting her in completing daily tasks. Vice Admiral Tsuru, a strategist at the Marine headquarters, was responsible for formulating both routine combat plans and major operational strategies, as well as outlining routes for pursuing those pirates. Indeed, Vice Admiral Tsuru was regarded as the brain of the Navy. Ji Yuan remarked, "Sister Tsuru, you are so busy every day." Tsuru replied, "There is no choice. These male Marines only excel in combat, lacking the meticulousness we women possess." She smiled gently, adding, "These tasks are of utmost importance, and your assistance is greatly appreciated." At that moment, Ji Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, prompting a mischievous smile from Tsuru as she quipped, "It seems you might be harboring a little life within you. Who is the father of the child?" Ji Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could that be?" Her mind drifted back to that fateful night with Garen, recalling the peculiar actions and events, which caused her cheeks to flush. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. If he were to find out, he would surely be delighted. Ji Yuan mused. Garen's father's dying wish was to pass on his surname. She recalled that Garen's surname was Kate Garen, information she had gleaned aboard the Garen ship. This was common knowledge among the crew of the Flame Dragon pirates. Garen was a fisherman who, while at sea with his father, had encountered a storm and a massive tsunami. His father had sacrificed his escape to ensure Garen's survival, advising him to marry multiple wives and bear many children to carry on the family name. Ji Yuan resolved, "I too shall help him fulfill his dream." The Kate family is indeed admirable. If Garen were to learn of this, it would surely be amusing. It had begun as a jest aimed at Bina. Yet now over 20 crewmates were in on the secret. Ji Yuan eagerly anticipated the birth of her child, contemplating, "I wonder if you will be a boy or a girl." And she began to fantasize about whether the child would inherit Garen's striking red hair. Should she share this news with him? Meanwhile, Garen was aboard the ship, diligently practicing his meat fist technique against a rock and soil sandbag. Regardless of the time, Garen focused on honing his strength, knowing that only those with power could navigate the seas freely. On the Flame Dragon, Garen felt a profound frustration, despite practicing his meat fist for an extended period. He had yet to awaken his haki. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Garen declared, "Heaven, I am willing to trade 500 years of my lifespan for the chance to awaken my armament haki. If not enough, let the lifespan of Saturn Satan, Saint 500 be added. Foolish one Guanyua blesses me." After saying this, Garen unleashed a powerful straight punch against the sandbag. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his fist, a manifestation of his awakened armament haki. His fist transformed into a faint grayish-black hue. Garen chuckled. Had I known, I would have long ago exchanged the lifespan of that beast, Momonosuk, for the awakening of my armament haki. The life of Saturn Satan's Saint is also quite valuable. Continuing to channel his armament haki, he enveloped his left hand with a thin layer of the same gray-black energy. With a fierce strike, he smashed into the sandbag, which shattered into countless fragments, sending dust swirling into the air. Garen mused to himself, what a thrill, truly exhilarating. He then utilized the abilities of the earth fruit to reassemble a massive black mineral sandbag. Time to upgrade my sandbag, he declared. This black earth, infused with minerals and possessing iron-like properties, was exceptionally sturdy. Garen was acutely aware of the repercussions of being targeted by Morgans. Several pirate crews were preparing to confront him, including the notorious Bloodclaw pirates. A couple of days ago, upon sighting the ship of the Flame Dragon pirates, they deliberately steered closer. From a distance, Garen spotted 6 enormous vessels converging towards them. He learned from Allison that this was the infamous Bloodclaw pirates, led by Captain Bloodclaw Mandela, with a bounty of 100 million. Renowned for their brutality, their steel claws were razor-sharp, and they relished in the cruel slaughter of their foes. Brothers, watch me slay him, Garen proclaimed as he activated his Flame Dragon form. The colossal fire dragon soared towards the opposing ships. Captain Mandela, witnessing the soaring inferno, was gripped by fear and contemplated fleeing. Without hesitation, Garen summoned his fiery powers above the Bloodclaw fleet, exclaiming, Super Fire Meteor. He gathered a 50-meter fireball with his dragon claws and hurled it towards the Bloodclaw pirates. The immense fireball erupted into a dazzling display of fiery meteors, engulfing the 6 vessels. Thunderous explosions followed, and Captain Mandela met his demise instantly, as the ships were obliterated into fragments. The following day, the Mad Axe pirates approached, with 4 battleships advancing towards Garen's Flame Dragon pirates. Without a moment's pause, Garen transformed into his Flame Dragon form and soared from the Flame Dragon ship towards the Mad Axe pirates. Captain Mad Axe Johnson, wielding his battle axe, gazed at the fire dragon above and declared, It looks so real. Today, I shall slay the dragon. I am the mightiest pirate. Garen, observing Johnson, retorted, People like you are merely frogs at the bottom of the well, not even worthy of my attention. He unleashed another fiery assault, as the dragon's maw spewed forth blazing flames. The 4 massive ships were engulfed in flames, reaching temperatures exceeding 5,000 degrees, swiftly incinerating them. Captain Johnson was also consumed by the fire. Garen reflected, These pirate crews' fervor for the Flame Dragon pirates is a desire to devour me. Even those pirate crews lacking in strength must make an attempt, for they are well aware of the immense wealth possessed by the Flame Dragon pirate crew. Moreover, defeating Garen would bestow upon them a certain renown. Yet, a significant portion of these pirates is both arrogant and ignorant, many of them unaware of what devil fruits truly are. Undeterred, Garen shows no leniency. He grants the opposing pirate crew no opportunity to even announce their names. His approach is marked by swiftness and ruthlessness, swiftly annihilating them. Simbert remarks that these individuals are unworthy of the captain's intervention, asserting that he too can easily vanquish the enemy. Garen responds, suggesting, Old Simbert, perhaps next time you might practice your skills as well. By this afternoon, the Flame Dragon pirate crew is nearing its destination. Simbert informs Garen, Captain, ahead lies the kingdom of Elf France, surrounded by 3 other kingdoms. Hearing this, Garen smiles and replies, These 4 kingdoms are member states of the world government, representing significant assets, berries, gold, jewelry, and most importantly, devil fruits. In his mind, Garen contemplates his current stock of 3 devil fruits. The first, a prized possession, is an unknown lightning-type mythical Zoan devil fruit. This vexes him, as both devil fruit catalogs lack any records, leaving him unable to verify the information. Moreover, it is a blue fire dragon fruit adorned with a lightning emblem and 2 faint wings. Garen speculates it may represent a thunderbird or a thunder dragon form, likely a winged creature. He cannot bestow these fruits upon his crew, as he has 2 women, Alice and Bina, who are both pregnant. When the time comes for their children to be born, he must prepare powerful devil fruits for them. Garen reflects, what if other women also bear children? Without these potent devil fruits, they may struggle to cope with the challenges ahead. He does not hold high hopes for his genetic lineage. If his children cannot thrive in this tumultuous era, it would be a tragedy. He intends to provide each of them with a formidable devil fruit, ensuring they can at least defend themselves, if not achieve greatness. Garen's thoughts drift to the White Rabbit, and he muses that it must have already returned to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. He plans to visit her in the future, perhaps to offer a small seed or a bit of soy milk. He continues to ponder how to align himself with the world government, to ride on their coattails and gradually siphon off their resources. He considers what leverage he possesses to gain entry into the world government. The first asset is his assistance in combating Joy Boy. The second is the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. The third concerns the whereabouts of the rubber fruit. The fourth pertains to the reincarnation of Joy Boy. Garen reflects, the five elders are the architects of the seven warlord system. They do not harbor disdain for pirates. However, they will act decisively against those who infringe upon the world government's taboos. He contemplates the possibility of becoming a warlord himself, a prestigious status that would grant him legitimacy as a pirate. In that scenario, he could establish his own kingdom, ideally incorporating the magical town of Gaia Island into his domain. When the time comes to seize the empty islands atop Gaia, an invincible rhythm will ensue. After a decade of cautious development, it remains uncertain who will ascend to the throne of the world. As the Enryu approaches the island, Garen summoned all captains of the divisions and Dragon Guard officials to the captain's conference room, ready to issue a mission of plunder and prosperity. The senior members of the Enryu pirate crew gathered around a grand round table, with Garen and Simbert occupying the foremost seats. Garen began, "Today, we shall divide our forces. There are 4 nations allied with the world government in this sea area, and we, the Enryu pirates, aim to capture them all." The officers eagerly responded, "Captain, we are prepared and ever ready," their faces ablaze with fighting spirit as they awaited Garen's command. Garen turned to Simbert, instructing, "Vice Captain, take the 1st Division led by George and the 2nd Division led by Pecky to the kingdom on the left of Alpha. Engage in plunder or theft, as long as we acquire the devil fruits, treasures, and famed swords." Garen added, "The most crucial of these is the devil fruits." Simbert assured, "Rest easy, Captain. I guarantee that all devil fruits from that kingdom will be ours." Garen continued, "Captain of the Dark Dragon Guard, Longi, will accompany Vice Captain Simbert. After a successful raid, we shall regroup in Alpha." Simbert affirmed, "Understood." Garen then addressed the captains of the 3rd Division, Allison, 4th Division, Leichton, 5th Division, Rio, and 6th Division, PL. You 4 divisions will head to the kingdom in the Right Sea area. Dragon Commander Talaron will lead the remaining Dragon Guard to assist PL in this endeavor. PL, you are responsible for supporting the mission's command. PL responded, "Understood, Captain. I will ensure we bring back the devil fruits, famed swords, and treasures." Garen reiterated, "We will regroup in Alpha. Maintain contact via the transponder snail." Several division leaders acknowledged, "Understood, Captain." Garen then instructed, 7th Division, Clio, and 8th Division, Delinsa, you are to guard the fleet's navigation, waiting for our return at the northern port of Alpha. Both affirmed their understanding. Without further ado, Garen declared, "Everyone, commence action." The division leaders and Dragon Guards swiftly departed from the captain's quarters. Garen activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into a colossal fire dragon, soaring towards the kingdom in the upper right corner of Alpha, the Iron Kingdom, with the intent to raid single-handedly. After replenishing resources in Alpha, he planned to venture towards the reverse mountain, where the raging currents would propel their ships to the summit, allowing them to descend into the Grand Line. As a pirate, Garen lacked the means to navigate to other seas, thus he could only enter the Grand Line from the South Sea. The Red Line and the Calm Belt sever the 4 seas, rendering them isolated from each other, each a novice zone. Upon traversing the reverse mountain and entering the Grand Line, the formidable masters from various seas would clash, ultimately reaching the Sabaody archipelago, where they would seek shipwrights to coat their vessels. Beneath the red earth, at a depth of 10,000 meters, the island of Merfolk was traversed, leading to the New World, where fierce battles ensued, decapitating heads akin to those of dogs. The New World is notorious for its capricious weather, a realm dominated by the 4 emperors, making the pursuit of distinction exceptionally arduous. In this expanse, the island of Merfolk lies within the territory of Whitebeard, with a significant portion of the New World under his control. A central region belongs to the formidable Big Mom, while further back lies the dominion of Kaido and Wano country. Beyond that is the land of giants, Elbaf, where these colossal beings boast lifespans exceeding 8 centuries and possess immense strength, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Additionally, colossal elephants drift across the seas of the New World, with the island on the back of the elephant inhabited by the fur tribe, known as Zowa, which serves as the second repository for historical texts. Recalling these memories, Galen mused internally, "This vast ocean is indeed a realm of endless amusement, with opportunities awaiting my grasp." Galen, in his flame dragon form, soared rapidly across the sea towards Iron Island. Simbert, commanding 2 warships, led the 1st Division under Captain George and the 2nd Division under Captain Peggy, advancing towards the kingdom of Astucia adjacent to the kingdom of Elpha. Along their journey, they harnessed the powers of the wind fruit to unleash hurricanes for acceleration. Meanwhile, Pierre, accompanied by the 3rd Division led by White Wolf Allison, the 4th Division led by Captain Rexhun, and the 5th Division led by Leo, steered their 4 warships towards another kingdom, Rostek, surrounding Elpha. Utilizing his superhuman magnet fruit, he propelled them forward with magnetic force. The Flame Dragon pirates embarked upon a path of plunder and wealth, while the remaining Dragon Guards split into 2 groups. Dragon 1, Pazit, accompanied Simbert, while the rest followed Pierre, with Dragon Commander Talion acting alongside him. After everyone has achieved success, they will rendezvous in the kingdom of Elpha. Garen flew for a considerable duration before arriving at the Iron Kingdom, a vast realm encompassing over 30,000 square kilometers, featuring a small bay and numerous iron mines. The daily toil of the common folk involves mining, and they are also required to pay a tribute of gold to the kingdom each year. Garen soon located the palace of the kingdom and activated the abilities of the mud fruit, stealthily infiltrating underground. He mused to himself, "First, I must find the treasury of the Iron Kingdom. When the time comes, I shall seize all the treasures and carry them away." Garen reflected further. The devil fruits must be within the king's treasury. If I cannot locate them, I shall resort to abducting the king. I refuse to believe that the devil fruits are beyond my grasp. Thus, Garen commenced his search throughout the castle of this kingdom, activating his observation hockey as he burrowed through the ground. He penetrated the grand hall of the king's palace and, in the right wing annex of the hall, discovered the treasury. Garen swiftly emerged from beneath the earth to the surface. The treasury was indeed immense, distinct from those of other kingdoms, characterized by a darker hue and adorned with numerous golden and diamond embellishments. Without hesitation, Garen unleashed the powers of the mud fruit, enveloping and entangling all the treasures, gold and riches, within his earthen space. He thought to himself, "This is the unique capability granted to the wielder of the mud fruit. Unlike other natural-type devil fruit users who cannot store items within their bodies, the mud element is the most accommodating of nature's elements. Once transformed into mud, my body becomes a vessel for storage." After securing the treasures, Garen continued his exploration and stumbled upon a katana, a weapon of exceptional quality, emanating a faint blue glow along its blade. He claimed it without reservation and resumed his search for the devil fruits, activating his observation hockey once more. He scoured the premises until he discovered a hidden chamber adjacent to a portrait on the wall. Garen promptly opened this concealed room to uncover its contents, revealing an area of approximately 100 square meters, complete with a collection of books. Upon inspection, Garen found texts on iron forging techniques, initially believing it to be a mere ordinary weapon forging manual, only to realize it was a guide to forging superalloy steel, which possesses a hardness tenfold that of ordinary steel. The higher the temperature of the flame, the greater the hardness of the superalloy steel. Garen chuckled. This is technology. He noted that the weight was also significantly increased and promptly stored the books in his earthen form. Garen resumed his search within the hidden chamber, discovering 2 small boxes atop a counter. He smiled, exclaiming, "Indeed, there are devil fruits." With a determined effort, he broke the lock and examined the shapes of the fruits within. One resembled a black apple, adorned with patterns indicative of a devil fruit. Garen recalled that this particular fruit belonged to the paramecia type, granting the ability to transform into gas, allowing one to assume various forms by gathering gas and manifesting abilities, such as condensing air into buoyant gaseous shapes. Then, one could float upon the buoyant gas, or upon flammable gaseous substances, or even upon icy currents. Such phenomena can indeed be conjured. The potential of this fruit is remarkably high. It can transform into various adaptable gases and control airflow for flight. In his heart, Galen mused that this fruit would be more suited for the 8th member of the Dark Dragon Guard. He believed that his own prowess was already commendable, complemented by a vivid imagination and a capacity for innovative thinking, making him an apt candidate for a paramecia-type devil fruit. Galen recalled the figure of Long Ba, a bright and cheerful young man of 19 years, standing at an impressive height of 2.1 meters. He held a deep admiration for Captain Galen and obeyed commands unconditionally as one of the first slaves Galen had rescued. Long Ba was particularly fond of learning swordsmanship and the 6 forms of the Navy. Yet his strength fell short compared to other Dragon Guard officers endowed with devil fruit powers. Moreover, the techniques developed from Long Jian Talalun's speed fruit were exceptionally impressive. encompassing abilities such as a tenfold acceleration of the shave technique, a tenfold enhancement of the attack with the spear, and lightning-fast punches that were 10 times quicker. However, to harness the abilities of a Paramecia-type devil fruit requires considerable physical strength. Galen concluded that both the Paramecia and Logia types of devil fruits exhibit diminished endurance compared to the Zoan type. The development of offensive skills is most effectively pursued with Logia-type fruits, while the capabilities of Paramecia-type fruits have largely solidified. To innovate abilities and techniques based on these fruits necessitates an expansive imagination. The broader the imagination, the more eccentric the fruit's powers become. Galen resolved to have Long Bai utilize this fruit, alongside another devil fruit that he found perplexing and inscrutable, Garland. Equipped with 2 devil fruits and nearly 1 billion berries along with treasures, found himself in a kingdom on Steel Island, replete with numerous nobles and counts. Not wishing to squander any more time there, Garland activated the powers of the Fire Dragon Devil Fruit, transforming into a colossal flame dragon and soaring towards the Alpha Kingdom. He pondered, I wonder how the others are faring. They cannot possibly have failed, with Old Sin and Old Pai leading so many skilled individuals. And considering the 2 rather ordinary kingdoms allied with the world government, they should manage to secure victory. As Garland continued his flight, his crimson wings accelerated, and a 100-meter-high fire dragon streaked through the sky like a blazing comet. Meanwhile, Subert, accompanied by 2 ships and 2 divisions, arrived at the Astusha Kingdom. Subert commanded, Brothers, prepare for action. George inquired, Deputy Captain, shall we commence the raid directly? Subert affirmed, Indeed, let us proceed without hesitation. With that, Subert led his 2 divisions and 400 crew members in a brazen invasion, charging towards the royal palace of Astusha Kingdom. Upon their arrival, the guards were already lined up, ready for battle. Subert drew 2 katanas and proclaimed, Swift Wind, Void Sword. Instantly, he swung his dual swords, unleashing a fierce gust that left all the kingdom's guards dazed. Subert, however, had shown restraint. After all, the objective was to seize valuables, and these minor guards posed little threat to him. Had he unleashed his full might, they would have been utterly vanquished. Sembert's Void Sword was a formidable technique for clearing foes, as George transformed into his giant tooth bear form and crashed into the king's castle. The monarch and his ministers had already begun their hasty retreat. Subert and his team prepared to search for treasures when suddenly a figure dashed out from the royal palace, Longy Pazit. He had taken advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the king's treasure chamber, utilizing his storage fruit to hoard the riches. All the devil fruits, golden ornaments, and berries were stored within Long Yi's own being, his stomach functioning as a spatial vault. With the capabilities of the storage fruit, Long Yi Pazit created a storage space and was able to further develop additional storage realms, effectively transforming himself into an immense repository. His offensive power depended solely on his own strength, and indeed, Long Yi's storage fruit possessed a hint of spatial attack potency. However, it is not an excessive amount. The method of attack involves seizing the enemy's treasures, akin to the fruits of a castle. When Long Yi Pazit appeared before Subert, he declared, Vice Captain, I have secretly gathered all the treasures from that palace as treasury, now residing within me. Subert replied, This is even better. It spares us the effort of searching. He continued, Long Yi, you have performed admirably. Let us proceed to the kingdom of Alpha to rendezvous with the captain. Both George and Peggy deactivated their devil fruit abilities, reverting to their ordinary human forms. George spoke, Understood, Vice Captain. Subert then inquired, Long Yi, how much treasure have you acquired? Long Yi responded, A total of 1 billion berries, in addition to the sum of gold, jewels, and coins. Subert, filled with excitement, exclaimed, No wonder the captain enjoys thievery. Our extensive plundering allows them to escape with a portion of their prized possessions. Yet, when you pilfer from the kingdom's treasury, the kings are largely unaware of their loss, as most of the riches remain within the vault. Subert continued, Have you found any devil fruits? Long Yi nodded and replied, I discovered 2 devil fruits in a hidden chamber. They have already been secured for the captain's decision. If the vice captain wishes to see them, that is no trouble. With that, Long Yi activated his storage fruit ability, producing 2 devil fruits and presenting them to the vice captain. Subert accepted them with both hands, examining the fruits closely. He remarked, The captain provided me with a devil fruit encyclopedia, yet I do not recall the abilities of these 2 fruits. He then handed them back to Long Yi, who respectfully stated, Vice Captain, your duties are numerous, and it is understandable that one may not remember every devil fruit. When the time comes, handing it over to the captain will pose no issues. Subert nodded and spoke, The crew aboard the ship is numerous, necessitating a considerable amount of devil fruits. Some of these fruits possess formidable powers. We ordinary individuals have fundamentally altered our fates through them. Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, George replied, "However, these devil fruits are indeed scarce. Only a few may be found in the possession of kings or nobles, and each year, a portion is surrendered to the celestial dragons. The world government may have many, yet the captain has mentioned that those ancient beings, who have lived for 8 centuries, possess strength at the pinnacle of this world. It is likely that the captain cannot contend with them for the time being." Longy interjected, "Brother George, have faith in our captain. He will lead us to become the mightiest force, seizing vast territories and sweeping across the seas." Simbert asserted with unwavering conviction, "I too have immense trust in our captain. For his magnanimity is akin to the ocean, gentle yet profound. He treats others with sincerity, exhibiting a sense of righteousness and fairness, and regards wealth as mere refuse." George remarked, "I can comprehend why the captain holds such a fondness for devil fruits. It is his desire to provide the crew with opportunities to grow stronger." Simbert concurred, "Indeed, each additional devil fruit translates to greater power." Turning to Simbert, George stated, "Vice Captain, all our men are aboard. We have just completed the count." Upon witnessing that everyone had boarded, Simbert activated the powers of his paramecia-type wind fruit, unleashing gusts of hurricanes that propelled the sails. The 2 warships accelerated swiftly toward the kingdom of Alpha. Meanwhile, Pierre had just arrived at his targeted kingdom, instructing the other squad leaders to commence the assault. Then, he activated his superhuman devil fruit, the magnet fruit, and began to soar through the air atop a colossal sword, heading towards the king's palace. Meanwhile, the White Wolf, Allison, accompanied by 2 other captains, advanced towards the royal stronghold, with dust swirling around them. The royal guards were taken aback by the sight of the 4-meter-tall Allison in his werewolf form, alongside the 12-meter-tall Ryakudo in his fearsome crocodile beast form, standing majestically. Above them, Leo soared in his eagle form, a magnificent 4 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Several dragon guards also unleashed their animal-type devil fruits. Long Air transformed into a white dove, soaring through the skies with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters. While Long San adopted the form of a massive water buffalo, and Long Si assumed the shape of a yak. The royal guards began to shout in panic, "Monsters are coming! Run!" In an instant, the forces of the Rostek kingdom, numbering in the tens of thousands, were overwhelmed by the onslaught of Allison and his companions. Allison led all his crew members towards the area where the king and nobles were, instilling fear that sent the noble earls fleeing in chaos. The king himself joined the ranks of the fleeing, urging his guards to quickly contact the nearby naval base. Long Air and Long San took the opportunity to seize the treasures of the fleeing nobles, while Pierre located the kingdom's treasury. Along the way, a few guards attempted to resist but were swiftly incapacitated by Pierre's sword. Upon arriving at the treasury, Pierre activated the magnet fruit's powers, enveloping the entire room with magnetic energy, causing gold to levitate towards him. He then discovered a hidden chamber, where he uncovered 2 devil fruits. One was shaped like an apple, while the other resembled a banana. Pierre immediately tucked them into his bosom, then encased the gold and berries in a massive iron box before soaring into the sky. Subsequently, the White Wolf, Allison, plundered several noble castles, acquiring a modest sum of berries and gold, merely 500 million. Pierre, savoring the captain's delight, remarked, "It's no wonder the captain often speaks of quietly amassing wealth." He chuckled. "Indeed, as the captain said, these nobles merely prey upon the common folk. Today, we shall take everything they possess. They truly deserve it." With that, Pierre activated the powers of the magnet fruit, launching hundreds of small steel needles at the fleeing nobles, who screamed in agony. "A little prick to the backside won't kill you, but it'll certainly hurt," he declared. Meanwhile, other squad leaders were raiding the noble castles, each transferring millions of berries onto the ship. Pierre produced a transponder snail and urged, "Let us not waste time. Let us hasten aboard and prepare to set sail for the Alpha Kingdom to reunite with the captain." The White Wolf, along with Rake and Leo, boarded their respective ships with their crew members. A small lackey timidly inquired, "Captain White Wolf, may we take a little of the berries for ourselves?" Allison, infuriated, retorted, "If I hear you utter such words again, I'll have your head. The captain considers us brothers, and all spoils must be shared, do you understand? In our pirate crew, anyone who is greedy or lustful will face dire consequences. The captain will ensure no one is wronged." The lackey trembled in fear, for Allison knew that some of the later recruits had questionable integrity. unable to resist even the slightest temptation. Moreover, with several billion berries in his own savings, Allison felt that money was of little use. He possessed daily potions to enhance his physical strength and stamina. Becoming stronger was his utmost desire. He could feel himself becoming significantly more robust than before, having mastered the 6 forms of the Navy, particularly the shave and moonwalk techniques, leading to a promising future. Allison reflected on his past as the leader of the White Wolf Pirates, realizing he had once been narrow-minded. Captain Yan Long had spared his life, guiding him towards strength, continuously fortifying his abilities to become more powerful. In his heart, Allison acknowledged the captain's brotherly affection and concern for him. Recognizing that it was only natural for the captain to command the crew, he now perceived Captain Gallon's vast heart and noble spirit. Having long been indoctrinated into the unwavering loyalty of the crew, and was now alarmed by anyone attempting to disrupt the captain's rules and seize a greater share of the berries. Had it been the early days, Allison would have resorted to violence, but upon hearing Garen's words, everyone is prone to making mistakes. If we identify them early and grant a modicum of opportunity, we might transform that individual, he contemplated. This philosophy belonged uniquely to Garen, who possessed the prerogative to interpret it as he saw fit. If Garen desired to eliminate someone, he would first adorn them with a grand accusation before delivering the fatal blow. But why this elaborate charade? The reason lay in the principle that legitimacy breeds clarity. His company aspired to go public, and mere extermination would prove futile. By shifting the minds of these individuals, a blend of stern discipline and sweet incentives could yield a greater harvest of loyal followers. Should persuasion prove impossible, a decisive severance would ensue. For those endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, Garen asserted, what I deem right is right, what I deem wrong is wrong. For the authority of interpretation lay firmly within his grasp. Thus, Pierre, accompanied by his fleet, journeyed towards the kingdom of Alpha, utilizing the magnet fruit's abilities. He accelerated their vessels. After a day of soaring through the sky, as evening approached, Garen retrieved his transponder snail and contacted Minister Babiro, who relayed their location. Gradually, Garen descended upon the dock, his heart swelling with pride at the sight of a dozen grand ships adorned with dragon figureheads. This is my dominion, he declared. Had I joined the Navy from the outset, I would merely have been a servile king, forever at the behest of the celestial dragons. Yet now, I can proudly proclaim that nobility is not confined to lineage. Having traversed the seas for days, the crew of the Flame Dragon Pirates had swelled to over 7,000. With 22 colossal ships in their fleet, Garen, an avid reader of the Three Kingdoms, understood the intricacies of the human heart. He recognized that while expanding his crew, it was paramount to maintain mutual trust among members. Of course, Garen had standards for recruitment. The slave market served as one of his primary sources for crew members, as the likelihood of infiltration by such individuals was minimal. However, in the Grand Line, recruiting became perilous, fraught with the ever-looming threat of undercover spies. Thus, Garen, adhering to the principle of recruiting as many members as possible at present, resolved that future enlistments would entail a rigorous selection process. One could not simply join the Flame Dragon pirate crew without a period of observation to ascertain reliability. Upon Garen's return to the deck, numerous crew members greeted him with, "Greetings, Captain," to which Garen replied, "Thank you for your hard work." The crew members were elated, exclaiming, "Look, the captain acknowledged me." Meanwhile, others chimed in, "Clearly, he responded to me." This sparked a playful debate among a few young crew members regarding whom Garen had truly addressed. Garen promptly contacted Babiro, inquiring, "Have the other divisions returned?" Babiro replied, "I have not seen them yet. However, the vice-captain's ship is nearing us, expected to arrive within 2 hours." He continued, "The leaders of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th divisions have all been contacted and are approximately 500 nautical miles away." Garen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your diligence, Minister Babiro." Babiro responded, "It is my duty." Garen proceeded to his treasure chamber, where he stored the riches of belly, gold, jewelry, coins, and silver. He then began to examine another devil fruit, consulting the devil fruit compendium for comparisons. Finally, he identified the fruit's name among the paramecia category, the saw fruit. Garen mused, this fruit possesses remarkable characteristics, enabling cutting capabilities. It can be affixed to a sword or transformed into 2 colossal saws, significantly enhancing swordsmanship. He considered bestowing this ability upon Long Geo Robrant, a skilled swordsman of considerable prowess. Reflecting on the time, Garen noted it was just past 10 in the evening and decided to pay a visit to the Elf Kingdom as well. He activated the powers of the Fire Dragon fruit, instantly transforming into a fearsome, flaming dragon soaring through the sky. Subsequently, Garen shifted into his hybrid beast form, standing at a towering 28 meters, resembling a humanoid fire dragon. In this mode, while slightly smaller, there was little distinction from the full dragon form, with a combat style more aligned with humanity. The speed of his attacks was augmented, while the fire dragon form amplified both offensive and destructive capabilities. Moreover, the temperature of Garen's flames had soared beyond 5,000 degrees, enveloping him in an even more formidable blaze. He emulated the white flame clouds that encircled the great son of Kazuki, Yamato, despite not having awakened his fruit's full potential. However, one can certainly imitate, thus adopting a more sophisticated demeanor, which serves as a form of intimidation against adversaries. Maintaining an air of mystery is crucial. Garen mused that only when opponents are oblivious to one's information can one evade being targeted. Furthermore, Morgans, the journalist, has begun to sensationalize the news regarding Garen's annihilation of the Bloodhand pirates, thereby once again exposing Garen's formidable prowess. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Emperor of the Flame Dragon Pirates. Garen obliterates the Bloodhand pirates in a single strike." Garen internally lamented, "My aura of mystery has been utterly obliterated." Morgans, a young man in his 20s, has yet to succumb to the middle-aged paunch and is fervently dedicated to becoming the sovereign of maritime journalism, wielding the powers of the newsbird, the seagull fruit, and nurturing a vast flock of newsbirds. With limited financial means, he seeks Garen's patronage, aspiring to capture explosive headlines. He dispatches newsbirds to accompany Garen's fleet, persistently attempting to milk Garen for stories. Garen finds himself with little choice but to acquiesce, recognizing that his burgeoning fame has its advantages. A number of minor pirates and ordinary folk desire to join his crew. Additionally, sensible pirates tend to avoid provoking the flame dragon pirates. As Garen delves into developing his dragon flame abilities, he activates this form, adorned with a halo of crimson flames encircling his back and head, resembling an elliptical fiery aura. In his beastman form, he too bears this fiery ring, akin to Luffy's Gear 5th, although Luffy's flames are white while Garen's blaze is a striking, vivid red. Born of the fire element, reaching temperatures of 500 degrees. The flames emanating from Garen exhibit a certain distortion, and he chuckled, "Indeed, the pressure is quite formidable. In future battles, once the flame aura is unleashed, who can tell whether my fruit abilities have awakened? Regardless, my flames engulf my entire being. Any who dare to attack me will be scorched by my fiery embrace." While journeying, Garen simultaneously hones his devil fruit powers, swiftly arriving at the kingdom of Elpha. He deactivated his dragon beast form and activated another devil fruit ability, the earth fruit, transforming into a small clump of soil and burrowing into the earth. Why not seize the treasures directly? Garen had yet to locate the treasure chamber of the devil fruit. He mused that the inconspicuous Choba might take advantage of the chaos and abscond with the devil fruit, depriving him of a few prized fruits. He asserted, "Treasures are secondary. The devil fruits are truly delectable. I must secure their fruits first." Garen continued, "The celestial dragons feed those devil fruits to their slaves, providing them to the gladiators in the arenas." The three sisters of Hancock were all slaves, each receiving a devil fruit from the celestial dragons. Garen reflected, at present, Boa Hancock is merely 6 years old, having been captured by slave traders in her childhood and sold to Mariewa. Subsequently, in the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates, scaled the Red Line and set Mariewa ablaze, liberating the slaves. Now, it is still the year 1497, and there remains ample time. Garen concluded, "If I encounter her in the future, I shall save her. If not, so be it." At that time, Tiger would set fire to Mary Geos to rescue the slaves, while I would save Hancock. Galen mused that the celestial dragons were not easy to steal from, for they were protected by the Knights of God and the 5 elderly fools. The King of the Void, still slumbered, while Figureland Garling served as the current supreme commander of the Knights of God, wielding the authority to execute other celestial dragons. It was these formidable beings that maintained their dominance. Otherwise, Galen would have long since flown to Mary Geos atop the Red Earth continent, looting freely before igniting a great conflagration to incinerate both Mary Geos and Panga City, seizing the celestial dragons by the throat. Yet, he wondered about the capabilities of the 5 elderly fools, who could unleash dark arrows from the void, having once struck down the slight figure of Cobra. Although they allowed Sabo to escape, it was merely a casual blow. Saint Satan, in the form of the mythical Zoan bull fruit, stirred Galen to suggest that Kaido should take the first swing. Did not Kaido aspire to alter the seas and surpass Joy Boy? defeating the King of the Void, would indeed be a testament to surpassing Joy Boy. 8 centuries prior, the sun god, Joy Boy, and the sea king, Poseidon, had been utterly bested by who had pressed them into the ground with unfathomable might. Ultimately, Poseidon had his skull shattered, while Joy Boy was left grievously wounded. Thus, a note of apology was inscribed in the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, for Joy Boy had failed to fulfill his promise to Poseidon. The powers of Poseidon's devil fruit were embodied in Kaido's azure dragon fruit, which likely possessed the ability to control water. Above the Dragon Palace stood a statue of an azure dragon, representative of Poseidon himself. Galen did not believe that his fire dragon fruit could surpass Kaido's azure dragon fruit, even with the dual powers of fire and earth. Moreover, the previous wielder of the azure dragon fruit, Poseidon, had undoubtedly awakened its abilities, just as Joy Boy had awakened his, alongside the mysterious kingdom of D, the Great Kingdom. Yet, all had been vanquished by and the ancestors of the 20 celestial dragons, one of whom was Queen Lily Nefertari D. Lily, a half-spy, had left the final answer to the historical records of 800 years ago in Laugh Tale, the final island. Queen Lily belonged to the lineage of D, as did Cobra, the first king of Alabasta. Reflecting on this information, Galen inwardly scoffed at these ancient, cunning beings who had lived for 8 centuries. As time passed in the world of pirates, his previous memories began to feel increasingly nebulous. However, he meticulously documented the locations of those formidable devil fruits, biding his time for the opportune moment to retrieve them. Garen also prepared to cultivate a workforce, striving to become the most powerful faction at the earliest opportunity. He awaited the Revolutionary Army's incremental excavation of information regarding him, hoping they would ultimately defeat him. This would allow Garen to seize the moment and reap the rewards. He planned to pluck the fruits of victory, justifying his actions by fabricating numerous accusations against the world government, thereby inciting public outrage. Furthermore, he envisioned the creation of a new sky island, the holy nation of the skies. Garen proclaimed, "My Kate family is far more extensive and powerful than their D family. My flame dragon pirates have already established themselves as a formidable force. Securing the sky island will undoubtedly enhance the combat capabilities of our lower-tier troops. The flame shells, laser shells, lightning shells, wind shells, and others are excellent materials for technological weaponry, laser cannons, lightning guns, and flamethrowers. These weapons are exceptionally potent and have a terrifying impact on general combat effectiveness, far surpassing current flintlock firearms." As Garen traversed the subterranean depths, he utilized his observation hockey to glimpse the king's treasure chamber above. The treasure vault of the Alpha Kingdom was vast, spanning over 500 square meters within the innermost chamber of the palace. Garen burrowed into the treasure room, breaking through the floor tiles and emerging from the ground as a mass of mud, which then transformed into a humanoid shape. This was Garen's earth elemental ability, allowing him to assume any form he desired. As he began to tally the treasures, he discovered in abundance over 1 billion berries for 100 million in gold, and numerous jewels and golden ornaments. Garen activated his earth fruit powers, causing dozens of tendrils of mud to snake around the berries, gold, jewels, coins, and silver pieces, enveloping them before retreating into his earthen space. He continued to search for hidden chambers, but found no fruit at all, which struck him as peculiar. Upon noticing a mechanism on the candlelit wall, he pulled it, revealing a small opening in the wall to his right. With a continued effort, the door to the secret chamber swung open. "This must contain valuable treasures," Garen declared as he slipped into the hidden room, revealing a vast array of gold and jewels, alongside 4 small treasure chests. Garen chuckled. Truly, a large nation possesses vast riches. He commenced his looting, thoroughly searching each of the 4 chests, discovering 4 devil fruits within, which brought him immense joy. "Indeed, it is you," he thought, as he continued to burrow underground, planning to examine the fruits aboard his ship. Today, he had acquired 6 devil fruits and achieved a remarkable feat, attacking 4 nations allied with the world government in a single day. Garland dashed out of the castle and activated the powers of the fire dragon fruit, transforming into a human dragon hybrid. A halo of flames encircled him, resembling a high-tier version of the flame cloud, mimicking the appearance of the Byakugan wolf fruit. In his heart, Garland mused, "The aura of oppression has increased by 5. Beneath the fiery halo were 2 enormous, scythe-shaped, crimson wings of flame. Garland proclaimed, "My allure has risen by 6, and with a powerful leap." He flapped his wings and soared towards the location where his fleet was anchored, uncertain if Sambert and the others had returned. Garland felt confident that his flight would be swifter than their ship's navigation. After soaring for a little over 10 minutes, he arrived at the dock. Garland remarked, "This island is indeed vast, approximately 130,000 square kilometers, and its population is considerable, likely exceeding 1 million. Furthermore, this region is quite close to the confluence of the four seas. Just over 10,000 nautical miles ahead lies the Upside-Down Mountain." He observed that his fleet was accelerating and estimated they would reach the Upside-Down Mountain in about 10 days. Garland decided against further leveling up here, preparing instead to set sail for the Grand Line. Along the route lay islands and kingdoms, which Garland intended to visit thoroughly. He planned to engage in acts of piracy or thievery during the journey. With over 10 billion in wealth amassed, Garland chuckled. Indeed, establishing a company was the right decision. My employees are now contributing back to it. As he descended from the sky onto his ship, the security crew on watch rushed to his side, weapons in hand. Upon recognizing him, they greeted, "Captain." Garland addressed the station security personnel, saying, "It's me, I've returned. There are personnel assigned by Barbello on these ships, and we also have a team leader accompanying the voyage. Barbello has arranged everything well, and I have never had to worry." Other crew members called out to Garland, "Captain." He graciously nodded and replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Please carry on." Garland then ascended to the third floor of his ship, eager to examine the fruits he had acquired. He still had 3 fruits in stock. The first was a Zoan-type lightning fruit, the second was the flip-flip fruit, and the third was the steel fruit. Now, he had obtained 6 additional fruits. The first was intended for Long 8, a paramecia-type gas fruit. The second was for Long 9, a paramecia-type saw fruit. Garland retrieved 4 devil fruits from his body and began to compare them. The first fruit resembled a banana, a black devil fruit adorned with demonic patterns. Garland found this fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. It was a Zoan-type bird fruit, a common variant in the form of a head eagle. Garland decided, this fruit shall be given to Long 10 to enhance his strength. He will become a better worker. He then produced the second devil fruit, which he recognized well, a paramecia-type electric fruit, shaped like an apple and embellished with lightning patterns. The electric fruit indeed possessed remarkable abilities, being a lower-tier variant of the thunder fruit, and he set this fruit aside. At that time, preparations were underway to present a gift to Long 11, as Garland produced the third fruit for comparison. This particular fruit was indeed remarkable. It was an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, resembling the form of a woolly rhinoceros. This creature, reminiscent of the mammoths of ancient times, boasted an exceptionally long horn. Garland remarked, "Once again, we have a robust, thick-skinned, ancient-type devil fruit." The fourth fruit was a paramecia type known as the bean fruit. Garland noted that this was still a seed fruit and contemplated gifting it to Long 12, Lux. He decided to retain the woolly rhinoceros fruit for himself, stating, "Old 12 will struggle to control this devil fruit. Given his diminutive stature of less than 2 meters, how could he possibly wield such an ancient-type fruit?" Garland mused that the bean fruit, however, presented opportunities for development, such as the creation of bean bombs and flame beans, considering it to be a universally beneficial fruit. He resolved to reserve the woolly rhinoceros fruit for others. In due course, he planned to assemble an elite team, the Tin Sky Command, aiming to project a formidable image. With his possession of the Marine 6 styles, he was confident in his ability to cultivate skilled individuals. Garland eagerly anticipated the outcomes of Simbert and Pierre's endeavors. His 8 division leaders and 12 Dark Dragon Guards had already taken shape. The prospect of recruiting additional crew members was on the horizon. With 22 vessels, only 8 of which were warships, the remainder were merchant ships, allowing for greater capacity. Garland remarked, "We must continue to plunder other pirate ships, as our warships remain insufficient. However, our combat personnel are certainly adequate, with over 1,600 individuals across the 8 divisions. The captains and squad leaders are generally proficient in 1 or 2 techniques of the Marine 6 styles, and many from the 4th Division have practiced swordsmanship. These individuals had previously served under Simbert's division. Following Simbert's ascension as a swordmaster, it was imperative to enhance the conditions for the crew, leading to the appointment of Raikudo as the new captain of the 4th Division. Garland contemplated, I could also identify a few more capable individuals from this group to form the Tin Sky Command, who will become specialized enforcers, engaging in rigorous training daily. At that time, the captains of the 8 divisions were responsible for training and expanding their forces, while the Dragon Guard officials focused on intelligence operations. Their daily tasks consisted of gathering information on devil fruits, advanced weaponry, and rare flora, as well as intelligence on the Navy and other pirate crews. Meanwhile, the 10 aerial commanders functioned as elite enforcers, each leading a squad of 10, known by their monikers from Sky 1 to Sky 10. Galen felt compelled to carefully consider the members, anticipating that when the time was right, he would assume command. As he glanced at the clock, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. Galen made his way to his captain's quarters to rest. He mused to himself that it was likely Simbert and Pierre would not arrive until the following day. He had no intention of disturbing others. Mariina and the others had already long since retired. Galen's mental acuity was exceptionally high. A mere few hours of rest sufficed for him. Unlike Blackbeard, who could go 3 days and nights without sleep, or the extraordinary Buggy, who could vigilantly watch Blackbeard for 3 consecutive days without slumber. Galen understood the peculiarities of Blackbeard's condition. The infamous pirate, with his dual consciousness, exhibited symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, alternating between 2 distinct personas, one by day and the other by night. This, he surmised, was the reason Blackbeard required no sleep. There were also rumors that he possessed 3 souls within one body, born with 3 heads, rendering him a monstrosity in the eyes of others. In truth, the accounts of 2 heads severed from Blackbeard's shoulders were mere fabrications. Galen contemplated the reality of Blackbeard's mental affliction, recognizing the existence of 2 distinct personalities or souls within him as well. Galen too bore 2 souls within himself, though the remnants of his former life were but a faint echo. After consuming the dragon fruit, he merged with the vestiges of the original spirit, discovering that the former owner was rather simple-minded, merely desiring to take on 2 wives. Then, how many sons would be born to bear the surname of Kate? Ensuring the legacy continues? Galen remarked, "Rest assured, I will fulfill your duty diligently. You may go to the underworld and fish in peace." With that, Galen fully inherited the memories of the original owner, amplifying his mental prowess and accelerating his learning. He contemplated seeking out a few skilled fighters for a match. Was there truly no expert in the South Sea region? Upon investigation, he found that there were none, leaving him to spar with the likes of Sunbert and George Pierre, the captains of the subordinate teams. Sunbert frequently engaged in combat with Galen, using slashing attacks, and the wind blade from the wind fruit exhibited remarkable penetrating power. Given that it was merely training, Galen held back. He unleashed a flame dragon explosive fist without the accompanying lava burst, merely utilizing the armament hockey in his fire dragon beast form. The strike collided with Sunbert's dual blades, sending him flying over 20 meters, thus concluding the match. As Sunbert slowly rose, he remarked, "Captain, your strength has increased significantly." Despite Sunbert's improved physical condition, it still could not match the abilities of the mythical Zoan type, especially one as formidable as a dragon. Galen diligently practiced his martial prowess, complemented by Ross's abilities from the drug fruit. Each day, he consumed a flame potion to enhance his physical attributes and a body-strengthening potion, while anticipating Ross's continued research to further upgrade these potions. The combination of the fire dragon vine and the snake kiss orchid, along with the fatigue-reducing potion developed from the drug fruit, were distributed to the captains and the Dark Dragon Brigade leader, albeit in modest quantities. Ross himself received a share, as his ongoing development of the drug fruit's potential was essential. Galen expressed, "In the future, when the winds of the sea rise tumultuously, it will be the moment I wield my sword to claim dominion over the world." He felt his conqueror's hockey intensifying, prompting him to exclaim, "You little rascal, Momonosuk. I shall smash your head to pieces, rendering your lineage extinct." Galen recalled the visage of that wretched Momonosuk, weeping with a morose countenance, always clinging to beautiful women, endlessly preoccupied with their delicate charms. A mere 28-year-old scoundrel, he would wail at the slightest hint of danger. Galen remarked, "Indeed, he has inherited the lecherous tendencies of his foolish father, Kazuki Odin. I shall eradicate you, ensuring the end of your cursed lineage." He continued, Kazuki Odin, at the tender age of 3, sent his wet nurse flying, began frequenting brothels at 6, engaged in nefarious deeds by 9, established a harem behind a temple by 15, usurped his friends' wives and girlfriends by 16, and at 17, concocted Odin over the ashes of deceased friends. By 18, he dreamed of sailing the seas, aspiring to abandon his position as the general of Wano, and by 26, he set sail with Whitebeard. The underground waterfall of Wano harbors the ancient weapon, Pluton. The reason Wano has remained isolated is due to the third piece of historical text. Otherwise, why the seclusion if not for fear of the world government's encroachment? The filial son still dreams of opening the country. Then, Galen chuckled inwardly as he contemplated the good world government's overt maneuvers, remarking how this world, instead of quietly amassing power, brazenly disclosed intelligence. He mused that Kaido's policy of developing oneself in secret was indeed prudent. However, during the Wano arc, Kaido had been excessively lenient, leading to irretrievable consequences. If Gallon were to engage in the war against Wano, he was certain of his victory, as his first action would have been to eliminate Luffy, who had been allowed to study flowing Sakura Haki, taught the Conqueror's Haki, and ultimately aided in awakening the Nika form. Most critically, he had left Momonosuke in the care of Yamato. Gallon thought to himself that this fool truly deserved his fate. Such a simpleton as Momonosuke was unworthy of the title of general. He envisioned a plan to seize the artificial devil fruit resembling a dragon from Punk Hazard, leaving behind a failed version that would render its consumer unable to weep, only to laugh. A failure resembling a pig-headed form. Should Momonosuke consume it, there was a possibility that part of his body would transform into that of an animal, resulting in a fusion of man and pig. Gallon found himself amused by this scheme, contemplating raising Momonosuke alongside a pig, feeding him slop. He even considered the idea of castrating him and sending him to a transvestite island, believing that Momonosuke was unworthy of a glorious demise. Gallon deemed this plan remarkably flawless. The following morning, Gallon arose and visited Bina and Alice. Bina was already a month pregnant, while Alice was nearing 2 months, her belly noticeably rounder. Upon entering their room, Gallon greeted them with a smile and inquired, "Where would you like to go today, my lovely ladies? Is there anything you need? I can have someone fetch it for you." Alice, with her eyes fixed on Gallon, teased, "Oh, the great captain appears daily. What mischief are you up to? Surely, you haven't found me more sisters?" Gallon replied with a grin, "How could I dare? I already have you and Bina." Alice retorted, "You truly possess the skill to deceive even the Navy's spies." Gallon chuckled, "Isn't it all for the sake of one day acquiring naval secrets? The Navy has already thrown sand in my eyes. This is not my doing." Alice laughed, "Your silver tongue truly knows how to charm. You always speak with such righteousness." Gallon responded, "I am the noble flame dragon Gallon of the seas, with a heart of justice and chivalry. Meeting you both is surely fate." Bina stifled a giggle as Gallon affectionately stroked her soft pink hair, commenting, "So silky." Alice added, "I heard you shouting in your room last night. I was told you struck it rich from stealing in that kingdom. Am I right?" Garland expressed with great joy, "Indeed, I have pilfered a few devil fruits. But they are not suited for you. They are merely those of swine, horses, cattle, and sheep. You are well aware of their grotesque transformations." Alice replied, "I truly desire a devil fruit. It would enhance my combat prowess, allowing me to accompany you into battle." Bina, equally eager, nodded in agreement. Garland reassured them, "Rest assured. I know of 2 fruits that would be perfectly suited for you." At that moment, the 2 women nodded in agreement, their expressions radiating joy. Gallon began to engage in light-hearted banter with them. Although both were pregnant, they appeared even more enchanting. Gallon mused to himself that he would educate them after they had given birth. Just then, the door swung open, and Mariana entered the bedroom with a gentle smile. Greeting Gallon and Alice, she invited the 2 women for a stroll on the ship, suggesting that it was essential to bask in the sun during pregnancy. Alice replied that she had just been thinking of calling her to join them. The 3 women set off together, leaving Gallon to attend to his business. He made his way to the captain's quarters and took out the transponder snail to practice his communication skills. "Moses, Moses," he called out, inquiring whether the first mate had arrived. Barbilo answered, confirming that the first mate had reached the dock early that morning and had joined them. After ending the call, Gallon contacted Simbert through another transponder snail, asking about the first mate's situation. Simbert replied with enthusiasm that the captain had had a successful haul, amounting to nearly 12 billion berries and 2 devil fruits. Gallon instructed him to send Long E to him. Moments later, a tall figure entered the room. "Captain, I brought all the berries, gold, jewels, and coins," Long E announced. Gallon directed him to place everything in the treasure room. A heap of wealth appeared in the treasure chamber as Gallon accepted the 2 devil fruits that Long E handed over. Observing the fruits, Gallon noted that, due to his extensive collection of devil fruits, he could only remember the particularly powerful ones. The unknown fruits likely did not possess significant strength. He stored the devil fruits within his spatial pocket and told Long E, "You've worked hard. Here's 10 million berries for you. Treat yourself well in the city of Alpha upon your return." He patted Long E on the shoulder, adding, "Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. You will surely become a cornerstone of our flame dragon pirate crew." Long E, visibly excited, thanked the captain and proclaimed, "Long live the captain." Gallon then instructed him to gather information on other pirate crews, prioritizing those with devil fruit users. Long E nodded vigorously in agreement. Gallon reached for the transponder snail again to call Simbert, commanding him to summon Long 8, Long 9, Long 10, Long 11, and Long 12. Simbert acknowledged. promptly beginning to gather them to join Galen on the Flame Dragon. Galen decided to keep those without devil fruit abilities, the Dark Dragon captains, on the ship to protect the fleet, excluding them from the action. The captains with devil fruit powers were assigned to Pierre, the 6th Division leader, to assist with the plundering. Shortly thereafter, Simbert appeared before Galen, who greeted him with a smile, expressing gratitude for his leadership, which ensured that none of their crew members had been injured. Simbert beamed, stating, "The captain's arrangements were exceptionally prudent. Long E has emptied the royal treasury. I merely had to fend off the kingdom's guards with ease." Galen, unperturbed by the guards' weakness, continued, "I acquired 2 devil fruits in the Steel Kingdom and 4 more in the Alpha Kingdom. The purpose of summoning the Dark Dragon captains is to distribute these devil fruits to empower them and enhance the overall strength of our Flame Dragon pirate crew." He added, "These Dark Dragon captains will provide us with more intelligence and information." Simbert nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this would indeed make their crew even stronger. At that time, the captain would be able to achieve his goals more swiftly. Garen remarked, "I shall first distribute the devil fruits." Old Sun nodded and said, "Captain, you may begin. This is the art of leadership. It is essential to make Sunbert feel acknowledged, allowing him to appreciate the significance of his responsibilities as the first mate. It is equally important for Sunbird and the others to sense their presence. The captain cannot bear the burdens alone in such a vast pirate crew. Garen must not overlook his diligent workers." Turning to Long 8, Garen declared, "Here is a devil fruit for you. This is a paramecia-type gas fruit, capable of manipulating gases in the world, such as buoyant air currents, freezing air flows, or high-temperature gases. It is indeed a formidable devil fruit." Long 8 received it with elation, his hands grasping the fruit, while those members of the Dark Dragon Guard who had not yet acquired a devil fruit looked on with envy, recalling their predecessors who had gained legendary powers upon consumption. Long 8 bit into the fruit, his excitement palpable, devoid of any distaste. Garen instructed him to take his time to fully experience the capabilities of the devil fruit. Next, Garen addressed Long 9. "This fruit is a paramecia-type saw fruit, possessing tremendous sawing abilities. Paired with your swordsmanship, you will easily develop powerful techniques. Go practice diligently." Long 9 joyfully accepted the devil fruit and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Captain." Garen nodded and advised him to familiarize himself with the powers of the devil fruit. Garen then presented another devil fruit to Long 10, saying, "Galea, you must put forth great effort. This is a Zoan-type devil fruit, the bird fruit, ordinary form of the eagle. It grants you the ability to fly. Practice well after you descend." Long 10, a striking young man, was favored by Garen for his decent skills, having already mastered the 6 forms of the Marines, including shave and moonwalk. With the addition of this devil fruit, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Long 10 promptly exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain. Long live the captain." Garen, observing the delighted expression on Long 10's face, said, "Once you return, with no tasks at hand, ensure you train diligently, understood?" Long 10 nodded affirmatively, "Understood, Captain," and proceeded to consume the devil fruit. Garen then approached Long 11, whose excitement was evident. "Little 11, you seem quite eager," he remarked. Long 11 nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "Long live the captain." "Thank you, Captain." Garen, appreciating the seemingly ordinary-looking but impressively tall young man, noted that he had been diligent in his training and had made rapid progress. At just 17, he had already mastered the 6 forms, including shave, moonwalk, and finger pistol. Garen announced, "This fruit is for you, Little 11. It is a paramecia-type lightning fruit, capable of developing exceptionally powerful abilities. Train well, understand?" Long 11 responded enthusiastically, "I promise to complete my training." Finally, Garen turned to Long 12, saying, "This fruit possesses very unique abilities." He produced another devil fruit, explaining, "This is a paramecia-type bean fruit. Since you are training in marksmanship and aspire to be a sniper, you can develop bean bombs, bean bullets, and the great steel bean impact. Your growth and strength will determine your ability to unlock these potentials." Long 12 expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain." Garen added, "You can also develop aerial beans. Practice the 6 forms diligently." Garen retained 5 devil fruits, the first being a mythical Zoan-type lightning fruit, the second a flip fruit, the third a steel fruit, and the fourth an ancient Zoan-type bulbul fruit in the form of a horned rhinoceros. Additionally, there were 2 unknown devil fruits. Garen also granted Sunbert 200 million berries, instructing, "First mate, take this to distribute bonuses to those crew members who participated in the robbery." Without hesitation, So Bert summoned several logistics personnel to accompany him with the berries to Captain George's giant bear ship. Garen began to scrutinize the 2 remaining devil fruits. Comparing them with his devil fruit compendium, he discovered that one was a paramecia-type silver fruit. Incredible, he mused, a disaster-level devil fruit. This fruit allows manipulation of mercury objects or silver coins. While silver coins may not hold great value, they are indeed impressive and on par with the gold fruit, albeit less valuable. He contemplated the exchange rate. 100 silver coins equate to 100 berries, whereas the ratio of gold to berries is 180 berries for a small gold coin, with larger coins having an even greater exchange rate. Nevertheless, the silver fruit was promising. Silver coins are still currency and can be utilized in combat. Garen resolved to keep this devil fruit for his sons to choose from in the future. With a paternal smile, he reflected, my children must not emulate that troublesome Tasaka. They must be nurtured to possess a spirit of perseverance, facing challenges without wallowing in despair, especially when it comes to deceiving others, that wretched Momonosuke. At the age of 28, still only knows how to weep, and moreover, he brings misfortune without even offering proper burial. Bah! Garland also spoke with a countenance full of dismay, declaring, from now on, we can only ensure the extinction of the Kazuki family. Such a cursed creature as Momonosuke is destined to meet an untimely end. Galen, filled with joy, placed the superhuman-type devil fruit, the silver fruit, into his safe. Upon seeing the safe, memories of Ji Yuan flooded back to Galen's mind. He mused quietly to himself, he must be doing quite well. He has certainly returned to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. I ought to pay him a visit. Then, he lamented, Ji Yuan, when you left. You were so preoccupied with showing off that you didn't even give me your din mushy number. Suddenly struck by a thought, Galen exclaimed. How is it that the elite class of the Navy headquarters trains its students? Do they not provide them with a din mushy when going undercover? How shall we convey intelligence at that time? Perhaps by carrier pigeons? Garen scrutinized the second devil fruit with keen interest, meticulously comparing it to the devil fruit encyclopedia. He soon discerned that this white devil fruit belonged to the paramecia category, specifically the soap fruit. Garen mused to himself, it is an advanced version of the bubble fruit, capable of generating extensive bubbles that could cause others to slip. It is indeed a commendable devil fruit, at least of high-ranking quality. He voiced his thoughts. I could present this devil fruit to Bina, enabling her to attain a pristine appearance. Furthermore, the soap fruit possesses a delightful fragrance, allowing one to cleanse oneself thoroughly, making it a remarkably fragrant and immaculate devil fruit. Garen secured it in his safe. Later, he reflected, I also forgot to provide Ji Yuan with a snail phone before leaving, and now, longing for her, I find myself unable to reach her. The telephone snail of Rear Admiral Gilmy, head of the South Sea Navy branch, has been shattered. The Astusha Kingdom has suffered massive plundering by pirates, leaving all the nobles and the king bereft. The Steel Kingdom also contacted Rear Admiral Gilmy, lamenting, my kingdom has been stripped of its treasures. Subsequently, King Alpha reached out to Gilmy, stating, the flame dragon Garen is currently in my kingdom. Navy, hasten your response, as my treasury has been emptied. Then, the king of the looted Peel Kingdom, King Rostek, also communicated with Rear Admiral Gilmy, declaring, we were attacked by the Flame Dragon pirate crew, and my palace has been overturned. I am now in the process of reconstructing my palace, while our treasures have been seized by the Flame Dragon pirate crew. Gilmy, taken aback, remarked, that damned Flame Dragon Garen has audaciously attacked 4 kingdoms or 4 nations affiliated with the world government in a single day. He shows utter disregard for our navy. After taking a sip of coffee, Gilmy decided to report this to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. These pirates have grown exceedingly powerful, leaving Gilmy feeling helpless, as he cannot combat them. He instructed his naval soldiers to bring over the telephone snail and initiated a call to Admiral Steelbone Kong. Moses, Gilmy began. Admiral Kong, this is Gilmy. The Flame Dragon Garen and his pirate crew have plundered 4 nations affiliated with the world government in the South Sea just yesterday. I am at a loss and must implore your assistance. Steelbone Kong, equally shocked, responded, what does he intend to achieve by robbing 4 kingdoms in a single day? Is he not afraid of overreaching? He then pondered why the South Sea is home to so many Zoan-type devil fruits. The ability of the Flame Dragon fruit is indeed troublesome. Gilmy pressed on, Admiral Kong, what should we do? Those nations affiliated with the world government are all reaching out to our branch. If we do not address this, I fear they may lodge complaints with the Gorosei. Steelbone Kong replied, have you seen the newspapers currently? The news from the New World is spreading across the seas. The Roger pirates have ascended to the pinnacle of Raftel, claiming the title of Pirate King, and their bounty has surged dramatically to a staggering $5,700,000,000. However, many pirates remain defiant against the Roger pirates, and a wave of large-scale robberies has erupted in the New World. They have repeatedly assaulted naval branches, seeking to create sensational headlines to elevate their notoriety. The naval branch at G1 has heightened its defenses, with all officers bracing for the impending threat posed by these reckless marauders, ready to retaliate. Above the G1 branch lies the holy land of Mariawa, and it is the Navy's solemn duty to safeguard this sacred territory. Meanwhile, the G5 branch surrounding Fishman Island has also entered a state of full military preparedness, with officers armed with flintlock guns standing firm against the onslaught of invading pirates. Just as the marauders were about to breach the G5 branch, countless ice spears materialized, targeting the pirates. A tall, slender figure emerged. Kazan spoke, declaring, "I shall not permit you to wreak havoc here." An enormous ice bird appeared, crashing into the lowly pirates. At this juncture, the Pirate King, Roger, has disbanded his crew and made his way to Fishman Island. There, he and Whitebeard shared a final drink, during which Roger intended to reveal the secret of the ultimate destination, Raftel. However, Whitebeard, prioritizing the well-being of his children, chose to remain oblivious to this revelation. Indeed, Whitebeard's desire was simply to gather more sons. He aspired to be a father rather than the Pirate King. Otherwise, how could he have taken Ace as his son and appointed him as the 2nd Division commander, preparing to elevate Ace to the position of Pirate King? Conversely, Ace was intent on making Whitebeard the Pirate King. In the end, during the Summit War, both Ace and Whitebeard met their demise. Meanwhile, Gallon aboard the ship caught sight of the latest newspaper, heralding the news of the Roger pirates landing at the ultimate destination, Raftel, and their ascension as the Pirate King. Gallon chuckled. "It seems the time has come." Garland expressed his exuberance, stating that next year heralds the age of exploration, and he is determined to visit Rogue Town to witness the festivities. He plans to gather all the slippery and burning fruits, cautioning that the Marimara Nomi will hinder little Ace's progress. Instead, he suggests that Ace should train in the art of swordsmanship under Raherd Shanks, as that path aligns more suitably with his abilities. Garland has no intention of engaging with those individuals. He prefers to let them revel in their pursuits. He mused. It remains unclear who the true protagonist is. GOLD, Roger's life is but a fleeting year, and the advent of the Age of Exploration stands as his sole act of defiance against the celestial dragons. Garland refrains from further commentary, acknowledging the differing perspectives that shape one's outlook on issues. The lives of countless civilians may be lost due to the upheaval of the seas, a fate Roger could not foresee. Yet, many pirates, in their quest for adventure, have transformed into genuine marauders, indulging in rampant slaughter and plunder across the 4 seas. After all, individuals like Luffy, who embody the essence of innocent piracy, are rare. However, there is no shortage of navigators and explorers, nor of bounty hunters, who often resort to seizing the treasures of the affluent and oppressing the common folk, all fueled by a shared aspiration for wealth. Greed is an insatiable abyss. Gallon awaited Pierre's return aboard the ship when Pierre, having anchored at the dock, approached with the plundered treasures and 2 devil fruits, soaring through the air on his sword to Gallon's flagship, the Flame Dragon. Upon seeing Gallon, he exclaimed, "Captain, we have returned. This time, we have amassed a fortune of 13 billion, along with 2 devil fruits and 2 swift blades." Gallon, brimming with joy, replied, "You have all worked tirelessly." "Pierre, did you encounter any significant troubles?" Pierre nodded, saying, "No major troubles arose. On our return, we crossed paths with a pirate crew. I unleashed a formidable technique. The 10,000 swords returned to the origin, annihilating that crew with ease. During our heist, the kings fled before they could even muster a defense." Gallon instructed, "Disperse 4 billion berries to the other squad leaders, and keep the remainder here for now." Pierre acknowledged, "Understood, Captain." He then carefully packed 4 billion berries into a steel chest and, utilizing the power of the magnetic fruit, flew to the other captain's vessels. Gallon proceeded to secure the remaining 9 billion berries in gold, then turned his attention to the 2 devil fruits, unable to discern their nature. He remarked, "I cannot identify them at a glance. They likely are not among the more potent varieties." Gallon stored the berries, gold, and jewels in the treasure chamber and instructed the bureau to organize the finance department to commence accounting, as they would rely on them to disburse wages to the crew. Every transaction must be meticulously calculated. Despite the current bounty exceeding 12 billion, the monthly payroll for the Flame Dragon pirate crew exceeded 1 billion. Gallon emphasized, We must be prudent. The daily provisions, uniforms for the crew, and various navigational maps. Though we possess wealth, the Bureau's detailed financial reports reveal that with more crew members, overtime costs have surged. Inwardly, Gallon contemplated, it appears I must promptly journey to Sky Island to secure Gonfor and transform it into my domain. Thereafter, I shall cultivate my influence and see who dares to disrespect me. At that moment, I will pilot the ship directly to apprehend them. Gallon has also taken a day off, allowing all crew members to enjoy a day of leisure in the city. Tomorrow, we shall resume our voyage. Gallon has begun to compare the devil fruit encyclopedia, examining the two fruits closely. The first devil fruit is of the zoan type, known as the bulbul fruit, a common variety that transforms the user into a gazelle. Gallon remarked, this fruit is so aesthetically pleasing, yet it transforms one into a rather foolish creature, slightly superior to a common civilian form. Ultimately, he decided to bestow it upon Icarus, the captain of the 4th Division of the First Fleet. Confident that he would make good use of the fruit due to his somewhat naive nature, which aligns well with the characteristics of the foolish gazelle. For the second fruit, Gallon continued to explore the encyclopedia and discovered it to be quite remarkable, the bat fruit, an ancient variety that grants the form of a foxbat. This fruit allows the user to engage in aerial combat and emit sonic waves. Its combat prowess is undoubtedly formidable. The foxbat form is significantly larger than the previous dragon's bat form, boasting a size at least 1.5 times greater. The dragon's bat form measures only 3.5 meters in height, with a wingspan of 5 meters. In that form, both hands transform into bat claws, enabling flight. Upon shifting into a beastman form, the hands and wings separate, with the hands morphing into sharp claws, reaching a height of 3 meters. The foxbat form features a fox's head and the body of a bat, classified as a type of fruit bat, and is over twice the size of a typical bat. Gallon chuckled, let us first see what promising candidates these captains possess. When the time comes for the 10 Sky Warriors, we shall select from among them, focusing on the youthful and powerful members. He basked in the sun on the deck when suddenly, his transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi, Gallon answered, and the call was from Long Lu, who excitedly reported, Captain, we have gathered intelligence on a pirate crew known as the Moon Hunters on an island. Their captain possesses the ability to transform, being a female devil fruit user. Gallon, filled with joy, inquired, where are they now? Relay the location via the transponder snail. I shall come at once. He laughed. Isn't this the Moon Hunters captain, Catherine? The 6th captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, who wields the Inu fruit, a mythical beast type 9-tailed fox. Upon receiving the location transmitted by the transponder snail, Gallon promptly grabbed a bag of fruit, activated the powers of the fire dragon fruit, and transformed into a gargantuan fire dragon over 100 meters tall. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared swiftly toward the Moon Hunter pirate crew's location, where their ship, adorned with a skull bearing a crescent moon, rested at the harbor in the center of the island. Within mere minutes, Garen arrived at the location of the Moon Hunter pirate crew. Observing from above, he soared towards the dock where the Moon Hunter lay anchored. The crew, comprising over 20 members, was still engaged in their repairs. Garen soon spotted a dozen pirate ships moored closely to the Moon Hunter. Without hesitation, he activated the powers of the dragon fruit, transforming into his hybrid form, and flew towards the central vessel, the Moon Hunter. This mid-sized sailing ship measured over 70 meters in length and 30 meters in width. Garen descended onto the deck of the Moon Hunter, causing the ship to tremble violently upon his arrival. Who is the captain? Step forward, he called out. In response, a group of over 20 armed individuals emerged from within, wielding sabers and firearms. Among them was a particularly unattractive woman who slowly approached from the cabin. Garen recognized her instantly. This was Catherine Dupont. He inwardly lamented, such an unseemly woman wielding such a remarkable devil fruit. It truly defies the natural order. Dupont confronted him. Who dares to intrude upon our pirate ship? Garen, preferring action over idle chatter, swiftly activated the powers of the earth fruit, conjuring a gravitational earth barrier that enveloped the entire ship, sealing all air within. He then unleashed the Earth Cliff Sword, a massive black earthen blade over 50 meters long, relentlessly striking at the members of the Moon Hunter crew, who were swiftly dispatched. Without delay, Garen employed the Earth Fruit's ability to consume and decompose, placing several fruits above Dupont's lifeless form. In a short while, one of the dragon fruit began to morph, transforming into a devil fruit. With a grin, Garen remarked, the swamp consumes and decomposes. Dupont's body has been entirely dissolved. He set down a circle of fruits on the ground, knowing that the substantial devil fruit spirit would preferentially seek the nearest fruit. After all, the spirits of devil fruits instinctively choose the closest fruit for reincarnation, provided they are of the same type. For instance, if a banana-shaped devil fruit user perished, the next reincarnation would be in the nearest banana. Garen had come thoroughly prepared, bringing an array of fruits: dragon fruit, cantaloupe, pineapple, peach, apple, pear, banana, as well as tomatoes, eggplants, and watermelons, anything that bore the semblance of fruit. Moreover, with the gravitational earth barrier enveloping the ground, it was exceedingly difficult for the devil fruit spirits to escape the swirling earthen domain. Garen's intention behind the rotating earth wall was to create a swirling airflow within the earthen space, ensuring that no air or currents could escape. Once his gravitational earth domain was established, the devil fruit spirits could only wander within this half-spherical swamp vortex until they ultimately complied and inhabited a new vessel. Garen gazed at the newly formed devil fruit with satisfaction, contemplating bestowing it upon his children. The soap fruit would be a fitting gift for Bayana. At that time, I will present the thunder fruit from the Sky Island to Alice. In Garen's heart, he mused, Enel is indeed a foolish bird. 15 years later, he directly obliterated Burka. In 22 years hence, he prepared to venture to the moon, intending to annihilate the Sky Island. Presently, Enel remains a mere 11-year-old child, perpetually subdued by other children of the Sky Island, who relentlessly overpower him. There is simply no chance for him to even approach the thunder fruit. Thus, it is only fitting that I, Garen, should have the opportunity to engage with this fruit. The thunder fruit is indeed a formidable devil fruit. As explicitly stated by the Gorosei, it is the most destructive natural-type devil fruit, although it may still fall slightly short compared to those advanced mythical Zoan types. Nevertheless, this does not diminish its power. Garen's dragon form, while possessing the most potent destructive flames, lacks in certain aspects when compared to the thunder fruit, the foremost being speed. The velocity of lightning is akin to that of a flash, an extraordinarily swift ability. Kaido, the beast, possesses a ridiculous speed due to the elemental power of lightning. The electromagnetic heat can reach over 20,000 degrees. Although it is restrained by the rubber of the Nika fruit, this does not impede its destructive capability. Any single technique can wreak havoc akin to a calamitous natural disaster, and it also possesses the innate ability to fly. Garen finds it utterly absurd that a mere shipwright like Enel could be deemed worthy of such a powerful devil fruit. Garland tenderly kissed the mythical beast-type devil fruit, marveling at its exquisite appearance in the form of a nine-tailed fox. How stunning it is, he exclaimed, grinning. Soon, we shall embark on a quest to hunt other devil fruit users. He continued, this technique, though it may disturb the balance of nature, is only meant to confront the ruthless pirates. This experiment has indeed proven successful. Blackbeard's reluctance to allow Whitebeard to be covered with a cloth during the war stemmed from the fear that the method of hunting devil fruits might spread across the seas. Should that occur, all devil fruit users would find themselves in peril. Garland activated the gravitational space of Earth, rendering himself invisible from the outside world. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding the secret of the devil fruits circulating in the ocean. Counting in his mind, he realized he possessed 9 devil fruits. The first was a mythical beast-type devil fruit of the lightning element. The second was a superhuman-type steel fruit. The third was a superhuman-type flip fruit. The fourth a superhuman-type silver fruit. The fifth an ancient beast-type bull fruit in the form of a horned rhinoceros. The sixth was a bat-shaped ancient beast-type bat fruit. The seventh was a regular-type bull fruit in the form of an antelope. The eighth was the mythical beast-type dog fruit in the form of a nine-tailed fox, and the ninth was a superhuman-type soap fruit. This comprises all my assets, Garland stated. Indeed, the path of crime and plunder yields swift growth. He mused to himself, by the time the great age of exploration arrives next year, the devil fruits on deserted islands will be scarce, primarily hoarded by kings and nobles or consumed by other pirates. The celestial dragons amass a considerable bounty of devil fruits each year, at least 20 or more, which they waste on feeding slaves. Garland concluded, once I gather intelligence, I shall prepare to set my sights on the celestial gold. With 4 seas alongside the Grand Line and the New World, over 170 affiliated nations, and the elite vice admirals of the Navy cooperating with the Celestial Dragons CP0 members to transport the celestial gold, I must ensure that I seize these treasures. With that determination, Garland soared towards his ship, the Flame Dragon, landing gracefully on the deck before returning to his cabin on the 3rd floor and opening the treasure chest. Then, placing the devil fruit into the safe, Garland gazed at the 9 devil fruits resting within. He withdrew 2 of them, placing them prominently on the exterior. The first was in the form of a gazelle, and the second in the shape of a foolish roe deer. Garland remarked, The foolish roe deer form will diminish the rating. There is a reason for placing you on the outside. He then opened the innermost compartment of the safe, securing the remaining 8 devil fruits within, ensuring a double layer of protection. These 8 devil fruits are my lifeline, he declared. Next, Galen retrieved the ancient variant of the bull fruit in its horned rhinoceros form, stating, "It is not that I harbor any disdain for you. Rather, I must rely on you to provide me with a formidable crew." He subsequently extracted the ancient variant of the foxbat form. With all 3 devil fruits gathered, he placed the remaining 6 within the smaller compartment of the safe. "This is foolproof," Galen affirmed. He continued, "We shall embark for our next destination this afternoon. The kings of these 4 nations have become impoverished." As the distance to Upside Down Mountain diminished, Galen felt a surge of excitement, inwardly exclaiming, "The Grand Line is within my grasp. My goal is Gaia Island." He envisioned seeking the knock-up stream, followed by the 7,000 meters of White Sea. Galen reminisced about the storyline of Gaia Island, the gateway to the heavens. The White Sea serves as the entrance to the Sky Islands, where an elderly guardian known as Granny Amazon stands watch. By paying 1 billion Ixtal, one may safely ascend to the 10,000-meter Sky Island, often referred to as the White Sea or the Empty Sea. Galen joyfully mused, "Once I reach the Sky Island, I shall initiate an invasion, obliterating Shangri-La Appiato." He contemplated capturing Gonfar and then sailing towards the adjacent Appiato to secure the Thunder Fruit, ensuring Enel would not destroy Baika. Next, he envisioned taking control of Angel Island, subsequently bringing the mountain-dwelling inhabitants of Cloud-Hidden Village to submission. The inhabitants of Angel Island would also be subdued. The Sky Islands harbor numerous formidable beings. Galen thought, "I shall utilize the Earth Fruit's abilities to expand the divine land of Appiato, cultivating even more exceptional crops." The inhabitants of the Sky Islands survive on shells, using them for cooking and crafting weapons. He envisioned mastering the cloud-treading techniques and connecting the soils of Appiato, Baika, and Angel Island with the Earth Fruit's powers. In time, the Sky Island would transform into a colossal stronghold, its vast expanse already immense. He contemplated expanding the divine island of Appiato by an additional 10,000 square kilometers, pondering, "I will seek laborers far and wide, augmenting the strength of our flame dragon pirates." Above the White Sea of the Sky Island, several islands remain, but the most significant are the divine island of Appiato, Angel Island, Baika, and the Cloud-Hidden Village. Adjacent to the Temple of the Divine Island lies a colossal vine known as the Knock-Up Vine, which leads to the Golden Bell, also referred to as Shangri-La. Above the Divine Island, there exists another devil fruit, the ordinary variant of the bull fruit in the form of a Pegasus. Aside from possessing wings that allow flight, there are no other notable abilities. The happy commercial street of Angel Island, along with the White Beret Brigade, may exhibit some semblance of resistance. The Sandia warriors of Cloud-Hidden Village and the 4 divine priests of the Temple of God Island now heed the commands of Gonfar, and there appears to be no formidable force in sight. Otherwise, the grand voyage would have faced annihilation at the hands of Eneru 16 years later. Moreover, Garen remains intrigued by the summit of the Skypea, a place shrouded in mystery. The drifting punishment ships of the White Sea on the Sky Island were transported to that very location, where Enera ventured to the limitless expanse of the moon. The technological weaponry of the Moon People raises the question of whether other celestial beings exist beyond them. Garen eagerly anticipates the opportunity to thoroughly explore the other islands above Skypea, as these regions are inherently inhabited by those with extraordinary abilities. Thus, Garen commenced his daily training, diligently practicing his fist techniques in the 4th-level cabin, driven by a determination to prepare for any formidable adversaries that may arise. Despite the overwhelming prowess of the Fire Dragon fruit, which surpasses the Blaze fruit by a considerable margin, and the Magma fruit by an even greater extent, these 2 devil fruits are fully countered by the Fire Dragon. Furthermore, Garen's draconic form shows no fear of flames. Any attempts to harm him with fire result in negligible damage. His training predominantly revolves around his physical punches and the impact of his fists. He has observed the training regimens of both Karp and Akiji, who practice their techniques against decommissioned naval vessels, with Karp's conquerors Haki capable of obliterating islands with a single blow. However, the battle at Fuchsia Island seemed to bear the marks of sacrifice. In the Marineford War, Marco was struck on the head by Karp, sustaining injuries that required him to wear bandages for several months. Despite this, he engaged in combat alongside the other 3 admirals, enduring without visible harm until he was captured by the Ghost Spider, restrained with Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, and later injured by Kizaru's lightspeed attack. After breaking free from the Sea Prism Stone, he rejoined the fray, fiercely battling Akainu, taking his magma punches to the chest without sustaining injury. Ultimately, after the Marineford War concluded, the only injury he bore was from Carp's punch, which left his neck unhealed. Amusingly, Marco managed to transform the Phoenix fruit into a healing fruit, treating others daily. A true waste of its potential. In the end, Akiji's memoirs reveal his training under Vice Admiral Carp, utilizing the dilapidated naval ships as makeshift punching bags, abstaining from using haki or fruit abilities, relying solely on his raw strength. During the Marine Admiral War, Akiji and Akainu clashed for 10 days, transforming Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, suggesting that the powers of their natural devil fruits may have awakened. Regarding the reasons for Akiji's defeat to Akainu, it is noteworthy that Akainu possesses the ability to burrow through the ground, allowing him to launch surprise attacks on Akiji from beneath. Akiji's ice powers are somewhat akin to Ace's flame abilities. The contention for the position of Fleet Admiral is merely a reflection of Akiji's reluctance to see Akainu ascend to that role. Once Akainu became the Fleet Admiral, he indeed demonstrated greater compliance with the directives of the world government. Akainu has frequently faced reprimands from the 5 Elder Stars, enduring numerous instances of public accountability, even being treated with disdain by CP0 member Rob Lucci. Garen remarked that if he were to become the Fleet Admiral, constrained by the world government, he would prefer to establish his own faction, secretly redirecting the Navy's resources to form his own armed forces. Garen believes that the approach to combat should mirror Akainu's, eschewing idle waiting for the opponent's move after delivering a strike. He emphasized the necessity of seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Garen expressed admiration for Akainu's combat philosophy, which is further reinforced by his own prowess. As he distances himself from Akainu, in his pursuit of the Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, who was destined to become the 6th captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Garen unleashed the full extent of his fruit abilities, launching a barrage of colossal sword strikes without explanation. Devon, initially taken aback, inquired about Garen's identity, but he remained silent, attacking mercilessly, leaving Devon unaware of his name at the time of her demise. In contrast to typical pirate encounters, where introductions and accolades are customary, Garen dismisses such formalities as trivial, asserting that only strength truly matters. When he chooses to engage, it is with the ferocity of nature itself. Garen takes pride in his decisive actions and has recently acquired the Inu Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan type, in the form of a 9-tailed fox. The fruit grants him the ability to transform into anyone he has seen and also endows him with a charming skill. However, due to Katarina Devon's unattractiveness, the charm ability has been rendered ineffective, leaving him with the capacity to mimic others, a superior capability akin to that of a Paramecia-type fruit, regardless of whom one imitates. Anyone he encounters can be mimicked without restriction. George rushed over and exclaimed, "Captain, your bounty has risen again, now reaching 800 million. Gallon, observing George's excited expression, replied, 800 million is hardly a cause for alarm. Enhancing our strength is far more valuable than such trivial matters." George nodded in agreement, pledging to train diligently. By afternoon, all crew members had gradually returned to the ship, laden with numerous bags. Many sailors remarked that the captain's generous wages were excessive, leaving them unable to spend it all. They could only indulge in fine tobacco and spirits. Once Simbert had accounted for the crew and confirmed that everyone was present, Gallon commanded, "Set sail." Charged towards the Grand Line. In his heart, Gallon mused that he had sharpened his sword for nearly half a year, now preparing to wield it to claim territory. As long as he could seize the floating island of Gonfuer, the island could change ownership. Gallon reflected that they were now well-equipped and numerous, just waiting for the right moment to initiate conflict. The deity Gonfuer of the floating island might not even best George in a confrontation. Previously, in the South Sea territories of the Allied Kingdom, Gallon had fought with dual strikes to seize treasures, including the legendary Devil Fruit of Gold. Over the past 6 months, he had invaded and plundered numerous kingdoms. Gallon suspected the Navy wished to capture him and subdue him ruthlessly. Moreover, with the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, he sought to avoid the hunt for treasures in the Devil Fruit for the time being, focusing instead on seizing control of the floating island. Gallon instructed Simbert to utilize the powers of the Win-Win Devil Fruit, generating hurricanes to accelerate the fleet's journey. The 22 colossal vessels sped across the sea, their formation resembling a herd of ancient behemoths. Standing on the deck of the Flame Dragon, Gallon gazed at the fleet sailing ahead and felt a surge of pride. Observing the multitude of crew members, Gallon silently reflected, The universe is still in flux. We are all dark horses in this race. On the fourth deck of the open ship cabin, Galen commenced his daily training. He mused to himself, in this world, where individuals seek both power and wealth, seizing the Sky Island is merely a matter of time. Captain Pierre of the 6th Division activated his magnet fruit abilities, generating a magnetic force that accelerated their voyage. Meanwhile, Long Ba, a superhuman-type gas fruit user, unleashed a powerful gust of wind. In an instant, all vessels surged forward, and Galen remarked, "Indeed, strength lies in numbers." With 3 devil fruit users amplifying the fleet's speed, they outpaced everything around them. The crew members aboard were astounded by such velocity. Some sailors exclaimed, "Is this truly the speed of a sea vessel? It nearly rivals that of birds soaring in the sky." Not wishing to squander any time, Galen resumed his physical training, focusing on enhancing his raw strength. He contemplated the moment when he would harness his haki and unleash the dragon form of the fire dragon fruit, combining both powers for a significant increase in combat ability. Galen thought to himself, "At this juncture, I could face elite Navy vice admirals head-on. Those like Akainu and Kizuru are merely obstacles to overcome. However, should I encounter Admiral Zifa, Admiral Sengoku, or Vice Admiral Garp, my first course of action would be to make a hasty retreat. These figures are at the pinnacle of their strength, all in their 50s. To confront them would be folly." Galen aspired to become the mightiest warlord, not merely leading a crew of laborers to the Navy headquarters as fodder. The thought of being crushed beneath the might of those elite Navy forces sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, he surmised, it is unlikely they will pursue me now. For Admiral Sengoku remains at headquarters serving the Celestial Dragons, while Admiral Zifa oversees the elite training program, known as the Navy's Talent Market. The 3 natural-type Navy officers are all Zifa students, including the illustrious White Rabbit. Galen's fleet surged across the sea, heading towards the tumultuous currents of the upside-down mountain at the convergence of the 4 seas. Meanwhile, at Marineford, Marshal Steelbone Akaina convened a meeting with a cadre of high-ranking Navy officials. Akaina began, "Since Roger became the Pirate King, all members of the Roger Pirates have disbanded. That fool Garp has missed yet another opportunity, truly a blunderer." He continued, "In the South Sea, a new flame dragon, Galen, has been heralded by Morgans as the strongest flame creature. In just one day, he attacked 4 member countries of the world government, overwhelming our South Sea branch's communication lines." Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "The 5 elders have issued orders. Our priority should be to deal with the Pirate King Roger before turning our attention to this flame dragon pirate crew. Moreover, Roger's crew member, the Devil's descendant Douglas Bullet, has begun launching relentless assaults on our new world naval fortresses. The legendary pirate, Gold Lion, is also stirring, indicating that the new world is where our Navy must fortify its defenses." Vice Admiral Tsuru, renowned for her strategic acumen, clarified the current situation with precision. Pirate King Roger has crossed the world government's red line, marking him for elimination. Marshal Steelbone Akainu concluded, "Let us first fulfill the directives of the 5 elders." All the Navy personnel acknowledged, "Understood, Air Marshal." The Roger Pirates have disbanded. Kazuki Oden has returned to Wano, preparing to embark on his journey in the art of dance. The remaining members of the Roger Pirates have retreated into the mountains, while the Dark King, Rayleigh, has returned to his residence on Sabaody Archipelago, beginning a secluded life with his companion, Shaki. A few years ago, Shaki established a bar on island number 13 of Sabaody, named the Knock-Up Bar, where she not only sold information but also engaged in a bit of trickery. Shaki is the 2nd-generation queen of Amazon Lily, also known as Snake Island, with Boa Hancock being the 4th-generation queen. The 3rd queen, it seems, succumbed to lovesickness, while the 1st queen, Nyan, was one of the prominent members of the Rocks Pirates. Amazon Lily is a land of women, often susceptible to the pangs of love. Shaki was also a dedicated information officer of the Rocks Pirates and a member of Nyan's squad. Furthermore, Galen is planning to head to Sabaody Archipelago in the future. His first objective is to use berries to persuade Rayleigh and learn the 3 types of haki. His second goal is to seek out Shaki to acquire intelligence on Sleepy Town and then retrieve the Bat fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its vampire form. Additionally, on the island adjacent to Sleepy Town, there lies the Inu fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its Tanuki form, which the Red Count carried with him. This fruit possesses magical leaves, able to inscribe names or create portraits on leaves or the ground, bringing those images to life for battle. Galen deduces that this fruit has certainly not been consumed by Don Quixote. He muses internally, it's feasible to venture to Punk Hazard to retrieve the artificial devil fruit. Mythical Zoan type, in its dragon form, leaving behind a failed artificial devil fruit for the little nuisance, Momonosuk. Galen remarks, "This is absolutely perfect." On the 5th day of their voyage, the Flame Dragon pirates reached Reverse Mountain, ascending the towering sea current from the southern seas towards Reverse Mountain. With 22 massive ships and nearly 10,000 crew members, all vessels began to maneuver in formation, gradually passing through in a spectacular display reminiscent of a long dragon. Simbert expressed his awe, saying, "Is this the beginning of the Grand Line? Reverse Mountain is indeed magnificent." The soaring sea current, over 1,000 meters high, left George utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What an impressive current!" The other squad leaders echoed his sentiments, marveling at the grandeur. "Of course," Galen replied. Thus, the Flame Dragon pirates entered the Grand Line. Galen reflected on events from 3 days prior when the Flame Dragon pirates passed the Navy's southern base. Thanks to Galen's defeat of Rear Admiral Gilmy, they observed Galen's fleet majestically traversing the dock of the naval base. Rear Admiral Gilmy remarked, "This Flame Dragon pirates is truly formidable, with such a fleet. Are they preparing to dominate the Grand Line?" Moreover, Jimmer discovered that the ship of the Flame Dragon pirate crew was sailing through a tempest, which propelled the vessel forward with increased speed. He then communicated with the Marine headquarters, addressing Admiral Kong. "Report, Admiral. The Flame Dragon pirate crew is en route to Reverse Mountain, preparing to enter the Grand Line. 22 colossal ships make up their formidable fleet, manned by over 10,000 pirate crew members." Admiral Kong Steelbone responded, "There is no need to act just yet. We shall mobilize all elite forces of the Navy headquarters once they reach the Sabaody archipelago and decisively capture these lawless pirates." Meanwhile, Rear Admiral Gilmy sighed deeply, expressing his apprehension, "I truly fear that if you command us to engage, Admiral, it would be disastrous. The last encounter with Flame Dragon Garen left my Bodhi route severely injured, and it would take at least 8 or 9 years before I could contend with him again." Admiral Kong Steelbone, visibly astonished, silently contemplated the rapid growth of their fleet in such a short span of time. How is it that there are so many ambitious pirates on the seas? He pondered, this fiery dragon-shaped devil fruit is indeed a troublesome matter. It remains unparalleled. A dual devil fruit at that. Admiral Steelbone recalled the intelligence on Garen. The fisherman's son, Kate Garen, had ventured out to sea only to face a tsunami that claimed the lives of his father and other villagers. Following this tragedy, he acquired the first devil fruit, the nature-type swamp fruit, which he shamelessly named the earth fruit. Subsequently, he obtained the lizard fruit, a mythical beast type with the form of a fire dragon, thereby elevating his mud dragon pirates into the formidable flame